Scientific research has proven that in theory controlling cancer cells can bestow immortality. Hangzhou City. Hangzhou No. 5 High School. Senior 3 Class 3. Lao Lu. Lao Lu, wake up, your teacher is calling you. A soft voice whispered by his ear as his body swayed slightly. Lu Qingfeng was irked, deeply immersed in a pleasant dream. He murmured, "What, teacher? I am practicing martial arts." Suddenly a whistling sound shattered the silence, and he sprang awake, snatching a flying hidden weapon in one swift motion. Chalk. Lu Qingfeng stared blankly at the classroom as his classmates regarded him with admiring gazes. Lu Qingfeng, a cold voice echoed. Lu Qingfeng quickly raised his head, a shiver of goosebumps surging over him as he recalled that he had dozed off during Miju Shirtai's class. Oh no, it's all doomed now. Cursed be my brain, which inexplicably succumbs to drowsiness, especially during class. As soon as the teacher spoke, his eyelids began to droop. Yet no one can afford to doze off in Miju Shirtai's class. It could cost them their life. He quickly cast a pleading glance toward his deskmate and close friend. Li Tianan shook his head, silently conveying that even Miju Shirtai was not to be trifled with. Lu Qingfeng, overwhelmed by despair, lowered his head and dared not meet her gaze. Lu Qingfeng, you sleep so alertly, even managing to catch the chalk, the voice remarked. Still with his head bowed in silence, a voice commanded, lift your head. Obediently, he looked up at his homeroom teacher and history instructor, known as Miju Shirtai, whose full name was Huang Fusinyu. He recalled that when Miju Shirtai first announced herself as the homeroom teacher, all the boys erupted into cheers. With her long, sleek black hair paired with a gentle name and an exquisite visage, every boy felt that spring had blossomed in their hearts. In the end, a last tragedy prevailed. Come on, since you love sleeping so much, tell us how the new calendar came about. Lu Qingfeng wondered, is Miju Shirtai really this lenient? Wasn't this question practically handed on a silver platter? Who on Blue Star didn't know? He swiftly replied, in the Blue Star calendar in the year 2053 AD, scientist Wang Haoran conquered cancer and officially proclaimed that cancer was no longer a formidable foe. Moreover, it became even easier to treat than a common cold. 5 years later, Wang Haoran, deemed the father of oncogenesis, introduced a revolutionary plan for cancer-induced immortality that stunned the entire Blue Star. He used himself as the subject of his experiment, continuously injecting cancer cells into his body. A century later, at the venerable age of 150, he became the world's first human to successfully undergo oncogenesis, thus ushering humanity into a new era. This year is officially known as the Year of Cancer-Induced Immortality. Huang Fusinyu continued in a deadpan tone, now tell me, what is the success rate of oncogenesis? Which body part offers the best odds, and what are those odds? The success rate of oncogenesis is 99.999999. Barring any unforeseen mishaps, everyone can achieve it. However, the location remains unpredictable. Brain cancer offers the best prospects, though its odds are merely 1 in 10 million. Next come medullary cancer, blood cancer, and bone cancer, with probabilities of 1 in a million, 1 in 100,000, and 1 in 10,000 respectively, while most ordinary cases involve cancers of the 5 viscera. And furthermore, Lu Qingfeng quickly responded. These were facts he had known since childhood. Why would she ask him? No, it must be a trap. Since you know that attaining an optimal oncogenesis site is so difficult, do you really think you can achieve it? And if you fail to secure a favorable position, what do you plan to do with your future? Raise pigs. Lu Qingfeng remained silent, quickly bowing his head in a gesture of reluctant admission. He knew all too well that this was just another predictable trap. How disheartening. Since you love sleeping so much, then stand during class, and I will notify your parents. The entire class trembled, their eyes brimming with sympathetic concern as they watched him. Being scolded might be a minor matter, but having your parents notified was utterly humiliating. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. A chime sounded as Miju Shirtai strode out of the classroom with an air of proud defiance. Lu Qingfeng sighed in relief and sank back into his seat. Bitterly, he looked at his deskmate and said, Tianan, what did you do? I slept through Miju Shirtai's class, and you didn't wake me up. Damn. Lao Lu, have some decency. I called you countless times, yet you just kept sleeping. As if you had been drinking fake liquor. Li Tianan looked a bit aggrieved. Fine. Lu Qingfeng, equally resigned, only vented to his best friend. Deep down he knew it was his own fault. Lao Lu, what's gotten into you? Lately you've been dozing off in every class. Have you overdone your iron pumping at night? Hee. Get lost. Lu Qingfeng retorted irritably. He might as well be pumping iron. He preferred it. Lying on his desk, he extended his right hand, on which a silver ring adorned his pinky. He had found the ring 3 days ago. At that time, finding it rather appealing, he had casually put it on. After trying countless methods, the ring simply would not come off. From that day on, he felt there were never enough hours for sleep. He would nod off as soon as his head touched the pillow, and even in class, as if lulled by a hypnotic melody, he would immediately succumb to slumber. And every time he dreamed the same dream in it, he transformed into another person living in the year 2023 AD. In those days, there were ancient gasoline cars, sluggish high-speed trains, and airplanes. Surrounded by towering skyscrapers in his dream, he too was known as Lu Qingfeng, a boy whose divorced parents had each built their own separate families from an early age. From a young age, he trained in ancient martial arts under his grandfather's guidance. His grandfather remarked that he was extraordinarily gifted, naturally destined for martial cultivation. He lived up to his grandfather's expectations. At 18, he mastered Ming Jing, his fists splitting stone. At 25, he attained the art of Jing, his punches shattering rocks. And at 35, he became a grandmaster of Hua Jing, where not even a feather could be added nor a fly be alighted. That very year, his grandfather passed away, leaving him a silver ring and urging him to break through to a higher realm. Ever since his grandfather's death, he felt trapped by a plateau. Thus, he set out alone in search of martial arts masters, relentlessly challenging every foe, where each encounter was a fight for survival. He recalled the words he often spoke in his dreams, determining supremacy, deciding life and death. I, Lu Qingfeng, have come to seek enlightenment. Along the way, he traversed a city of desire and crossed silent ancient woodlands. In the midst of mortal peril, he sought the opportunity for breakthrough, devoting himself entirely to pursuing the legendary pinnacle of martial arts, the Bao Dan realm. Legend held that upon reaching the Bao Dan realm, one could merge martial prowess with Tao. Swallowing a single golden core, he declared, "My fate is mine, not determined by heaven." Ultimately, due to the countless lives he had taken and the relentless pursuit by enemies and officials alike, he met his end on the path of martial cultivation. He felt neither sorrow nor pain, only a lingering regret for martial arts, for he ultimately never attained the legendary Bao Dan realm. In his dream, he devoted his entire life to seeking the martial path, never marrying, never begetting, never engaging in love or scholarly pursuits. Lu Qingfeng looked at the ring in his hand, a perfect replica of the one from his dreams, and sighed. Was this a remnant of a past life, or merely akin to Zhuangzi dreaming of a butterfly? He remembered that this martial art still existed in the present day, yet it had become so obscure that almost no one even knew of it anymore. In the Cancerization era, supernatural abilities ran rampant. Martial arts had long been discarded beneath the relentless wheels of history. Lu Qingfeng let out a soft sigh. Yet right now, the most pressing matter was still dealing with his overwhelming drowsiness. He also knew with absolute certainty that it was this ring that kept him perpetually sleepy. He pondered in frustration how he was supposed to resolve this problem. Practice martial arts. He shook his head. Not good. The drowsiness was coming again. Slap. He hurriedly gave himself a stinging smack across the face, instantly sobering up a great deal. Li Tianran was startled and asked in concern, "Lao Lu, how about we ask for leave and go see a doctor?" Lu Qingfeng shook his head. He knew a doctor would be useless. Perhaps the lingering obsession of the Lu Qingfeng in his dreams was influencing him, forcing him to dream ceaselessly, driving him to fulfill that man's unfulfilled regrets. His head throbbed. In the Cancerization era, what use was martial arts anyway? At last, the dismissal bell for the evening rang. In this new era, high schools were forbidden from adding extra classes, so there was no night self-study period. At the school gate, Lao Lu want to hit the internet cafe and play some games. There's a new full-dive holographic game myth. I heard it's really fun. I'm not going. I still have to go home and deal with my parents. I need to talk to my dad in advance about how to calm my mom down, otherwise I'll never make it through this. Lu Qingfeng felt a little anxious, wondering if he would get beaten. But when he thought of his dad, a cheerful smile surfaced. With comrade Lao Lu at home, it shouldn't be too serious. All right, then suit yourself. I just hope Aunt Yu goes easy when she beats you, Li Tianran chuckled. Get lost. Go play your games. Irritated, Lu Qingfeng kicked him and Li Tianran bolted away. Lu Qingfeng quickly raised his left hand and lightly tapped a transparent bracelet on his wrist. A light screen instantly projected before his eyes. He tapped it and placed a video call to his dad. Moments later, the call connected. A middle-aged man appeared wearing a seatbelt, hair slicked back neatly, and a pair of rimless glasses. Son, what's up? Calling your old man. Did you get on your mom's bad side again? Lao Lu, save me. Are you coming home today? Brat, did the school catch you flirting with some girl and call your mom? That's nothing. As it happens, I am coming home today. Lu Qingfeng fell silent. Ahem, you're my biological father. I'm only 18, or what kind of dad pushes his son to chase girls every day? You rascal, back when your old man was 18, I had girlfriends all around me. Let me tell you, chasing girls should start early, or I'm afraid your high school years will be full of regrets. Lu Qingfeng was utterly speechless and hurriedly cut in. Dad, you really are my biological father. We're not talking about girls right now. I fell asleep in class today and got caught by the homeroom teacher. She's probably already called mom. Hurry home and help calm your wife down, or your son is done for. No problem, piece of cake. I've got this. I'm still on the space elevator. Give me about an hour, and I'll be home. You can go back a bit later. After hanging up, Lu Qingfeng let out a breath of relief. With his dad taking the field, he should be fine, his little life preserved. Just as Lao Lu had said, piece of cake. Lu Qingfeng had long been awed by his father's ability to talk his way around his wife. He could only admire him. He quickly closed the call interface, planning to stroll for a while before heading home. Yet he had barely walked a short distance when Lu Qingfeng, hearing that voice, his whole body went numb. He instinctively wanted to turn and run. Why did this great aunt have to show up now? She had even used his full name. This felt like impending doom. He thought it over. Running was the lowest tactic. He might just earn himself another beating from her. So he turned around, instead forcing what he believed was a warm and handsome smile. Qianxuan, what brings you here? A girl came running over, clad in a loose school uniform, her long ponytail swaying behind her. Up close, her large eyes framed by pretty eye bags, a small high nose, rosy lips, and fair little face formed the very picture of a vibrant youthful girl. Yet her expression was cold as she asked, Lu Qingfeng, did the teacher call you out for sleeping in class? How do you know? Lu Qingfeng said in sudden realization. Did Mo Xiaoyu tell you? No. I just know, she said. Lu Qingfeng, can't you show some progress? Sleeping in class, letting your cultural subjects slide. If you don't get a good placement in the Cancerization and can't get into university, will you be worthy of your 3 years of hard work? At home, his parents nagged him. At school, the teachers did the same, and now that school was finally over, someone had still come to lecture him. A nameless fire surged up in Lu Qingfeng's chest. It wasn't as if he wanted to sleep. He snapped, Qianxuan, so what if I fall asleep? Whether I get into university or not. What the hell does that have to do with you? With that, he turned on his heel and walked away. Did she really think he had no temper? Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept up behind him. He thought, it's over. I forgot that Qianxuan had been practicing physical combat since childhood. His nerves reacted, but his body did not. A fair, delicate hand looped around his neck, locking him in a chokehold. Oh, damn it, that hurts. He hurriedly slapped at her arm. She only released him after watching his face flush red, letting out a dainty, cold snort. So does it have nothing to do with me, or not? Qianxuan folded her arms and sneered. Cough, cough, it does, Lu Qingfeng wheezed. He had no choice. The situation was stronger than the person. Damn it, just you wait, little lady. Once my cancerization succeeds, and I awaken a mighty ability, if I don't tan your backside, I'll count it as my loss. Xiaolu, there's only 1 month left until the college entrance exam. If you don't work hard now, you really won't make it into university. Have you forgotten what you promised me? Lu Qingfeng scratched his head and quickly put some distance between them, asking a bit awkwardly. What did I promise? He truly couldn't remember. Ever since they'd entered high school and gone to different schools, they had rarely seen each other. Especially in their final year, they had seen each other even less. The intense pressure of studies had filled their youth with the scent of struggle. As expected, Qianxuan's pretty face flushed red with anger, and it looked like she was about to make a move again. Lu Qingfeng hurriedly said, a gentleman uses words, not fists. Qianxuan, I'm warning you. If you hit me again, I'll call the police. Ow, ow, ow. Qianxuan twisted his arm behind his back and said through gritted teeth, Lu Qingfeng, you're going to call the police. A gentleman uses words, not fists. Sorry, I'm just a little lady, not some gentleman. Beautiful young lady Qianxuan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have forgotten what I promised you. Maybe it's because I study so hard every day that I forgot. Half believing him, Qianxuan released her grip and asked, really? You've been working hard at your studies? Lu Qingfeng's head bobbed like a pecking chick. Inwardly, he thought, I really am damn clever. Rubbing his aching arm, he said, of course. I've got to go home now, Qianxuan. Goodbye. With that, he ran off. He had no desire to see this female demon any longer, at least not until he could beat her. He already had a terrifying mother at home, and now he had run into this female demon as well. What a cursed life. After watching Lu Qingfeng swiftly board a driverless urban light trail, Qianxuan stamped her foot in irritation and then, to her own surprise, laughed. This fool actually admitted his mistake on his own. She turned and walked toward the opposite platform. From his seat, Lu Qingfeng glanced back at her retreating figure and released a quiet sigh of relief. Fortunately, that she-devil had left for high school, after she was admitted to Hangzhou No. Her family moved to the south of the city. Had she stayed, his 3 years of high school would have been unbearable. Then he remembered how to deal with his formidable mother and felt a headache rising. The light rail lifted off and raced through the city. There were no towering skyscrapers like those in his dreams. With the advent of the interstellar age and a frenzied surge in productivity, social contradictions and pressures had sharply diminished. All of Hangzhou was composed of 3 to 6-story buildings, bright, orderly houses stepped down in tiers, and the busy streets were marked by harmony and civility. Soon the light rail reached the station. Lu Qingfeng disembarked and went straight to the neighborhood park. He dared not return home now. Going back at this moment would be tantamount to courting disaster. If old Lu did not go back, he would not either. Hangzhou was a large city, the capital of Jiangsu province, and therefore densely populated. The sunset painted the clouds crimson as people of all ages passed through the park. Though this era had its cancerous mutations, it had not abolished aging altogether. Immortality remained a theory. 1,000 years had passed, and the only known person to reach that age was Wang Haoran, the man called the Tianhua Grand Emperor, renowned as the father of the cancer mutation. Others lived no longer than about 880 years. Humanity remained mostly ordinary, with typical lifespans between roughly 120 and 320 years. A small portion of social elites could live 300 to 800 years, largely due to innate gifts. In theory, 9 cancerous mutations could grant immortality, but most bodies could not endure so long. Consequently, special body techniques were developed to raise human physical quality, though they still could not resist the evolution and fissuring of cancer cells. These body arts therefore became exceedingly precious, generally practiced only by those with wealth and status. The park was forever a bastion of the elderly. Even in the new calendar year, 1227, the curious phenomenon of public square dancing endured. They were still playing that millennium hit. Avoiding the frantic music, he moved to the artificial lake, and unexpectedly found an old man practicing Taijiquan by the water. The elder wore white training clothes and moved slowly through a Taijiquan that in some ways matched the one from his dream. The motions were languid and breath-thin. Curiosity drew him to sit and watch. The man practiced for a good hour before raising his hands to his chest, lowering them to his abdomen, and exhaling. When he finished, Lu Qingfeng hurried over and asked, "Sir, is that Taijiquan you were practicing?" The elder looked at him with mild surprise. "A young man, not bad. It's rare to find someone your age who recognizes this." "Yes, I am practicing Taijiquan." Lu Qingfeng pressed on, "Sir, what use is such slow, languid movement?" At that question, the elder grew animated. "Don't look down on these slow forms. Taijiquan, when cultivated well, is not simple. Legend says Wudang's patriarch Zhang Shanfeng cultivated Taijiquan and ascended to immortality. Don't assume slowness means uselessness." The elder sipped from his thermos and continued, "Have you heard the saying in letters, there is Taiji to pacify the world?" Lu Qingfeng nodded. It was the sort of thing found in books, usually treated as mere trivia. There was another adage in martial arts, there is Ba Ji to steady heaven and earth. Do you know why they say that, eh? He shook his head. Because the internal methods of Taijiquan were long ago lost. Taijiquan was originally an internal practice. Cultivated to profundity, it could bridge yin and yang, discern the 5 elements, and comprehend the 8 trigrams. Like Zhang Sanfeng, one might attain the Tao and become immortal. Taiji cultivates body and mind. If everyone refined themselves, would that not bring peace to the world? Lu Qingfeng was silent. There was some wisdom in it, yet it sounded like the spiel of a charlatan. And immortal attainment. Teachers had told him to trust science. Immortals were only legend. At present, the only things science could not explain were the ring on his finger and his recurring dream. In his dream, he was said to die young and yet also achieve transcendence. He half-joked, praying to his ancestors that when the cancer mutation came, it would be brain cancer or blood cancer or bone cancer. Wouldn't that be something? He suddenly realized an hour had passed. To his disbelief, he had spent a full hour watching an old man practice that routine beloved by the elderly. Lu Qingfeng could scarcely believe it. If he did not hurry home, his mother would roast him. His mother was afflicted by a cardiac cancerous mutation. Her heart element was fire. She wielded blazing fire-aligned abilities with uncanny skill and possessed a fierce temper. Only old Lu could calm her. He blurted out, "Sir, keep practicing. My mother is calling me home for dinner." He said it and sprinted toward home, hoping his mother had been soothed. At Building 6, Unit 301, he drew a deep breath, rubbed his cheek, and forced a smile. He swiped his key with the electronic wristband on his left hand. "Welcome home, young master," a cheerful voice chimed. Lu Qingfeng opened the door, stuck his head inside, and glanced about. Television noise and the hum of the kitchen had drifted out. He stepped lightly inside, changed into slippers, and entered the living room where old Lu sat, motioning for him to be quiet. Old Lu waved him over. Lu Qingfeng let out a breath. Good, with old Lu present, he would at most receive a scolding. He moved forward quietly. He sat down beside old Lu. Old Lu put an arm around him and whispered, "Son, your mother is cooking. Later you should apologize properly. Say you have been under pressure from your studies and suffered insomnia last night. And how many times have I told you in front of women, you must play the victim a little? You always smile, so of course you'll get slapped. Quickly put on a woeful face. Your mother is coming." Obediently, he altered his expression into a mournful one. "Ah, that's better. First apologize, second play the victim, third promise it won't happen again. Then I'll coax her. She definitely won't hit you." Lu Qingfeng nodded. He believed it without doubt. Many times before, with old Lu present, he had avoided punishment. Without him, a beating was certain, yet each time he failed to remember old Lu's counsel. In old Lu's words, he was more like his uncle. An iron-straight man, the kind you could not bend. The kitchen door opened. Old Lu quickly got up and jogged over, taking the plate, and inhaling the aroma, he said with delight, "Ah, it smells so good. The meals made by my wife, Yin Yin, are something I'll never tire of in my lifetime. I've been away from home for a week, and what I miss the most is still the food cooked by my wife." Lu Qingfeng covered his face. He couldn't learn such cheesy lines. "You shameless rascal. There are still 2 dishes to go." Yu Shangyan gently scolded Old Lu. "Is the little rascal back yet?" Old Lu blocked Lu Qingfeng and said, he's back. He has to take the college entrance examination soon and the pressure is high. My wife, you go ahead and prepare the meal. I'll go educate him first." After saying that, he pushed her into the kitchen with one hand, turned around, and made an okay gesture at Lu Qingfeng, placing the dishes on the dining table. He sat back down and said, "Little rascal, why can't you learn even half of your father's essence? If you had half of my skills, wouldn't you have already won over the girl from the old Shin family? You'd save me so much worry." Lu Qingfeng was startled and suppressed his voice, saying, "Dad, you are my real father. Why are you pushing your son into the fire pit? One female demon is enough with my mom." Old Lu disdainfully remarked, "What female demon? In my eyes, she's just a good baby." Hearing the sliding door of the kitchen, he quickly stood up and shouted, "Little one is here." Lu Qingfeng, is this what you call a good baby? Isn't this just a love-struck fool? This time 2 cold dishes were brought out, and Lu Qingfeng quickly put on a mournful face, obediently sitting at the dining table. He shouted, "Mom." Yu Shengyan glared at him. "Eat first, and we'll talk about you later." He was so frightened that he shivered. Dinner was quite lavish, but Lu Qingfeng found the food tasteless, feeling anxious. Meanwhile, the news was playing on the projection TV in the living room. To ensure food safety, the Human Alliance has officially established an agricultural management agency to regulate crops and livestock, ensuring our food can better adapt to the growth of cancer cells. Guoping, with this policy, will your pig farm be affected? Yu Shengyan asked worriedly. Old Lu frowned and sighed, saying, "There will definitely be some impact. We'll just have to wait and see. He'll follow the rules, so there shouldn't be any problems." At this moment, Yu Shengyan glared at Lu Qingfeng, placing a piece of braised pork on his plate, saying, "You must go to college, otherwise you'll end up like your father, attending a technical school in the livestock industry. Besides raising pigs, what else can you do?" Lu Qingfeng. He glanced at Old Lu, who nonchalantly replied, "All my wife children have their own fortunes. As long as we live our lives well, that's enough. Besides, raising pigs is quite profitable." Lu Qingfeng looked at Old Lu gratefully. Hearing this, Yu Shengyan's anger flared up. She put down her chopsticks and glared at Old Lu, saying, "Lu Guoping, can't you have a sense of crisis? Raising pigs may seem fine, but with a casual policy you could go bankrupt. Then you'll have something to cry about. Furthermore, I tell you, Lu Qingfeng, if you dare to listen to your father's nonsense, just wait until I deal with you. Your homeroom teacher called me today, saying you were sleeping in class, saying, what is going on?" Lu Qingfeng quickly looked at Old Lu, wondering what was going on. Old Lu's attitude today was off. He had actually lost his temper, which was a disaster. Seeing Old Lu eating on his own, it seemed he had no intention of intervening for the time being. So he quickly put on a mournful face, saying, "Mom, I had insomnia last night and didn't sleep well, so I dozed off today, and my homeroom teacher just happened to see it. Don't worry, I will definitely work hard and strive to go to college. I won't be like my dad." Old Lu looked at him with relief and said, "Oh, my wife, look at you. Even when angry, you are so beautiful. Those eyes, how did they become so big? What kind of luck did I have to marry such a goddess?" Lu Qingfeng was dumbfounded. "Dad, can you have a bit of dignity? Can you be so shameless? Although his mom is undoubtedly a beauty, otherwise he wouldn't be so handsome, but this is excessive." Yu Shengyan rolled her eyes at Old Lu. "You are being inappropriate, saying such things in front of the child." She then glared at Lu Qingfeng and said, "What are you laughing at? Hurry up and eat. After eating, well, go review." He sighed in relief and quickly lowered his head to eat a few mouthfuls of rice. He felt like he had passed this hurdle, but he was puzzled as to why it was so easy to get through today. Could it be that being pitiful, apologizing, and telling lies works so well on women? He seemed to have opened the door to a new world. In the past, he would either clash with his mom or remain silent, and most of the time he would get beaten. After finishing his meal, he returned to his room. Reflecting on what had just happened, the more he thought about it, the more something felt off. He suspected that Old Lu had intentionally stirred things up to make him aware of the crisis. Forget about that for now. I really need to study hard. Otherwise, I'll really have to inherit my dad's pig farm. He'll become a prince of pork. In today's society, those engaged in agriculture have a very low social status. This profession was relinquished by the Human Alliance. With AI prevailing, in order to provide humans with a better living space, the Human Alliance has prohibited the use of intelligent machines in many types of jobs. Otherwise, they would have lost their jobs long ago. It's all to allow humans to live healthily. If everything were done by intelligent robots, it could lead to serious social conflicts. A life that is relaxed yet measured is what life is about. If you are completely supported, you become a useless person. What boy doesn't yearn for the vast starry sky? Riding an interstellar battleship that traverses the void, piloting mechas across the starry, sea-expanding territory for humanity. These are the ultimate dreams of all young people in this era. But it's difficult. Unless you develop brain cancer, awaken psychic abilities, you will definitely soar into the sky. Yenjing University's Mecha Academy will shove the admission notice into your hands. Other Mecha Academies will also flock to you, offering various advantageous conditions for you to attend. But the odds are 1 in a million. Remember, this is just a probability. It's possible that in one class there may not be a single one, or there could be quite a few. Psychic abilities, the perfect match for mechas. It is said that some prodigies at a young age naturally develop brain cancer without having to wait until the college entrance examination to inject cancer cells. This is the dream of countless young people. Brain cancer, something they dream of. Sigh. Unrealistic things I should focus on studying. Lu Qingfeng patted his head. He took out his books to prepare for studying. You must know that apart from brain cancer, any mutation requires a foundation in academic subjects. Your academic performance can determine what kind of university you attend, and a good university can affect your future job and social status. If everyone develops mutations and psychic abilities become commonplace, if your academic performance is poor, you won't even understand the formulas for psychic abilities, and you won't be able to learn. Lu Qingfeng picked up the book and after reading for a while felt dizzy. Damn it. Lu Qingfeng cursed quietly to himself. Here it comes again. Is this book a hypnotic one? Slap. He fiercely slapped himself, taking a deep breath. Looking at the book again, this time he managed to solve a major problem. A wave of intense drowsiness surged over him. He couldn't hold on any longer and simply lay down to sleep. It was the same dream again. Training in martial arts, desperately practicing training in the summer heat and winter cold. Undeterred by the elements, unafraid of hardships day after day, year after year. Standing still, punching. Son. Son. A slight shaking sound jolted him awake. He rubbed his blurry eyes and looked up at old Lu. If you're tired, go to bed and rest. Don't push yourself too hard. Happiness is the most important. No matter what the future holds, your father supports you. Hearing old Lu's words, Lu Qingfeng was moved and shouted, Dad, you're the best. Old Lu replied, What the hell, hurry up and go to bed. Then he turned and left his room. Lu Qingfeng watched old Lu's back and fell into deep thought. This couldn't continue. The college entrance exams were a month away and his academic performance was mediocre. If he put in more effort, he could still get into an ordinary university. If things continued like this, he would definitely end up in a vocational school. He had to solve this problem immediately. So he made a decision to practice martial arts. Not for anything else, but to resolve this issue. In his dreams, he possessed absolute knowledge of martial arts, understanding that martial arts were not as simple as the elders in the park claimed. What he practiced was the techniques. He knew that without the foundational skills, it would all be in vain. Merely practicing techniques would lead to nothing but flashy moves. The foundation refers to the stance training, which is the most crucial part of martial arts. He, as a beginner, could only practice the most basic horse stance. The horse stance is a foundational skill passed down from the ancient battlefields of the Great Xia. Back then there were no stirrups. All relied on the strength of the legs and core to support combat. It is known that the source of power comes from the earth. When humans leave the earth, their strength diminishes significantly. And the horse stance, when practiced to a profound level, can even draw power from the earth through a warhorse, delivering a devastating blow. Lu Qingfeng surveyed his room, which was neither large nor small, about 20 square meters. There was just enough space near the window. He walked over, took a deep breath, and slowly squatted down. With his legs shoulder-width apart, he concentrated his weight in the center of his body. Keeping his center of gravity, he extended his arms straight out in front of his chest, fists clenched, as if holding the reins of a warhorse. His legs slightly bent, relaxing his waist and hips. Until he felt a soreness in his thigh muscles, he maintained his center of gravity. He simulated the rising and falling of a warhorse, coordinating with a special breathing technique, which was crucial. The simplified horse stance commonly taught lacks this key technique. That kind of stance is called the dead horse stance, mere flashy moves. The horse stance is the step of riding a horse. After all, when riding, you're not on a dead horse, but on a living, galloping warhorse, or even a wild horse. Before long beads of sweat rolled down like soybeans, riding on the wild warhorse, rising and falling, exerting all his strength with every breath. Whenever he felt utterly exhausted, a surge of new vitality spread throughout his body, and Lu Qingfeng let out a comfortable groan. Just like running, when you push through the extreme fatigue, you feel completely refreshed and at ease. But that is merely forcing oneself, over time it could cause great harm to the body. Conversely, the living horse stance is beneficial for health. Lu Qingfeng's only concern was that if he trained his body too well and failed to undergo the transformation, it would be disastrous. practicing without knowing the timing. Lu Qingfeng unknowingly became immersed in the pleasure of training. What he didn't know was that the ring on his pinky finger emitted a gentle glow while his body visibly became thinner. Yet his spirit was becoming increasingly invigorated. It wasn't until he noticed the dawn through the window that Lu Qingfeng was startled and stopped practicing. He then realized he was covered in a mist of white smoke, and there was a pool of sweat on the ground. Lu Qingfeng quickly opened the door quietly and took a mop to clean up the room. With clothes in hand, he hurried into the bathroom. After taking off his clothes, he realized he had become as thin as a skeleton. His eye sockets had sunk in making him look like a ghost. A strong feeling of hunger surged over him. He felt he could eat a whole cow. He realized he had been careless. Practicing martial arts consumed his energy, and the only way to replenish it was through food. So he hurriedly took a shower and got dressed. Quietly, he came to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. His eyes lit up at the sight of the food. After thinking for a moment to avoid raising his parents' suspicions, he chose the refrigerated energy bars. Energy bars are a product of the new era. A bar the size of a pinky contains enough calories for an adult's meal. His family had conveniently stored about 20 of these in the refrigerator. Without hesitation, Lu Qingfeng took all the energy bars back to his room. He gulped them down one by one. The frozen energy bars quickly melted in his stomach, transforming into the energy his body needed. He swallowed 10 in a row before feeling much better, the burning sensation in his stomach gradually dissipating. He took a look in the mirror, but his body looked like a ghost. What should he do? Anyone could see that he had lost quite a bit of weight overnight, at least around 10 pounds. Feeling something, he took out the energy bars and decided to eat them all. Before long, he noticed his reflection in the mirror. He was gradually gaining weight. Because he had been staring at the mirror, he didn't notice the ring was emitting a gentle glow flickering. Looking at himself, the difference was not too significant. He had only lost a little weight. Lu Qingfeng let out a sigh of relief. This way no one would suspect anything. However, it seemed that to practice martial arts, he needed to prepare more energy bars. Otherwise, he would end up exhausting himself through training. It was only then that he had the mood to lift his hand and firmly clench his fist. It felt powerful, and his lower abdomen felt warm. He sensed something was off. Practicing martial arts in dreams wouldn't feel like this. He could barely last half an hour in the horse stance the first time. Yet he had stood for several hours and his body was still holding up. But he thought little of it. Perhaps the situation in dreams wasn't always the same. Despite not having slept all night, he felt energized and not at all sleepy. He even wanted to work on a few practice papers to calm his nerves. Deciding to give it a try, he thought he might as well see if it had any effect. If he still felt drowsy, what was the point of practicing? He quickly went to his desk, took out a math paper, and began working on it earnestly. To his surprise, his mind was clearer than ever before. The things he had learned flashed through his mind like scenes from a movie. He picked up his pen and quickly started solving the problems. The things he usually struggled with were now as if he had opened up his meridians, and his writing flowed effortlessly. Before he knew it, he had finished one paper. Just as he was preparing to tackle the second one, a knock on the door interrupted him. He looked up at the sky and saw the sun rising, signaling the arrival of a new day. In this chapter, there's no need to pay too much attention. Many say it has some cliched elements. However, consider this a small prologue, so don't mind it. A regular senior high school. Lu Qingfeng arrived at the classroom early. He felt particularly good today, as if he had discovered a new continent. Practicing martial arts could actually improve his studies and even cure his excessive sleepiness. This is simply wonderful. He decided to continue practicing from now on. With this bug-like enhancement to his learning, even if he couldn't transform his position, he wouldn't mind. The joy of being a top student, the status you can't even imagine. Scientists are always the most respected figures, especially in this era. The social status of researchers is comparable to that of a top transformer. He picked up a book and began to memorize it. The sound of his reading drew incredulous glances from many classmates. Before long, his deskmate Li Tianran arrived, also looking at him with an incredulous gaze, glancing at the morning sun outside. What the hell? The sun didn't rise from the west today. Did you take the wrong medicine? Or did Aunt you tidy you up? Come on, don't disturb me while I study. I'm a man aiming for Yin University. How you'd be lucky to get into an ordinary university, let alone Yin University. That's just a dream of yours. Oh, who is this? Wanting to attend Yin University? A boy in the last row behind them sneered. Mind your own business, Li Hao. You should focus on being the last in class 3. Maybe you should think about which vocational school you'll attend instead. Li Tianran mocked. Huh, we're all pretty much the same. I won't even boast about going to Yin University. Come on, everyone, listen up. Li Tianran says Lu Qingfeng is going to Yin University. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. The crowd burst into laughter. What the hell? You're looking for trouble. Li Tianran was about to rush over. Lu Qingfeng held him back, stating coldly, fighting in school is truly looking for trouble. Li Hao, if you want to die, I can help you, but whether I go to Yin University is none of your business. Worry about the blemishes on your face instead. You? Li Hao choked his face, turning a mix of blue and red as the blemishes on his face twisted, as if they had come to life. You dare to bet. He'll bet you won't get into Yin University. During morning class time, if you're not studying properly, what are you doing? Li, how do you believe I'll tell the homeroom teacher? A sharp voice interrupted. Class monitor, this is a matter between men. Li Hao said, striking a pose he thought was cool. Lu Qingfeng laughed. Tianran, doesn't this guy look like a stupid rooster? Betting like a child. Lu Qingfeng couldn't be bothered and picked up his book preparing to read. However, Li Hao persistently continued, Lu Qingfeng, are you afraid now? Even a mud bodhisattva has some anger, let alone an 18-year-old hot-blooded youth. He sneered, I originally didn't want to bother with you, but since you want to seek death, they'll help you. We can bet, but don't back out later. Old Lu. Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng raised his hand to stop them. He felt particularly confident. How could he not get into Yin University with his cheat-like abilities? It would be better to die by crashing into a block of tofu. He stared at Li Hao and asked, what do you want to bet on? Li Hao looked into his eyes and felt a sudden panic. Suddenly, he couldn't bear to meet his gaze, but then he thought about how for several years no student from the 5th high school had ever gotten into Yin University. Just based on him. How could that be possible? So he proudly said, let's make it big. If you get in, I'll run naked around the school. If you don't get in, you run naked around the school. Lu Qingfeng coldly laughed, fine. Just remember to cover your face then. Who knows who will be covering their face later? Yin University, no student from our 5th high has ever made it, oh, just based on you. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing their bet, everyone looked at Lu Qingfeng with strange eyes. The class monitor approached, looking both angry and worried. Lu Qingfeng, what kind of bet are you making? Are you crazy? How old are you, acting so immature? Mo Xiaoyu. This is none of your business. It's better to say less than to complain about everything. You? Mo Xiaoyu stomped her feet in anger and returned to her seat crying. Mo Xiaoyu's deskmate shot Lu Qingfeng a glare and comforted her. Xiaoyu, don't cry. Everyone knows that Lu Qingfeng is a straight man of steel, a stubborn youth. It's not worth getting upset over him. Old Lu. This. Li Tianran looked at him worriedly. It's fine. Just think about it. Oh, when have I ever lost a bet? Li Tianran thought about it too. It seemed that this buddy had really never lost a bet before. He himself had been tricked many times. But this time, would it be too big? Running naked? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? If someone recorded it, the whole Hangzhou city would know. Seeing that Li Tianran was still hesitating, Lu Qingfeng patted his shoulder. Trust me. It's just like a martial arts novel. I've already opened up the meridians of learning. Just wait to see that brat running naked. Ew, although it's not very meaningful, it will help him remember his lesson. Lu Qingfeng didn't care whether he believed him and began to study on his own. Learning made him happy. As for Li Hao behind him, to be honest, he didn't take it to heart. Isn't it just jealousy that he and his buddy look much better than him? With his pockmarked face, he just wanted to step on others to show his presence. So this time, let him be thoroughly humiliated. As for the so-called class monitor Mo Xiaoyu, even though they had been classmates since elementary school, in his heart, she was just a tattletale. Every time he made a small mistake, she would always tell the homeroom teacher. Later, she found out the homeroom teacher couldn't manage him. She then told her friend, letting the female devil Shin Qianxuan, who had been his deskmate for 9 years, deal with him. How could he not dislike her? A day passed quickly. Today, he not only didn't sleep, but also energetically reviewed a lot of previous knowledge. Before going home, he first went to the supermarket. He needed to buy high-density energy bars today. He also had to put the supplements he ate last night into the fridge. He planned to keep practicing martial arts a secret for now. In the supermarket, the price of ordinary energy bars wasn't high, but high-density energy bars were not cheap at all. For instance, the kind he had last night, which could provide an ordinary person with a meal's worth of energy, costs only 5 yuan each. However, the energy bar that could last a day costs 5 times more, 25 yuan. The price for 3 days comes to 100 yuan each. For 7 days, it's 500. The highest is 1,000 yuan each for 10 days. As for the energy bars made from star beast meat, that's not something ordinary people can access. They aren't even sold in supermarkets. He thought about it last night. He probably stood still from around 11 o'clock until 5:30, consuming 20 ordinary energy bars over 5.5 hours. He still hadn't fully replenished his body. Therefore, he would need more energy bars, but he had to control his practice time to just 3 hours a day. Of course, he couldn't just practice horse stance. He had to practice techniques as well. Since he decided to practice martial arts, he had to do it well. Moreover, he found that just thinking about practicing martial arts made him incredibly excited. He couldn't wait to start. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he bought 100 energy bars for a day and 200 ordinary energy bars for a meal and put them in his backpack. He went straight home. Tonight, he planned to stay awake all night. Returning home, old Lu went back to the pig farm on the moon while Lu Ma was working overtime at the police station. So today, he was all alone at home. After casually eating an energy bar, he began to solve some problems. He intensely brushed up on his high school knowledge. Immersed in the ocean of knowledge, he was oblivious to the world around him. Until Lu Ma returned and saw him studying late at night, she nodded in satisfaction. After preparing a bowl of late-night noodles for him, Lu Ma went to rest. Lu Qingfeng ate the noodles and thought to himself, is this the joy of being a top student? It turns out that being able to learn is such a joy. After finishing the noodles and washing the bowl, he glanced at the main bedroom where the light had dimmed, indicating that Lu Ma was already resting. Lu Qingfeng returned to his bedroom. He took out the prepared energy bars and started his martial arts training plan. It was still the horse stance. However, to prevent going over time, he set an alarm for himself. It was now 11 o'clock, and he planned to practice until 2 in the morning for 3 hours, and then go downstairs to the park to practice boxing. Every bit of training was essential. Every time he thought of practicing martial arts, his heart would race with excitement. It felt as if something awaited him ahead. Calming his excited heart, he concentrated and gathered his chi. In the horse stance, it felt as if he was truly galloping on a warhorse, rising and falling. In coordination with a special breathing technique, soon beads of sweat, like beans, fell like rain, and mist rose all around him. Fortunately, he had taken off his shirt and was only wearing a pair of shorts. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, the alarm rang, jolting him awake as he turned it off. A strong wave of hunger surged through him. He could not care about anything else and grabbed a day's worth of energy bars, stuffing them into his mouth. Surprisingly, he ate 10 bars before the hunger subsided. His appetite had increased significantly. His originally thin body gradually regained its fullness. Moi. He raised his hand, and as he digested the food, the ring on his finger emitted a shimmering glow. It flickered in and out. He was puzzled. Could it be a divine artifact? A ring that helps convert energy? He became excited. This ring seemed truly extraordinary. A golden finger. A protagonist template. He had read novels before. Online novels had been popular for thousands of years and had never ceased. Even though they followed the same old tropes, they were still enjoyable to read. Who wouldn't want to be the protagonist of their own life, dominating the world, embraced by beauties? Waking with the power of the world in his hands, intoxicated by beauty. With a call, 100,000 soldiers would rush to his aid. As his body gradually healed, the glow of the ring also faded. He realized that it was all the ring's doing. He put on his clothes, grabbed a mop, cleaned the room, and then stepped out with energy bars in hand. Now that he had a divine artifact ring, his desire to practice martial arts grew even stronger. Would he reach the foundation establishment stage? If he swallowed a golden core, could he truly control his destiny? Is this legendary realm real? If he reached it, would it be even stronger than superpowers? After all, there are still many alien races in the cosmos, and humanity is far from being the strongest race. Besides alien races, there are various star beasts, enormous in size, some having powers akin to deities. They could easily destroy a planet. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. He felt it was impossible for them to be stronger than superpowers. He had seen the violent aesthetics of powerful superpowered individuals paired with mechs on television. When they moved, it was with mechs over 100 meters tall, enhanced with superpowers. Just thinking about it felt terrifying. Could practicing martial arts really contend with such mechs? He estimated that he couldn't even break through their shields. Even superpowered individuals who didn't pilot mechs were extraordinarily powerful. Take his mother Yu Xingyan, for example. She was once a level 3 superpowered individual, just a small police officer at the Qingzhou district branch of the Hangzhou Municipal Public Security Bureau. During a field trip, little Lu Qingfeng insisted on seeing his mother's superpowers. Unable to bear his persistence, Yu Xingyan went to a remote area and unleashed 2 fire-based powers. A 10-meter fire dragon spanned the void, and a 10-meter-long fiery blade manifested, cleaving the fire dragon in 2. The air around them warped from the intense heat. Lu Qingfeng still remembered that scene vividly, and that was only at level 3. It was said that his mother was now at level 6 and had become the deputy director and head of the criminal investigation team at the Qingzhou District Public Security Bureau. She had a fiery temper and was vengeful against evil. It's important to note that every time a superpowered individual levels up, it represents a significant mutation, making each promotion a monumental leap. Especially when advancing from level 3 to level 4, that was called becoming a mid-level superpowered individual. Just like his mother, a level 6 superpowered individual, she was one of the top experts in the entire Hangzhou municipal area. A level 4 superpowered individual could pilot a mech, while a level 6 was definitely a formidable expert in the civilian world. As his mother said, if it wasn't for the 2 of them holding her back, she would have long ascended to level 7 and roamed the stars. Level 7 is a huge watershed for superpowered individuals considered high-level superpowers or even royal level. At that point, with personal abilities alone, they could incinerate mountains and boil seas, easily destroying a small town. They could pilot a 300-meter royal mech and traverse the starry sea. This was no joke. Thus, he always felt that the martial arts he dreamt of were nothing more than child's play, with punches landing with ease and instant kills. What use was that? Could a small warrior defeat magic? As for close combat, with the protection of mechs, how could one even get close? In Blue Star, when fighting without mechs, would you dare to fight? The law would remind you that fighting is no game. Would you like to try a 20-year prison sentence for a single punch? If it weren't for his hypersomnia, he later discovered it could enhance his learning ability. He truly would not have practiced such a meaningless thing as martial arts. However, once you start practicing, it truly becomes addictive, and now, with the help of the ring, perhaps it would yield some results. After all, if he really reached the foundation establishment stage, it could have unexpected effects. After all, even in his dreams, he had never seen a martial artist at the foundation establishment stage. Lost in thought, he quickly made his way to the park. He found a secluded spot, set down his energy bars, and prepared himself. Horse stance, the foundation of Bajiquan. To practice Bajiquan, one must first master the horse stance. Otherwise, your Bajiquan would be mere decorative moves. Martial arts emphasize a solid foundation, especially Bajiquan. Without a stable stance, one cannot harness the power of the earth, rendering oneself useless in real combat. Moreover, horse stance training can cultivate qi. Without qi, one can never grasp the essence of Bajiquan and would never enter the first realm Mingjin. Qi flows through hands and feet, generating power. This is Mingjin. He stood at the center of the open space, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and recalled the details of Bajiquan. The name Bajiquan comes from the 8 great moves in the art, utilizing all forms of strikes without reservation. In practicing Bajiquan, one must embody the 8 intentions internally and express the 8 forms externally, generating power in all directions. The 8 intentions are vigilance, panic, ruthlessness, poison, ferocity, intensity, divinity, and urgency. The 8 forms are dragon, tiger, bear, monkey, swallow, dog, eagle, and quail. The 8 directions represent all directions. One must embody the 8 intentions to gain victory and express the 8 forms to generate power in all directions. The essence of the 8 intentions, 8 forms, and power in all directions is based on the principle of extremity, which is the origin of this martial arts name. Beginners should begin with the small frame. Both fists thrust forward from the center, stepping out as the elbows press against the chest. Turn the body, hook the foot, swing left and right. The right hand rises in a high, flashy strike. Wukong offers a passage on the road. He draws the bow and snaps the thrusting fist, advancing with strong, forceful steps. The body tilts in a twisting stance as both arms unfurl like wings. A retreating step conceals intent. A search hand entwine of the groin and elbow returns to the center. But Lu Qingfeng was no novice. In his prior life, he had immersed himself in Bajiquan for decades. In his memory, he had already reached the peak and simply began to fight from the outset. A fist like a falling hammer, a step that shakes mountains. Fortunately, the park was deserted at that hour. Lu Qingfeng practiced over and over until his whole body was soaked through with sweat. Suddenly, inspiration struck. He whipped his arm through a chain of punches. With a crisp snap, the energy flowed fully. Ahead, he happened to notice a solitary ornamental rock. Form and spirit united, guiding qi with intent. Like a tiger hard climbing a hill, he unleashed his strength. One palm slammed toward the viewing stone. With a cracking sound, the stone split. He started staring at his own palm in disbelief. No wound, no pain. He even felt as if he could smash 2 more stones. He hastily dismissed the thought. By the measure of his recollection, this counted as the initial entry into Mingjin, the manifested force stage. That single priceless crack was the proof of Mingjin. What was happening? Lu Qingfeng raised his hand and glanced at the silver ring on his little finger. In the moonlight, it reflected a faint, argent gleam. Could this golden finger be so potent? In his dream, he had begun training at 7 and had spent 11 full years to reach Mingjin by 18. A fist that could split stone. Now in 2 days, he had traversed what had once taken 11 years. He checked the time. Dawn had already silvered the horizon. Clear-headed and invigorated, Lu Qingfeng packed his things and hurried home. He washed and changed quickly, even made breakfast for his mother before leaving for school. When one enters Mingjin, one's mind and learning sharpen as if by some hidden spring. Having entered Mingjin, he even began to study the opponents at Yanda, already calculating their strengths and weaknesses. Even with only a month left, facing a super scholar posed no real obstacle. He had been studying all along, only previously unable to absorb the lessons. Now he only needed to recall what he had learned. To review is to gain fresh insight. It was simple. At 6:30, he was the first to arrive in the classroom. Bathed in morning dew and sunlight, he took up a book and read. 10 lines at a glance, never forgetting what he saw. A sensation he finally understood. Was this the effect of Mingjin? He looked down at the ring on his hand, kissed it, and laughed aloud. It felt as if a hidden advantage had been bestowed upon him. Who could now outmatch him in study? He already pictured himself the provincial top scorer, dazzling on the evening news. He imagined the stunned faces of those self-styled geniuses from first high and second high, especially that so-called female devil. He wanted to let her witness the power of a true scholar. Lu Qingfeng, so early, why are you smiling? A quiet cough. Standing before him was class monitor Mo Xiaoyu, perhaps in an unusually good mood this morning. He suddenly thought Mo Xiaoyu quite pretty and endearing. Unable to help himself, he reached out and pinched her cheek, teasing, I'm in a good mood today. What of it? Mo Xiaoyu's face flushed in an instant. She shot him an indignant glare and hurried back to her seat, feigning the ostrich. Li Hao witnessed the scene and ground his teeth until they almost shattered. He glared at Lu Qingfeng with burning resentment. Lu paid them no mind and simply returned to his reading. With such gifts, would it not be proper to seize the provincial top rank and make a statement? The thought of the female devil's astonished face thrilled him. Besides, now that he had entered Mingjin, he should find an excuse to rough her up and vent. If they parted for university, the chance might never come again. The notion made him even more buoyant. Morning reading passed swiftly. It was Friday, and another test loomed. First period. The venerable Miju Shirtai's history class began as she strode in with a haughty step, clutching a stack of test papers. Instantly, the classroom fell silent. Everyone feared her. She had a habit of summoning parents at the slightest provocation, keeping students perpetually on edge. Students, less than a month remains until the college entrance exam. This is the school's final test. I expect to see improvement. Her cool voice rang out as she handed the papers to those at the front. The students dutifully took one each and passed them back along the rows. By custom, this indeed was the last school test. Next came the city-wide examination scheduled for the following week. It was said to be a mock gaokao. After the city exam, there would be no more tests, only ceaseless practice paper analysis and the final gaokao itself. The educational pattern had endured for years. The only change was the unified curriculum without art or science divisions. The history paper was handed out, a full 150 points. History was a major subject. To read history is to gain wisdom, which is why 3 centuries ago it was elevated to core status. Since then, especially among women, intellect had risen markedly. They understood how precarious their current standing had been, one which opened minds and tempered tendencies toward frivolity. A strong woman means a strong nation. That was no mere saying. Particularly in Dachau, women had long held a relatively high status and often presided over family affairs. Their qualities shaped the next generation. A good wife blesses 3 generations. It was not idle rhetoric. In the 3 centuries since history was emphasized, Dachau's national strength had steadily grown, holding a leading place within the human alliance. Lu Qingfeng took his paper and wrote, as if guided by a muse. The questions were almost wholly from the textbook. Having speed read this morning, he had memorized the 3 years of history essentials. This paper was mere trifles to him. In under an hour, he completed it and went back over his answers. Finding no problems, he raised his hand and declared, report, submitting my paper. With math next, he planned to review thoroughly. Having the option to submit early, he would not squander a moment. From this day, the scholar persona would be established. Many cast glances his way, some astonished, some enraged, some scornful, some worried. Miju Shirtai gave him a single nod. He rose, placed his paper on the teacher's desk, and returned to his seat. Without hesitation, he picked up a mathematics book. How important is math? 200 points. Is that not significant? It is the foundation of every discipline. Even to study supernatural abilities, one must employ mathematics. The formulas behind those powers are derived through calculation. The higher the skill, the more intricate the formula. If you are not a scholar, unless you possess innate psychic talent, you will struggle to master those techniques. Otherwise, you might as well remain ordinary, for mere raw ability cannot substitute for learned skill. Would that not be wasteful? It is like a martial artist with profound internal strength, but no techniques, merely to be pounded without recourse. Just as Lu Qingfeng was seriously studying his math book, Huangfu Xinyu, feeling bored, picked up his test paper and began to glance through it, frowning more and more in disbelief. For instance, during the history exam, if you're caught touching a history book, an alarm will immediately go off. Don't even think about claiming that the book outside is a math book while the one inside is a history book. So this test paper is real. Huangfu Xinyu felt increasingly puzzled. He knew Lu Qingfeng's grades, which had always been stable in the lower middle range. Classes 1, 2, and 3 of the 3rd year in the 5th high school are considered key classes. Logically, with his rank, he should still be able to get into college with some effort. But there's no way he could get a perfect score. That's right, Lu Qingfeng hadn't made a single mistake on his history test. With purely rote memorization of history, wouldn't getting a perfect score be expected? Huangfu Xinyu stood up with a furrowed brow and slowly walked to his side. The classmates around them were startled and quickly lowered their heads to focus on their tests. Lu Qingfeng was studying math formulas. Math cannot be learned through rote memorization. Once understood, everything falls into place. If not, one will never learn. However, it seemed like a light bulb had gone off in his head. The math formulas that had previously seemed like hieroglyphics now appeared utterly simple. He was wholeheartedly engrossed in studying math and didn't notice the arrival of the strict teacher. Huangfu Xinyu observed him diligently focusing on the math formulas and nodded. He knew that the next class would be a math exam. Without saying anything, he directly returned to the podium. Although he had doubts, he chose to temporarily trust Lu Qingfeng. Immersed in a sea of knowledge, he was tireless and oblivious to the passage of time. Even when the bell rang for class, he didn't feel it, until his best friend tugged at his arm. Lu Qingfeng looked up in confusion. Wow, Lao Lu, the teacher, is standing right next to you, and you didn't even lift your head. That's impressive. Lu Qingfeng remained puzzled. The teacher came next to me. When did that happen? Li Tianran stared at him for a moment and incredulously said, Lao Lu, I admire you. In terms of acting cool, I can't compete with you. You win. Come on, I really didn't know. I'm focused on studying math. The exam is coming up, and it's not time to relax. All right, I believe you. You're impressive. If you hadn't submitted your paper so quickly, I would have really believed you. Lu Qingfeng didn't bother to reply. He wanted to seize every moment to study. Time waits for no one. He couldn't waste this good talent. Lu Qingfeng, did you submit your test without finishing it? Lu Qingfeng felt really annoyed. Ignoring Mo Xiaoyu, he continued to focus on his book. Why was it that whenever he wanted to study, there were always distractions? Seeing Lu Qingfeng ignore her, Mo Xiaoyu felt a bit angry. She said, Lu Qingfeng, can you please take this seriously? If you apply yourself, you can definitely get into college. Lu Qingfeng took a deep breath, smiled, put down his book, and said, it's none of your business. You. Mo Xiaoyu's face turned crimson with anger as she stomped her foot and turned to leave. His best friend tugged at him and pointed behind them, saying, Lao Lu, you're too dense. The class monitor is concerned about you. You see someone wants to care, but you're still pushing them away. He didn't need to think to know who it was. He disdainfully said, that's called meddling. Everyone should take care of their own affairs and live their own life well. Damn it, I get bossed around by my mom at home and by teachers at school. Just when I finally have this little break, she still wants to control me. Is it not annoying? Li Tianran shook his head and sighed. I'm not annoyed. She's the school beauty, good grades, and beautiful too. I want her to be annoyed, but she doesn't bother me. Lu Qingfeng was speechless. Don't you think women are annoying? The prettier they are, the more annoying. Haven't you noticed? In his world, that was indeed the case. He didn't have the same thick skin as Lao Lu. All he knew was that he had been bossed around by his mom since childhood. Finally growing up and entering elementary school, he had been bullied by Shun Xinshuan for 9 years. 9 years. Then after the high school entrance exam, Shun Xinshuan went to No. 1 high school and moved away, leaving behind Mo Xiaoyu as a classmate for 12 years. So in his heart, humph. Women only affect his speed in practicing martial arts and studying. Is martial arts not appealing enough, or is studying not interesting enough? However, upon hearing this, Li Tianran patted his shoulder, looking at him with a complex expression, and said, buddy, what you're saying will get you beaten up. You're living in comfort and not realizing it, but I understand you. You love me. Lu Qingfeng was dumbfounded. What kind of bizarre logic is this? Get lost. All right. Shortly after, the math teacher walked in, still holding a large stack of test papers. Lu Qingfeng picked up the math test, took a quick glance, found it easy, and continued writing with great enthusiasm. In less than an hour, he successfully submitted his paper. He returned to continue reading. This afternoon, he would have a Chinese exam followed by physics and chemistry. Then tomorrow morning, he would take biology, this major subject. Currently, biology covers knowledge about alien life and human carcinogenesis. So it is particularly important, a major subject worth 150 points. Once the exams are over, it will be done, and then there's a break. Although it doesn't take up rest time, exams are another matter, and no one will complain. History 150, a Chinese 150, math 200, physics and chemistry 100, biology 150. Currently, there are 5 important subjects in high school, totaling a perfect score of 750 points. Saturday morning. After finishing the last subject, biology, most of the students erupted into celebration. At last, the pleasant weekend had arrived. Old Six want to hit the internet cafe. We can really tear it up. Faced with Li Tianran's temptation, Lu Qingfeng shook his head. No, I'm going home to review. He earnestly told his close friend, Tianran, although your grades are poor, you can't just slack off. Work harder. Don't let your high school years end in regret. After saying that, he patted his shoulder slung on his backpack and left, leaving Li Tianran staring silently at his retreating figure. After a long moment passed, damn, he'll just go home and study too. Lu Qingfeng returned home and without another word began to study. Though he found this exam easy, he knew tests at this stage were often made simpler to bolster students' confidence. Even if he scored full marks on this quiz, he would not grow proud. His aim was to become the provincial champion of Jiangyu province. A mere decent score was nothing to boast about. He harbored another wish, to put his mother wholly at ease so she could finally earn that promotion or transfer to Shanghai. Because of him, she had remained stuck in the small Qingzhou district, wasting precious years. If he attained the provincial top rank, he believed Lu's mother would at last feel reassured. Then he could train in martial arts with a clear conscience. At the thought, he threw himself into studying with renewed fervor. He had practiced through the night again. The more he trained, the livelier he felt, the more he became intoxicated by it. He seemed to be falling into an obsession with the martial path, like the Lu Qingfeng from his dreams, devoted for life, ever pursuing the way of combat. Suddenly, he felt that having a pursuit gave life meaning, a light to look toward. He was no longer aimless and muddled, chasing the illusory dream of Shanghai. He no longer spent afternoons gaming and boasting. Without direction, his life had once felt empty and hollow. Now he could sense his daily progress, as if watching a progress bar advance. He believed that if he continued training like this before the Gaokao, he could enter Onjin, the hidden force. Before university, he might even evolve into the Jin Zongshi realm, the Jin Grandmaster realm, reaching the pinnacle the dream Lu Qingfeng had achieved after decades of practice. He needed only 3 months. The phone rang. Lu checked his wristband. Shenxianxuan. He hesitated, then answered. If he didn't, she might very well come over in person. That would be troublesome. What are you doing? On the video, Shenxianxuan wore a ponytail and a tracksuit, looking as if she were ready to go out for fun. Reviewing. Lu Qingfeng looked up and said casually, "All right then. I wanted you to come climb the mountain with me, but you study. I'll ask Xiaoyu to go instead." Shenxianxuan sounded a little disappointed, yet somewhat pleased. "Oh, have fun. I'm going to study now." Lu hung up and returned to his exercises. He placated her. Whether she was happy or not, she was not his mother, so why fuss? Time always flew when one focused on a single task. At noon, he grabbed an energy bar and continued drilling problems in the afternoon. Unconsciously, he only came to when Lu's mother called him in for dinner. He stretched, his joints popped as he headed to the living room. After washing his hands, they ate. When Lu's mother wasn't working overtime, dinner was always generous. A spread of nourishing Gaokao meals, both delicious and wholesome. "Xiaofeng, how did the test go?" Lu's mother asked as she offered him a rib. As long as her son stayed out of trouble, she was gentle. She understood how enormous the pressure on students was at this time. "Mom, don't worry, it's fine." Lu, his mouth full of food, answered casually. But once he spoke, his mother grew anxious. Her impression was that underachievers often made such claims only to fail in the end. Lu looked up at his mother's worried eyes. "Mom, I'm telling the truth. He'll be in the top 3 this time. Top of the grade, I'm not joking." His mother was half believing, half doubtful, but she knew her son had long borne one virtue: he rarely lied. To be honest, that trait came especially from her brother. A blunt, steadfast sort. What he said, he did. Yet his scores had hovered in the 90s. To suddenly claim a top 3 spot, she naturally found it hard to trust. After the meal, Lu returned to his room. Lu's mother, fretful, cleared the table and then called Huangfu Xinyu, the homeroom teacher. The line connected quickly. "Yujia, good evening. Teacher Huangfu. I wanted to ask, how did my Qingfeng do on the test today?" Huangfu Xinyu felt awkward. It had only been a day, and results normally came out the next day, yet she understood how parents worried over their children's scores. Especially for students like Lu Qingfeng, who could make it to university with effort, but might collapse if he slipped. Parents were inevitably the most anxious. "I'm sorry, Teacher Huangfu. I'm just so unsettled, I had to ask. Sorry to bother you." Lu's mother realized she was over-anxious. The exams had just ended that morning, and the results would be announced soon, but her heart raced nonetheless. "Wait." Just as she was about to hang up, Lu's mother paused, puzzled by the video call. "I can't speak for other subjects, but for history, Lu Qingfeng did very well." Lu's mother leapt for joy. "Thank you, Teacher Huangfu. Thank you." She hung up, ecstatic. It was the first time she had heard the homeroom teacher praise one of her son's subjects so highly. That proved it was truly good. Each time Huangfu Xinyu called, she had been terrified, for it usually heralded trouble. This time was the rare exception of praise. Humming to herself, she opened the door and looked at her son's bedroom light, a faint smile touching her lips. In that moment, even if she were a sovereign-level ability wielder, nothing could outshine a mother's radiance. Time always slips away. Monday morning, Lu Qingfeng made breakfast and headed straight to school. He had noticed that since staying up to train at night and making breakfast for his mother each morning, her gaze toward him had softened considerably. She hadn't even scolded him these days, not a raised voice. He hummed all the way to school. Today, Monday, was the day he planned to show off and silence the skeptics. At the thought of the shocked looks on his teachers' and classmates' faces, his heart nearly soared. He was certain his score would be first in the grade. If not, the grading machines must have made a mistake. After morning reading, everyone in the classroom grew tense. Before long, the homeroom teacher Miju Shirtai entered carrying a stack of papers. She scanned the class, and her gaze stopped on Lu Qingfeng's face. Lu sat up straight, thinking they must be stunned, right? He inwardly grinned. Then the teacher spoke. "This quiz went well. Everyone has made significant progress. There is, however, one student whose improvement is especially remarkable, worthy of praise and emulation by all." Miju paused, looked directly at him, and announced, "That student is Lu Qingfeng." The class turned to stare, and he straightened with a thrill. "All right, hand out the papers. The results have been posted to the class group. Check them yourselves." Everyone hurriedly opened their wristbands to view the scores. All of them stared at Lu Qingfeng in shock. First place Lu Qingfeng, 745 points. What kind of divine score is that? First in grade, not just in class. Especially his deskmate Li Tianran, whose eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lu Qingfeng and whispered, "Old six. Am I seeing things? Is this your score?" Lu Qingfeng replied with annoyance. "I've said it before, I'm the one aiming for Yin University. Now do you believe me?" Li Tianran still couldn't believe it. A buddy who had always scored just slightly better than him had suddenly turned into the top scorer. He glanced at his own score, 486 points, ranked 126. It shouldn't be like this, he usually scores around 500 points. Did he have a sudden burst of genius? Mo Xiaoyu, sitting in the second row ahead, turned around to look at him several times. 745 points, that glaring score. You say he cheated? No one would believe it even if you told them, because even if you tried to cheat you wouldn't reach that score. Then she looked at her own score, second place, Mo Xiaoyu, 682 points. She had fallen behind by 63 points, which made her a bit incredulous. You must understand, during the entrance examination, if it weren't for her sudden illness and poor condition, she would have definitely been admitted to a top school. So throughout her 3 years of high school, she had always dominated as the top student. Unexpectedly, in the end, she was surpassed by someone, and it was Lu Qingfeng. She felt a mix of happiness and sadness. Her emotions were particularly complex. Lu Qingfeng was somewhat smug, but he didn't take it too seriously. He glanced back at Li Hao, who had bet against him, and saw his face dark as a pot bottom. Lu Qingfeng was in high spirits. "All right, let's not make a fuss. Everyone has seen the rankings. Lu Qingfeng lost 5 points for his essay, but everything else is perfect. No one should doubt it, because even if you cheated, who among you could achieve this score?" Even the stern teacher believed it, for this score was undoubtedly that of a top student. Provincial top scorer is not the same as city top scorer. Just thinking about it made her excited. Originally, there was one Mo Xiaoyu in the class whom she considered lucky, but now there was another Lu Qingfeng. The way she looked at Lu Qingfeng now brought her joy. Today she rarely showed a comforting smile. To be honest, when Master Miezhu smiled, she really looked good. Listening to her explain the exam paper, Lu Qingfeng felt pleased. He immediately sent his report card to Lu's mother to share the joy. The class bell rang. "Lu Qingfeng, come to my office for a moment," called the teacher as he left. Lu Qingfeng walked over with his head held high. "What's there to be smug about? It's just luck this time. Ha ha, Li Hao, don't be jealous. Get ready to run with your face covered. 745 points, that's a record-breaking score in our school." Li Tianran laughed out loud. Although his own score was average, his buddy's score was good. Rounding it up, that meant his score wasn't bad either. He couldn't be bothered to care about Li Hao's expression. Lu Qingfeng was right, he needed to step up his game. Now at 486 points, if he worked harder, he could get around 510, which would secure him a place in college. The gap wasn't too big, so he buried himself in his books. It's true that effort can be contagious. In the teacher's office, many teachers looked curiously at Lu Qingfeng, some of whom didn't recognize him. "So this is the Lu Qingfeng who broke our school's test record. Impressive, keep it up, aim for the provincial top scorer. Teacher Huangfu, you have an outstanding student here. 745 points. If he scores this in the college entrance examination, the top scorer is a certainty. While this young man not only performs well academically, but also looks good." Lu Qingfeng, faced with the praise from many teachers, he honestly felt a bit shy. Cough, cough, cough. "Get back to what you were doing. Shall you please take Lu Qingfeng to my office?" When everyone saw the principal, they fell silent. "All right." Huangfu Xinyu realized she had been negligent. Lu Qingfeng was like a giant panda in this school. Everywhere he went, he attracted attention. She took Lu Qingfeng directly to the principal's office. "Lu Qingfeng, teacher, shall you have a seat?" The principal, surnamed Tang, was a middle-aged man who had served as the principal for over 20 years. Today, upon hearing the news, he was particularly excited. It was perfect timing. "Lu Qingfeng, do you have any difficulties in your studies or family?" Lu Qingfeng shook his head, sitting honestly, just wanting to be a good student today. Principal Tang, Lu Qingfeng's family conditions are fine. He usually performs average, but this time he suddenly excelled. Principal Tang nodded, as he had heard of many such students before. Students with average grades often experience a sudden burst of talent, but most of that happened in key high schools. He didn't expect an ordinary school like Wuzhong to have one now, but he understood. So he said gently, "Teacher Xiaoyu, Lu Qingfeng, if you have any difficulties, please let me know in time. The school will do its best to help you." He stood up. "You two have a good chat. I'll step out for a bit." After saying that, he walked out, kindly closing the door behind him. Seeing the principal leave, Lu Qingfeng faced Master Miezhu alone and suddenly felt a bit nervous. Then he thought, wait a minute, my grades are so good now, why should I be afraid of her? So he straightened his back, looked at her, and said, "Mia. Cough, teacher, I still need to review." Huang Fu Xinyu glared at him. "You all gave me nicknames behind my back. I don't think I don't know. I won't scold you this time, but since you did so well this time, I just want to ask, you were consistently scoring between 90100. Was that on purpose?" Lu Qingfeng realized, so that's how it is. Did everyone think he was controlling his scores? Was he crazy? Was there a need to control his scores? But since everyone thought he was controlling his scores, that's fine. He was too lazy to explain. So he simply remained silent, neither confirming nor denying. Seeing Lu Qingfeng not speaking, Huang Fu Xinyu felt helpless, but she accepted it directly, not wanting to push for an explanation. It wouldn't be wise. High school seniors are like half adults, having some secrets is normal. Nothing else. You can go back now. For the citywide unified exam, make sure to score well, no more hiding your talents. Lu Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out pretending to be impressive was so stimulating. However, it seemed the price was a bit steep. Luckily, everyone would fill in the gaps with their imagination, otherwise he wouldn't even know how to explain. It seems that after the college entrance examination, he needed to be more low-key. Returning to the classroom, everyone looked at him as if he were a deity. This man broke the record of the 5th school's exam. However, Lu Qingfeng actually enjoyed this feeling, though he wondered why some people were looking at him with hatred. A glance revealed it was Li Hao, which made sense. He directly sat down in his seat. "Old 6. You're incredible. Come on, can you help me with my math problems? I'm just so overwhelmed." He was quite willing to help his close friend with this suggestion. He also hoped that Li Tianran could go to university. Throughout 3 years of high school, he was the only one who had accompanied him in his wild escapades. So he patiently began explaining the problems to him. Time passed swiftly. On Wednesday evening, Lu Qingfeng returned home. Today was another day when old Lu came back. As the college entrance examination approached, Lu's mother treated him like a treasure during this time. She was willing to provide anything he desired. Even if she was busy with work every day, she made every effort to take care of him. After doing homework for a while, old Lu returned home. As soon as old Lu came back, he stared at him for a long time before letting out a sigh. "No wonder you're my kid, you're impressive." Lu Qingfeng was speechless. He knew old Lu was referring to his grades. At the time, he didn't believe it, and even called Lu's mother to confirm. "Stop talking nonsense, it's time to eat." Lu's mother glared at old Lu. "Come on, Xiaofeng, eat this, have more." She kept serving him dishes. "That's enough, Mom, I can serve myself," Lu Qingfeng quickly said, as there would be no more room in his bowl. "What do you mean enough? Look how thin you've gotten," Lu's mother said with concern. Lu Qingfeng had indeed lost a lot of weight, but he really wanted to tell his mom that it was from training, not from studying. He had been training for a week and hadn't slept at all. He was full of energy every day, which naturally made him lose quite a bit of weight. However, the only downside was that his allowance was running low. After all, he had never saved money before. He spent it all on games and outings. Now he was almost unable to afford energy bars and needed to ask old Lu for some. As for asking Lu's mother for money, that was out of the question, as she would interrogate him for half an hour first, and he didn't like to lie. For money, old Lu was more reliable. After finishing the meal, while Lu's mother was tidying up the dining table, he sat next to old Lu and whispered, "Old Lu, give me some money." Old Lu glanced at the kitchen and replied quietly, "How much?" 10,000. Lu Qingfeng said. Old Lu was taken aback. "So much?" Then he thought for a moment, took out his wristband, and directly transferred the money, chuckling. "I've sent it to you. You're grown up now, right? Are you trying to impress girls?" "Nonsense, it's for other purposes. I'm studying." Lu Qingfeng headed straight to his bedroom. After Lu's mother finished tidying up the table, she came over and asked, "What were you two whispering about?" "Wife, the little rascal has never asked me for money before. He just asked me for 10,000. Lu Qingfeng had no idea that old Lu had immediately sold him out. However, Lu's mother didn't say anything more. "Oh, that's quite a lot. Well, even though Xiaofeng can be mischievous, he doesn't waste money, so it should be for something useful." Sigh. Yes, this little rascal has grown up so fast he knows to ask for money now. Soon he'll take the college entrance exam and go to university. Yenner, you'll be freed, but it's us too who have burdened you. Old Lu's voice was somewhat low. "What are you talking about?" Lu's mother sat beside him, hugging his arm and leaning on his shoulder. "We are a family. After Xiaofeng's college entrance exam, my dad will celebrate his 100th birthday. Let's go visit him." Old Lu was silent for a while. Okay. That night he had a good sleep. Since he had run out of energy bars, his consumption was increasing. He didn't go training that night. It was the first time he had slept since he started training. Surprisingly, he didn't dream and woke up feeling refreshed. He was still called up by Lu's mother. "Xiaofeng, hurry up and get up. Today is the citywide exam." "Got it, I'll be right there." After washing up and getting dressed, there was no morning study today, and his exam venue was at the nearby 3rd high school. It was just a short walk away. "Do you want me to accompany you?" Old Lu asked. Lu Qingfeng, with a bun in his mouth, waved his hand and dashed out the door. He didn't want to embarrass himself by needing his parents to accompany him to an exam. Fortunately, transportation was very convenient now, with maglev tracks everywhere, so there were no traffic jams. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of Third High School. Third High School was also considered a key high school bridging the gap. He took out his admission ticket and entered the exam room. This ticket was valid for the college entrance exam, hence, it was called a simulated exam. It was meant to let students experience the atmosphere of the college entrance exam in advance, so they wouldn't be nervous, flustered, forgetful, or fall ill. Sure enough, there were a bunch of parents waiting outside the school. It seemed that this situation couldn't change in Daxia. Lu Qingfeng entered the exam room, spinning his pen with his fingertips. He waited calmly for the exam to begin, completely unfazed. Before long, the bell rang, and the teacher walked in with the exam papers. This citywide exam was no different from the usual tests. It started with history, followed by mathematics, then Chinese, physics, and chemistry. The next morning was biology. If it were the college entrance exam, they would have to start injecting cancer cells in the afternoon for mutation. Results would be released on site. The cultural exam results would also come out within 3 days, followed by filling out preferences. The efficiency was very high. A day of exams passed quickly. This exam's questions were considerably more challenging than previous ones, almost on par with the actual college entrance exam. However, for Lu Qingfeng it was quite simple, and he felt no pressure. He submitted his paper early and stopped by the supermarket before heading home to buy some energy bars to put in his bag. Without energy bars, he was forced to skip training last night, and now felt uncomfortable all over. His bones felt itchy, but without energy bars he really didn't dare to train, fearing he might overexert himself. This ring was too powerful. When buying energy bars, he didn't even bother looking at the lowest grade ones since they were of little use. He directly bought the 25 yuan ones and alternated with the 100 yuan ones quickly, spending all his money. Looking at the decimal balance in his digital bank, he sighed. He needed to make money now. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and laughed. He could give it a try. The next day, during the biology exam, he finished in less than an hour and left, heading straight back to 5th High School. Since their classroom at 5th High School was occupied, he went to the playground instead. The playground lay empty. Bored, he began practicing Baji Quan, the fierce, explosive art of close-quarters striking. Only when the bell rang to signal the end of the exam did he wipe the sweat from his brow. He gnawed on an energy bar as he headed toward the classroom. Against the flow of students, he slipped into his own room, passing clusters of pupils who chattered about the questions they had just answered. That paper was brutal. If the college entrance exam is like this, I'm doomed, one fretted a voice from someone of middling ability. Not that hard, another scoffed with a lazy confidence. I felt it was easy and my score won't be low. The first voice betrayed a student of average talent. The second was plainly a slacker. A top performer merely shrugged. I think it was all right. When he returned to the classroom, there was no one there. The room felt deserted. A phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he recognized his mother and answered. On the video, she wore a police uniform, every inch the proud, capable figure she always seemed to be. Finished? She asked. Yes, Mom. Don't worry, it'll be fine. You go to work and leave it to me. Oh, wait for me to take first place in the citywide exam. She laughed delightedly. Someone called to her off screen, and she turned, saying, Xiaofeng, I have to go. Tell me what you want for dinner tonight. All right, bye. And hung up in a flurry. Lu Qingfeng smiled to himself. First in the city. He had to win it, if only to indulge the boast he would lay before his mother. Another call came shortly after. He assumed it might be Lao Lu, but the screen revealed the she-devil instead. He hesitated, then answered. Xiao Yozi, why are you back at school? Did you hand in early again? She launched into a storm of scolding. Sensing the coming torrent, Lu Qingfeng cut her off. I've got the city first in the bag. Lu Qingfeng will take it. The pretty girl in the video went momentarily dumbfounded, mouth agape, as she stared at him. You didn't get a fever, did you? She shot back. Don't think that last school's 745 means there are no talents in Hangzhou. This test was much harder. You can't be careless. She stopped mentioning early submissions. Fine, I know. My mother isn't even as nagging as you. Okay, I'm hanging up. Wait a moment. She pressed on. What now? He muttered, impatient. Are you free this weekend? No, I have to study. He shot back. Then I'll come to your house and study with you. He gaped inwardly. The she-devil was relentless. He scrambled for an excuse. I've already made plans to help Li Tianren study at his place, he blurted. Oh, okay, Shin Xinshuan replied, sounding a little let down. All right, someone's at the door. I have to go by. He hung up and breathed out at last, freed from her for the moment. He thought for a moment. Wasn't he supposed to give her a little thrashing? Perhaps later, once he had entered Anjin and steadied himself. He felt the change approaching. Once he tapped into Anjin, he could practice more advanced stance work and refine other fighting methods. Time passed, and classmates drifted back one by one. He saw Li Hao coming along with his head bowed, and called him over, seizing the younger boy's sleeve. Li Hao. Ahem. We're classmates. Why don't we change the wager? Li Hao's eyes lit up. In recent days he had eaten poorly and slept worse. That bet had gnawed at him. He regretted his choice with bitter intensity. Who would have thought his own scores would explode like that? Why provoke Lu Qingfeng, that hothead? Besides, he clearly disliked the class monitor. He nodded eagerly. Yes. We're all classmates, there's no need to make things awkward. What shall we change it to? Lu pretended to ponder, then said, Li Hao, I know your family is well off. Let's bet money. How about that? Li Hao regarded him warily. Why this sudden generosity? The nickname Lao Lu signified not only his household rank. Lu Qingfeng was truly the sixth son at home. Had he done poorly this time? Was admission to Yin University slipping from his grasp? Li Hao's thoughts raced. Seeing no reply, Lu gave him a slap on the shoulder. The smack landed. Oof. Li Hao doubled over, clutching his shoulder. Lu Qingfeng flinched. He had forgotten to restrain his force. The casual clap had been far from gentle. Heavier than ordinary hands, even a non-lethal strike from a martial practitioner carried power most could not bear. Lu hurried to help Li Hao to his feet. Are you all right? I promise. Li Hao scrambled away from him, thinking privately that a momentary hesitation might have cost him his life. The blow had felt as if it would split his shoulder in two. So how much is fair? Lu asked, relieved that Li Hao seemed intact. You decide, Finga. Li Hao gasped, calling him with forced respect. Li Hao rubbed his shoulder and peered under his shirt. Hiss, a red mark had bloomed. He stared at Lu with alarm. Was this man some sort of monster? It was terrifying that such power existed even before he had truly awakened. How about 100,000? Lu suggested after a moment, naming an amount Li Hao could conceivably produce. After all, they were only high schoolers. Even wealthy families could not always produce vast sums on a moment's notice. All right, that's fine. Li Hao stammered. He nodded like a chicken pecking grain, then asked cautiously, Funga, may I go back now? Lu looked at him oddly. Of course, I'm not stopping you. Li Hao hurried back to his seat, relieved. Lu turned away, too indifferent to bother, musing that it was absurd Li Hao still called him Funga. Did the slap make him stupid or merely frightened? Lu glanced back and saw Li Hao's eyes shrink in fear. The boy stammered, what was that for? Nothing. I was just checking if you could take it, Lu replied coolly. Li Hao lowered his head in meek shame. Lu thought of how many boasters were cowards when push came to shove. If a single slap could settle things, why bother with words? He did not worry about the money. He knew where Li Hao's family lived. If the boy tried to renege, Lu could always pay them a visit. He smiled to himself. Time flowed on, and almost everyone returned. It was Miju who magnanimously called for free time, come back in the afternoon to review. A cheer rose, and the students dispersed. Hey Lao Lu, what's up with Li Hao? He seems to be avoiding you all of a sudden. Li Tianran bumped shoulders with him and asked. Lu Qingfeng had been about to shove back when he remembered the earlier incident and stopped. I changed the wager with him, he said. Li Tianran whistled softly, glancing around to be sure no one overheard. Seriously, you didn't leave him naked or something? What did you change it to? I meant, what was there to see in that bet? I switched to money. 100,000, Lu said plainly. Li Tianran's eyes widened. He looked around again and lowered his voice. Playing that big? Lu shrugged. Is that so big? Li Tianran shook his head. My parents' salary is barely a little over 100,000 a year. That's a lot to wager. Lu had never cared much about money. Whatever he wanted, Lu's mother would arrange. Pocket money was enough for him. If there was something he wanted that Lu Ma did not approve, a word to Lao Lu and the next day it would arrive. In terms of family circumstances, he was fortunate, and for a while he had believed money was easy to come by. Perhaps it was because his parents had protected him too well, and the school prohibited comparison. Thus, many students, including him, were completely unaware of the power of money. It is only the students from average families who come to realize the importance of money early on. For instance, his deskmate Li Tianran comes from a modest background and has average grades. In truth, most people are like this. Upon realizing the significance of 100,000 yuan, he suddenly felt that Lao Lu was genuinely kind. Although he did not know how much Lao Lu and Lu Ma earned. However, he directly gave away 10,000 yuan without asking a single question. He was deeply moved and decided to properly thank Lao Lu later. Today was the first time he heard his close friend say such a thing, so he was quite surprised and said, oh, I see. That's quite a lot. But Li Hao, that guy always brags about how wealthy his family is. It can't be fake, right? That's true. I've heard his family has a mine on Mars. They should be quite rich. Lu Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Li Hao's family might be poor, which would be truly awkward. If Li Hao was just bragging and came from an ordinary family, it would not be appropriate for him to actually go and ask for money. After all, it was just a bet among students. Then it settled, 100,000 in hand. Li Tianran laughed along. Come on, I'll tutor you. You really need to step it up, brother. We're going to college together. Okay, Li Tianran replied earnestly. Last-minute efforts may not be the best, but they can still shine. The time for studying always passes quickly. The day swiftly passed. Tomorrow was the delightful weekend, and he decided to give himself extra work, continuing to explain the exam paper to his close friend. Tianran, tomorrow I'll go to your house to continue tutoring you. Remember, you asked me to come over. If Qinshuan asks, just say that. All right. Li Tianran scratched his head. After all, this wasn't the first time. Every time he wanted to avoid Shen Qianxuan, Lu Qingfeng always used him as a scapegoat. It's a promise. Don't betray your bro. Got it. Li Tianran sighed as he watched Lu Qingfeng's back. He's handsome too. Why do girls like Shen Qianxuan and Mo Xiaoyu flock around him? He scratched his head, puzzled. Was it because he was straightforward? Normally when he saw beautiful girls he would stutter, while Lu Qingfeng would often just say a word, get lost. Or what does it matter to you? The effect was explosively good. He remembered that Mo Xiaoyu had been told countless times. Yet she still kept a close eye on him, and his grades were average. Every time they secretly went to an internet cafe to play games, Mo Xiaoyu would complain, but why didn't she ever complain about him? Whenever there was good food, she would be the first to share it with him, but he never saw her eat. But thinking of this buddy, he was truly a steel-straight man, and he couldn't help but smile. Perhaps when heaven opens a window for you, it really does close another door. He instantly felt his mood brighten, humming a tune as he returned home. Time always slips away unknowingly. On the weekend, the female tyrant did not come looking for him, but sent him a few messages. Lu Qingfeng was too lazy to reply, focusing on reviewing with Li Tianran. Then he practiced martial arts crazily at night. He discovered that he had started to become enamored with this lifestyle. Unresting and sleepless, he felt invigorated. He knew it must be thanks to the mysterious ring's effects. He also wondered why in his dreams he always wore this ring, but did not experience such effects. Otherwise, he would have probably broken through to a higher realm long ago. He wouldn't have died with such deep regrets. Monday arrived, a beautiful day, as he now used school as his rest time. The countdown banner in the teaching building had changed to 18 days. Numerous students hurriedly passed through the teaching building. The tense atmosphere filled the entire campus. Lu Qingfeng walked into the classroom with ease, sat down, opened his book, and began his morning reading. In the morning, Huangfu Xinyu entered the classroom with a light step. Her smile on the corner of her mouth was unmistakable. Everyone was taken aback, their jaws nearly dropping. Mingjue was actually smiling, which was akin to unraveling a millennium-old mystery. Everyone curiously looked at Mingjue, and it seemed that this time's exam results must be good. Otherwise, how could Mingjue be in such a good mood? They also discovered that when Mingjue smiled, she was truly beautiful, like the bliss of a first love. Ahem. Well, I have good news to announce. Huangfu Xinyu scanned the entire class of students, finally fixing her gaze on Lu Qingfeng. Everyone looked at him, anticipating her good news. Now I will post the results of the citywide exam in the class group, and everyone can check their rankings based on their names. Of course, the top 100 can see it directly. After speaking, she opened her wristband and clicked a few times. Everyone opened their wristbands, and in no time all eyes were focused on Lu Qingfeng. Voices of disbelief arose. What the hell? What the hell? Lao Luyu. This is too exaggerated, right? Lu Qingfeng glanced at the report card and smirked. Basic skills, don't be modest. First place, Lu Qingfeng. History 150, Chinese 148, Mathematics 200, Physics Chemistry 100, Biology 150, total 748. He immediately sent the report card to Lu Ma and Lao Lu. He could imagine their joy. Beast, is this a score that a human can achieve? What the hell? We truly have a god emerging from our school. Last time during the school exam it didn't feel like this, but this time the citywide exam was so difficult and his score was even higher. There's definitely some score manipulation. It must have been controlled before. No wonder they all call him Lao Lu. He really is a survivor, bursting forth at the end. Have you thought about our feelings? I keep wondering how he scored 200 in math. It must be so hard. Because the test paper only has that many points. The classroom instantly turned into a vegetable market, with everyone discussing incredulously. Many people didn't even check their own scores, yet they were astonished. One must admit that the phenomenon of gossip ran deep in everyone's heart. Clap, clap, clap. Huangfu Xinyu slapped the podium hard a few times. Everyone quieted down. The first place, as everyone can see, is our Lu Qingfeng from class 3 grade 3, who everyone else should learn from him. His recent hard work has also been evident to all, which shows that effort at critical times is indeed useful, as last-minute efforts may not be the fastest but can still shine. Not to waste youth, not to waste time. The crowd's emotions were also stirred by the teacher's voice, and they shouted in unison, not to waste youth, not to waste time. Time slips away unnoticed. With just 3 days until the college entrance examination, neither parents nor teachers dare to speak loudly to the students. Even when mistakes are made, there is only comfort, no reprimands. Come on, Xiaofeng, eat more. Why have you lost weight again? Mom Lu, feeling heartbroken, quickly served her son some dishes. It's fine, Mom. Losing a bit of weight is good. Oh, look how energetic I am. Here, Dad, you've worked hard to eat more. Lu Qingfeng mimicked his mother, directly serving food to old Lu. With the college entrance examination approaching, old Lu had also sorted out the pig farm matters to come home and help Lu Qingfeng prepare. I told you not to come back. I'm fine. You just wait to be parents of a top scorer. You little rascal, your dad is just worried about you. The college entrance examination is the most important moment in life. How can parents not be involved? Exactly, Xiaofeng, your dad is right. I support him. Mom Lu chimed in. Lu Qingfeng pouted, continuing to munch on his food. He had run out of money recently and could only indulge at the dining table. He could already feel that he was on the verge of breaking through his dark energy. Tonight, he still had a few 100 energy bars left. Perhaps they would help him break through to dark energy. You little rascal, let me tell you, you're just like the gaming account your mom and I trained. Now that the gear is finally complete, we can't let you take all the credit. We should be involved too. Lu Qingfeng. He looked up in astonishment at old Lu. So you think of me as a gaming account? Thus he inadvertently said. Why don't you two create a secondary account? Old Lu. Mom Lu. You little rascal, are you looking for a fight? As he spoke, old Lu raised his hand in a gesture as if to hit. But he ended up laughing first. Lu Guoping, look at what Xiaofeng has learned from you. In response to Mom Lu's complaint, old Lu naturally had to comfort her. Cough cough. You little rascal, look how upset you've made your mom. Old Lu glared at him, then coaxed Mom Lu, saying, Don't mind him, come on dear, eat some vegetables. Get lost, you're such a troublemaker. Mom Lu swatted old Lu's hand away and shot him a glare. Lu Qingfeng looked disdainfully at old Lu, silently repeating to himself, He is my dad, not a sycophant. But there was nothing he could do. Mom Lu only responded to this approach. After dinner, Lu Qingfeng went straight back to his room, not wanting to be fed dog food. He took out his exam papers to review. Late at night, Lu Qingfeng glanced outside. His parents had already returned to their bedroom. He locked the door and stood in a horse stance. His form was like a surge akin to a galloping horse. Holding the reins, his breath was like the sound of a hammer striking. Soon Lu Qingfeng was surrounded by white mist, his body steaming. This was the evaporation of moisture caused by intense physical activity, and he visibly appeared to be losing weight. The glow from the ring on his right hand grew increasingly bright, until it began to dim. Lu Qingfeng gathered his energy, exhaling as a plume of white vapor shot from his mouth. Like an arrow, it pierced through the window, the air cracking with a loud sound. Just a membrane away from breaking through the run and do meridians, my energy will flow freely into dark energy. If bright energy is hard to obtain, then dark energy allows chi to pass through the spine, breaking through the legendary run and do meridians in martial arts. This greatly enhances the power of the energy, allowing it to be emitted through the skin. Injured, barely scraping by. A master of bright energy makes their strikes obvious. A master of dark energy can lightly touch you. Once dark energy is released, the injury could be far worse than that caused by bright energy. Energy emitted through the skin capable of shattering stone with punches. This is dark energy. He quickly took out the remaining energy bars, enough to sustain an adult for 3 days, worth $100, and stuffed them into his mouth. He swallowed them whole, having consumed 5 in total. He raised his hand. The ring shone brightly, and his body gradually became more robust. What in the world is this? So incredibly magical. Is it energy transformation? Superpowers don't seem to work like this. In his impression, if a superpowered individual hasn't learned superpower skills, they are no different from ordinary people, except their physical quality would be much better. Looking at the last 2 energy bars, Lu Qingfeng fell into contemplation. Should he go practice in the park? Exerting full force while punching consumes no less energy than standing in a horse stance. To break through dark energy, merely standing in a horse stance is not enough. He must break through while punching. When punching, the heart follows the fist, and the chi follows the heart. However, the horse stance is merely a method to gather energy, and cannot allow the chi to flow through the body. This is the magic of martial arts. Both skill and technique are indispensable. Gritting his teeth, he decided to go for it. At worst, he would just take it easy and not lose too much weight. He was stuck at a membrane. If he didn't break through it, he might not even be able to sleep properly. He dressed quickly, stealthily opened the door, and glanced at his parents' room. The lights were off. He quietly slipped out. He rushed to the park. Taking a deep breath, he began practicing Bajiquan. The park was immediately filled with sounds of violent strikes. Pa, pa, pa. The grass was unknowingly trampled into several large pits, dirt flying everywhere. Puff. Uncertain of how many times he had struck, his body emitted sounds like bursting bubbles. His back felt as if hot water had been poured over it, a wave of heat breaking through his spine, reaching the surface of his skin. Lu Qingfeng directly grabbed a small branch nearby. Crack. The small branch snapped in response. I've done it. A frightening light shot from Lu Qingfeng's eyes, but unfortunately no one was there to see it. He quickly consumed the remaining 2 energy bars. Damn. Lu Qingfeng extended his hand, looking at his still somewhat thin body. This is going to be difficult. It's best to sneak out in the morning. Otherwise, if Mom sees him, she will surely cry, and she might even take him to the hospital for a checkup. He glanced at the ring again, cursing under his breath. Fortunately, the feeling of hunger was not too severe. He could endure it. Upon returning home, he didn't dare to sleep. He wasn't even sleepy, so he simply read for a while. Around 6 o'clock, he directly sent a message to Li Tianran. When you come to school, bring me 2 energy bars that can last for 3 days. Remember, make it quick, they'll be waiting for you on the playground. After sending it, he directly went out. He must not let old Lu and Mom Lu see him. As soon as he got on the light rail, he received a reply from Li Tianran, one word good. Lu Qingfeng sighed in relief. Ordinary energy bars had lost their effect. He had tried 1 meal's worth. Eating it was like not eating at all. The 25 energy bars still had some effect, but not much. Apart from feeling full, they didn't allow his body to recover quickly. He thought that since he had just entered dark energy, it might be better to rest for a few days. If he went to ask old Lu for money again, that would be a bit tricky. He should start thinking about how to make money. The saying in ancient times, those who are poor in culture are rich in martial arts, seems to be true. Without money, practicing martial arts is equivalent to seeking death. On the playground, runners were already arriving in dribs and drabs. Lu Qingfeng sat in a corner waiting with quiet patience. He noticed another subtle detail. He found his heart calmed far more easily now. Before, he would flare up at the slightest provocation and snap at people. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have phoned Li Tianran several times by now to hurry him along. Yet now he could sit and wait in silence, inwardly anxious but able to regard the matter with composure. Was this a psychological shift brought on by that hidden force? Soon Li Tianran came running over breathless and handed him 2 energy bars. Here, what the hell? Who are you? Lu Qingfeng ignored him, snatched the bars and said, "You're not fully awake, are you? I'm going to the restroom, I'll be right back." He hurried toward the track's restroom before Li could react. On the way, he quickly wolfed down both energy bars. His body revived, as if an inflating balloon. Li rubbed his eyes and shook his head, bewildered. Am I seeing things? Am I still half asleep? Before long, Lu Qingfeng returned. Li glanced again and slapped his forehead hard. Ran too fast. I must have been seeing things, Li said, scratching his head. Come on, let's go to class. They entered the classroom, the bright lights washing over the students' faces. Li stared at Lu Qingfeng, dumbfounded. Lao Lu, why do I feel you're different? After a long moment, he finally spoke. Really? In what way am I different? Lu was startled. Surely nothing was amiss, he thought. Your face hasn't changed, but your bearing. Do you know? Your bearing has shifted. You don't seem like a mere person anymore. Really? Really? All right, have you been possessed? What the hell? Lu, tired of Li's theatrics, slapped a test paper onto his face. Get a life and do a couple of practice exams. The exams are almost upon us. Teachers said these days to relax a bit. It's actually good for the tests. But Lao Lu, I'm serious. Look, lots of the girls are sneaking glances at you. Lu glanced around. Many girls suddenly flushed scarlet. He touched his face, certain there had been no change. Don't touch it. I mean your aura. Your face is the same Lao Lu face, it's just not like the old you. Lu fell silent. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm serious, Li said earnestly. I'm not the only one who noticed. He tried an analogy. The old you wore the same face, but looked like an ordinary person. Now you give off an almost immortal, ethereal vibe, you know. Like someone about to renounce the world, to withdraw from worldly affairs. It's hard to describe. Don't believe me? Look in the mirror. Oh please, you're the one renouncing the world. Cut the theatrics and study your books. Lu replied irritably, but the notion troubled him. A change in bearing was awkward to handle. He hadn't actually altered his temperament, only his mindset had shifted a little. What nonsense, renouncing the mundane. His mother would have his head. Doubting it, he rose and moved to the second row. He tapped the class monitor on the shoulder. After all, he had teased virtually every girl in class, and only Mo Xiaoyu had put up with him for 12 years without leaving. What is it? Mo Xiaoyu dared not look at him. She had been one of the girls stealing glances earlier. Lend me your mirror. Did you bring one? Here. Mo rummaged in her drawer and tilted the mirror toward him. Lu took it, placed both hands on her head, and turned it so he could see. Is your neck stiff? Mo was speechless. Her face burned as she knocked his hand away. Oof, she murmured, shaking her hand. You get away. What's wrong with you? Lu muttered, returning to his seat with the small mirror. He studied his reflection. At first glance, there was something different. Upon closer inspection, it was still the same face. Handsome, merely a touch less dazzling than one might expect. Do you think the change is dramatic? Li leaned over and whispered. I told you, I wasn't just half asleep. You've really changed a bit. What on earth have you been doing? As if. Look closely, it's the same. You know nothing. This is the air of a top student. Haven't you heard knowledge lends one a noble bearing? You call it renouncing the world. You're being ridiculous. Lu replied with quick wit. Li scratched his head, puzzled. Now that you put it that way, it seems plausible. So study earnestly. Then your bearing will refine too. Li nodded thoughtfully. Lu rose and returned the mirror to the class monitor. The Gaokao was imminent. Everyone did their best to ease their own pressure. They said there were only 3 opportunities in life that could change one's fate. 1 is reincarnation, 2 is the Gaokao, 3 is marriage. You can't choose your next birth. Marriage depends on fate, and effort often counts for little there. Only the second can be chosen by oneself. As for saying you'll change your life through work, sorry, in the modern age, hoping work alone will remake your destiny is no easier than picking your next life. The Gaokao directly determines your future vocation. What other changes remain? If your major doesn't fit, employers won't take you. Nowadays, universities teach solid substantive skills. Even technical schools impart genuinely practical abilities. Trying to skate by is impossible. You want to get your diploma. Without a diploma, you become marginal, forced to rely on welfare to get by. There will be no real job opportunities. Thus, the Gaokao stands as the most important checkpoint in life, so important that no one dares show the slightest contempt. Some fiddled with their wristbands watching videos or films, others chatted. Teachers wouldn't come these days. This brief respite was meant to let students relax and meet the greatest test of their lives in their best shape. Holy! Look at Yenjing University's announcement, it's gone viral. A classmate suddenly shouted, jolting Lu Qingfeng out of his bookworm trance. He had been following Yenjing University, the nation's finest, none other matched it. He opened his wristband and searched for Yenjing. Yenjing University announced a new college for the new semester, the Guoshu Institute, welcoming students who love Guoshu national martial arts to enroll. The comments beneath exploded. What on earth is Guoshu? You don't know? Guoshu is about killing enemies, not putting on a show. Wow, Guoshu's back. Flashy ornamental techniques. What's the point of that? Seeing Guoshu, all I can say is folks, times have changed. Supernatural powers run rampant now. What use is Guoshu? It's just idle chit-chat material. I've seen things about Guoshu, but it's useless. What era are we in to still practice this stuff? Ha ha ha, this kills me. Has Yenjing lost its prestige? If they're inviting an ancient old art like Guoshu, they'll concede defeat. 1, if they can recruit anyone ill, do a handstand and eat my hat. 2, if they can recruit anyone ill, eat my hat 3 times. 10086, ill, eat an entire cesspit. Lu Qingfeng idly scrolled through a few comments. They were all denouncing Guoshu. To be fair, some of their points were sound. People, times truly have changed. Yet on reflection, the very fact that the academy had been established suggested Guoshu might hold some value after all. The story about Yanda shot straight to the trending list. Numerous articles dissected Yanda's move. One headline declared in alarm that Yanda's Guoshu Institute consisted of only a single building. See that antique-looking house? That is the newly built Guoshu Institute. It sits in a secluded corner of Yanda's rear garden, remote and quiet. The premises are not tiny, but they look desolate. Yanda itself probably realizes that the Guoshu Institute will struggle to recruit students. Yanda's entrance scores are among the highest in the greater Xia academies. Who would choose a major with so uncertain a career path? The commentator guessed Yanda had opened Guoshu to experiment whether it could be combined with Mecha. Thus, the institute was painted as a laboratory rat, not recommended. Gambling with one's life like that is frivolous. One voice wrote, the building is beautiful. Carved dragons and phoenixes, antique and majestic. I like the house, but Guoshu. Huh. Another sneered, the house is lovely, but as for the guinea pigs, think twice. Anyone who can get into Yanda would never pick this pathetic major. Are they out of their minds? The web erupted. Everyone debated what Yanda's intention might be. Most believed it was to test Guoshu's compatibility with Mecha. Yet no one deemed the experiment credible. How powerful are those supernatural abilities? What on earth is Guoshu? Some dismissed Guoshu as mere bluster, flashy but ineffectual. Worse than modern combat sports, they said. Others argued that existence justifies itself. If Yanda launched the program, there must be reason. That view won many nods. After all, Yanda is the premier academy of the Human Alliance. If it were an experiment, it might have sense. Still, most people remained pessimistic about its employment prospects. Guoshu was not fashionable. History, literature, finance, information, artificial intelligence, mecha combat, mecha maintenance, physics, chemistry, biology, warship command, unmanned aerial command, intelligent army command. The list of hot majors went on. With so many in-demand fields to choose from, why pick Guoshu? The comments tore into it relentlessly. Nobody thought it useful. Even Lu Qingfeng found the major dubious. University training now lasted 6 years. No separate master's or doctorate, making the decision weightier than before. 4 years of theory followed by 2 years of practical training. Other majors had clear venues for practicum. Research institutes, the military corporations. Where would Guoshu students go for hands-on experience? Where would they find employment after graduation? That was a huge question. Old Lu, look at Yanda's Guoshu Institute. They're being ripped apart online. Who in their right mind would sign up for that? Lu Qingfeng ignored him with a nod and went on searching Guoshu-related news. The verdict was the same, condemnation. He felt a little dispirited. Could Guoshu truly have no future? A stubborn part of him refused to accept it. Though skeptical, he still hoped for a miracle. He sighed and returned to his studies. He was already researching university curricula, Yanda's Mecha Academy. This was the program he intended to apply to. Lu's mother had once graduated from the Jiangnan University Mecha Academy and been the pride of her class. Yet she had been won over by old Lu, who ran an animal husbandry department at a technical school, an irony that made Lu Qingfeng admire old Lu all the more. The academy was split into mecha combat and mecha maintenance. The required scores were terrifying, especially for the combat track, which demanded combat-type abilities. Without such powers, they would not admit you. Graduates were handed golden prospects. Major corporations vied for them, but most entered the military, crossing the starry seas to carve out territory for humankind. Lu's mother joining the police system had been astonishing, if she had done it for old Lu, serving faithfully beside him as a policeman for nearly 20 years. On another note, at the Lu household, Lu's mother had not gone to work today. Old Lu had returned, and the couple would surely spend some lingering time together. At this very moment, they lay in bed talking softly. Yenner, when Xiaofeng goes to university, you should pursue your dream. I will take care of him. You have suffered for so many years for this family. You have given so much. Old Lu held her and spoke in a low voice. Yu Shengyan said nothing, nestling her head into his chest, her expression torn. Also, in a while, your father's 60th birthday will come. We should prepare and go visit him. He may not like me, but after all, I did give him a Zhuang Yuan grandson. Darling. Yu Shengyan hugged him tighter. If you don't want to go, we needn't. I can take Xiaofeng alone. Old Lu shook his head. We cannot keep hiding after all these years. There's no need to cower. He is not going to kill me. Our child is going to university. Everything is settled now. Yu Shengyan suddenly sat up, delighted. If Xiaofeng truly becomes top scholar, perhaps my father will relent and not reprimand you, out of respect for Xiaofeng. Old Lu nodded, smiling at the thought. Honestly, that brat gave us such a surprise. My son has the bearing of a top scholar. Huh. I must save more for him so that he will have no worries about money, Old Lu added. At that moment, Yu Shengyan asked, by the way, darling, did the agricultural authorities' actions affect your pig farm? Pork prices have gone up. Old Lu chuckled. They did, but for the better. Many illegal farms were shut down, so my legitimate operation earns more. The pork price surge is proof. That's good, she said. The two sank into a comfortable silence. Honey, she hesitated. Old Lu sighed, realizing he could not remain selfish. He knew that if he coaxed her, she would stay and grow old with him. He had already selfishly bound her to his side for 20 years. She belonged to the starry seas, not to this small, worn city where time slipped away. Yenner, I know what you mean. I told you before, I support you. Go. You are still young, and you are a levels even ability user. I cannot keep you bound to me. You belong to the cosmos. Yu Shengyan clung to him and wept. Her fire affinity was unparalleled. She had reached level 7 a year ago, and the military had issued transfer orders to her many times. Back then, she had been unable to leave because their son was still in the second year of high school. Now that he was about to enter university, she ought to pursue her ideals. Her life stretched long ahead. As a levels even mutated ability user, she could expect to live at least 700 years. Her only real worry was leaving old Lu behind. He was an ordinary commoner, a level 1 mutant with no abilities. His lifespan would be comparatively short beside hers. Beyond going to the stars herself, another crucial motive was that by earning meritorious deeds, she could obtain special items that extended life, thereby lengthening old Lu's years. In the year 1227 of the new calendar, on June 17th, it was the day of the college entrance examination. Early summer, the morning breeze carried a hint of coolness, instantly refreshing the mind. Xiaofeng, did you bring everything? Check again. Xiaofeng, make sure to go to the bathroom in advance. Xiaofeng, where's your examination permit? Did you bring it? Yes, I brought it. Mom. Early in the morning, Lu Ma began to chatter about this and that. There was no moment of peace. He knew that, in fact, when it came to the college entrance examination, his mom was probably more nervous than he was. This was the mentality of most parents. When their children faced significant life challenges, they became even more anxious. On the contrary, the children often appeared indifferent, as they did not fully comprehend the importance of the college entrance examination. Perhaps only after entering society would they realize how crucial an opportunity they had missed. We all once had the chance to change our lives, we just didn't seize it. Now in middle age, all that remains are regrets, sighs, and endless remorse. Lu Qingfeng was genuinely not nervous. He was incredibly composed, convinced he would be the top scorer. Even the Celestial Fire Emperor couldn't change that. He also had a clear idea. If he achieved a favorable mutation, he would choose the Mecha Combat Academy. If it was not combat-related, he would opt for a scientific or command-based major. As for the National Martial Arts major, he had not considered it at all. No matter how much he liked martial arts, it wouldn't help in making a living. He was still clear-headed about that. After breakfast, the family took the smart car to school. Today, his examination location was still assigned to the third high school, just a different classroom, which was relatively fortunate, as it was a familiar place. Early in the morning, the entrance of the third high school was crowded with cars, But fortunately, since they were all smart cars, they automatically found parking spaces, so there was no need to worry about traffic jams. Thus, there would be no traffic accidents. Groups of people walked towards the entrance of the third high school. Do well on the exam, don't be nervous. Good luck. Everywhere were encouraging words of this kind. Lu Qingfeng took his parents to the entrance of the third high school, submitted his examination permit, and entered the examination room. Preparing to start the exam. The order of the exams remained unchanged. In the morning, it was still history and mathematics. For Lu Qingfeng it was very simple, and he completed it effortlessly. However, this time, to be cautious and discreet, especially with his parents outside, he did not submit his paper early. He feared that if he did, his mom would grumble for half a day, and even before the results came out, she might not be able to sleep well. He patiently waited for the time to pass. Both subjects were submitted only when the bell rang. In the afternoon, it was the same. There was not a hint of pressure. The next day, after finishing the biology exam in the morning, everyone went straight home, as the afternoon would be crucial to mutation. Lu Qingfeng. Why are you sitting like that, looking all awkward? Lu Qingfeng washed the dishes. Lu Qingfeng mopped the floor. Lu Qingfeng. Is this what kids are like after the college entrance examination? Lu Ma seemed to be venting, constantly directing him to do this and that. Old Lu was so frightened, he didn't dare to say a word. After mopping the floor, Lu Qingfeng quickly said, I'm going to school. There's a mutation in the afternoon. I'm leaving. Oh, you child. Lu Ma wanted to say something else, but smiled at his departing figure. The mutation relied entirely on luck. It was a matter of fate, so parents usually wouldn't choose to undergo it. Moreover, this had been the case for many years, and the failure rate of mutations was very low. Statistics showed that the failure rate of mutations was 1 in 100 million. It was even lower than the odds of winning the lottery. It was just that the location was uncontrollable, but it could be said to have a success rate of nearly 100%. Of course, there were still some exceptions. Every year a few people would fail, and everyone would treat it as a joke over tea or dinner, wondering how someone could be so unlucky. If one couldn't undergo mutation, their lifespan would be relatively short, and it would be difficult to live past 120 years. This was the minimum lifespan. Moreover, aging would occur much faster than that of normal individuals. For example, Old Lu and Lu Ma were already 30 when they got married. Old Lu appeared to be under 40, while Lu Ma was even more exaggerated, maintaining a youthful appearance of around 30. Old Lu's state might last for decades, while Lu Ma could maintain hers for hundreds of years. Statistics showed that appearance would typically begin to age when about 30 to 50 years of lifespan remained, and the speed would be very rapid. However, most people were actually first-level mutators. Breaking through to the second level was extraordinarily difficult. Each level was a life-and-death struggle, and it depended on one's constitution to withstand the second injection of mutated cells. Lu Qingfeng arrived at school where a lively atmosphere prevailed, completely free of the pressure before the college entrance examination. It was all youthful exuberance and vibrant years. Some were even wildly tearing up test papers and books. For example, classmate Li Tianran was tearing up his test papers. Tianran, what are you doing? Tearing up these damned papers, they nearly cost me my life. Old Lu, you don't know, just look at my eye sockets. Are they sinking? They're not sinking, but they are indeed swollen. Seriously, is this for real? Alright, can you be normal for a day? These papers are so lovely, why tear them? You really are something, Old Lu. You think these papers are lovely. The moment I see them, I get annoyed. 20 days, do you even know how I got through it? Li Tianran's voice was filled with tears. Aren't I just like you? Why are you making such a fuss? You are a deity. I am but a mere mortal, incomparable. Stop with the deity and ghost talk. Once you get into college, I've heard college isn't easy either. Do you think it's like 1,000 years ago? Lu Qingfeng said disdainfully. Li Tianran's expression grew even more pained, sighing life. Why is it so difficult? It turns out being a waste is the truth. Wasting time is life, isn't it? Have you turned into a philosopher? Wasting time is indeed a philosophy of life, but during your time on Earth, shouldn't you leave something behind? Lu Qingfeng looked seriously at his best friend. It seems like that is the case. Faced with Lu Qingfeng's gaze, he found it hard to make eye contact. It was as if his eyes contained stars in motion. That's right, you can't be despondent. We brothers will traverse the starry seas together to experience all manner of exotic races like divine star beasts. Just as everyone was chatting happily, Old Ban walked in with a relaxed stride. He was carrying his safe. Everyone stopped talking and looked at Old Ban with eager eyes. She placed the box on the podium. Classmates, the final challenge is approaching. Are you nervous? Everyone nervous. Exciting. Everyone. Who is so out of sync? It's both tense and thrilling. It's just like a lottery draw. When luck strikes, it's a perfect hit, and congratulations, you're taking off. If luck is not on your side, there won't be another chance. Clap, clap, clap. Huang Fuxinyu clapped a few times at the podium, and the crowd quieted down. Alright, get ready. Each person will come up in order to collect the medicine, starting from the left. Those who receive the syringes hold on a moment and don't lose them. After Huangfu Xinyu finished speaking, she opened the safe. The students on the left went one by one to collect the cancer treatment syringes. Soon it was Lu Qingfeng and the others' turn. The cancer treatment syringe was very small, about the size of a thumbtack. The needle was covered with a special protective cap, and there was a chip-like object at the tail. Did everyone receive theirs? Yes, we did. Is there anyone who hasn't received theirs? Is there anyone who hasn't received theirs? Huangfu Xinyu asked again. Seeing that no one spoke, she continued, Step 1, activate the wristband by tapping the bottom of the syringe against it. If the bottom of the syringe lights up green, it means the name registration is successful. Everyone immediately followed suit, and soon it was completed. Is there anyone who hasn't succeeded? Is there anyone who hasn't succeeded? Huangfu Xinyu asked twice more, and seeing no one spoke, she continued, Step 2, remove the protective cover from the needle, then prick any finger with one of your 10 fingers, insert it, and wait for 10 minutes. Everyone also followed this instruction. The needle was sharp and small, and inserting it was almost unnoticeable. 10 minutes passed quickly. All right, remove the needle and tap the bottom chip against the wristband again. If it lights up red, it means the information readout is normal. The crowd continued to follow the instructions. The transparent wristband is the most convenient electronic product of the new century. It adapts to a person's DNA from the moment they are born, integrating identity, communication, banking, transportation, and various functions. One could say a wristband can take you anywhere. Is everyone done? Yes, we are. Good. Those who are done, please hand in your syringes one by one. The crowd took turns handing in their syringes. In fact, these things were already useless, but syringes should not be discarded casually. They must be collected for destruction. After closing the safe again, Huangfu Xinyu smiled. Students, having been your homeroom teacher for 3 years, I feel both emotional and fortunate. Of course, don't think I don't know about the nicknames you've given me. The crowd felt quite embarrassed. You even called me Master of Extinction. Is there such a beautiful Master of Extinction? Huangfu Xinyu flipped her hair, tucking it behind her ear. The crowd cooperatively responded, no. Today, Huangfu Xinyu seemed to have completely transformed. Gentle, beautiful, radiating the charm of long black hair. Many male classmates were mesmerized. Students, starting today, we will part ways. Some will step into the sea of stars, witnessing the grandeur of the starry sky and the insignificance of humanity. Some will enter the mundane world, contributing to our harmonious society dedicated to their duties. I wish you a bright future. Even if you go through many trials, may you return as youthful as ever. Don't forget your original intentions. Don't forget your dreams of today. The crowd fell silent as a sad atmosphere began to spread. The sorrow of parting is always sentimental. Who knows which bastard picked up a wristband and played a song from over 1,000 years ago? As the phoenix flowers bloom once more, I think of an old friend I haven't seen in a long time. What did youth take away, and what did it leave behind? Only a touch of emotion remains in my heart. The river of time flows into the sea, and finally we part ways. There is no port that serves as a permanent stay. In my mind, there is a corner where the phoenix flowers bloom with the friends I cherish most. Perhaps there aren't many things worth remembering, but at least this memory is profound. Then everyone joined in singing, and as they sang, they began to cry. Lu Qingfeng was speechless. He couldn't understand why this was so sad. As a result, his best friend Li Tianran hugged him and began to cry. Lu Qingfeng looked at him in silence. Seeing him cry so terribly, he decided to let it go. It made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Not to mention, this song from over 1,000 years ago is still popular. Classics are always classics, constantly being covered. Many of the songs they listen to now are still classics from that time. Of course, songs related to rituals have long been washed away by the river of time. In the midst of the crying and commotion, no one wanted to disperse. They then simply agreed to meet for dinner and singing that evening. Don't ask, it's just a habit that can't be changed after 1,000 years. By that time, it would likely be another tearful scene. He was a bit reluctant to go, but thinking about it, after being classmates for 3 years, he decided to go. As for the cancer results, they would come out tomorrow morning. It was quite efficient. Under Huangfu Xinyu's lead, all the students of Class 3 of senior year went to a restaurant to eat. Fortunately, there was class fund money. Right now, Lu Qingfeng was completely broke. It was a meal of eating and drinking with some drinking and some making noise. Lu Qingfeng couldn't fully integrate into it. Firstly, he really didn't like drinking. Secondly, he didn't know when he started to prefer quiet places. Thinking of this, he was startled. Could it be that his friend Tianran had guessed right? Was he going to retreat into a quiet life? No. He shook his head and quickly poured himself a glass of wine. He approached Huangfu Xinyu. Extinction. Cough, cough. Teacher Huangfu, I'd like to toast you, thanking you for your 3 years of guidance. Huangfu Xinyu revealed a charming smile, winked, and said, oh, isn't this our top student? You still thank me. I'm the one who criticized you the most. Cough. Well, the results aren't out yet, teacher. You scolding me is definitely for my own good. Oh, I'll drink to that, whatever you say. After saying that, he drank the wine and ran away. Returning to his seat, he thought about what he just said. Even he felt surprised at how it came out. Forget it. After all, she was his teacher for 3 years. He forgave her for often scolding him in the past. After eating, they went to KTV. He didn't even know why this place hadn't closed down. However, Lu Qingfeng realized looking at the young ladies in the hall that there was a reason why any industry thrives. In the KTV, it was all chaos, some crying, some laughing, and some confessing their feelings. Some succeeded, and some failed. The class leader was confessed to at least 5 times. Meanwhile, Lu Qingfeng was like an onlooker sipping tea and coldly watching his classmates' antics. He was troubled by his own changes. In the past, he would have shouted a few times and played pranks on people. But now he felt a sense of disconnection, as if he didn't belong with them. No matter how much one tries to hold on, time will not return, and eventually everyone will part ways. Due to the presence of Huangfu Xinyu, despite everyone's craziness, they still managed to restrain themselves somewhat and did not drink too much. It was merely that many male and female classmates took the opportunity of drinking to express the words they had suppressed in their hearts for a long time. Perhaps saying it out loud would lead to immediate regret, but not saying it would only result in regret. At the entrance of the KTV, Lu Qingfeng tapped his head and raised his hand to glance at the ring. He wondered if the Lu Qingfeng in his dreams was influencing him, because he was increasingly resembling the dream version of himself, that extremely indifferent character. After his grandfather's death, he was willing to abandon everything for the martial path. He took a deep breath and decided to change himself, though otherwise he would become less and less like himself. So who exactly is he, or is it him? Old Lu Wu Wu. Let's keep in touch often. What if I can't see you again? Who will play games with me? Who will go wild with me? Wu Wu. Lu Qingfeng. He even thought about giving him a slap, but they might not see each other again. They were from the same city, and it was still early for college. After thinking for a moment, he took out his wristband and recorded a message teasing him, planning to send it to himself for tomorrow. Woo woo. I also like the class monitor, but am cowardly and don't dare to confess. Am I useless? Old Lu. Why would the class monitor like you? Why not me? I'm just as handsome. Yes, you are the most handsome. If Mo Xiaoyu doesn't like you, it's her loss. Really? Li Tianran raised his head. Really? More genuine than pearls, Lu Qingfeng said patiently. Do you swear? Lu Qingfeng took a deep breath and held it in. At this moment, a group of girls came out, and Mo Xiaoyu was among them. He directly pulled Li Tianran and walked over. Xiaoyu, look, who's here? Mo Xiaoyu looked at the approaching Lu Qingfeng, her heart racing very fast. Several female classmates were also watching him. Lu Qingfeng. Mo Xiaoyu said nervously. Oh no. What if he confesses? Should I agree? What if I agree? Would it be too fast? What do you think, I'm too frivolous? If I don't agree, what if he runs away? And what about my best friend Xinshuan? So tangled. What should I do? What should I do? So looking forward to it. Yet so scared. Mo Xiaoyu. Li Tianran said he has liked you for 3 years. Okay, I'll agree. Ga. Mo Xiaoyu was stunned. Li Tianran sobered up. Several female classmates were left dumbfounded. Seeing everyone's reaction, Lu Qingfeng decided to add fuel to the fire. Tianran. Why aren't you speaking? Then he looked at Mo Xiaoyu. Class monitor, what did you just say? Did you agree? Tianran. The class monitor agreed. Are you happy? Are you excited? Li Tianran. I drank a bit, and am not deaf. This old Lu. He stared blankly at Mo Xiaoyu, but Mo Xiaoyu looked at Lu Qingfeng with a complex expression. Lu Qingfeng. Even if you don't like me, don't treat me like this. I hate you. Mo Xiaoyu suddenly said, tears streaming down her face as she turned and ran away. The other girls were afraid something would happen to her, so they followed her. Li Tianran kept watching her back, then turned to look at Lu Qingfeng. Old Lu. You really are a dog. After saying that, he also left. Lu Qingfeng. Suddenly he felt that he might have gone a bit too far. But he didn't take it too seriously. Women would only affect his martial training speed. What the hell? Why is it all about martial arts when I open and close my eyes? Lu Qingfeng tapped his head and directly boarded the light rail back home. Upon returning home, old Lu and Lu Ma had already gone to bed. Lying in bed, he simply could not fall asleep. He was happy, but also not happy. Happy because he realized he could also be entangled by mundane matters. Unhappy because why were there so many chaotic thoughts in his head? After thinking for a moment, he opened his wristband and clicked on Mo Xiaoyu's avatar. He sent her a message. I'm sorry I was too much today. Then he sent a similar message to Li Tianran. There were also multiple messages from female friends in his wristband. Xiao Liuzi, did your class go to a gathering? Xiao Liuzi, don't come home too late, okay? Xiao Liuzi, why aren't you replying to my messages? Did you not come home? Just turn off and go to sleep, at least reply to me. Not beating her up was already a win. The next day, bang bang bang. The urgent knocking on the door echoed. Lu Qingfeng looked up and saw that he had forgotten to draw the curtains last night. The sun was already out. He hurriedly got up, put on his clothes, and opened the door. Lu Qingfeng, what time is it? Why aren't you up yet? Mom, I finished the college entrance examination. Oh, I forgot, Lu Ma said a bit embarrassed, then continued. Even after finishing the college entrance examination you can't sleep in. Get up and eat breakfast. Oh, Lu Qingfeng scratched his head. You are my mom, you have the final say. He washed up and ate breakfast. Old Lu left early, after so many days of delay, he didn't know how his pig farm was doing. Xiaofeng, check your wristband to see if there are any results. Lu Qingfeng rolled his eyes at Lu Ma. It's not even 8 o'clock, the results won't come out until at least 9. You should go to work first, and I'll notify you as soon as I have news. All right. Then I'll go first, remember to send it to me as soon as possible. Got it. After Lu Ma left, he started feeling bored. With no money, he couldn't practice martial arts. If he forced himself to practice, he might ruin himself. He turned on the TV, switching to the mech channel. Mechs are the romance of men. He watched until 9 o'clock. He took a deep breath. It was time for the results. He opened his wristband. A flurry of messages popped up along with missed calls. He didn't even look. He clicked on his personal information. Name Lu Qingfeng, gender male, age 18, education high school, currently enrolled, date of birth January 14, 1209. ID card number. Bank card balance 0. 19 hometown address Milky Way Blue Star, Great Xia Jiangyu Province, Hangzhou City, Qingzhou District, Linhu, Xiaozhu Building 6, room 301. Cancer condition, none. Lu Qingfeng rubbed his eyes. Could it be that it didn't refresh? So he refreshed it again. Cancer condition, none. Could it be a system delay? At this moment, many people in the class group were tagging him. Lu Qingfeng clicked in to take a look. The class had a chart. Everyone had a cancer condition. Wang Sanson lung cancer, metal attribute Tang Chuanron liver cancer, wood attribute Mo Xiaoyu kidney cancer, water attribute Li Tianron blood cancer, thunder attribute Li Hao skin cancer, Lu Qingfeng none. He truly did not have cancer transformation, becoming 1 in 100 million. He felt as if he had been abandoned by the entire world. At this moment, a phone call came in. He glanced at it. Mo Xiaoyu. He didn't answer. Rubbing his head, his mind was filled with the news of his failure to undergo cancer transformation. How could this happen? How could I possibly fail? Right, the ring, practicing martial arts, it must be these things causing trouble. He raised his hand, looking at the ring in his hand, desperately wanting to take it off. As a result, his fingers were almost broken, yet it still wouldn't come off. Not undergoing cancer transformation made him more ordinary than ordinary people. 120 years. That is merely theoretical, the minimum lifespan for a cancer-transformed person. And him. He would even show signs of aging by 70, and by 80 he would have to return to the earth. In the past, it was common for people to die in their 50s or 60s. At this age, those with abilities are just beginning. Yet he was already facing an end. After successful cancer transformation, one would basically not contract other diseases because cancer cells would kill all other virus cells. But he would face the torment of illnesses. How could he accept this? The phone kept ringing incessantly. Lu Qingfeng, after all, was still Lu Qingfeng. After a long while, he exhaled a breath of turbid air and opened his wristband to answer the call. Lu Qingfeng. You. Mo Xiaoyu was about to speak. I'm fine. As long as there's no cancer transformation, everything is good. Anyway, the top scorer in the college entrance examination is definitely mine, he. Besides, over 1,000 years ago, who wouldn't have been scared to death by cancer? The fact that I haven't transformed proves I have a good constitution. Fantastic. Lu Qingfeng. You. Just say whatever you have to say. Stop rambling. You sound just like that troublemaking class monitor. Where? Mo Xiaoyu wrinkled her cute nose and huffed. Wasn't it you who never studied seriously before? I couldn't manage you, so I had to tell the teacher, and then there were some things the teacher couldn't handle either, so I had to tell Qinxuan. If only you had done well earlier, who would have cared? You're right. Is there anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. Oh, about yesterday, I'm really sorry. Wait. Mo Xiaoyu took a deep breath as if she had made a huge decision and said, Lu Qingfeng, I like you. I know you don't like me, but I'm afraid I won't have the courage to say it again in the future. Originally, I planned to tell you after the college entrance examination when your grades weren't good, but later, since your grades were so good, I felt a bit inferior and didn't dare to approach you. Lu Qingfeng. What do you mean you like me? So now I'm a waste. You've gained courage now. No, that's not it. What I mean is whether you're good or not, I like you. When you grow old, I'll grow old with you. If you're sick, I'll take care of you. Lu Qingfeng fell silent for a moment. Although he was a typical man, he was still human. Honestly, he felt a bit touched. Aside from his parents, she was the first person to say she would treat him this well. But he couldn't let her down, could he? Decades later, if he died and left her all alone, just thinking about it was tragic. Xiaoyu, how long have we been classmates? 12 years. Why? Yeah, it's been so fast. Have I bullied you for 12 years? Lu Qingfeng, you remember. In the first grade, when we first met, you kissed me. Mo Xiaoyu said angrily. Lu Qingfeng felt a bit embarrassed. He vaguely remembered that it was old Lu who had encouraged him, and he thought the little girl was so pretty and cute, so he just kissed her. Also, you used to sit with Qinxuan. I sat in front of you, and you always pulled my hair. One time you almost burned my hair off. Moreover, you always caught bugs to scare me. And, as soon as she started talking about these things, Mo Xiaoyu couldn't stop complaining about him. It must be said that he used to love bullying her. After all, she was pretty cute and timid. He bullied Mo Xiaoyu, and then Shun Qinshuan bullied him, forming a cycle. Xiaoyu, turns out you're such a person. TSK. Who would have thought? Is it because I've bullied you for 12 years that you want to take revenge when I'm sick and old? What a lovely thought. Goodbye. Mo Xiaoyu. Very well, this is very Lu Qingfeng. After saying that, Lu Qingfeng quickly hung up the phone and patted his chest. He thought to himself, I'm really clever. Just after hanging up, there was a knock on the door. Lu Qingfeng was puzzled who could be at his house. He pressed the monitoring function on his wristband. Lao Lu, I know you're home, open the door. A voice came from the monitor. It turned out to be Li Tianran, this fool. He walked over to open the door. Damn, you don't answer the phone or reply to messages, scare me to death. Come in. You know who I am, what are you worrying about? Damn. You guy, it's good that you're fine, Li Tianran sat down, and Lu Qingfeng poured him a glass of water. You seem to have hit the jackpot, actually having blood cancer, and it's lightning a tribute, amazing. This time Li Tianran surprisingly didn't show off. He understood that this was to avoid hurting Lu Qingfeng's feelings. But who was he? He only felt bad for a while before accepting the reality. His good bro had successfully transformed into a rare blood cancer. A 1 in 100,000 chance. Moreover, it was an extremely rare and powerful lightning attribute. Now this buddy was about to take off, directly adding 30 points in the college entrance examination, and with that, university is secured, very stable. Not bad. Li Tianran was also quite happy, but he didn't dare to show off too much. Alright, since you're like this, you have to treat me to lunch. No problem. Li Tianran patted his chest. Lu Qingfeng thought for a moment and decided to tell Lu Ma later. When she gets off work, it would probably be another round of good persuasion. He opened his wristband and looked at the messages from the female tyrant. She still didn't know about his situation. The news of cancer transformation was usually conveyed between classes. After the college entrance examination results, it would be uniformly announced. She was asking why he hadn't replied to her messages, and also said that if he didn't reply soon, she would come to his house to find him. So he quickly replied with a message. I was sleeping and finally finished the college entrance examination and resting. What are you making noise about? I want to keep sleeping and I'll talk when I wake up. Lu Qingfeng thought to himself, this should be fine, right? Sure enough, the female tyrant didn't send any more messages. Then after discussing with Li Tianran, they simply went to the internet cafe to play games. He treated them, covering meals and games. Who told him he was out of money? The 019 figure was so glaring. But there were still 2 days left until the college entrance examination results were announced. After closing the wristband, he played games all day. It must be said it was pretty fun. Lu Qingfeng returned home. There was no one at home, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Lu Ma hadn't returned yet. He had to think of a good strategy on how to let his mother accept the fact that he hadn't successfully transformed into cancer. Before long, Lu Ma opened the door and walked in. She was still carrying a bag of vegetables. He hurried over to take the vegetables. Xiaofeng, hasn't the result come out yet? Didn't I tell you to send it to me immediately? Lu Qingfeng put down the vegetables, took a deep breath, and faced what he had to face. There was nothing to evade. He pulled Lu Ma to sit on the sofa. Seeing him like this, Lu Ma said worriedly, Xiaofeng, is it a bad position? It's okay, your grades are so good you can choose a research-related field. My son is the best. After saying that, Lu Ma patted his head. Lu Qingfeng shook his head and said, Mom, I failed to transform, Mom. Are you okay? Lu Ma was directly stunned. Lu Qingfeng shook her a few times before she came back to her senses. Xiaofeng, you're not lying to Mom, right? It must be fake, right? You've been mischievous since you were little, even lying about this to Mom. Lu Qingfeng sighed, knowing that his mother couldn't accept it. Her son, with top scores in cultural subjects, was the pride of heaven. But now he was telling her that a 1 in a billion chance had landed on her son. However, Lu Qingfeng knew that whether she accepted it or not, she had to accept it because it was a fact. He opened his wristband, clicked on the form, and handed it in front of Lu Ma. The big words in front read, Lu Qingfeng Cancer Transformation Now. Yu Shengyan felt as if the world before her had turned pitch black. Lu Qingfeng hurriedly supported her. Mom, what's such a big deal? Life is 100 years or even hundreds of years. I will live for dozens of years, and it will be the same as long as I live it splendidly, right? In the kitchen, Lu Ma was cooking while shedding tears. She took a deep breath, her gaze fixed on the blue flames on the stove. She made a firm decision. Soon the meal was ready. Lu Qingfeng ate heartily. He truly felt liberated. He had always been like this. No matter how distressing the situation, he wouldn't be sad for long. Lu Ma often said he was a little ungrateful guy, carefree and oblivious. In fact, he thought being carefree was quite nice. Life is short, why impose various limitations on oneself, turning what could be a brilliant life into a dismal one? In Lu Qingfeng's words, that was called. Enjoying a good meal, he hurried back to his room. He was afraid of seeing that gentle gaze from Lu Ma, always looking at him with warmth. It made him very uncomfortable. He preferred the Lu Ma who constantly scolded him. He opened his wristband, and again there were several messages. Most of them were from the female demon. Xiaoyozi, why are you offline again? You didn't come to check in during the break, just wait. Xiaoyozi, I think you're getting a bit too cheeky. Then came a message from Mo Xiaoyu scolding him. Lu Qingfeng, you bastard. Well, it was nice, they were all scolding him, and it felt good, just as it should be. Suddenly being so nice to him was something he wasn't used to. Who is he? Lu Qingfeng. Could he really be someone who failed a mutation, but managed to defeat it? How could that be possible? He had come to terms with it, this was what fate had decreed. A ring obtained by accident, an identical name. The same obsession with martial arts. He decided that as long as he scored well enough, he would apply to the National Martial Arts Academy. After all, life is short, oh, why not choose a profession he loves? He truly loved martial arts, a passion that came from the heart. Whether due to the ring or for other reasons, he might not be able to part with martial arts now. The next day, early in the morning, Lao Lu hurried back from the moon. Lao Lu didn't comfort him, just patted his shoulder. Lao Lu was the one who knew him best. He knew he didn't need comfort, that would only make him feel worse. At Lu Ma's strong invitation, the family went out for a trip. They also agreed that once Lu Qingfeng's results came out, the whole family would go to celebrate his grandfather's 100th birthday. In the evening, Lao Lu and Lu Ma sat at the head of the bed. Darling, I've accepted the transfer order, I'll only be home for a week. After celebrating my father's birthday, I'll have to leave. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Xiaofeng. You take care of yourself out there, and stay safe. Lao Lu's face was full of reluctance and worry. Yinna, remember that Xiaofeng and I are waiting for you at home. The Star Sea is fraught with danger, you must protect yourself well. I will. I just can't bear to leave you and Xiaofeng. Lu Ma burst into tears in Lao Lu's embrace. She didn't want to leave, but she had reasons that compelled her to go. Originally it was for Lao Lu, but now with the son added, she felt the urgency to seize time. The next day, Lu Ma kept staring at Lu Qingfeng's wristband. She was truly afraid there might be issues with his academic results. Mom, aren't you going to work today? Lu Qingfeng said helplessly. Lu Ma exchanged a glance with Lao Lu, deciding to tell her son, after all, once the college entrance examination was over, he would be an adult. Xiaofeng, Mom, might have to leave, Lu Ma said cautiously. She was afraid her son would not let her go, her heart was heavy. Lu Qingfeng seemed to already know, and he had originally thought the same. With such a talented mother, how could she waste her potential? In his eyes, his mother belonged to the Star Sea, not to this small Qingzhou district. Mom, you should have left long ago. Staying on this old land of Blue Star is wasting your talent. Lao Lu and I can't go to the Star Sea, you have to go for us. Besides, in the future when I mention you to others, I can boast that my mom is in the Starry Sea, a formidable mecha warrior. That would make me look good, right, Lao Lu? Indeed. This brat has a point. We all support you. Don't worry, we will wait for your return. Seeing the father and son banter, Lu Ma felt like crying yet laughing at the same time. Lao Lu chuckled and said, also, brat, let me tell you secretly, your mom is not just an ordinary mecha warrior, but a king-level mecha warrior. Lu Qingfeng stood up and circled around Lu Ma. Oh my dear mom, you are truly my idol, is that real? Lu Qingfeng exaggeratedly said, making Lu Ma hit him lightly. You're not serious? It's true, but it was just a year ago. Lu Qingfeng was genuinely shocked. What does it mean to be a king-level mecha warrior? It was mentioned in books. A king-level mecha warrior is a true gem of the starry sky. 1,000 years ago, a king-level mecha warrior could conquer the world. That was a trivial matter. Even now, they could face off against star beasts like gods. Rounded up, a king-level mecha warrior is equivalent to a deity. Don't think that reaching level 7 is easy. Ordinary people like Lao Lu can't advance in their lifetime, forever stuck at level 1, a mere novice. Most ordinary people end up with such results. And those like Lu Ma, a level 7 mutant under 50, are incredibly rare. It should be noted that the timing for cancer cell injections is crucial. For example, they will have the first injection 3 days after the college entrance exam, within a week. This afternoon, they are supposed to go to school again for the injection to control the cancer cells. This would mark the completion of the first mutation. Then for 3 years, a second injection cannot be administered. After 3 years, if the cancer cells are active and haven't spread, a second injection may be given. If the cancer cells are very active and have spread, then treatment is required and a second injection cannot be given. If they are inactive, a second injection is even more impossible. Because of this, the second attempt will absolutely fail. In simple terms, the cancer cells need to be very active but controllable through medication. If so, you will be successful and can continue to evolve until the 9th time, achieving theoretical immortality. But this is all theoretical. Except for the first time, which has no risk, every subsequent attempt carries a certain risk. Within 3 days, you must rely entirely on your willpower to withstand the invasion of cancer cells. The more times you attempt it, the stronger the cancer cells become, and the more painful it will be. The risks increase, and many people collapse due to the forced requirement to inject cancer cells, leading to a breakdown, and before 3 days are up, they are gone. Resuscitation is futile. Some endure the 3 days, but the medication cannot control it, requiring a larger dosage to completely kill the cancer cells. In this case, you also fail. Therefore, each mutation is almost a gamble with one's life. But the temptation of success is so great that nearly everyone tries to pursue it. Who would refuse an extra 100 years of life? The minimum for a second mutation is 220 years, and for a third, it's 320 years. Most ordinary people can endure more than 3 mutations. Of course, this doesn't apply to those who have practiced special physical techniques. For mutations present a major hurdle. If he could surpass the 4th time, everything would truly be different. Both his lifespan and his body would make a great leap. The 7th time would be even more extraordinary. Like Mother Lu, calling her a superhuman would not be an exaggeration. Even without piloting a mech, her destructive power was astonishing. So Lu Qingfeng, curious, hurriedly asked, "Mom, I've heard that king-class ability users are formidable even without mechs. Could I see one?" Go, go, go. The destructive force is too great. There is nowhere to demonstrate it. Mother Lu rolled her eyes. Lu Qingfeng's gaze shifted, and recalling his childhood, he forced himself to cling to his mother's arm and act coquettish. "Mom, just indulge my curiosity, please." "Mom." Lu Qingfeng shook his mother's arm. He felt as if he were going to be sick. It had to be said. This trick always worked on Mother Lu. She yielded to softness rather than force. Unable to resist the shaking, she said, "Wait until your results are out. If you take first place, he'll take you out to the outskirts, all right?" Lu Qingfeng nodded like a little bird pecking. He truly wanted to witness the might of a king-class ability user. The family began to chat happily. Before long, 9 o'clock arrived. Lu Qingfeng hurriedly activated his bracelet to check. Father Lu and Mother Lu were beside themselves with nervousness. Name: Lu Qingfeng. History 150. Mathematics 200. Chinese 149. Physics Chemistry 100. Biology 150. Oncogenic transformation none. Total 749. Jiangyu Province ranking 1st place. Lu Qingfeng felt confident. He immediately projected the information into the living room. Father Lu and Mother Lu were moved to tears at the sight. 749 points. 1 point shy of perfection. The title of top scorer was well deserved. Soon his classmates began to mention him frantically. Even if he had not succeeded in the oncogenic transformation, no one dared to look down on him now. This score had shattered Jiangyu Province's millennial Rewexum record. His bracelet buzzed incessantly, nothing but messages of congratulations. From teachers, classmates, friends. He really is first. Father Lu rubbed his eyes in disbelief. My son is the top scorer, and the proud father of a top scorer, ha. Mother Lu also looked at him with tears in her eyes as she was proud. Before long, Lu Qingfeng's phone rang. It wasn't an admissions call. Times had changed. Personal information could no longer be casually divulged. If someone were caught leaking it, they'd face years behind bars. So as long as he did not proactively reveal his information, no one dared to disclose it at will. It was a call from Huangfu Xinyu. Congratulations. Lu Qingfeng top scorer. It's all thanks to the teachers. Solid fundamentals. Remember to come to school this afternoon to submit your preferences. Even if you didn't succeed in the oncogenic transformation, the title of top scorer commands respect. Also, TV interviews and school interviews. What do you think? Just have them give the prize money to me. Ooh, I won't accept interviews. Huangfu Xinyu nodded. Given Lu Qingfeng's failed oncogenic transformation, refusing interviews was sensible. Otherwise, some media would still be disgusting. After hanging up, he quickly sent Li Hao a message. What about the money? Shortly after, his bracelet signaled 1,000 Lianbang credits had arrived. Comfortable. This boy was sensible. Let it slide this time. And there was the bonus. He did not know how much a provincial top scorer received, but it certainly would not be small. For safety's sake, Lu Qingfeng decided to be open with his parents. Otherwise, what if they took the prize money? He already did not have enough money. Just as he was about to speak, Mother Lu said, Xiaofeng, with these results, you can pick any major you want. Have you decided which university and which major? Mom can give you some suggestions. Dad, Mom, I actually wanted to talk about this. But before I say anything, don't be mad. Father Lu and Mother Lu exchanged a glance, said nothing, and stared at Lu Qingfeng, waiting for his explanation. Lu Qingfeng cleared his throat. I want to apply to Yenjing University. They both nodded. My intended major is the Guoshu Institute. No, I won't agree to that. Mother Lu immediately said, I've seen the news. That major is almost useless. Your academic scores are so good. You should choose a research field. Even finance would be acceptable. Mom, you promised not to get hasty. Look at my father. He's very steady. Father Lu shot him a look, but said nothing. In any case, I don't agree. Mother Lu remained resolute. Mom, listen, this is my provisional decision. I checked. Because my oncogenic transformation failed, my lifespan might not be long, but Guoshu can still strengthen and preserve the body, right? Lu Qingfeng had already prepared his argument, believing that appealing to lifespan and health would make Mother Lu relent. Sure enough, she hurriedly asked, really? Lu Qingfeng nodded. If you don't believe me, look it up. Father Lu spoke up, wife. I support Xiaofeng. He needn't worry about money. Whether he works or not is beside the point. I've run the pig farm for so many years, I can support him for life. You can. Well, I can also support him for life. Lu Qingfeng was speechless. How had it come to this? So you agree? They nodded. Before life and health, nothing else mattered. Seeing their consent, Lu Qingfeng continued to lay down some ground rules. Dad, Mom, to be blunt. About the top scorer's prize money, I'd like to keep it myself, okay? Yes, keep it to spend as you wish. If it's not enough, tell your father. We might lack many things, but money will not be one of them. Lu Qingfeng. He had underestimated things. Father Lu seemed wealthier than he imagined. So he whispered, Father Lu, how much money do you have? You brat nosing around. But anyway, affording your Guoshu training will certainly be fine. He thought Father Lu might not know just how costly his plans would be, but he decided to leave it for later. Perhaps he could earn the money himself one day. Mother Lu then said, Xiaofeng, don't worry about money. You're our only son, of course, will support your Guoshu training. When I go to Shinkong, my income will be very high. Hearing Shinkong gave Lu Qingfeng an idea. Mom, if there are energy bars made from Xingshou meat, then save some for me. I might find them useful. Why would you want that? Can you even digest it? Mother Lu asked suspiciously. Xingshou, a creature unique to Shinkong, was enormous, exceedingly rare, and very difficult to hunt. Energy bars made from Xingshou meat were exorbitantly expensive. Moreover, ordinary people could not digest them. The ferocious energy would rupture them from within. It was hard to explain. Anyway, keep an eye out. It might be useful later. Mother Lu did not dwell on it, and simply nodded. Not being a powerful ability user, and given the danger of Xingshou energy bars, she assumed her son was probably just curious. Father Lu, however, looked at his son with a contemplative expression. After finishing the conversation with old Lu and Lu Qingfeng returned to his room and began answering calls. Most of the calls were congratulations. Finally, Shun Qinshuan called again. A delicate face appeared on the screen. Xiao Yozi. The voice of the female demoness carried a hint of sadness. What's wrong? Qinshuan, have you been cooked by someone? Or did you fail your exam? Lu Qingfeng did not look at her score. It's still because of you. I must have done very well, no wonder you ignored me the day before yesterday. I didn't know you had a failed transformation. If I failed, then I failed. It doesn't affect my status as a top student, right? You? He'll come find you tomorrow. Don't. I have to go to my grandfather's house tomorrow for his birthday. Just hang up, okay? After saying that, Lu Qingfeng directly hung up the phone. Then he began to feel bored again. He was somewhat looking forward to the time when his parents were not home, when he could practice martial arts without restraint. Especially when he went to school in Yinjing, it would be even better to train openly. Thinking of this made him feel even better. In the afternoon, he happily went to school. Upon arriving, he found many reporters blocking the school entrance. A huge banner was hung at the school entrance. Congratulations to our student Lu Qingfeng for achieving the top score in the 1227 Jiangyu Province College entrance examination. Sneaking into the school, he saw that the teaching building also had a huge banner. He had completely become famous and quickly ran into the classroom. Removing his hat, many classmates looked at him with mixed expressions. Some were envious while others felt sympathy. Mo Xiaoyu glanced at him, but said nothing. Lu Qingfeng went straight to his seat. Old Lu, you're amazing, a top student. Those reporters at the school entrance have been blocking you for a day. How did you get in? I ran in. Luckily, I'm clever, Lu Qingfeng said, tossing his hat. Li Tianran gave him a thumbs up. Tianran, how many points did you score? Here. Li Tianran directly opened his wristband to show him. 522 points, 30 points. Total score, 552 points. Not bad. With this score, you can get into an ordinary university's mech program. Li Tianran nodded. Yeah, I'm planning to go to Hangzhou University's mech program. I checked their admission standard is exactly 550 points, and I exceeded it by 2 points. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If you hadn't dragged me to make up classes, I wouldn't have scored this high. Li Tianran felt a bit emotional. He had always hovered around 500 points, but in the end he unexpectedly scored 522 points. Even without the extra points, he could still get into a university. This fulfilled his parents' regrets. His parents had not attended university, which limited their income. Life was manageable, but not great. After learning about his score, his parents were overjoyed. We're all brothers, why say such things? Lu Qingfeng was indifferent. If he didn't help his own people, who would he help? Old Lu, which major are you going to study? It's a secret. Come on. Soon Huangfu Xinyu arrived again carrying a safe. She distributed a syringe to everyone. Only Lu Qingfeng did not receive one. Students, after this injection, your bodies will gradually change within a month and your physical fitness will significantly improve. But remember, this is a society governed by law. Never have harmful thoughts towards society. The law will not show mercy. Heroes use martial arts to disrupt bans. This is not just talk. After everything was settled, Huangfu Xinyu continued, students, the major universities have opened up the application process. Based on your scores, check the schools you desire and then make your choice. I'm sure you all have discussed it with your families. Also, it's best to write it down on paper first, then operate it on your wristband. Don't get it wrong, some university names are very similar, but are not the same university. Within 24 hours, the major universities will send you admission letters. At that time, follow the requirements in the letter. Lu Qingfeng opened his wristband and quickly found Yenjing University. Without hesitation, he selected the National Martial Arts Department. Enrollment successful. Ding dong. An email was sent immediately, and Lu Qingfeng opened it to see. Damn, it was the admission notice. Really fast, as if afraid he would change his mind. Such a dog. Lu Qingfeng, come here, Huangfu Xinyu called out. Lu Qingfeng happily got up, knowing she was calling him to get money. He now understood the importance of money. In a word, while others might not know, his training in martial arts meant 2 words: burning money. Now he had to spend over 1,000 a day, and that was only for training at night. What if it was all day? It would probably be over 10,000 soon, and with the transformation, even higher. At that time, he would definitely become a big spender. He searched online and found that the most expensive energy bar on the market for a month cost 10,000 yuan. So expensive. However, he had a feeling he would be using this soon. At that time, eating dozens a day would be unbearable. Old Lu said there was money, but it seemed he wouldn't be able to withstand such a spending spree. But practicing martial arts ultimately conserved energy. If he couldn't use the expensive ones, perhaps he would become very powerful. Following Huangfu Xinyu, he arrived at the principal's office. There were 2 groups of people in the office. So this is little Lu, right? Hello, you've brought glory to our Hangzhou city. I'm from the Municipal Education Bureau. Another group introduced themselves, stating they were from the district government. The city's bonus is 5,000, the district's is 3,000. Finally, the school gave 2,000, totaling 1 million in bonuses. After confirming in person, the money would soon be transferred to Lu Qingfeng's account. Looking at the balance on his wristband bank card, Lu Qingfeng was very happy. With this 1 million, it should last him a while. On the way back to the classroom, Huangfu Xinyu curiously asked, Lu Qingfeng, which university and major did you enroll in? Yanda National Martial Arts. Teacher, please keep it a secret for now. Huangfu Xinyu didn't say anything, just nodded, sighing, believing that Lu Qingfeng might not have succeeded in his transformation and was just letting it all go. Returning to the classroom, a group of people was discussing which schools and majors they chose. Of course, there were also quite a few going to vocational schools. For example, Li Hao was boastfully saying that he was learning excavator technology and would go to his family's Mars mine to dig for minerals later. It must be said that excavator technology has always been quite sought after. You mentioned smart excavators. Sometimes they really can't compare to manual work. Just like special welders in special places, real people are always needed. Filling out the applications, everyone returned home to their respective families. At the school gate, Lu Qingfeng. Wait a moment. He turned around to see the class monitor chasing after him. I asked you which university and major you chose. Why didn't you reply? Mo Xiaoyu was standing in front of him, looking charming. I didn't see the message. He really hadn't seen the message. He was too busy looking at the money and had turned off his phone afterward. Mo Xiaoyu wrinkled her nose and asked, so which school and major did you choose? Yanda. Major is a secret. I knew it, you definitely chose Yanda. I did too. Mo Xiaoyu said happily. What? Come on, we've been classmates for 12 years. You don't want to be my classmate forever, do you? Lu Qingfeng was stunned. This girl has her brain short-circuited. He quickly reached out to touch her forehead. Mo Xiaoyu angrily swatted his hand away. What are you doing? Checking if you have a fever. You're trying to stay classmates for life. Go away. Talking about life and death is unlucky. I'm leaving. Going home now. Looking at Mo Xiaoyu's skipping figure, Lu Qingfeng scratched his head. This classmate is impressive. He pulled out his wristband to check and saw that Mo Xiaoyu scored 691 points. Indeed, her score was very high, or it seemed that this time the 5th middle school had made a big profit. Opening the wristband, a slew of missed calls startled Lu Qingfeng. All were from Xinchuan. Ding-ling-ling. He quickly picked up the call, this time without video. Lu Qingfeng. Hurry up and tell me which school you applied to quickly. The voice on the phone was anxious. Yanda. Is there something urgent? Why the rush? The phone suddenly emitted a busy tone. Lu Qingfeng was left bewildered. Yizhong. Xinchuan, hurry up and fill out your application. We're just waiting on you. If the application channel closes, you'll have to wait another month if you want to apply again. No need, teacher, I've filled it out. Thank you, teacher. After saying this, Shin Qianchuan left the classroom, leaving only her as the sole student inside. Meanwhile, on the light rail, Lu Qingfeng checked the wristband information. He couldn't be blamed, he had turned off his phone after receiving the money. There were all calls and messages from Shin Qianchuan, with a few from Mo Xiaoyu. They were all asking which school and major he applied to. He could share the school, but the major remained a secret for now. The universities wouldn't announce anything until a month later. Scrolling through the news as expected, his name dominated the major headlines. The top scholar's cancer transformation failed, undoubtedly the best material for this year's college entrance examination stories. Shocking, Jiangyu Province's top scholar Lu Qingfeng actually did this. Shocking, the story that must be told about top scholars and cancer transformations. Shocking, the top scholar is actually a failed cancer transformation victim. Shocking, the top scholar who broke Jiangyu Province's raw score actually failed cancer transformation. Is this a distortion of humanity or a moral decline? Most comments were sympathy, although a few were derogatory. Holy crap. Is this for real? Is this truly God opening a window for you and then closing a door? This student Lu Qingfeng is really pitiful, such talent, yet only a few decades of life. Incredible, a raw score of 749, just 1 point deducted in Chinese, but ended up with a failed cancer transformation. What are the odds? I'm dying of laughter. In an instant, his news was trending at number 1. Unbreakable. Lu Qingfeng didn't care, but he noticed a piece of news rapidly climbing the trending charts. Insider news: someone actually registered at Yanda's National Martial Arts Academy with pictures as proof. Image mosaic. My relative's relative works at Yanda, but student information cannot be disclosed, hence the mosaic. Someone really registered at Yanda's National Martial Arts Academy. Although just one person. Which talented individual is this? The comments blew up. Image. Where's that person who said they would eat feces? Those who can eat a whole cesspool, come forward. I have a cesspool prepared for you. Ha ha, are you trying to make me die of laughter? I still have the screenshots. They're just a bunch of scam artists, but the student who registered is commendable. 666, someone really registered. I just want to wait a month to find out which fool applied for this major. Commendable courage, hope they don't regret it. Is this person out of their mind? Who would register for this scam major? What are you going to do at the National Martial Arts Academy? Practice the lightning 5-strike whip. Holy crap. You're playing a joke that's over 1,000 years old. I'm really afraid that this student will graduate and say this young person does not uphold martial ethics. Haha, you guys are making me laugh to death. No matter what others say, they still got into Yanda. Can you reach that level? Just feeling sour. It's not sour, high scores top talent, but if the mind isn't good, what use is it? Lu Qingfeng also found it amusing, sighed with closed eyes. He didn't want this either, but there was no other choice. Martial arts was his only option. Before heading home, he bought 100 energy bars for 100 yuan each, spending a total of 1000. Starting tonight, he would continue his martial practice. No matter how the wind and rain blew outside, it was none of his business. A bunch of clueless netizens worrying over nothing. Returning home to a lavish dinner. After eating, Lu Qingfeng went out saying he was going to play games with Li Tianran and that he would be back late, so they didn't have to wait. He took a taxi to a remote park. He had observed this place. It was almost deserted at night. Tonight he would practice a new stance. The Tai Chi stance, also known as the Tai Chi Hunyuan stance. This stance was particularly complex. It wasn't just standing still like in worldly practices. This stance has 2 types. Beginners can stand in the Hunyuan stance. But for the Tai Chi Hunyuan stance, one must reach the martial arts realm of dark strength to practice. This stance allows for rapid accumulation of energy. It is also the method of internal practice in Tai Chi that the old men in the park spoke of, which has been lost for many years. The Tai Chi Hunyuan stance is also a living stance, not a dead stance. Sink the waist and sit the hips. Sink the shoulders and drop the elbows with both hands in a hugging posture. Head towards the heavens, close the 7 orifices, tongue against the palate. Focus the mind on guarding the dantian. You thought this was the end. This is just the beginning. Why is this stance called a living stance? Because it requires movement. Step on the Tai Chi Bagua diagram, coordinating the dark strength with the 8 methods of Tai Chi to form an inner cycle of breathing. Peng Lu Ji and Kai Lai Zhou Cao correspond to the 8 methods of Tai Chi, each corresponding to a direction of the Bagua. Peng Lu Ji and correspond to Kan Li Zhun Dui, matching the 4 cardinal directions. Kai Lai Zhou Cao correspond to Qian Kuan Jin Sun, matching the 4 diagonal directions. Then let the energy form and gather in the lower dantian until you can guard the upper dantian, which proves you have entered the realm of transformation strength, achieving the might of a master. Lu Qingfeng took a deep breath and stood in the stance as remembered. Changing direction every 10 minutes, the dark strength permeated through his skin, forming a special method of breathing. Before long, Lu Qingfeng visibly lost weight. The silver ring on his right hand emitted a bright glow. After standing for 80 minutes, he felt as if he was pulled out of water. Hunger struck, and he couldn't care less. He pulled out the energy bars and started eating. He devoured 10 in one go before he felt better. Raising his hand, he looked at the ring. The glow was becoming increasingly bright. Can it not shine? He thought to himself. The ring surprisingly stopped shining. So he silently thought shine. The ring lit up, but if it didn't shine, it went dark. Lu Qingfeng exclaimed inwardly, holy crap, can this thing be voice-controlled? Can it store items? He then silently thought to open it, but the ring remained unresponsive. He experimented with many commands, but none worked. For now, he could only control the shining and not shining. Its usefulness was limited. It only made it easier to be discovered. After recovering his body, Lu Qingfeng practiced Tai Chi again, but not the soft and gentle Tai Chi found in parks. The Tai Chi 5 hammers were exceptionally fierce. Tai Chi is the mother of yin and yang. Movement represents yang, stillness represents yin. Tai Chi divides yin and yang 5 steps, 8 methods. It encompasses yin-yang, the 5 elements, and bagua. It is profound and extensive. Even after practicing in his dreams for many years, he still felt Tai Chi was too profound. After performing a set of punches, Lu Qingfeng consumed another 10 energy bars. Then he practiced the Jinggang 8 forms of Bajiquan, another 10 bars. Until he saw the fish belly of dawn on the horizon, Lu Qingfeng hurriedly took a taxi home. He silently cursed. Practicing martial arts was too addictive. It was way more interesting than games. He could see his own progress. Before the start of university, he would definitely be able to refine his energy throughout his body, achieving the realm of transformation strength where not even a feather could land. Though it might cost a bit more. He had already spent 3,000 yuan in one night. The next day, June 11th, early in the morning, Lu Qingfeng was pestering his mother Lu Ma to fulfill her promise from yesterday and show him her skills. All right. We'll go to the riverbank later. I need to report this first to avoid causing unnecessary panic. Lu Ma felt helpless with her eldest son's persistence. How much prize money do you have from school? Old Lu suddenly chimed in. Lu Qingfeng. Not much. This old Lu isn't trying to scheme money out of him, is he? He's currently obsessed with wealth. Old Lu looked at his expression, both amused and exasperated. You brat, do you think your father would want your money? At most it's just 100,000 or so, and you're hiding it away. Old Lu isn't a million a lot. Old Lu tilted his head, looking at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. For you and for ordinary people, it's quite a lot of decades worth of income, but for your father and me, it's not much. Lu Qingfeng was internally mocking this guy as putting on a show, even striking a pose. However, he wasn't sure how much money old Lu actually had. So he asked, how much do you have? How much do you earn in a year? Old Lu gave him a light tap. You're asking about your father's wealth again. Just know it's a lot more than your million. If you need money, remember to ask me, but even if you have money, don't spend it recklessly. Oh, Lu Qingfeng scratched his head. What are you two whispering about again? It's time for breakfast. The family happily had breakfast together. Then, under Lu Qingfeng's urging, they drove to the riverbank. After driving quite a distance along the river, they arrived at a secluded and deserted area. Before them lay a wide river approximately 200 meters across with a rapid current. The three of them got out of the car. You two stay here, don't run around, understood? Lu Qingfeng nodded vigorously. He activated the recording function on his wrist device. He saw Lu Ma soar into the air and in the blink of an eye reached the center of the river. Lu Qingfeng rubbed his eyes. What on earth is happening? Is this even human? There were no reports of any ability users above level 4 online. Moreover, a level 7 ability user can actually fly. The speed just now even created a sonic boom. This is absurd. It's absurd beyond belief. He saw Lu Ma standing in midair above the river, waving her hand. A flame-long knife, several dozen meters long, manifested. She raised the long knife and slashed down towards the river. Boom. The surface of the river exploded, revealing the riverbed, while mist rose up, causing a brief interruption in the flow. Lu Ma retracted the long knife and waved her hand again. 100-meter-long dragon soared into the air, danced wildly around her, and then dove into the river. Boom. The river water evaporated, exposing a riverbed the size of a basketball court. Lu Ma swiftly flew back and landed beside them. The riverbed, which was as large as a basketball court, took several minutes to be submerged by the incoming river water. Lu Qingfeng was left dumbfounded. Is this what an ability user is like? So overpowered? He began to doubt the usefulness of traditional martial arts. What good is traditional martial arts? Ability users can even disrupt rivers. Just imagine if one of their strikes were aimed at his residential area, would it instantly melt away? He was 100 meters away, yet the waves of heat felt extremely scorching. Xiaofeng. Lu Ma called out several times. Oh, I'm recording a video, Mom, you're amazing, it's so shocking. Lu Qingfeng said sincerely. All right, let's head back. Remember not to share the video recklessly. Lu Ma didn't want to say much, mainly because her son had no abilities, fearing it would discourage him. In fact, she had only used 1% of her strength earlier, otherwise it would have been too shocking, and she truly feared it would impact Lu Qingfeng negatively. If it weren't for her son's persistent requests, she wouldn't have been willing to showcase her abilities. Her husband is a level 1 mutant, and now her son is completely ordinary. She sighed inwardly, so at home, she always lived as an ordinary person. A level king ability user is not as simple as they imagine. After returning home and having lunch, the family prepared to go to Jiangnan Province, Jiangnan City, to celebrate Lu Qingfeng's grandfather's birthday. 100-year-old birthday is still quite significant. Lu Qingfeng usually visits his grandfather several times a year. He recalls always going with Lu Ma. Old Lu had never been there. He didn't know when he was young, but as he grew up he realized that class differences truly exist. His grandfather's house is a huge estate while his own home is just a small apartment. Even their 150-square-meter house is smaller than his grandfather's kitchen. Later he found out that his grandfather is the head of the Yu family, a large family with businesses spanning across various planets. Lu Ma is a princess of the Yu family, yet she married the ordinary old Lu and then had him. Thinking of this, he admired old Lu even more and secretly gave him a thumbs up in his heart. This time old Lu decided to go to the Yu family with great determination. They chose to drive this time. After all, with self-driving it was the same, and they could enjoy the scenery along the way. The journey went smoothly, and they arrived in neighboring Jiangnan Province, Jiangnan City. At his grandfather's house. There weren't many people today, it would be crowded tomorrow. Upon entering, a servant led them into the estate. He could clearly sense old Lu's nervousness. He walked over and patted old Lu's shoulder. "Dad, don't panic, I'll definitely help you, don't worry." He wasn't panicking, although he often came here. He remembered that his grandfather didn't treat him particularly well. If it weren't for Lu Ma forcing him to come every year, he really wouldn't want it. Looking down on old Lu would be like looking down on him. After all, he bears the Lu surname. Conversely, he particularly enjoyed visiting his grandfather's house in the countryside. His 2 uncles, cousins, and cousins all treated him well. His grandfather's house, although ordinary, was filled with warmth. This place is grand, but it always feels devoid of warmth. "Miss Young Master, the master is waiting for you in the living room," the servant politely guided. "Aunt Lu, you go about your business, we'll go see father," Lu Ma said, tightly holding old Lu's hand. Old Lu took a deep breath. Even at this moment, he was still quite nervous. The living room was spacious and antique. A handsome middle-aged man sat in the master seat, accompanied by an elegant middle-aged woman. The man resembled Lu Ma very much. Lu Qingfeng knew this was his grandfather named Yu Jianhua, while the woman beside him was his grandmother Rong Xuemei. He approached to greet them respectfully. "Xiaofeng, you go play upstairs for a while," his grandmother said kindly. Lu Qingfeng knew they had matters to discuss, so he could only go upstairs. He realized that if he got sent away, old Lu would have to endure. The hearing of a dark force martial artist is exceptionally strong. He wanted to listen to what they would say. "Lu Guoping, do you dare come to the Yu family again? Have you forgotten how I spoke to you back then? Dad, Guoping rarely comes here. This time it's your 100th birthday, please don't make it difficult for him. Besides, it's all my daughter's fault. Xiaofeng is already so grown up." "Shut up," Yu Jianhua suddenly said. "How can you say that you ruined Xiaofeng? Do you know? Now Xiaofeng is at the top of his classes, yet he can only be an ordinary person. In the beginning you wanted to marry someone normal, not this waste. Xiaofeng's talent would have been even stronger. How could the Yu family's bloodline fail to thrive?" As soon as Lu Qingfeng was mentioned, Lu's mother began to cry. Old Lu also wore a face full of anguish. Lu's mother held his hand tightly and forced herself to say, "Dad, talent is not something that can be easily defined. Xiaofeng simply doesn't have that fate. We will take care of him for the rest of his life, letting him live without worries. After all these years, can't you forgive your daughter?" "Jinhua," Rong Xuemei, who was beside them, interjected, "Tomorrow is your birthday. Yinner has brought Guoping here with great difficulty. Why are you showing such a sour face?" Yu Jinhua ignored them and continued speaking to old Lu. "Lu Guoping, I told you before, unless you allow Xiaofeng to change his surname to you, I will not let you step into the Yu family's door. Now that you are here, have you made up your mind?" Old Lu took a deep breath. As long as, Dad, you can give Xiaofeng a portion of the Yu family's martial arts, I can let him change his surname." Yu Xingyan, with tears streaming down her face, grasped his hand tightly. "That's fine. After all, he is my grandson. As long as he takes the Yu surname, everything else can be discussed." Lu Qingfeng listened from upstairs, feeling increasingly uneasy. Why was the subject of changing surnames even being brought up? Had they asked him? The Lu Qingfeng he had been called for 18 years was suddenly to become Yu Qingfeng. Wasn't this ridiculous? He also knew about martial arts, shunned Qinshu and practiced them. He found it strange that his maternal grandfather's family was so wealthy, yet his mother hadn't practiced them. Why hadn't they taught him? Now he understood that martial arts were a resource monopolized by powerful families. That's good. That's good. Since everyone has agreed, let's prepare for dinner. His grandmother said happily. I disagree. Lu Qingfeng came downstairs. He looked at old Lu and said, Did you ask me? I'm 18 years old, I'm an adult, and you cannot make decisions for me. He turned to his grandfather and said, Grandfather, I don't want martial arts either. I have carried the Lu surname for 18 years, I'm not used to suddenly changing to you. He also silently apologized to Lu's mother. This time he stood with old Lu. You little rascal. Do you even know what martial arts are? No way. Old Lu suddenly became anxious. He turned to Yu Jinhua and said, Dad, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. He is young and doesn't understand. Yu Jinhua waved his hand, signaling Lu Guoping to stop talking. He stood up and walked over to Lu Qingfeng slowly, saying, Xiaofeng, do you know what martial arts are? I don't know. No matter how good they are, I don't want them. A gentleman does not accept food offered in contempt. Good, you have spirit. I hope you can maintain that spirit once you understand what it is. Listen closely, martial arts are not as the rumors suggest. They are something we from Blue Star developed, originating from what was obtained during the initial interstellar era in neighboring star systems. This thing is said to be a relic from the gods, and there are only 12 copies in total. Our great Xia has acquired 6, while the military took the strongest one, leaving the remaining 15 great families to share the rest. And our Yu family is one of them. Do you think your mother truly broke through to level 7 solely based on talent? Her talent is top-notch. But with so many people possessing top-notch talent, why are level 7 ability users so few? Isn't it all because of martial arts? Martial arts particularly suit those who have mutated. Even if you are an ordinary mutant, learning martial arts can easily elevate you to a level 4 ability user enjoying 400 years of life. Those with a bit of talent can reach level 6, while someone like your mother with peak talent can easily break through to level 7 or even 8. And you are an ordinary person without mutation. We have conducted experiments showing that cultivating martial arts can extend your life by 100 years, allowing you to live nearly 200 years. So do you still think martial arts are insignificant? Old Lu and Lu's mother looked at him nervously. Lu Qingfeng, however, smiled. I'm sorry, grandfather. No matter how strong martial arts are, I won't sacrifice my dignity for them. I can't do that. The ancestors of Great Xia lived for only a few short decades, yet they left behind a brilliant culture. What matters is not how many years you live, but what you leave behind in this world. Some people live, but they are already dead. Others may die, yet they live on forever. I do not want martial arts, thank you, grandfather. Good. Just out of school, and already so different with such spirit. Yu Jinhua smiled instead, waving his hand. I hope you can still possess that spirit many years from now. Let's eat. At the dining table, everyone was silent, especially old Lu, who looked downcast. After dinner in the guest room on the second floor, Lu Qingfeng, are you itching for a fight? Why are you being so disobedient? Lu's mother was furious. Mom, I'm sorry, I've carried the Lu surname for 18 years. I'm not used to suddenly being a Yu. Besides, I said it, a few decades of life, what matters most is happiness and joy. He turned to the silent old Lu and said seriously, you all really shouldn't make decisions for me anymore. I am now an adult, I have my own thoughts and preferences, and I can take responsibility for my own future. Old Lu looked up at him with a peculiar expression. So you've grown wings, huh? You won't let us make decisions. We are your parents. Lu's mother was relentless. Mom, your behavior is no different from grandfather's. Lu Qingfeng suddenly said. Lu's mother froze. After a moment, she suddenly sat on the bed and began to cry uncontrollably. Old Lu came over and embraced her. Mom, I'm sorry. Lu Qingfeng also stepped forward to comfort her. You little rascal, how can you talk to your mother like that? Old Lu glared at him. By the way, old Lu, what's with this martial arts nonsense? Does one have to adopt the Yu surname to learn it? What kind of ridiculous rule is that? Xiaofeng, martial arts cannot be taught by people. They are passed down through heritage, so there is no need to worry about them being leaked, and they can't be shared. The 15 great families each share a portion of the martial arts heritage. Our Jiangnan Yu family, Jiangyu Huangfu family, and Jiangzuoli family are among them. This was the rule set long ago, so you can't blame your grandfather. This time it was Lu's mother speaking. Your parents also hope you can live a few more years. Why are you being so disobedient? Lu's mother hit Lu Qingfeng lightly out of anger. Lu Qingfeng fell silent, fearing to upset his mother again. Sigh. Old Lu also sighed. The next day there were no complications. Yu Jinhua didn't make things difficult for old Lu, but ignored their family throughout. After attending Yu Jinhua's birthday banquet, the family returned home. The next day they went to the countryside to visit grandfather. Upon arriving, Lu Qingfeng let loose and enjoyed himself catching fish and shrimp, having a great time. Grandfather and grandmother were also incredibly kind. Old Lu had 2 older brothers and 1 sister. He was the youngest son. Lu Qingfeng ranked 6th at grandfather's house, with 2 older cousins, 1 older cousin, and 1 younger cousin, so the elders were used to calling him Little Six. This time, upon hearing that Lu Qingfeng had ranked 1st in his exams, grandfather and grandmother organized dozens of banquet tables in the village for the next day. After spending 2 days in the village, they returned home. Lu's mother was preparing to leave. Though they were reluctant, life must have its farewells. Lu's mother didn't allow them to send her off, fearing that if they did, she wouldn't be able to leave. The next morning, the military vehicle arrived downstairs. Lu's mother tightly embraced old Lu and him, tears streaming down her face. Husband Xiaofeng, you must take care of yourselves. You too. Wife, mom, call often. Lu's mother turned and went downstairs, getting into the vehicle. Old Lu and he stood on the balcony waving goodbye to the vehicle. Watching Lu Ma leave, Lu Qingfeng felt an indescribable heaviness in his heart. What does it feel like for someone who has accompanied you for 18 years to suddenly depart? Perhaps he wouldn't feel too much leaving, but for those who remain, the pain is far greater. Old Lu stood on the balcony, staring blankly into the distance. After thinking for a moment, Lu Qingfeng walked over and patted his shoulder. Old Lu, now that mom has left, it's just the 2 of us relying on each other. When will you leave? Old Lu snapped back to reality and said, I miss your mother. Lu Qingfeng. Indeed, old Lu is infatuated. He said nothing more and patted his father's shoulder again. Your mother's life was destined to be among the stars, and I dragged her down for 20 years. Son, do you think I'm selfish? Hey, you little rascal, what you said makes sense. It's all your fault, not mine. Now that your mother is gone, let's go out to eat. Let's go. Dad, didn't we just have breakfast? Then let's have another one, something good. Now that your mom isn't here to look after us, let's have a couple of drinks together. Hurry up. You little rascal. Lu Qingfeng had no choice. The 2 of them walked downstairs, arms around each other's shoulders. At noon, the 2 stared at each other. Old Lu, go back to the moon. When you're at home, it's no different from not being here. I can take care of myself. What do you want to do? Your mother is gone and you're urging me to leave. Want to go to heaven? Cough. Old Lu, look at this house, it's filled with your mother's presence. I'm afraid you'll miss her. So if you go to the moon and keep busy, wouldn't that be much more comfortable? Lu Qingfeng wore an expression that said he was doing this for old Lu's sake. You little rascal, what you're saying makes some sense. But if I leave, what will you do? Dad, what can you do? You need me to take care of you here, so hurry up and go. Old Lu looked awkward. At home, he is the youngest, having never experienced hardship since childhood. Later, he met Yu Shengyan. With his thick-skinned pursuit, he made this proud daughter of heaven quickly become a housewife and worker. He didn't have to do anything. Sometimes Lu Qingfeng wondered if his father had taken the protagonist's script. All the good things seemed to come to him. Pampered by his parents' older brothers and sisters, a beautiful and virtuous princess of a wealthy family as a daughter-in-law, and most importantly, a son who was top of the college entrance examination. Isn't this the template for a protagonist? Old Lu thought for a moment and said, Son, you are right, but we need to set some rules. With your mother gone, I truly feel uneasy about you. You must video call me at least once every 3 days. Although old Lu believed in him, he felt a little uneasy about a Suntobe college student staying home alone. All right, no problem. Okay, then let me give you some money. You're considered an adult now, go buy a car and some decent clothes. Lu Qingfeng. Money is fine, but he really doesn't need to buy a car and clothes. Hand it over. He wouldn't refuse now, fearing he wouldn't have enough money. I just remembered, don't you have a bonus? Old Lu, that's where you're wrong. My money is mine, and your money in principle is also meant for me. So your money is my money, just give me a couple of 100,000, and that'll be fine, no need for too much. Old Lu, you little rascal, you even trick your own father. Forget it, the money you earned is indeed yours. My money is also for you. Once it's transferred, I'm leaving. Remember to keep the phone on, or I'll have your mother come and deal with you. Old Lu didn't hesitate and transferred the money right away. Lu Qingfeng quickly took a look, and indeed it was 1 million federal currency. He clenched his fist, wondering if it might be a bit less. Is the pig farm really that profitable? After old Lu left, Lu Qingfeng prepared to clear out the living room for stance training. The living room was truly not suitable for boxing, so he made a plan to stand during the day and practice boxing in the park at night. Just as he was about to move the sofa, the phone rang. The female demon. Not answering. Who knew she was so persistent, continuously calling? Fine. Lu Qingfeng ran to the bedroom, tucked himself under the covers. Xiao Yozi. What are you doing? Why haven't you answered my calls? Can't you see? I'm sleeping. I'm coming to your house soon, get up quickly. I'm taking you out to have fun. What? She's coming to my house. She definitely can't beat me now, oh why should I be afraid of her? Today is the day I promised to spank her. Okay, then come on. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qingfeng pondered for a moment. He decided that if the female demon tried to make a move, he would retaliate and give her a good beating. If she doesn't make a move, then forget it. But judging by her temper, not making a move, it seems impossible, so. Today is a good opportunity for revenge. I can't go too hard on her after all. She was once a neighbor and a classmate for many years, simply put a childhood friend. Just then the doorbell rang. Lu Qingfeng opened the video and saw it was the female demon, then walked over to open the door. Shun Qianxuan entered his home as if it were her own, not changing her shoes, directly tossing them at the door. Walking barefoot into the living room, she lazily half lay on the sofa. Her fair, delicate feet rested on the coffee table, swinging back and forth. "Ah, your home is so comfortable. I haven't been here for a long time." Lu Qingfeng was speechless. This female demon, aside from her gender, was just a wild little brat. Previously, she would come over to his house uninvited, and old Lu and Lu Ma liked her very much. "You're showing too much," Lu Qingfeng exclaimed. Shun Qianxuan shot him a glance and hiked up her skirt a little disdainfully, saying, "Safety short C. You're too bold to even say that. Even if you had 10 times the courage, you wouldn't dare. TCH. I just have no interest. Women only interfere with my studies, and you don't look like a woman at all." Shun Qianxuan narrowed her eyes, smiled, and patted the sofa, saying, "Shall Liuzi come sit next to me?" Lu Qingfeng thought to himself, this is the prelude to her wanting to beat him up. Since you seek death, then don't blame me. You were the one who wanted to beat me first, not me seeking revenge. He obediently sat down next to her. Shun Qianxuan directly wrapped her arms around his neck, trying to push him down. "My." She exerted force again, but still couldn't move him. "It's my turn now, female demon." Lu Qingfeng was in high spirits. "Can't push me down, huh? Do you really think I'm just a novice in martial arts?" He directly reversed, pushing her hands away, grabbing her shoulders, and quickly using Taiji techniques to flip her over. Then he held her hands behind her back, pinning her legs with his feet. Sitting on her back. Smack. He gave her a slap on the backside. "Ah, hiss. Lu Qingfeng, I'm going to kill you." Smack. Another slap. "Shun Qianxuan, this is for bullying me. You've been bullying me for over 10 years, and today is the day I take my revenge." Smack. Another one. "Not to mention it feels really good. Have you learned your lesson? Are you still going to bully me?" Seeing her silent, Lu Qingfeng gave her another slap. He felt something was off. He quickly loosened his grip, getting up. Shun Qianxuan remained in that posture, watching him in profile as tears streamed down her face. He was utterly undone whenever a woman cried. The moment she began to weep, the two of them were thrown into a panic. He fumbled to wipe her tears. "Ahem. Qianxuan, why are you crying?" He was puzzled. This she-devil could cry. It was the first time he had ever seen her weep, and he felt wildly flustered. "Look, Qianxuan, you've hit me so many times. I only hit you once. Don't cry, I'll stop." "Isn't that enough?" Lu Qingfeng hurriedly said. He might have fared better keeping quiet, but once he spoke, Shun Qianxuan hurled herself onto the sofa and sobbed aloud. The more he tried to smooth things over, the harder she cried. He had no choice but to fall silent and simply watch her cry. After a long while, she stopped. She lifted her head and glared at him fiercely. Lu Qingfeng returned the stare without yielding. "What's that? You get to hit me, but I can't hit you. That's absurd. You're not my mother. I won't indulge you." Lu Qingfeng. "Go to hell." She suddenly snatched a pillow from the sofa and hurled it at him. Such a makeshift weapon could hardly harm him. He caught it quickly, then thought better of tossing it back. If he threw it with force, he might hurt her. He gently set the pillow back on the sofa. "Shun Qianxuan, enough. We're even. After all the years you've hit me, I only hit you once." Seeing her reach for another throw, Lu Qingfeng hurried forward and grabbed her hand. She suddenly bit his hand hard. He winced in pain and thought, damn this she-devil. If I had used my hidden force, your teeth would have been knocked out. "You bully me. He'll bite you to death." Lu Qingfeng paid her little mind. With a subtle shift of inner strength, the bite mark eased considerably and would soon fade. The bite had not been especially deep. Lu Qingfeng. Shun Qianxuan seemed to remember something. "How are you so strong now? Why can't I beat you? And there's a bite mark." She gripped his hand and demanded an explanation. Lu Qingfeng thought, "I was careless. I've trained. In the past, I held back for you. Let's see if you dare hit me now." Shun Qianxuan was plainly unconvinced. "Lu Qingfeng, don't lie. What about the bite mark? Don't say I didn't bite, believe it, or not I'll bite you again." She said this as she bared her clean, even teeth. Lu Qingfeng, seeing no way out, coughed and admitted, "I've been training in martial arts." Satisfied now. "What kind of martial art?" Shun Qianxuan asked skeptically. "Guoshu, you know. I enrolled in Yanda's Guoshu Institute." "Yes, that hot-headed guy from the internet. That was me." Lu Qingfeng decided to come clean. No more pretense, he was a Guoshu practitioner. Shun Qianxuan exclaimed, "Are you insane to choose that major? You can probably reapply in a month. Do that then." Imperfectly clear-headed, "This is my choice. I like Guoshu." Shun Qianxuan, "Aren't you meddling too much?" Lu Qingfeng said, annoyed by her interference. He sulked at being told what to do. Shun Qianxuan fell silent. "Do as you wish. I'm going home." "Go then. Go," he waved impatiently. Lu Qingfeng waved his hand in impatience. Shun Qianxuan reached the door but paused then turned back as if remembering something. Lu Qingfeng. Come with me, I'll show you something. What for? I'm going to train, no time. Shen Qianxuan ignored him, returned, took his hand, and began to pull him out the door. Lu Qingfeng, afraid of hurting her, did not resist too forcefully. Where are we going? To see something good. Aren't you going to train? He'll show you what real trainees look like. At the mention of that, Lu Qingfeng's interest was piqued. Then let's go. They left, took a cab, and headed to the outskirts of Hangzhou. They arrived at an abandoned factory. From the outside, it appeared long deserted, overgrown with weeds and mottled with rust. Yet outside the site were parked all manner of flying luxury cars. At the factory gate stood a towering mech tens of meters high, leaving Lu Qingfeng momentarily stunned. Come on. Shen Qianxuan pulled him inside. No sooner had they entered than two burly men blocked their path. They were asked to buy tickets. Shen Qianxuan scanned a QR code, paid, and led him up to the second floor. Inside the factory, there was a surprising world. On the ground floor, 3 fighting rings sat in the open space. The second floor rose in tiers with many seats. The third floor housed numerous private boxes. It resembled an arena. An underground fighting ring. Lu Qingfeng asked. Shen Qianxuan nodded. She had secured a prime seat and brought him to the front row. There are 3 stages here. The 2 side rings are for novices and are almost constantly in use. It's purely about wins and losses. The central larger ring starts at 8 every night. Fighters there sign life and death pacts. No concern for survival. For some reason, at the mention of a life and death pact, Lu Qingfeng's blood quickened with excitement. Is it all martial artists who fight here? Shen Qianxuan shook her head. All kinds of people fight here. Those with special abilities, those who train in combat sports, and people like you who practice martial arts. Lu Qingfeng thought, Miss, aren't you misunderstanding? Practicing martial arts and training in combat sports are 2 different things. I practice Guoshu, he said. What's the difference? People say Guoshu is less effective in real combat than fighting sports. I know you martial artists can tense muscles to erase bite marks. I brought you here to show what power cancerized fighters develop through combat training. What use is your ordinary martial practice? Lu Qingfeng was speechless. He didn't want to argue. To the majority, Guoshu really did seem inferior to combat sports, mere flashy showmanship. What they failed to grasp was that performance martial arts and the lethal arts of killing are entirely different disciplines, a belief held by most people. For over 1,000 years, such notions had been ingrained to the bone and could not be changed overnight. As the bell rang, the announcer intoned, "Ladies and gentlemen, the next match is about to begin. Level 1 cancerized fighter Wang Hao versus Level 1 cancerized fighter Lu Chun." Their information was immediately projected onto the giant screen. Please refer to the screen. You may place bets on the fighter you favor. There are betting QR codes beside your seats. Lu Qingfeng saw the QR code on the armrest and examined their profiles. Wang Hao, Level 1 cancerized, no special ability, skilled in Gu Tai Quan. Age 39. Record 18 wins 9 losses 7 KOs. Lu Chun, Level 1 cancerized, no special ability, skilled in Sanda Chinese kickboxing and free fighting. Age 42. Record 21 wins 10 losses 5 KOs. Lu Qingfeng regarded them as rather pedestrian fighters. Xiao Yozi, who are you betting on? The she-devil asked excitedly. Wang Hao will win. Lu Qingfeng replied without hesitation. Why, just bet on him. Trust me. All right. I'll wager 10,000. Lu Qingfeng secretly scanned and placed a bet of 100,000. With even money odds, he could tell at a glance that Wang Hao was far stronger than Lu Chun. After placing their bets, the bell rang. The 2 below assumed their stances unprotected and barehanded. However, there were rules and a referee. They exchanged tentative strikes for a while. At a crucial moment, Wang Hao caught Li Chun's whip leg and landed a punch on him. Following that, he swiftly turned and delivered an elbow strike that knocked out Li Chun, blood spilling everywhere. The strike shattered his brow bone and blood gushed uncontrollably. I won. I really won, Xiao Yozi, you are awesome. The female demoness was ecstatic. Lu Qingfeng found it quite boring. Wasn't this just child's play? However, the atmosphere on site was quite lively. Gambling, isn't it always like this? Is this it? Lu Qingfeng turned to Shen Qianxuan and said, don't you find it thrilling? Look at their strength. Aren't they stronger than you? Lu Qingfeng almost laughed. Never mind, explaining to this naive girl was pointless. A person like him could defeat 10, no 100. But coming here to make money was doable. Lu Qingfeng stroked his chin. The afternoon would feature many matches, almost all first-level mutant fighters practicing various boxing techniques and combat. To ordinary people, they were quite strong, possessing great strength and top-notch physical fitness. But to Lu Qingfeng, this was far from enough. Yet he won almost every match, only losing 2 due to misjudgment, while Shen Qianxuan also earned quite a bit. Xiao Yozi, you're impressive. Your foresight is sharp. Winning once can be considered luck, but winning frequently indicates true strength. This made Shen Qianxuan regard him with newfound respect. Lu Qingfeng merely responded with a nonchalant expression. It was boring. They remained there until 8 in the evening. By then the entire factory was packed to capacity. Numerous servers walked around with tea. On the stage below, beautiful women were also strutting their stuff. With pretty faces and long legs, the white stage swayed alluringly. Exciting. Lu Qingfeng, you are not allowed to look. Shun Qianxuan directly covered his eyes with both hands when she saw him staring below. Lu Qingfeng swatted her hands away and said irritably, "What are you doing? No looking, if you do, we'll tell Aunt you." What the hell? Lu Qingfeng was dumbfounded. Was she resorting to tattling because she couldn't beat him? Look, this is what a woman should look like. And you, where's the resemblance? Lu Qingfeng remarked with a click of his tongue, but still refrained from looking. He was genuinely afraid shed tattle Lu Ma could come back from the Sea of Stars and give him a beating. Shen Qianxuan was too lazy to bother with him, a true steel straight man. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Welcome to the Monster Factory, the underground boxing arena, where we offer the fairest and most just underground boxing matches. As the host took the stage, enormous flames erupted. The atmosphere on site reached a peak. Even Shen Qianxuan quickly joined in the applause, her face flushed. Next we will witness the highlight of the evening, a second-level mutant fighter known as Ghost Shadow facing off against a second-level mutant fighter known as Iron Man. Please look at the big screen. Ghost Shadow, a second-level mutant fighter. No abilities, specializes in ancient taekwondo and free fighting. Record 7 wins, 0 losses. Iron Man, a second-level mutant fighter. No abilities, specializes in judo and wrestling. Record 6 wins, 0 losses. Both fighters have signed the death agreement. Odds are 1-1. Lu Qingfeng noticed that they had almost no losses. The ones who lost might have died, and there was no age limit. The matches were directly matched with fighters of similar records. Friends who come frequently know that we have rewards for 10 consecutive wins and 100 consecutive wins. This time the two second-level mutant fighters have one with 7 wins and the other with 6 wins. Who will be the winner tonight? Everyone is eagerly watching. You please place your bets and support your favorite fighter. The atmosphere on site was extremely heated. The life and death duel seemed to ignite everyone's blood. Xiao Liuzi, which one should we bet on? Hurry up. Iron Man. Although Ghost Shadow is fast, he might not be a match for Iron Man. He glanced over. Iron Man was solidly built with strong muscles, and his body was very resilient. His ability to absorb blows and attack power was much stronger than Ghost Shadow. He could take a few hits without losing his combat ability, but if Ghost Shadow got caught, he would instantly lose the ability to resist. If the physical fitness of a first-level mutant fighter is 1.5 times that of a normal person, then a second-level mutant fighter could reach about 2-2.5. After modern combat training, their physical fitness would become even more formidable. If placed 1,000 years ago, they would be the killers of the boxing arena, an invincible existence. Lu Qingfeng glanced around. He secretly placed a bet of 500 federal coins, noticing many bets were in the hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions. The factory takes a 10 cut, and the rest is compensated according to standard odds. If the compensation is insufficient, the odds will be adjusted in real time. In other words, this monster factory is a sure win. The numbers on the big screen instantly jumped up. After a while, betting stopped when the amounts on both sides were nearly equal. The odds were exactly 1-1, and the amounts on both sides were frightening, surpassing 1 billion. There are truly many wealthy people. Lu Qingfeng sighed. And this monster factory is really making money. However, he wasn't foolish. Only someone extraordinary could openly establish an underground boxing arena in a capital city. As the bell rang, everyone held their breath, fixating their gaze on Ghost Shadow and Iron Man in the ring. Just as Lu Qingfeng expected, Ghost Shadow's speed was incredibly fast. He kept testing with swift kicks. This life-and-death match was not like the afternoon's combat. Here, aside from weapons being prohibited, any attack was fair game. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. In simple terms, it was without rules, and the other party must lose all combatability. The mortality rate was extremely high. Lu Qingfeng yearned for such a battleground. He watched with blood boiling, unlike the morning when he was disinterested. It distinguished skill and determined life or death. He believed this was true combat. Otherwise, it was merely play and held little interest. People often unleash astonishing potential when facing death. In the ring, Iron Man maintained a defensive stance, while Ghost Shadow, relying on his agility, continually threw light kicks to disrupt and find an opening. Suddenly, Iron Man launched a low dive. Ghost Shadow exerted force with his legs and quickly retreated. He wasn't foolish. Getting caught would mean his end. Who knew that Iron Man was merely feigning? He halted midway and even gave a middle finger, taunting Ghost Shadow. Enraged, Ghost Shadow remained cautious, reluctant to unleash heavy kicks, as his moves could easily expose weaknesses. The two continued to probe each other. Xiao Liuzi, see this as your martial arts practice, just dilly-dallying. If it were a mutant, they would unleash their ultimate move right away, and such a small space dodging would be difficult. Lu Qingfeng truly wanted to spank her again. She was both inexperienced and loved to play, yet also made random comments. Ignoring her, he focused intently on the match, placing himself in the ring, realizing that in just a second, he could obliterate them. They were simply not on the same level. Suddenly, Ghost Shadow seized an opening in Iron Man's footwork and delivered a heavy kick with his right leg. Bang! Iron Man blocked it, but Ghost Shadow swiftly lifted his left leg. Iron Man was horrified. The left leg was the real finishing move. There was no time. Bang! This kick landed heavily on his ribcage. He staggered, realizing that 2 of his ribs had broken. Ghost Shadow seized the opportunity, advancing again, leg raised high, preparing to deliver a downward strike. Lu Qingfeng knew it was over. The high kick looked powerful, but it also had significant flaws. Iron Man endured the excruciating pain, his eyes lighting up. He rushed up quickly, causing Ghost Shadow's leg to strike his right shoulder. Crack! He bore the pain, wrapping his arms around Ghost Shadow's leg and leaning back, throwing him down. He slammed Ghost Shadow hard into the ground, but Ghost Shadow supported himself with his hands, sustaining minimal damage. He quickly rolled over and attempted to twist his leg. Crack! The leg broke. Ghost Shadow let out a miserable scream. Ghost Shadow swiftly used his other good leg to kick Iron Man several times. Iron Man endured the pain, seized the other leg, twisted it, and broke it again. He pressed forward once more. Ghost Shadow was terrified and quickly slapped the ground, conceding. Iron Man seemed to not have heard, grabbing the hand that slapped the ground, twisting it, then quickly seizing his neck and swiftly breaking it. The audience fell silent for a moment before erupting into a deafening roar. The ghostly figure was dead beyond any doubt. The Diamond stood up, raising his hands to signal that he was the strongest. Among the crowd, some newcomers could not bear to watch and retched, while others continuously cursed him for his cruelty. People had already admitted defeat, yet they were still killed. But this was an unregulated boxing ring. One must be prepared for death upon entering. Soon staff members came on stage to check if the ghostly figure still had any breath, and then carried him away. Shen Qianxuan had also been frightened, covering her eyes and unable to look. Only when the person was taken away did she remove her hands. Shaoli, why do you think this Diamond killed him even after he surrendered? That's how it is in an unregulated boxing ring. Once you choose to step in, you must be ready for death. Haven't you been here before? What are you afraid of? Lu Qingfeng asked in confusion. I came with my dad before, but he wouldn't let me watch the 8 o'clock matches. This is my first time watching. Okay. Shen Qianxuan felt a bit wronged. Well, didn't you just win? How much did you bet? 1 million. That's a lot. If I lose, I lose everything, but I won quite a bit today. They'll treat you to a late-night snack. Let's go. Let's go. Lu Qingfeng was somewhat reluctant to leave. Let's watch a little longer. If there's money to be won, why leave? He pulled Shen Qianxuan back down onto her seat. Just a little longer, don't be in such a hurry. Shen Qianxuan had no choice but to stay. In fact, she quite enjoyed the excitement, but the death of the ghostly figure made her somewhat uncomfortable. As for Lu Qingfeng, he purely wanted to make some money. The second match soon arrived, and this time Lu Qingfeng was much bolder. He had already won over 1 million and directly placed a bet of 2 million. His judgment still proved accurate, winning another one. 8 million. After a few more matches, he guessed wrong only once, earning several million. Lu Qingfeng was thrilled. Money was easier to make than he thought. Shen Qianxuan seemed to have adapted, as well, starting to cheer and shout along. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. The most heavyweight match of the night is about to begin. That's right, it's the battle of the superhumans. Let's welcome our 2 contestants to the ring. Boom. A massive firework erupted on the scene. The atmosphere was completely ignited. Superhumans, beings nearly invisible in reality. Why is that? Because dealing with superhuman abilities is like the ban on firearms from thousands of years ago. In Blue Star, regulation is extremely strict. Firstly, learning superpowers is quite difficult. One must attend university, either combat or support therapy. Other majors that do not require superpowers will not allow you to study them. This means that even if you have undergone several mutations and have a strong physique, you still won't have superpowers. This is mainly because initially everyone mutated and the formulas for superpowers were made public, allowing anyone to learn. Chaotic powers lead to chaos. Later, Blue Star fell into turmoil as many superhumans committed heinous acts relying on their formidable abilities. Arson, murder, robbery. Treating human life as grass. Ultimately, it even sparked a world war. After the war, the Human Alliance was formed and regulatory documents concerning superhumans were signed. Of course, this was only for Blue Star. It is said that in the starry interstellar space, many black markets exist where one can buy superpower formulas and secretly learn them. However, in Blue Star, even if you possess superpowers, you cannot use them freely. If caught, you will face legal consequences. The only ones who can use them legally are law enforcement teams. And tonight, these 2 superhumans clearly were not native to Blue Star. They walked into the ring as flames erupted. Now entering the arena is the contestant codenamed Flame, whose mastery of fire-based abilities is extraordinary. Thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. The other contestant entering is codenamed Wind God, rumored to be a mysterious wind-based superhuman. The applause grew even louder. Wind-based superhumans are indeed rare. They require mutations in the bone structure to develop such abilities. As the two contestants entered the arena, their basic information was projected on the big screen. Codename Flame, level 3 mutant. Ability Fireball. Record 3 wins 0 losses. Versus codename Wind God, level 3 mutant. Ability Windblade. Record 2 wins 0 losses. Odds 1-to-1. Betting starts at 5,000,000. Shally, we need to bet 5,000,000. Who should we choose? Unexpectedly, Shin was quite wealthy. Although she had won over 100,000, she still had 5,000 on her, and it looked like she had much more. I won't bet. I really can't tell. Superhumans, I don't understand them. Lu Qingfeng spoke the truth. He really didn't understand them, and had only seen a few videos and his mom's performances. Oh, then I won't bet. But it was just the two of them. How everyone else was betting quickly. Before long, both sides had surpassed 2 billion federal coins. There were only about 1,000 people on the scene, yet they managed to gather 40 billion federal coins. This is the allure of gambling. Terrifying. Those who could come here were either rich or noble. At the very least, they were high-ranking professionals seeking a thrill in their lives. Life was too mundane, laws too strict, their lifespans long and money easy to make. For them, this was just like the old days of rooster and dog fights, merely watching a show and gambling. Soon the two were ready. With the ringing of a bell, Flame struck first, swiftly conjuring a fireball in his hand and throwing it at Wind God. Boom. Wind God was quick, dodging and immediately throwing a wind blade back. The wind blade zipped toward Flame, who had no time to evade as the fireball was launched and exploded upon colliding with the wind blade. The arena was made of some unknown material, incredibly sturdy. It showed no signs of damage. Lu Qingfeng felt somewhat disappointed, as it was just like a video game, a long-distance exchange of fire. Such abilities couldn't possibly hit someone who practiced martial arts. So he quietly asked Qinshuan, do they only have these abilities? Can they not materialize weapons? He remembered his mother's flame long sword, how impressive it was. The arena was just this big, and at level 3 the flame long sword could reach over 10 meters long. One swing could cover half the arena. How could they dodge that? And that flame dragon 10 meters long was nowhere near what these two were doing. Lu Qingfeng almost felt like giving them voiceovers like in a Street Fighter game. No, superhumans all have the ability to materialize weapons, but that isn't something everyone can learn. Oh, it's very difficult. Their fireball and windblade are just the simplest superpowers. Lu Qingfeng understood if they could learn advanced abilities, they wouldn't have to be fighting for their lives to make money here. Soon the wind-based superhuman gained the advantage in speed, and a wind blade struck Flame. It directly severed one of his arms. He raised his hand to surrender, but Wind God did not strike the killing blow. Let's go. Let's go. Lu Qingfeng instantly felt it was very boring. Superhuman powers were indeed formidable, but in a case like this, it was impossible to hit someone who practiced martial arts. It was better to go back and practice martial arts properly, and come here to gamble with reliable money. Superhumans, he couldn't discern their strengths or weaknesses. Oh, Qinshuan obediently followed him out of the Guoshu Gongchang. Only when they reached the street did she realize his hand still held hers. Her face flushed at once, and she hurriedly wrenched free. Lu Qingfeng was unconcerned. He waved down a taxi and prepared to go home. Qinshuan, lost in thought, rode beside him with a rosy, bashful face. The two of them said nothing the entire way. Lu Qingfeng went straight home, and the car then took Qinshuan away. Back at his own place, he pushed the sofa aside again. He intended to practice his standing postures at home. He casually ate an energy bar and began at once. 80 minutes later, drenched from exertion, Lu Qingfeng had consumed 11 energy bars that cost 100 apiece. He had one more bar after that, but he felt no sting at the expense. A man with 8.6 million in savings. This was trifling. Fully recovered, he checked his wristband. It was a little past 11. It was still early and the park would surely have people. He fiddled with the wristband for a while, and inexplicably the thought of the Guoshu Gongchang arena came to him. To be honest, he really wanted to climb into the ring and fight a few rounds. Men who carry blades and harbor a thirst for blood. Perhaps that description fit him. The more he thought about it, the itchier he became, so he went online to search. There was on an online forum a recruitment notice for fighters at the Guoshu Gongchang. Contact information included. Lu Qingfeng quickly memorized the contact. As expected, the post vanished almost immediately. They would surely keep reposting, but moderators took them down fast. After a moment's thought, he dialed the number. Hello, came a deep male voice through the phone. Hello, Guoshu Gongchang. Are you recruiting fighters? Lu Qingfeng altered his voice slightly with Jingqi as he asked. Yes. Are you applying? Yes. Any requirements? None in particular. You only need to be willing to fight, not to fear injury or death. Skills can be trained. Can fighters wear masks in matches? Is an identity required? Well, for ordinary bouts we need identity information and masks are not allowed, and you must sign a contract. But for the death arena, there is no contract. Masks are permitted and nothing else is required. You get paid per match. You can choose not to fight again at any time. There is no coercion. Guoshu Gongchang guarantees credibility. Naturally, Lu Qingfeng opted for the death arena. Ordinary bouts felt like child's play to him. There was no thrill. He wanted the taste of the death arena. In his dreams, he had lingered along the thin line between life and death, fought again and again, been grievously wounded. The sensation was intoxicatingly good. He suddenly wondered if he might be a little perverse. All right, I want the death arena. Brother, are you especially short of money? Actually, I wouldn't recommend the death arena. The mortality rate is far too high. The staff member's warning was unexpected but humane. I'm desperate for money and I don't fear death, Lu Qingfeng replied. Very well. Come by when you can and call me when you arrive. The man offered no further persuasion and ended the call. With time to spare, Lu Qingfeng practiced his stance again. The energy bars vanished at an ever faster pace, but his jingqi was clearly growing stronger. Late into the night, he returned to the park and spent hours refining his fists. Stances condensed jingqi, the punches channeled it. Of course, he drilled combat techniques too. Without practical moves, the training would be meaningless. After a few hours rest at home, he resumed stance work. At dusk, he donned a grimace mask, took a taxi, and went to the Guoshu Gongchang. There was no avoiding the mask, for now his jingqi could not alter his facial features. Once his jingqi could be concealed, he might change his appearance somewhat, so a mask was the safer choice. He called the number when he reached the factory gate. Before long, a middle-aged man came out to meet him. The man showed no surprise. Many who came here wore masks. The death arena drew a local crowd from Lanxing who wished to conceal their identities. Come with me. The middle-aged man said little and led him through a side entrance into the factory. Lu Qingfeng followed, and they entered a first-floor lounge. First, we need to test your physical strength. The man pointed to a machine, and seeing Lu Qingfeng's puzzled look explained. Because these are real fights, we do not check identity here. We cannot know the exact number of mutations a person has experienced. This machine merely tests your physical strength to estimate mutation level and any special abilities so we can match you with an opponent. It can also detect whether you are carrying weapons. Just stand beneath it and let it scan. Lu Qingfeng understood. Such a test suited him best. He stepped forward, and the device sent a red beam to sweep his body. Scan complete. Secondary mutation, physical strength, no special abilities. Lu Qingfeng was surprised. His physical strength only matched that of a secondary mutation. He had expected something greater. Having watched yesterday's fights, he had assumed he would dominate at the second level. On reflection, the machine probably could not detect his jingqi. Without the bonus of jingqi, his body likely registered only at the secondary tier. The man studied the results and said very well. The secondary mutation tier is our largest market and the most frequently matched. It is also the most perilous. Let me make this clear again. This is the death arena. The mortality rate for the defeated is as high as 80%. Payment is as follows. An appearance fee of 1 million is paid immediately upon signing the life and death agreement, after which we take a cut. You only earn more if you win. A loss leaves you with only the 1 million appearance fee. Victory grants a commission equal to 1% of the total bets. Do you understand? Lu Qingfeng nodded. Furthermore, if you string together 10 consecutive wins, the commission doubles to 2% of the total bets. 100 straight wins yields a 5% cut. But he added, no one has ever achieved 10 wins in a row. No one. Lu Qingfeng nodded again. All right, want to fight today? If so, sign the life and death agreement, and we can arrange it. The man opened a wristband screen that displayed the contract. Lu Qingfeng glanced and signed without hesitation. The moment he signed the life and death agreement, the appearance fee was transferred to him through the wristband by simple touch. One last thing, fill in your most practiced fighting method and a moniker. This is optional, but it raises your profile and helps audiences remember you. When you appear, attention will follow, and you will attract larger wagers. Our cut increases, and so does what you earn. Lu Qingfeng nodded. It was merely a label for himself. On the machine screen, he entered traditional martial art Baji Quan Baji Fist, nicknamed the Butcher. The middle-aged man was clearly taken aback. You can't make this up. Audiences won't buy it. I'm not making it up. That's what I train. The man's gaze on him was like someone looking at a corpse. He shook his head. Lu Qingfeng sighed. Had traditional martial arts fallen so far? Prepare yourself. It's still early. We'll notify you in advance when it's your turn. The entertainment facilities here are at your disposal, and you can use them to limber up. And don't think you can run. You won't be allowed to leave without fighting at least one match. With that, the middle-aged man turned and left the room. Wait. Lu Qingfeng called after him. Is there anything else unclear? The man asked. I want to ask if I can bet on myself. Bet that I will win. You can. There's a QR code in the lounge. Scan it to place bets. Anything else? Lu Qingfeng shook his head. The man left. Lu Qingfeng had already sized the lounge up. When he came in, it was small, but the training equipment and entertainment facilities were surprisingly complete. A projector inside displayed the ongoing fights. With time to spare, he decided to gamble and try to make some money. By 8 that night, the balance on his card had climbed to 13 million. Then a notification arrived instructing him to prepare. His turn on the arena was imminent and his opponent's information had been sent. Because pre-betting was allowed, he scanned the code and wagered on himself, committing everything. 13 million all in. He planned to use the summer to earn what he needed for martial training and university. Better to secure the funds now than fret later about lacking resources for cultivation. He did not know how much he would need. Martial training could become an endless abyss of expense. He was still relying on a 100 yuan energy bar that had begun to restore him more slowly. Soon it would be useless. How many days had he been using them? Soon there would be 500 ones, 1,000, 10,000. Perhaps special places sold even pricier ones, 100,000. There were even tales of energy bars made from starbeast meat. Dozens or hundreds a day, literally eating money. A bottomless pit. So securing enough money was more important than anything. The lounge bell rang, and Lu Qifeng stepped out. He wore a plain t-shirt, long short sneakers, and a grimacing mask. He walked up the passage lit by flames. As the host announced them, the big screen displayed the two fighters' profiles. Nickname Tufu. Cancer mutation level 2, no special abilities. Specialty, Chuanwu Bajiquan. Record 0 wins, 0 losses. Versus. Nickname Zhu Ganglai. Cancer mutation level 2, no special abilities. Specialty, freestyle fighting Muay Thai. Record 1 wins, 0 losses. The odds were initially even 1-1. The audience was stunned, but soon they began to bet heavily on Zhu Ganglai, and the odds shifted to 5-1. Most doubted Chuanwu, yet some reason that anyone daring to step onto a life-and-death arena must have something to back it up. Maybe the records were fabricated. Who would climb that stage without skill? The two entered the ring. Lu Qingfeng studied Zhu Ganglai. Tall, easily 2 meters, burly, and imposing. He radiated an oppressive presence. Lu felt fortune smiling upon him, who, judging by build alone, most expected him to lose. He did not yet know the odds had already gone 5-1. After all, Lu stood around 1.8 meters and was on the slender side, though his physical toughness matched others. But training yields differences of power and speed that cannot be judged at a glance. That included his chi force. When the bell rang, the two walked to the center. Zhu was no fool. Anyone permitted on this stage was unlikely to be courting death outright, so he began cautiously. Lu stood his ground, eyes fixed on him, making no showy stance. Seeing this, Zhu advanced to probe. Lu's gaze hardened. If Zhu moved, Lu would be merciless. He planted his feet in the Bajiquan stance, channeling chi down into his soles, and launched forward. He closed in swiftly. Zhu threw an elbow, aiming to smash down on Lu. Why is Bajiquan called so fierce? Because it is an entirely offensive art, meant to crash into an opponent and finish them. As Zhu's elbow descended, Lu charged into his chest and executed a Dingxin elbow, apex elbow from Bajiquan. The elbow had not even fallen when Zhu was flung outward. A burst of chi detonated. He struck the ring ropes, rebounded, and collapsed on the canvas, blood at his mouth, utterly still. Lu knew that not even a god could have saved him now. A hidden chi had been released and shattered his internal organs. Do not ask why Lu did not hold back. What is Guoshu? Only a killing martial art deserves the name Guoshu. When you strike to kill, leaving no margin. That is respect for your opponent and respect for yourself. It settles superiority and decides life or death. This is Chuanwu. Why the moniker Tufu? Because when he steps on stage, he never intends to hold back. Without chi, he might not prevail. With chi, his enemy will be dead or maimed, an outcome that cannot be controlled. If you choose the ring, be prepared for death. The spectators were silent. For a while, no one recovered their wits. Lu stood waiting for the verdict. Soon the referee came to and climbed the ring to examine Zhu. Seeing him unmoving, he declared Tufu the victor. The crowd erupted into a thunderous roar. Someone shouted, "Holy! I recognize that move, Bajiquan, the apex elbow, so ferocious." Others suspected a stunt. Could it be staged? 5-10 odds are rare. Brother, the Guoshu factory makes money from commissions, not from staging, so it's fair, another replied. Staged my foot. Didn't you see Zhu was stone cold? Damn, traditional martial arts actually have real fighters. I still don't believe it. I don't either, but it was exhilarating. One move, and it was over. I wasn't even satisfied. This is no children's play. The life and death arena works like that. Fights end in an instant. One blow will often decide everything. After hearing his victory announced, Lu Qingfeng turned and descended the ring. Back in the lounge, a middle-aged man had already been waiting at the moment of his win. He was elated. His hired fighter had won, and his cut would be larger. Besides, Zhu was not dead, which meant there would be future opportunities. Hello. Total bets this time reached 1 billion. You receive a 10 million commission, the man said. He slapped Lu's wristband, and the funds arrived instantly. That's not even the bulk of it. I wagered more myself. 13 million times 5 times 0. 9 equals 58. 5 million plus 13 million equals 71. 5 million. This windfall added to the 10 million in hand brought him to 81.5 million. Next time he could bet more and earn more. Can you arrange another fight for me tonight? Lu asked. The middle-aged man shook his head. It's too late. The lineup was set in advance. Only tomorrow is possible. If you want to message me ahead, and I'll arrange it. Lu nodded and left. Why not keep gambling? Because betting on others carries risk. You cannot guarantee 100% success. He was no seer. Perhaps the opponent had a hidden finishing move. Only by stepping into the ring himself could he be completely certain if he lost what would money matter. After all, he might be dead. So even when he believed in others, he would not stake too much. If one could predict outcomes with absolute certainty, one would become a fortune teller and abandon martial practice altogether. Lu Qingfeng returned home and immediately began standing meditation. He continued to practice late into the night, training in boxing. Thus this routine persisted for nearly a month. During this time, calls from old Lu and Lu Ma came frequently. He noticed a golden star on Lu Ma's shoulder, the insignia of a general, and was surprised to inquire about it. Lu Ma explained that a class of superhuman could be awarded the rank of a junior general. He then declined all other invitations, coming up with countless excuses. Don't ask if you must know he was at his hometown accompanying his grandparents. If you ask again, he was on the moon where Lu Ba was having fun. Fortunately, these familiar people eventually chose to go traveling. Mo Xiaoyu told him she went traveling in the neighboring star system. As for the female devil, she ran even further, supposedly leaving the Milky Way for the fairy star system. Even his good friend Li Tianran was rewarded by his parents with an interstellar trip. However, with curvature engine spaceships and wormhole technology, travel was still quite fast. In fact, you might find yourself in the neighboring star system by night after spending the day on Blue Star. The next day you could reach the fairy star system. Over the course of the month, Lu Qingfeng initially thought he would fight in arenas every day, but by the 12th match, no one remained to challenge him. After 10 matches, he automatically became the arena champion, requiring challengers to come forward to fight him. He became the first death champion since the founding of the Monster Factory. It wasn't that the challengers weren't strong, but many who made money simply stopped coming to fight. There were hardly any who were as desperate to earn money as Lu Qingfeng. Yet because he finished each match with a single strike, there were no survivors. His reputation as the butcher resonated throughout the fighting community, leading to even fewer challengers. Originally aiming for 100 consecutive victories, he found himself with little opportunity. Of course, the money in his account had increased significantly. Today was the day when various universities announced their admissions. Everyone was curious about which reckless youth applied to the National Martial Arts Institute. At 9 o'clock, the official website of Yen University was immediately flooded with visitors, most of whom were media personnel, as that eye-catching name appeared. Some media personnel noticed this was a massive traffic draw. Jiangsu Province's college entrance examination top scorer, a failed cancer patient applying to the National Martial Arts Institute. Wasn't this topic explosive enough? It was simply explosive, wasn't it? Media personnel immediately began drafting articles. Quickly released, it almost instantly soared to trending status. Shocking, the applicant for Yen University's National Martial Arts Institute is actually him. Shocking, the only student at Yen University's National Martial Arts Institute is actually the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Has he lost his mind, or is he just being reckless? The most unfortunate top scorer in history actually applying to the National Martial Arts Institute. The crowd of onlookers was left utterly astonished. In today's society, aside from special jobs, there is hardly any overtime. The workday generally consists of only 4 to 6 hours. The bored netizens were overwhelmed with gossip. I was curious who the reckless youth was. Turns out it's him. Well, it's fine he didn't mutate, so why not continue being reckless? There's a reason for being unfortunate, bad luck, and a messed-up mind. With his grades aside from the combat department, he could choose any major at Yen University, right? In the end, he chose the worst one. Did he get stupid from studying? 666. He's actually the highest raw score top scorer in Jiangsu Province's history. Oh, what a disgrace. It's said he came from No. 5 high school. Well, what kind of talent can come from No. 5 high school? Just an ordinary high school, and the top scorer is still a fool. The National Martial Arts Institute should be cancelled. It's harming children. This kid must have been fooled. Oh, I strongly suggest canceling the National Martial Arts Institute. It's misleading youth. Image, don't say that martial arts might be impressive. Look at this picture. It's a scene from an underground arena. This comment was quickly buried and later deleted due to its graphic nature. Anyway, the comments were overwhelmingly critical, all attacking the National Martial Arts Institute and him. He didn't care if the true information got out. Even better compensation plus prison time would satisfy him. He would let them enjoy it to the fullest. His phone and messages were once again bombarded. Even his grandparents, uncles, aunts, and cousins urged him to switch majors. He ignored all of them, initially considering turning off his phone, but now he felt it unnecessary, mainly fearing it would affect the champion's challenge. Ding 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 ding. Finally resolving his relative's confusion, Imo Xiaoyu's call came in. Lu Qingfeng. I saw the news. Why did you apply for this major? Can't you switch? In the video, he was wearing a sun hat enjoying a trip in the distant neighboring star system. Why do you care? Mind your own business. As long as I like it, that's enough. Lu Qingfeng was annoyed with explanations. He could tolerate the elder's concerns, but a classmate's meddling was unbearable. She looked somewhat sad in the video. After a long moment, she smiled and said, all right, as long as you like it, I'll be going back soon. I'll come find you to hang out then. I don't have time. I need to practice martial arts. On the path of martial arts, if you don't progress, you regress. Lu Qingfeng quickly rejected her. Jokingly, he already felt annoyed just video calling. Seeing people was intolerable. It was much more comfortable alone. He could practice martial arts whenever he wanted and study as well. Blissful. Every day, he dragged me out to play. What was his intention? Soon Li Tianran called to ask about it. Lu Qingfeng brushed him off, saying he wanted to enjoy himself until school started. The female devil sent him a message to comfort him, telling him not to be influenced by the chaos, also persuading him to switch majors, saying it wasn't convenient to call. It seemed everyone looked down on the martial arts major. Even Lu Ma and old Lu asked him if he wanted to change majors. He replied to all inquiries with 2 words: not changing. What a joke. Now that he had money, if he were an ordinary person, this money could last several lifetimes. Choosing a good major was just to make money, right? With money, why not do what he loved? For example, practicing martial arts. Continuing to practice martial arts, he felt he was close on the verge of a breakthrough in transforming energy. Currently, aside from his head and 5 organs, all other parts were completely trained. Once the energy circulated throughout his body, it would be akin to entering the stage of transformation. The energy would form a grand cycle throughout his body, continuously honing it. However, the head was exceedingly complex, more so than the body or even the 5 organs. He now needed to direct the energy to his 5 organs first. While training, he munched on energy bars. Until around 3 in the afternoon, a call came in that instantly excited Lu Qingfeng. Butcher, a challenge has come in and the difficulty is a bit high. Are you accepting? The voice of Tang Si came through the phone. He was the middle-aged man who had received Lu Qingfeng at the monster factory. What difficulty? A mutated cancer patient with abilities. Accept. All right, 10 o'clock tonight, prime time, I'll set it up for you. This match will definitely explode. A superhuman challenging a non-superhuman fighter will likely yield a shocking commission. Got it. I'll arrive early. After hanging up, Lu Qingfeng smirked. A superhuman. His adrenaline surged. He was thrilled. Finally, there was a worthy opponent. Lu Qingfeng hailed a cab at once and headed for the Guoshu factory. He was about to face an ability user. He needed to tune his condition now. Training could wait until after the match. Lose. He refused to believe he would lose. Only an aberrant ability user could best him. And this one was merely a level 2 ability user. At most 1 or 2 abilities. There was no reason to panic. Except for his head, he was filled with chi from head to toe. Any strike that landed would devastate the opponent. A single hit would instantly strip the foe of fighting power. Unless he met a fellow national martial artist whose chi could cancel his. If the chi could not be neutralized, a blow from him would be lethal. A strike to a limb would snap bones in an instant. He was confident with chi amplifying him. His short-range speed eclipsed that wind-type ability user from the other day. Outside, that wind user could have caused him trouble. On the platform, however, such an opponent was courting death. The space was too small, though in a few steps he could close and finish him. At the factory, flashing his fighter badge, he strode straight into his private first-floor lounge. This was the Guoshu factory's exclusive room for him, the champion's privilege. His appearance fee had climbed to 10 million. Soon Tang Si entered after learning he had arrived. His attitude now was different from before. Brother Butcher, you're here. You can refuse to face an ability user. As the reigning fighter, he could not decline a challenger of the same rank. Ability users were the exception. After all, everyone knew physical attributes were roughly equal. An ability user might train combat better than you and wield magical assaults. It was like the old MMA with someone bringing a gun into the ring. How do you fight that? It was widely accepted that those with abilities and those without were not even comparable, entirely different tiers. An ability user at level 1 could keep distance and might even beat a level 3, or a level 4 would be unbeatable. It's like holding a handgun and still failing to beat Tyson. Faced with such odds, refusal was understandable. It's fine. Then how about the appearance fee and the cut? Can they be raised? He had not yet signed anything binding. Lu Qingfeng intended to try negotiating a higher price. Tang Si froze awkwardly. Il asked the boss wait a moment. Tang Si stepped out and made a call. He returned soon after and said, appearance fee 20 million. Commission 3% for you. Can't go higher. Lu Qingfeng nodded. The appearance fee had doubled and his cut had risen by 10 points. It was acceptable and his odds would surely climb. He could pull a little maneuver then and perhaps land a fat payout. Make a handsome profit. By the way, Tang Si, what is the maximum I can bet on this match? Betting limits annoyed him. The cap for a level 2 death match was 20 million, which meant that despite fighting so often and spending hours at the book, his net worth wasn't growing fast enough. The boss says 100 million. This is the Guoshu factory's first case of an ability user facing an ordinary fighter, and you're the champion. The promotion has been extensive. We estimate the total betting pool will break 10 billion. Lu Qingfeng nodded. If the pool hit 10 billion, he could take 300 million. Very good. He currently had only 800 million in his bank account. Now he could smash 10 small targets. He was excited, not only for the money but the thrill of fighting an ability user. As time drifted by, he placed dull idle bets. Never more than 5 million each. Ordinary matches carried that limit. Only deathmatches allowed 20 million. He typically bet across 10 bouts and won 7, netting just over 10 million. The pace was too slow. Night came and his success rate in deathmatch sank. Only a 6-4 split. He lost 40 million in the opening 2 matches. He recovered over the next 3 fights. When his turn arrived, he wagered the full 100 million without hesitation. As the bell rang, he walked toward the tunnel amid the flames. The crowd chanted the name of the butcher. He was already famous at the Guoshu factory. First to enter our Death Ring's inaugural champion, the butcher. His record is fearsome. All known victories have been one-strike kills, leaving no survivors. The name Butcher is well-deserved. The venue erupted in cheers again. Now please welcome the challenger, ability user Rock. Sparse applause answered. The announcer, unfazed by the thin response, continued, this is the Guoshu factory's first ever match between an ability user and an ordinary fighter. Will Rock succeed in his challenge? Will the butcher defend his ring? We shall see. Please consult the big screen to place your bets. The big screen quickly displayed their profiles. Nickname the butcher. Level 2 mutated, no abilities. Specialties, Chuanwu Bajiquan. Record 12 wins, 0 losses. Death Ring champion. VS nickname Rock. Level 2 mutated. Abilities, Yinkai Rock Armor Shirchue Stone Hammer. Specialty, freestyle fighting. Record 2 wins, 0 losses. Challenger. Many in the crowd had seen Rock fight on the ring before. A level 2 mutation with 2 abilities. Arguably a prodigy. Those with even slight knowledge poured their bets on Rock, skewing the odds. But what did the butcher's 12 straight wins matter? Whether a normal person could breach his rock armor was the key doubt. Yinkai, anyone with basic sense, knew that though a rudimentary ability, it could already resist ordinary firearms. Can you punch through it with bare hands? He even had a weaponized ability, Shirchue the Stone Hammer. Any sensible bettor would stake on Rock. A Dragon King smile curved Lu Qingfeng's lips. He had already studied his opponent's file. Yinkai would be transformed into a death shroud today. If the opponent had been wind type and swift, it might have been difficult. But this ponderous brute could shatter slabs of granite tens of centimeters thick with one punch, let alone that brittle armor of his. Soon the screen closed, betting the total pool reached 12 billion. Odds stood at 18. If he won, he would collect 800 million. After commission, he would still have about 720 million, whereas a Rock victory would yield far less. The bell rang, and the ring readied. Rock was instantly sheathed in stone-like armor, leaving only his eyes and nostrils exposed. A stone war hammer manifested in his hand. He charged outright, abandoning defense, and the hammer fell with a screaming whoosh. Lu Qingfeng sidestepped, advanced, and collided with him. Bajiquan Taizhan Cao. A thunderous shock as his hidden force erupted, sending Rock flying. The rock armor shattered inch by inch. Lu Qingfeng followed the airborne body. He knew this strike would be fatal. As Rock hit the ground, Lu moved in to take his life. Like a tiger scaling a crag, he pressed his palm across Rock's skull. The armor above his head exploded. His true face was revealed, his head lolled, and he collapsed silently. The war hammer at his side dissipated into nothing. The arena fell into stunned silence. It was only when the referee came to inspect the state of the Rock and announced the butcher's victory that an earth-shattering cheer erupted at the scene. Damn, what a slap in the face. What the hell? Is this what a superhuman looks like? So weak. Weak. The butcher barely used 2 moves. I bet $1 million on him. I'm rolling in it, ha ha ha. What the hell? Is this 8 Extremes fist? I even searched for it specifically. Taishan Cao, fierce tiger climbing the mountain. Just 2 moves, so damn cool. This butcher is probably a true master of martial arts. He must have some chi, otherwise how could he break through armor that ordinary guns can't penetrate? Is this for real? I can't believe it, it's too exaggerated. One palm smashed the rock armor. Is it the mighty Vajra palm? Is this a martial arts film? Now that you mention it, I remember. Could martial arts really cultivate true chi? If there is true chi, then it wouldn't be any weaker than a superhuman. Have you lost your mind? True chi. You've watched too many dramas. It's been over 1,000 years, and there are still people who believe in this. Then what do you think is going on? Analyzing it, the possibility of chi is quite high. I still believe that. True chi is just nonsense. Lu Qingfeng didn't bother with how the people at the scene were discussing. After the fight, he returned to the lounge. 1.02 billion has been credited. Butcher. From now on, no one will challenge you anymore, Tang Si said with a wry smile. Lu Qingfeng nodded, knowing that after beating the second level, surely no one would dare to fight him. So he asked, can I challenge higher levels? He had thought about it. Fighting second-level superhumans gave him no sense of danger. He had asked before if he could challenge higher levels. Tang Si said no. Now that no one was fighting him, surely he could challenge higher levels, right? 4 third-level cancerous mutants, both the appearance fee and the betting amounts would be significantly different. I need to ask the boss. If it's possible, would you prefer to continue letting people challenge you as the champion, or would you prefer random matches? Be the champion, but limited to level 3 and can be superhumans. Let me think about it, Lu Qingfeng said. Tang Si wanted to persuade him, but thought better of it. He knew he couldn't dissuade this butcher. Then he'll wait for your notice. Lu Qingfeng nodded, turned, and left the lounge, heading home. He had long thought about challenging higher levels. Fighting at level 2 was just to make money. There was no real challenge. Only at level 3 would he feel some pressure. But at level 4 there was no doubt he would lose. Speed, strength, and reflexes are not on the same level. Even if he had chi, he would not be the opponent. Not to mention superhumans. If the physical quality of a third-level cancerous mutant is 5, then a fourth level would at least be 10 or even 20. The gap is too large. He is only at the second level physically. Chi cannot defend it, can only increase instantaneous speed and explosiveness. He was there to train himself, making money on the side, not to seek death. Back home, he continued to practice standing meditation. He estimated that in less than a month he would be able to channel chi through his 5 organs. At that time his combat power would greatly increase. The 5 organs would become stronger under the nourishment of chi. His metabolism would be faster and his physical quality would increase. He estimated that once he channels his 5 organs, his body would reach the 3rd level. When that time comes, challenging at level 3 would probably not be too much pressure. So he needed to seize the time. He wanted to enjoy the feeling of being on the edge of death. He was not afraid of injury. With the ring, he had tried it before. He cut his finger with a knife, making a big gash. After eating 3 500 yuan energy bars, it healed in no time. This ring is simply a divine artifact. 3 days later, Tang Si called. Butcher. The boss agreed. Tonight someone will challenge you, but it's just a superhuman. No ordinary fighters dare to challenge you since you defeated a superhuman. They also believe they can't beat you. Now the only ones who would challenge are likely superhumans. They'll send you the information. If you agree to fight, just reply to me. Alright. Lu Qingfeng opened the message to check. Nickname Swordsman. 3rd level cancerous mutant. Ability Sword Manifestation Golden Armor. Specialty Fencing. Lu Qingfeng saw that he was actually a metal-type superhuman. The hallmark of metal-type superhumans is their ability to easily manifest weapons and armor. Moreover, they are not heavy, but they are relatively afraid of fire-type superhumans. When they encounter fire-type superhumans, their armor becomes half useless. Lu Qingfeng replied without hesitation. 2 words can fight. They must think that although they can shatter rock armor, they probably can't break metal consolidated armor, right? They might not know what dark strength is. Do you know how to strike the cow across the mountain? That night, he went to the arena. This time he used 3 moves. The great entangling hand wrapped around the sword hand and delivered a barrage of blows. He directly walked away with a dozen small targets. A few days later, Tang Si called again, saying a wind-type superhuman came to challenge. He asked if Lu Qingfeng would accept. Looking at the information. Nickname Wind Shadow 3rd level cancerous mutant. Ability Wind Blade Wind Bind Wind Hammer. Specialty Footwork. Lu Qingfeng's expression became serious. He accepted the challenge. He knew this person actually had 3 abilities. Moreover, there was a relatively tricky ability called Wind Bind. Combined with Wind Blade and Wind Hammer, it was a formidable combination of powers. And he had specifically trained footwork. It would be very difficult to fight, and there could even be life-threatening risks. But isn't this the effect he wanted? A martial artist cannot grow up in a greenhouse. Just like in his dreams at a mere 30-something, why challenge others while living recklessly? This is the fate of a martial artist. Either reach the peak of the world or die on the path to the peak. In literature, there is no first. In martial arts, there is no second. The road of martial arts is incredibly arduous, yet extremely thrilling. Upon accepting this challenge, his mood instantly became excited. He immediately took a taxi to the Monster Factory. At 10 o'clock at night, it was prime time again. He directly placed a bet of 1 billion. Then he stepped onto the stage. His opponent also wore a white mask. As the bell rang, Wind Shadow instantly created distance, retreating to the corner. He unleashed a wind blade. A transparent azure wind blade whistled past. Lu Qingfeng dodged and charged forward. The opponent shifted sideways. Another wind blade sealed off his path of attack. Lu Qingfeng's heart sank. This person had clearly studied him. Just as he dodged this wind blade, the opponent suddenly stopped moving sideways. His face turned pale, and he grabbed at Lu Qingfeng with both hands. Not good. This is windbind. Lu Qingfeng's speed quickly slowed his feet, feeling as though they were stuck in a quagmire. The opponent then condensed a large transparent azure hammer and smashed it down at him. Wind hammer. He knew that the wind blade was too small and might be dodged by Lu Qingfeng, so wind hammer combined with windbind. Seeing he couldn't dodge, Lu Qingfeng gritted his teeth, bracing his hands and lowering his body to block the wind hammer. Boom. Puff. The force of this blow was too great. Lu Qingfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, and his hands were completely incapacitated. As windbind took effect, the opponent's face went pale again as he condensed another wind blade, aiming to finish him off. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qingfeng moved his legs, stomped down, used 8 extremes fist Taishan Cow, and charged into his embrace. Qi surged into his shoulder. The wind blade grazed his cheek. Boom. Wind Shadow flew out, spitting blood into the wind, crashing against the railing, bouncing back and collapsing onto the stage motionless. A hush fell over the venue. This savage battle had ended so abruptly that no one had foreseen it. As the referee stepped forward to confirm Tufu's victory, a thunderous roar erupted. In the Monster Factory, this ability user was counted among the first tier, the strongest of his kind. To think he had died at Tufu's hands like that. Unbelievable. A third-stage cancer mutant with 3 abilities. Such people were already rare to see here. And to perish here of all places. The arena erupted into commotion as everyone debated fiercely. My God, this is possible. When Fengying bound him earlier, I thought Tufu was finished. Thrilling, someone murmured. Why? Such a prodigy brought here only to be killed. What a pity. Fengying was formidable, but Tufu's combat consciousness was maxed out. Tufu's strength is not just raw power, but a battle instinct. Brother, I agree. Ferocious, ruthless, utterly devastating. I watch every one of Tufu's matches. His offense is overwhelming. Most people simply cannot withstand his assault. When Fengying bound him, Tufu's reaction was astonishing and ruthless. He abandoned the use of both hands and sustained grievous wounds, yet he withstood the wind hammer, and with a single signature move, Taishanko, Iron Mountain Lean, slipped past the wind blade and sent Fengying on his way. This is top-tier combat consciousness. Ordinary people lacked such decisiveness. Half-dead and yet intent on killing the opponent, seizing opportunity in utter desperation. What a pity. I suppose we won't see Tufu again. Why is that? Isn't it obvious? Who on earth would fight him? This monster is a 4th-stage cancer mutant. Who would challenge that? Fengying at 3rd stage is already among the strongest, and he couldn't defeat him. Who would step up to fight? Are you looking for death? Lu Qingfeng did not hear the chatter. He clenched against the pain, refused the medics, and walked step by step back to the resting room. Do you need to go to the hospital? Tang Si asked hurriedly. He had been won over by Tufu. What a godlike fighter. To be a 2nd-stage fighter and counter a 3rd-stage ability user and annihilate him. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. Settle the money, I'm going home. All right. Tang Si knew Tufu's eccentric temper and deferred to his wishes. The odds this time were absurdly high, 10-1. Last time the swordsman had only 5-1. They all expected Lu Qingfeng to lose, yet he won with ease. They thought the same this time, not from forgetfulness, but because Fengying's strength was maxed. Like in a game, he was a level 30 character. He had melee ranged crowd control and refined footwork, a high-level player facing a level 20 who only knew basic attacks. How could they fathom losing such a matchup? One could only call his operation godlike. This round's wagers reached 200 billion federal credits. A leap beyond ranks, it was a grand spectacle. The take awarded Baixing a 5% cut. With the 3rd-level bet cap at 200 million, Lu Qingfeng walked away with a fortune. In Tang Si's words, they did not profit from this match. Injured in the arm, Lu hailed a car by voice and went home immediately, tearing into energy bars. His body steamed as if after standing meditation and sparring, white vapor rose. He knew it was rapid metabolism. He could feel the wounds on his body and arm healing swiftly. This was the most he had ever consumed, and for the longest stretch. Altogether, he ate 50 energy bars, each worth 500 federal credits. It amounted to an adult's 350 days worth of food before he felt nearly sated. Though the ring time was short, the terror of life and death drained tremendous spirit. Coupled with severe injuries, he felt fatigue like never before. He slept in the living room while the metabolic recovery continued. The next morning, he awoke with a sudden gleam in his eyes. He looked at his arm, completely healed, and his body felt even better than before. He glanced at the ring and kissed it. Incredible. Such grievous wounds would, even with nutrient baths, take at least a week before movement was unaffected. Full recovery would normally require more than a month, yet he healed in a single night. It was wondrous. A large pool of moisture lay on the floor. He hurried to mop it away. He checked his balance: 7.2 billion federal credits. In high spirits, he decided to train and stand in meditation to calm his nerves. A few days later. Tang Si. Is there any match? No tofu. Half a month passed. Tang Si. It's been half a month. Why is there still no match? Brother Tofu. To be honest, there won't be any more matches for you. No one will challenge you. Then is Baixing fraudulent, right? We figured no one would reach 10 wins in the death arena, let alone 100. You're the only one who's done it. Thinking it over, after a string of victories, one would have made a great deal of money. Who knew who the next opponent would be? Once you've earned enough, who wants to risk life and limb? Not everyone cultivates martial arts, many practice fighting sports. And someone like Lu Qingfeng on a winning streak, who's satisfied and wealth would challenge him. Do they want to die? Against others there might be a 20% chance to survive, against him it is 0. Understood, Lu Qingfeng said weakly. After hanging up he felt a little hollow. For half a month he had only been placing small bets and earning petty sums. Sometimes when he ran into Lao Lu he even lost. What a mess. It seemed chances to win big money were gone. Yet the feeling of escaping death was intoxicating. So exhilarating that even being wounded felt strangely beautiful. Just then his phone rang. It was Lao Lu. Kiddo, how've you been? Have you missed your old man? Miss you every day. I miss you to death, Lu replied. I don't buy that. You brat always stopping me from going home to see you. This time I give you 2 choices: you come to the moon or I come home. Lu Qingfeng was speechless, but it was clear Lao Lu truly missed him. I'll go to the moon. I'll go. Good. Tomorrow then. If you dare mess with your old man, I'll have your mother call you. Got it. Hanging up, Lu Qingfeng sighed. They always used his mother to threaten him. After so long apart, he found he missed her a little. Being a son is not easy. He would go to the moon tomorrow, consider it a brief rest. He would return, and in one push refine his vital energy through the 5 viscera. He only lacked refinement of heart and lungs, everything else was complete. The next day, before he even boarded, New Moda called. Shao Yozi. Clang him back. He'll come find you later to hang out. No time. I'm going to the moon today and my father insists I go and won't be at ease unless I stay 10 days or half a month. You know how it is. My mother isn't there, he worries. Oh. After the call, Lu Qingfeng felt pleased. Go tomorrow, return the same day. Delightful. Stay 10 days or half a month. No way. Impossible. The path of martial cultivation only advances, there is no retreat. Resting for a single day is already a luxury. It might be tolerable to spend time accompanying the lonely old man Lao Lu, but to waste an evening that could be used to practice was unforgivable. He took a taxi directly to the station. The closest one is the space elevator to the moon located in the nearby city of Quanshui. After boarding the maglev train, he arrived at Quanshui City in 10 minutes, and then took a taxi to the space elevator. 9 massive pipes pierced the starry sky, breathtaking to behold. It is said that this space elevator stands 90,000 kilometers tall, embodying the saying the great rock spreads its wings and soars to 90,000 miles in a single day. It connects to a large cosmic civilian spaceport. There are 9 space elevators in total, 5 for transporting goods and 4 for transporting people. Moreover, it synchronizes with the orbit of Blue Star. It is said that only Blue Star has a space elevator because it is the origin of all humanity. To protect Blue Star, the construction of spaceships or docking ports for warships is prohibited. To travel to or from Blue Star, one must go through the space elevator to reach the space station and then take a spaceship to other star systems. Lu Qingfeng has been to the moon many times, but he hasn't been to other places. Mainly because Lu Ma wouldn't allow it, and as a police officer he often had no time. Old Lu was also too busy, and when he was younger he wasn't allowed to go alone. He skillfully passed through security and entered the waiting room. Before long it was his turn. He boarded the elevator and fastened his seatbelt as the space elevator ascended at an incredible speed. The first 4.0 kilometers take half an hour, and after breaking free from Blue Star's gravity, it only takes 10 minutes to reach the space station. Although the speed is fast within the enclosed vacuum tube, the passengers feel nothing. 35 minutes later, Lu Qingfeng exited the elevator and took a public spaceship to the moon that departs every 5 minutes. As soon as he got off the spaceship, he saw old Lu waving at him. Lu Qingfeng walked over. Son, it's been 47 days since we last met. Did you miss your old man? I missed you. That's just a formality. If your mother were here, I wouldn't have been able to manage you. Dad, I'm hungry. Take me to eat something delicious. Old Lu's sweet talk was completely ineffective on him. Now he often used Lu Ma to threaten him. All right, let's go. The two of them got into a car. The moon had been transformed into a farming base over 1,000 years ago. The gravity and oxygen are identical to those on Blue Star. After eating, he followed old Lu to his pig farm. To his surprise, he hadn't visited in a long time and realized just how large old Lu's pig farm truly was. "Son, do you see this? These 10,000 pigs are the empire I built for you," old Lu said, patting him on the shoulder. Lu Qingfeng. Truly, old Lu deserves his reputation. He would rather not have this empire. Old Lu, how much can one pig sell for? Are you trying to find out how much your dad can earn? All right, let me tell you today, each pig can sell for 2,000 yuan. Wow, old Lu, that's impressive. This is worth 20 million. Lu Qingfeng was a bit surprised. Of course, we can sell them twice a year, but the costs are not low. After deducting costs and taxes, the net profit per pig won't exceed 300 yuan. This year is good as pig prices have risen. The profit can reach 500 per pig. Old Lu was a bit smug. However, one could understand that earning a few million a year is already a ceiling for ordinary people. However, Lu Qingfeng has already seen how the wealthy spend money. They casually place bets worth hundreds of millions. For him, just participating in a competition starts at tens of millions. And he himself has long had many small goals, but out of respect for old Lu, he decided to compliment him. "Wow, old Lu, that's amazing. I didn't expect to be an invisible rich second generation myself. Honestly, how much have you saved from Lu Ma? What are you talking about? When have I ever hidden anything from your mother? She knows how much I have better than I do. Not much, a few million all saved for you. Is that enough for your martial arts training?" Lu Qingfeng felt a small wave of emotion. But what is this amount? Based on the calculation of 1100 per energy bar, that amounts to only a few thousand. Not enough for him to spend long. He currently consumes 50 bars a day at 500 each. By the time he finishes training his 5 organs, the 500 would likely be ineffective and he would need to switch to 1000. He would estimate that he would quickly need 1000. All right, when I need money, I will definitely come to you, hee hee. Okay. The father and son walked and chatted. "Son, I miss your mother. She said she is going to Andromeda, which is close to the chaotic star systems at the front lines. I'm a bit worried about her." Old Lu, don't worry too much. Mom is a king-class mech warrior, and she might not necessarily go to the front lines. Lu Qingfeng comforted him. To be honest, Lu Qingfeng was also a bit worried. The edge of Andromeda, the chaotic star systems, is indeed humanity's front line. The defenses are against alien races and the notorious human-made biological entities. AI intelligent humans. 900 years ago, AI intelligent humans were born. These intelligent beings are made entirely of bionic materials except for their heads. They obtain biological energy by eating and drinking. They are indistinguishable from real humans, and their brain chips can self-learn. They can marry and even have children. At that time, many humans chose to marry intelligent humans. They could meet all human fantasies about love. You could customize any personality you wanted. You could also customize their appearance and physique. If you no longer like them, you could change the program anytime. The marriage rate skyrocketed back then, of course, mainly with intelligent humans. But would they, having learned emotions, willingly remain as human slaves? 50 years later, the intelligent humans began to rebel. That time, humanity nearly faced extinction. Those who married intelligent humans were almost all killed overnight, including their children. War broke out, and humanity had only just entered the interstellar era for 200 years. The technology was not as advanced as it is now, so the battles were intense. However, intelligent humans are ultimately intelligent beings and never true humans. They can only learn but cannot create. Most importantly, they cannot mutate. 10 years after the war, mechs that fit the mutators were invented, and the superhumans controlled mechs that amplified their powers across the star seas. The balance of the war tilted instantly. Intelligent humans began to suffer defeat, ultimately retreating to the chaotic star systems. Because many star races gathered there, humanity could not completely eradicate them. Thus a stalemate was reached until now. I hope so. Old Lu gazed into the distant starry sky. P.S. This chapter serves as a foreshadowing. Speaking of which, do you want an AI wife like this? The author does. Hee hee hee. After having dinner on the moon, Lu Qingfeng returned to Blue Star. During this time, old Lu could not keep him there no matter how hard he tried. Lu Qingfeng's response was, "I need to practice martial arts. You can't expect your son to not progress, can you?" Old Lu had no choice but to let him go back. After about an hour, he arrived at Blue Star. Without hesitation, he resumed his stance training. 10 days later, late at night, Lu Qingfeng was practicing his punches in the park. Inspiration struck him. He performed a Tai Chi closing move. With a soft pop, the energy in his heart reached fullness. His internal organs were fully connected. He instantly felt his blood flow increasing significantly, circulating throughout his body. He felt warm all over. At this point, a martial artist could be considered to have mastered the dark energy. Unfazed by the cold or heat, the energy flowed continuously, honing his body. His physique would become increasingly robust. Now only the complex head training remained, and there was still nearly a month before school started. He believed he could definitely master the energy throughout his head and enter the realm of the Transformation Master. He quickly consumed a few energy bars worth 1,000 each to replenish himself. He also ordered 100 energy bars online, each costing 1,000. However, he found that his digestion had slowed considerably. His recovery was also slower, and the effects were far inferior to the 1,000 ones, not to mention the wasted money. Thus, the path of martial arts must still be taken step by step. One cannot be overly hasty. After finishing today's training, he rewarded himself with a few hours of rest at home. He hurried home. Sleep was something he occasionally needed. In the morning, a series of urgent knocks on the door, and the doorbell rang. Lu Qingfeng was quite annoyed. Damn, which bastard is it? Lu Qingfeng cursed, opened his wristband to check the surveillance, only to find a pile of missed calls. He had muted it before sleeping. Not checking the missed calls, he opened the surveillance and saw that it was actually the female tyrant and Mo Xiaoyu who had come together. Reluctantly, Lu Qingfeng got out of bed to open the door. What are you two doing here? Lu Qingfeng rubbed his eyes and spoke unenthusiastically. After not sleeping for a while, he found it quite comfortable to suddenly get some rest. However, being disturbed by others really annoyed him. Little six, you lied to me. Shun Qianxuan unceremoniously pushed Lu Qingfeng aside and entered the living room. Where's the sofa? Why is it on the balcony? Lu Qingfeng, didn't you say you went to the moon? Mo Xiaoyu blinked. What the hell? The female tyrant wouldn't have contacted old Lu, would she? Sure enough, Shun Qianxuan turned around with her hands on her hips and said, Little six, you must explain today why you've been avoiding us. If I hadn't tried calling you and you didn't answer, I would never have known that you only went to the moon for a day and spent the whole summer at home. You even lied to us about being in the countryside and then on the moon. Why don't you just go to the sky? Feeling his lies exposed, he felt a bit embarrassed. Exactly. Lu Qingfeng, you used to never lie, and now you've learned to deceive. Lu Qingfeng glared at Mo Xiaoyu. She even added fuel to the fire. What Xiaoyu said is right. Tell me, what have you been up to lately? Always avoiding us and lying. I'm going to tell Aunt Yu. Upon hearing that she would report him, Lu Qingfeng was extremely annoyed. He hated being reported, and old Lu was his father, so he had no choice. He retorted back without holding back. Feel free to say whatever you want to. Why are you so nosy? Don't you get tired of it? Is practicing martial arts wrong? Are you that annoying? You? Lu Qingfeng. What? Do you want me to beat your ass? Don't forget you can't beat me now. You? Shun Qianxuan glanced at Mo Xiaoyu. Her face flushed, uncertain if it was from anger or embarrassment. In Lu Qingfeng's eyes, it was just anger, but he found it quite enjoyable. Mo Xiaoyu, did I just hear something I shouldn't have? Lu Qingfeng spanked Shun Qianxuan. How did that happen? Was it hard or soft? Was it enjoyable to hit? Was it enjoyable to be hit? Why do I also want to be spanked? Let's go. Shun Qianxuan was extremely annoyed, pulling Mo Xiaoyu out the door. Mo Xiaoyu glanced back at Lu Qingfeng several times. Lu Qingfeng waved his hand. Goodbye. It felt good having chased away the female tyrant. He could practice martial arts in peace again. Women only slow down my martial arts training. After such a commotion, he had lost all desire to sleep, so he simply resumed his stance training. Time passed quickly. 20 days later, late at night. In the park, the sound of energy whistling was continuous. Lu Qingfeng was practicing Tai Chi. Countless fallen leaves swirled around his hands, forming a huge ball of leaves. Suddenly, he closed his eyes, flicked his hands, and the fallen leaves flew everywhere. With a pop, a bubble of energy was burst. The energy had penetrated the final position in his head. In an instant, the energy surrounded him, forming a large cycle. The energy spread throughout his body, and his mind felt extraordinarily clear. He could even see the fallen leaves fluttering several meters behind him. It seemed the leaves were afraid of him, avoiding him as they fell elsewhere. At that moment, a summer firefly flew by and landed on his shoulder. As soon as it landed, he noticed it, and the energy erupted, shattering the firefly. Not a feather could land, nor a fly. He had entered the Transformation Master realm. His perception was magnified countless times compared to before, although his strength did not significantly increase. In comparison to dark energy, the strength of transformation lies in perception and the longevity of energy. Especially in terms of perception, it had grown immensely. He could sense even the tiniest hair on his body. If he were to fight against his past self with dark energy, he could easily defeat the old him in an instant. This is the terrifying aspect of perception. It allows him to anticipate any of your movements in advance, and even a regular person armed with a firearm would find it impossible to hit him. Moreover, he could completely control his own energy. Reflecting back, he realized how foolish it was to use his hands to block the wind hammer in the arena. If it were him now, he would only need to extend a finger, breaking the surface with a point. Hitting the heart of the hammer would disable its wind hammer ability. Then, with a gentle palm pressed against his chest, he would stick him to the arena pillar like a painting. Hitting someone is like hanging a painting. Although the version of him in the dream had rich combat experience, he now realized that if he didn't reach this realm himself, he would never know the power of transformation. He suddenly gained immense confidence in martial arts. If transformation is like this, then what about the golden core realm? After all, there is a saying that once a golden core enters the belly, my fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Since this saying exists, he believed the awakening was not just a myth. Will it be even more defiant? Can those with special abilities pilot mechs? Can cultivators of the national art also pilot mechs? With mechs and special abilities, one could traverse the starry seas. What about mechs paired with national arts? Would Yin University set up this major in line with his thoughts? He began to feel excited. The next day, early in the morning, he received a call from Mo Xiaoyu. Lu Qingfeng School is about to start, and someone suggested that Class 3 of senior year get together. Many people might not see each other again. Do you want to go? Not going. Lu Qingfeng replied without a second thought. Gatherings were a hassle. He was someone who particularly disliked trouble. Aside from those he had a good relationship with, he was increasingly reluctant to interact with people he wasn't particularly familiar with. Well, fine, it's okay if you don't go. He hung up the phone. Why was Mo Xiaoyu so obedient today? She didn't even try to persuade him. Could she think he felt embarrassed for applying to the National Martial Arts Academy? Forget it, let them be. Why bother with their thoughts? A martial artist needs a clear heart moving forward unimpeded. His confidence in martial arts was soaring like never before. He simply didn't want to go. The next day, the female demoness came knocking again. Recently, she had been coming quite frequently no matter how angry Lu Qingfeng made her. She claimed that since Aunt Yu was not around, she was there to keep an eye on him. She didn't make a move. Fighting her was out of the question. So he let her be. Fortunately, Lu Qingfeng was clever. Every time she came, he would drag her to the monster factory to bet and make money. Then he would send her away to practice martial arts. Thus, as the start of school drew near, August 28th. Xiaofeng. School is about to start. When are you going to school? Mom. I'll go on the 1SD. There's still time. Let your dad take you. A Lu Guoping. Did you hear that? Heard it, but the little rascal won't let me take him. No, old Lu, Mom. I'm already a grown person. Do I still need someone to take me to college? If you're not embarrassed, I am. I can go by myself. Don't worry, Mom. Wife. Look, your son is already starting to find us embarrassing. Go on, son is just embarrassed by you, but wouldn't dare be embarrassed by me. Right. Mom is the best. All right, remember to listen to your teachers at school, study hard in that so-called national martial arts, and if you run out of money, be sure to tell Mom. When you're out, take care of yourself, pay attention to your health, and also tone down that bad temper of yours. At home, your dad and I spoil you, but others won't be so lenient. We won't bully others, but we can't let ourselves be bullied either. And. During the video call, Lu's mom kept chattering away. This time, Lu Qingfeng didn't interrupt her, listening peacefully to her ramble. Perhaps this is what it means for a mother to worry when her child travels thousands of miles. He could feel Lu's mom's love for him. That's all, Xiaofeng. Do you think I'm annoying? Lu Qingfeng quickly shook his head. He might have thought so before, but now perhaps he had really grown up. During this time, being home alone, although practicing martial arts was enjoyable, he often found himself unconsciously calling out Mom a couple of times. Until there was no response, he realized his mother had gone to the Star Sea. That sense of loss was somewhat palpable. Mom, you two take care of yourself. Both old Lu and I miss you. Guoping. Lu's mom suddenly started to cry. My son has grown up and actually wants me to take care of myself. Yes. Old Lu felt quite gratified. September 1st. The day of registration for Daxia University students. Early in the morning, the female demoness and Mo Xiaoyu were waiting for him downstairs. Xiaoyozi, why are you so slow? What's the rush? Are you hurrying to reincarnate? Can't you see what time it is? Also, hey, what the hell, Shin and where are you going? Could it be that you're also going to Yin University? Lu Qingfeng. Shin Qinshuan had a face full of killing intent, gritting her teeth in anger. Why can't I go to Yin University? You didn't even ask me. But you didn't say anything. Shin Qinshuan. This bastard. Qinshuan 12th in the province, still suffering from bone cancer, going to Yin University is more than enough. Mo Xiaoyu said weakly. In her heart, it's so hard being stuck between these two. But she also enjoyed watching them bicker. As sisters, she had to support Qinshuan. Mainly because this thick-head fool was too infuriating. Hearing Mo Xiaoyu's words, Lu Qingfeng was not surprised at all. Shin Qinshuan had always been the best in her studies since childhood. There was no way around it. Who told her to suddenly break through? Ahem. Qinshuan, you're amazing. Let's go. Today was the registration day at school. No need to practice martial arts, so just let her be. After saying that, he pushed her onto the maglev train. Mo Xiaoyu pouted and followed onto the train. From Hangzhou to Yinjing, it was a full 1,500 kilometers. However, taking the magnetic levitation train was many times faster than the city light rail. In 10 minutes they could reach Yanjing. Of course there were stops along the way, which was why it took half an hour. Upon getting off the train, there was a sea of people, all lively young individuals, many accompanied by their parents. At the station entrance there was a large banner. Welcome to Yin University. No other university had a banner. This was the only university in all of Yanjing. After the War of Extraordinary Abilities, universities across the nation began to streamline and merge. As a result, Yanjing was left with this one university. Lu Qingfeng led them towards the reception area. He intended to send them off and then find the National Martial Arts Academy to register. However, when the reception staff saw Shen Qianxuan and Mo Xiaoyu, their eyes lit up. They directly bypassed Lu Qingfeng. Hello, Junior. Let me help you with your luggage. Lu Qingfeng, MMP. Get away. The imposing female demoness. No. It's fine, timid Mo Xiaoyu. Oh, it's no problem, Junior. Which department are you from? There are all our school's vehicles outside. Oh, I'll take you there. The senior was very enthusiastic, grabbing their luggage and walking away. Cough. Qianxu and Xiaoyu, you guys go with the seniors. I'll find my way myself. Under the killing gaze of the two girls, Lu Qingfeng quickly slipped away with his luggage. In today's society, public safety was quite secure, so he felt relatively at ease. He felt like he might have missed something. It seemed he heard the voice of a senior calling out. But these two women were already annoying enough. What was so fun about training with seniors? As a result, after wandering around for a while, he saw vehicles for all departments, but none for the National Martial Arts Department. What the hell? Lu Qingfeng took another look at the admission notice. It wasn't fake. Thinking about it, he simply hailed an autonomous vehicle and headed to Yin University. Soon he arrived at Yin University. He had never been here before. He only knew that Yin University was vast. How vast? Only upon arrival did he realize. Walking into Yin University's entrance, there were stalls welcoming new students everywhere, with every department represented except for the National Martial Arts Department. Scanning the notice to enter the gate. Inside the school, there were even light rails, taxis, and buses. Isn't that exaggerated? Yin University had dozens of major departments. No one would believe it was a university. It was practically a small city. Students from all corners of the world and various planets came here to study. The best university in the Human Alliance, although its enrollment leaned towards the Daxiao region. However, students from other countries could also enroll if they met the scores and conditions. Thus, in the campus, there were people of all skin colors. He did not head directly to the National Martial Arts Institute. Instead, he took a campus shuttle to explore the surroundings. For a martial artist, it is crucial to survey any unfamiliar environment first. The vehicle drove through Yin University, passing by various uniquely designed buildings, each representing different departments. For instance, the astronomy department's building resembled a gigantic telescope. The biology department's building resembled an enlarged cell. There was also the mecha department that left him particularly astonished. A towering mecha, approximately a kilometer tall, stood majestically at the entrance. It ranked second in size, with the first being the Battleship Institute. A colossal battleship measuring 10,000 meters spanned the campus, truly an awe-inspiring sight. Inside the vehicle, the smart voice system continued introducing the various departments of Yin University. After 5 hours of touring, he finally completed a round. Lu Qingfeng exclaimed, "Let's go to the National Martial Arts Institute." The vehicle's smart system paused momentarily before responding, loading the location of the National Martial Arts Institute. Loading failed. Lu Qingfeng was left speechless. Therefore, he opened his admission notice and shared the location with the vehicle's system. Loading the location of the National Martial Arts Institute. Load successful. Estimated time 1 hour. 1 hour. While he leisurely explored the campus, taking a vehicle to the destination should not take this long, should it? After all, this was a high-speed intelligent car. He glanced at the map and felt a surge of frustration. The National Martial Arts Institute was located in a remarkably remote area, on an island no less. Beyond the buildings of Yin University, there was also a vast garden. It could almost be described as a park covering an area comparable to that of a county. It featured mountains and rivers with tall trees densely packed. The car followed a narrow path into the depths, traversing through caves and crossing streams. Suddenly, the scenery opened up. A peach orchard spread before him, but unfortunately, it was the wrong season. Not a single peach blossom or peach was in sight, only bare branches occasionally shedding a few leaves. Crossing through the peach grove, he arrived at a large lake. In the middle of the lake was an island not small in size, estimated to be around 1,000 to 2,000 acres. A newly constructed road led directly to the island at the heart of the lake. As the car drove up, an ancient-style building came into view. It resembled images he had seen online, with flying eaves, dark tiles, and intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes. Luxurious, beautiful, and grand. Upon exiting the vehicle, he approached the building and took a good look at it. Beside it was a stone tablet inscribed with Yanjing University National Martial Arts Institute. The building was not tall, only 3 stories, but the courtyard inside was quite spacious. Nothing was discernible from the outside. The main door was wide open. Upon entering, a massive shadow wall stood before him, displaying the character Marshall in large script. With a flourish of calligraphy, Lu Qingfeng dragged his luggage inside. The courtyard was vast, entirely paved with tiles, yet it was completely deserted. "Is anyone here?" he shouted loudly. There was no response. Is this really a school? There was not a single person. Thus he decided not to be polite. Since no one was around, he would explore a bit first and find a place to settle down. As for food, he had enough energy bars in his luggage besides clothes, so he wouldn't starve. He first wandered around the first floor. The front yard had a kitchen and dining hall, while the back housed student accommodations. However, they were all single rooms, which was a plus. The rooms were well equipped with new bedding and not many rooms. Only about 12. Had they anticipated that they wouldn't be able to recruit anyone? The large hall on the first floor of the main building was spacious, equipped with projection devices and seating likely intended for classes. The second and third floors were locked, preventing him from entering. This was all the facilities within this building. The main issue was still the absence of people. He chose a room, set down his luggage, locked it, and activated his wristband. This room was now his. At that moment his phone rang. Lu Qingfeng answered it. "Xiao Yozi, where are you? We've settled and come to play with us. Why can't we find the National Martial Arts Institute?" They couldn't find it either. That was simply wonderful. "Don't come, you won't find it. Oh, it's not on the map. By the way, which department are you in? I'll come look for you later." We filled out our preferences 3 months ago, brother. You didn't even ask which department we're in." "Lu Qingfeng, you're amazing." The girl gritted her teeth. Cough, cough. "But you didn't mention it either. I thought asking about majors was a bit impolite." "Xiao Yu is in the medical field. Oh, she wants to be a doctor, and I am. She proudly hummed a couple of notes. "The Great Battleship Command Department. Haha, Xiao Yozi is awesome." Lu Qingfeng was a bit surprised. That department was indeed impressive. It required knowledge of both mecha operation and battleship command, making it essential in the starry sky. A highly sought-after field. However, it was quite difficult to get into. But considering his transformation and scores, it was understandable. "Congratulations. Congratulations, I can still look for Xiao Yu if I get injured. But hey, it seems you are of no use to me, Qian-sun. Go dot." With a snap, he hung up the phone. Lu Qingfeng shrugged helplessly. He had no time for idle chatter, as he hadn't even reported yet. So he wandered around the small island, and while walking he unexpectedly spotted an old man fishing by the lake. What the heck? This must be the director and teacher Xiao Jingdao, right? His information was on the official website, but there was only a public phone, no private contact details. This was ridiculous. On the registration day, he was hiding here fishing. He hurried over. A master of transformation could tread without leaving a trace. Walking silently, he approached the riverbank, activating his internal breathing technique. He stood there like a transparent person. Xiao Jingdao was intently focused on the bobber. Suddenly it dipped. His eyes lit up as he lifted the rod to hook the fish. Got it. The fishing rod bent deeply. The fish was quite large. The line whistled sharply as Xiao Jingdao nervously swayed the rod left and right, muttering incantations. "Little darling, don't struggle, come back. Stop resisting, come back. Sigh, that's a good fish. Cough, cough." Lu Qingfeng suddenly coughed forcefully several times. What the heck? Xiao Jingdao was indeed startled. With one forceful tug, the fishing line snapped. "Oh no, the line's been cut," Lu Qingfeng shouted. Xiao Jingdao turned around with a grim expression. "Who are you? How did you get here? Which department are you from? Do you understand the rules? Is this a place you can come to?" Lu Qingfeng was dumbfounded. As expected of a teacher, his skill in turning the tables was extraordinary. He opened with several questions, standing on a moral high ground to put pressure. Cough, cough. "Director Xiao Jingdao," Lu Qingfeng asked the old man. You still haven't answered my question. Which department are you in? I must find your director today." Seeing that the old man was still so self-righteous, Lu Qingfeng was speechless. Could he really have forgotten? It was said that a fisherman who set his own bait would remember the spot, even if it snowed the next day. As for his wife's birthday or his children's school years, forgetting those was just basic behavior. So he asked Director Xiao, "Do you know what day it is today?" Xiao Jingdao was utterly baffled. Why is this young man asking me what day it is? Wait a minute. A sudden realization struck him. Today is September 1st, the day for new students to register. This location is nowhere to be found on the map. Only those at the level of the dean, along with some teachers and staff, know about it. No one knows about this place. So who is he? The unfortunate top scholar student. Suddenly he felt a bit awkward. Ahem. Of course I know. That was a test for you. You must be the unfortunate new student. Ahem, Lu Qingfeng, right? Lu Qingfeng. Damn it. He actually thinks I'm an unfortunate fool. What the heck? A test for me. Forget it'll give him some face. After all, it's someone else's territory. Once I get accustomed to it, even if you're the dean, it'll still take you down. Yes. Dean Xiao, you really remember. Of course, let's go, we'll take you around the academy. With that, he grabbed Lu Qingfeng and walked away, glancing back at his fishing rod with reluctance. He cried out in his heart, "My fish." How did the line break? This little brat walking silently on purpose to scare me. Along the way, Xiao Jingdao was very enthusiastic, introducing, "Our National Martial Arts Academy is the only independent department at Yin University not subject to the school's jurisdiction, yet enjoying all the benefits of the school. What do you think? Isn't it impressive?" Impressive. Lu Qingfeng cooperated. "And look at this beautiful scenery. Doesn't it resemble the paradise described by the ancient sage Tao?" "It does. And how about these buildings? Aren't they grand?" "Grand. Look at this lake. Is it clear or not?" "Clear." Throughout this journey, the old man boasted tirelessly about how excellent the National Martial Arts Academy was, just not mentioning the actual martial arts. Lu Qingfeng also cooperated along the way. "Where's your luggage?" "What about my room? I found one myself." "You're quite self-aware." "If I weren't self-aware, should I rely on Dean Xiao?" Ahem. Xiao Jingdao felt a bit awkward, but not overly so. "This is the kitchen. Cook whatever you want. There are no chefs here." "What?" Lu Qingfeng was dumbfounded. "Is this a school? Moreover, there's no address here, so takeout and groceries can't arrive. How do you cook?" "Eat mud." As if he knew Lu Qingfeng's thoughts, he continued, "You can buy your own vegetables and meat, or even grow them yourself. Of course, you can learn from me and fish for food. You certainly won't starve." Right, you're absolutely right." Lu Qingfeng completely lost the desire to engage with him. "Forget it, he's the only student here. I can just eat energy bars, and if I'm really craving something, he'll go eat out. Just consider it a quiet place to practice martial arts." Thinking of it this way, it actually felt pretty good. "All right, Dean Xiao, do you have classes usually?" "If there's no class, you can go fish." "I have to get busy." "Of course there are classes. What are you busy with?" "This is the National Martial Arts Academy, the best institution in the Human Alliance, and surely knows real martial arts. But this old man Xiao clearly doesn't practice martial arts. A martial artist can be recognized with just a glance. Practicing martial arts. You're the dean, you wouldn't know, would you? Have you practiced martial arts?" Xiao Jingdao looked skeptical, but his eyes sparkled at the mention of martial arts. "Then tell me, what is martial arts?" "Martial arts that kill without performances are martial arts." Xiao Jingdao nodded. "Many know this. However, most people do not believe it. Do you believe in martial arts?" He continued to ask. "I practice martial arts. How could I not believe in it?" "Then tell me, what kind of martial arts do you practice?" Xiao Jingdao clearly didn't believe Lu Qingfeng taking this young man's boast seriously, thinking he probably learned a couple of moves and thought it was martial arts. 8 extremes, fist tai chi. Not bad, 1 literary, 1 martial. Why don't you show me? Lu Qingfeng couldn't be bothered to deal with him, turned around, and walked away, having already said he wouldn't perform, only kill. And he wants me to show him he's not my disciple. Such a fool. It seems the Yin University National Martial Arts Academy has gone to waste. Seeing him turn to head towards the backyard, the old man, Xiao, couldn't take it anymore and mocked. "Young man, boasting won't do. Confucius said to know is to know, and to not know is to not know. Do you understand?" Lu Qingfeng stopped in his tracks. Just then a falling leaf drifted by. He reached out, clasped it, and with a burst of energy tossed it towards the nearby kitchen door. Whoosh! The leaf shot like an arrow, embedding itself into the kitchen door. Lu Qingfeng turned and walked away. "Now that's what I call showing off. A master of energy cannot be insulted." Leaving Xiao Jingdao dumbfounded as he stared at the leaf stuck in the metal door. He stepped forward and touched the leaf. It instantly turned to powder. He was greatly shocked, realizing that Lu Qingfeng hadn't used any supernatural power. What he wielded was a special type of energy. The energy penetrated the leaf, generating immense destructive power over a short distance. "A master of energy," he murmured. This resembled the techniques of energy masters he had studied for years. Killing with flying leaves and flowers could only be done by those above the level of an energy master. Did I stumble upon a treasure? Have I really encountered a martial arts grandmaster? From what he understood, in an era dominated by supernatural powers, martial arts had ultimately faded away in the river of time. Over the course of hundreds of years, he had organized countless materials, yet he had never seen a true practitioner of martial arts. He didn't expect to actually see one today. He was so excited that he was at a loss for words. He hurriedly chased after Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng, wait up. His speed was quick, catching up to Lu Qingfeng in just a few steps as he was about to open his room door. "What's up? I admit my previous oversight. I apologize to you," Xiao Jingdao said earnestly. "Are you a master of energy?" Lu Qingfeng was somewhat surprised that he could discern his level from a single falling leaf. Then he realized he had underestimated this old man. It seemed he truly understood martial arts. Yes. He did not deny it, as it was the very subject he studied with the only teacher and dean. There was nothing to hide. Moreover, it was rare to meet someone who understood martial arts. I'm not alone on this path. Ha ha ha. Great. Wonderful. Suddenly Xiao Jingdao burst into laughter and amidst his laughter he began to cry. Lu Qingfeng was confused and didn't know what to say. After a long time the old man wiped his tears and still said excitedly, "You've made a joke of me, do you know? I've studied martial arts for 400 years, and you are the only one I've seen who truly practices martial arts. I've searched for 400 years, do you know how many times I almost lost hope in martial arts? I never expected that today I would actually meet a true practitioner of martial arts, and he's a young master of energy at that. Come, follow me." The old man Xiao pulled Lu Qingfeng along. The two made their way upstairs. Xiao Jingdao took out a wristband and opened the door. "In a moment I will give you access, and you can come in as well. This is the martial arts literature I've compiled over 400 years. Of course some is real, and some is false, I can't really judge." Lu Qingfeng stared at the second floor where the room was crammed with books and manuscripts, each preserved by special means. He was stunned at the sight, imagining how formidable this trove would be if it were all about Guoshu. Of course, besides paper volumes there are digital archives, so nothing is truly lost. These are treasures of our great Xia, though regrettably the most crucial techniques have been lost to time. Xiao Jingdao continued mumbling to himself. "Although supernatural abilities are powerful, I have always believed that Wu Dao is the ultimate path. Supernatural powers are but a detour. Do you believe that?" Xiao Jingdao took out a book and handed it over, his gaze burning as he waited for an answer. Frankly, Lu Qingfeng did not know, so he answered honestly, "I do not know. Not knowing is proper for so many do not grasp the might of Guoshu. Look at this book. I have compiled the stages of Guoshu." He pointed to the volume in Lu Qingfeng's hands, his eyes alight with fervor. "Guoshu, what we call Wu Dao. I do not know how you reached your current level or whether you had a teacher, but mark my words, Wu Dao must be the ultimate way. Supernatural powers are temporary, a mistake in the long run." Lu Qingfeng did not hastily open the book. Instead he asked, "Dean Xiao, on what basis do you hold this belief? Do you have evidence?" "Based on what I have inferred," Xiao Jingdao replied. "Evidence? Let me ask you, did you feel clear-headed when you first formed Jingqi? Did your memory grow sharper afterward?" Lu Qingfeng nodded. "Yes. Do you know why Huajin is called the Zhongshe realm?" He shook his head. That was something he had not studied. No feather may be added, no fly may alight. That describes Huajin ultimate perception. Some Huajin practitioners even awaken a third perspective, seeing what lies at their back. Do you know why? Lu Qingfeng remained silent, only asking questions. He shook his head again. Guoshu strengthens us from head to toe, an all-encompassing fortification. Once standing meditation, Zhanzhuang, yields Jingqi hearing and sight sharpen, and memory becomes astonishing because a spiritual power is born. That spiritual power is the Shun and Wu Dao. We speak of Jingqi and Xinjing representing the body qi, the energy produced within, and Shun representing the self. The reason Huajin is honored as Zhongshe is that the Shun is made whole. When Jingqi and Shun are all present, when the three blossoms appear on the shoulders and the crown, the practitioner attains the Zhongshe state. When Jingqi permeates the crown and the Shun is complete, perception intensifies so profoundly that no feather may alight, no fly may settle, one may even perceive what stands behind oneself. As he spoke, Lu Qingfeng experienced sudden enlightenment. The old man indeed knew something. These teachings were beyond even the grandfather in his dreams, who had only known traditional methods of training without understanding why they were practiced. That was the difference between a researcher and a mere practitioner. Do you know why those who undergo cancerous mutation can enter the mech academy directly? Because they are born with spiritual power, and piloting a mech requires spiritual power above all. The stronger the spirit, the closer the integration with the machine, the easier it is to operate. They are innate. But Guoshu cultivators, through postnatal practice, once they enter Huajin, their spiritual power can rival that of a fourth-grade psychic. With a complete Shin, it may even surpass them. Tell me, isn't Guoshu formidable? At this, Lu Qingfeng's eyes lit up, and he stared at Xiao. Do you mean Guoshu practitioners can pilot mechs? Move aside, move aside. The old man turned his head, and avoiding Lu Qingfeng's stare grumbled. Kid, do you not know that a warrior's gaze carries a strong spiritual impact? Staring at this old man, do you intend to frighten me to death? Lu Qingfeng felt awkward. He had never considered that. He promptly lowered his eyes. Listen, boy, never lock your gaze on ordinary people. Shun can harm. In severe cases, it causes dementia, even instant death. Lu Qingfeng nodded, committing the warning to memory. The arena differs from daily life. In ordinary dealings, he remained gentle. Guoshu can certainly pilot mechs, the old man boasted with a hum of satisfaction. Otherwise, do you think the Guoshu Institute would have been founded so easily? Its compatibility is greater because the Shun is whole. Psychic spiritual abilities are chaotic. Simply put, mental disorder, you understand. Lu Qingfeng. Spiritual supernatural ability is an illness. Seeing his confusion, the old man continued. You do not believe me. Then tell me, is cancer a disease? It used to be. But through control did it not produce mighty abilities and grant long life? Aren't you a beneficiary of mutation? Lu Qingfeng inwardly scoffed. Without mutation could you live this long? The old man snorted in reply. Do you know that if Wu Dao is cultivated to its extreme it yields true longevity, even the ability to be reborn from a drop of blood and become a genuine deity? Lu Qingfeng, you must be joking. I train on my own and do not know such things, yet you claim to. He wore an expression of disbelief. Xiao ignored him and went on. Cancer cells are not truly human. They have simply been exploited. That is disease. Guoshu, however, truly develops the body's hidden stores, opening the authentic path to godhood. You are young and have already entered Huajin. In time you can break into higher realms. You should study the contents of this book. Lu Qingfeng opened the book and began to read. The old man peered over. He explained, Guoshu through Zhan Zhuang consumes one's own energy to produce Jingqi, which is then channeled through martial forms. This is Ming Jin manifest force. As Jingqi strengthens, it connects the spine and clears the two bridges between earth and heaven, the Ren and Du meridians. Jingqi can pierce the skin to harm others. This is Anjin covert force. When Jingqi greatly intensifies, it flows through the organs and forms Qi blood, relentlessly tempering the body until strength grows supreme. Eventually, it permeates the head, completes a great cycle, and the Shun forms. That is the Zhongshi. Xiao then turned the page. See here, the next realm is the fabled Danjin, the Baodan realm. The opening line reads, swallow a single Jin Dan into the belly. My fate is mine, not heaven's. Do you understand why it reads so? Let us continue. In truth, Wu Dao can be traced back to the pre-Qin era's Rifenedki practitioners. They said they cultivated the Dao, but they were practicing Wu Dao. Calling it Xiuxian merely made it sound more exalted. There are no true immortals, no real gods. When you grow powerful, you become an immortal, you become a god. The Rifenedki practitioners' first step was to refine essence into Qi. Does that not mirror our first step exactly? Lu Qingfeng nodded. Today Zhao's words had shaken his conception of Guoshu and Wu Dao profoundly. And the second step, refining Qi into Shun, is that not like our Huajin? Through Qi, one creates a complete Shun. The next step, refining Shin back into the void, is too advanced for now. Guoshu essentially splits and simplifies the ancient pre-Qin methods, making practice more straightforward. The so-called embracing of the Dan refers to allowing the body to form a furnace, continuously refining oneself, harmonizing the vital energies, which is to say unifying the essence and energy. Once your flesh and Qi are unified, your body reaches the state of purity, locking in the essence without leaking out. At this point, a martial artist will not sweat, and their physical strength and energy, theoretically speaking, become limitless. However, without any supplementation, this remains merely theoretical. In practice, our stamina and energy merely become more prolonged, and at this time one's lifespan will also increase significantly. You can rival those who have reached stage 1 of cancer transformation, or even surpass them, and only when the vital energy declines will you approach death. Finally, the saying that one's fate is in one's own hands and not dictated by heaven arises, because upon entering the Dan embracing state, the vital energy locks in the essence and spirit of the body, preventing leakage, allowing your spirit to grow rapidly. The autumn wind stirs not yet the cicadas, since at first, the most unique state of the spirit arises at this moment, enabling the martial artist's spirit to capture various malevolent intents, even allowing them to sense crises ahead, much like animals. For instance, if someone intends to kill you, you will quickly perceive their malice and can avoid them or take the initiative. This is the origin of the saying that one's fate is determined by oneself rather than heaven. You can avoid man-made disasters, let alone natural calamities. You are the most advanced instrument for detecting earthquakes and natural disasters. Old Xiao chuckled suddenly as he spoke. However, he found this analogy quite appropriate. Predicting natural disasters is, after all, controlling one's fate rather than leaving it to heaven. Lu Qingfeng seemed to have opened the door to a new world. He looked at the book and quickly asked, how can one reach the Dan embracing realm? Simply accumulating energy doesn't seem sufficient, does it? In his dreams, he had already reached the pinnacle of energy transformation, but could never enter the Dan embracing realm, ultimately dying with regrets. Don't rush. If you maintain this mindset, you will never reach the Dan embracing realm. Xiao Jingdao smiled as he spoke, seemingly grasping Lu Qingfeng's pulse point. It turned out he was a martial arts enthusiast. That makes things easier, but then again, if one were not a martial arts enthusiast, how could one possibly reach the pinnacle of energy transformation at the age of 18? Xiao Jingdao turned to the next page and continued, regarding the unification of essence and energy. Aside from requiring powerful energy and physique, communication with the spirit is necessary to mobilize the essence and energy. The most fundamental aspect is cultivating the heart. Over 1,000 years ago, many internal martial arts masters fell into a misunderstanding, believing that breakthroughs in martial arts must be sought through life and death struggles. In truth, this is both right and wrong. Why? Hearing this, Lu Qingfeng immediately asked. This was also his greatest confusion. Even in his dreams, he doubted the existence of the Dan-embracing realm until his death. Doubt is something humans fabricated as all false. Why? Because they did not cultivate their hearts. Xiao Jingdao said seriously, certainly life and death can lead to tremendous growth of the spirit, but if one does not cultivate the heart in a timely manner, the strength of the spirit is like a reed floating on water. This heart does not refer to the physical heart, but to the spirit. It means that aside from battling life and death, you must also allow your spirit to calm down, reaching a state of tranquility. A stable spirit is a strong one, otherwise it is merely an illusion. Think about it. The Qi refiners of the pre-Qin era, they never fought with others in their lifetimes, but why could they cultivate to high realms? Was it not because Qi refiners placed great emphasis on cultivating the heart? In fact, martial arts is the same. The founder of Taiji Zhang Sanfeng reportedly spent many years in seclusion cultivating his heart, and in the end it is said he attained immortality. Whether this is true or not we cannot know, but our conclusion is that the cultivation of national martial arts must involve cultivating the heart after achieving energy transformation. In earlier years, many internal martial arts masters established their own sects and created various internal martial arts, yet none opened the door to the Dan-embracing realm. This is how it is. The so-called end of the law era is merely their excuse. What does unlocking the secrets of the human body have to do with heaven and earth? Upon saying this, Xiao Jingdao sighed deeply. After saying this, he seemed to recall something and snatched the book from Lu Qingfeng's hands. Let's stop here for the Dan-embracing realm, but we'll talk about the subsequent realms once you enter the Dan-embracing state. After finishing, old Xiao wore a crafty expression. He thought to himself, just now in a fit of excitement, I almost forgot. If I tell him everything, will he still listen to me as the dean in the future? Then it would be all over right. Lu Qingfeng was still immersed in his words when he saw the book being snatched away. Lu Qingfeng's eyes narrowed and he was about to snatch it back. Kid, think it through. I am a stage 6 cancer transformer. Do you want to make a move? Consider it carefully. Xiao Laozi laughed mischievously. Lu Qingfeng, I was careless. This damn dean does not adhere to martial ethics. However, he did not care much. After all, he would take things step by step. Step by step. What he was more concerned about was how to cultivate the heart. So he asked Dean, how should I cultivate my heart? Xiao Jingdao turned around, walked to the window, and looked at the tranquil lake surface. Kid, come here. Lu Qingfeng walked over. Do you see? The lake is so calm. Why is that? Because there is no wind. Correct. No wind. Wind is an external force. The lake is like our heart. If there is no external disturbance, our heart will be as peaceful as the lake's surface. Buddhism states the Bodhi tree is not a tree. The bright mirror is not a platform. Originally, there is nothing. Where can dust settle? This speaks of our heart. In this world, there are originally no matters. Desires cause our hearts to constantly fluctuate. Wanting too much makes one feel that the world is unfair. Then despair and depression set in. Their hearts become chaotic, becoming demons. Lu Qingfeng appeared bewildered. Are you trying to make me a monk? Or are you suggesting I cultivate the path of forgetting emotions? But master, the matters of the world are not something we can control. A family, friends, and lovers will all influence our hearts. How can we achieve tranquility without considering everything else? What you said is also correct. Thus, Buddhism also states lowering the brows is the bodhisattva, glaring is the vajra. Cultivating the heart does not mean becoming heartless. It means understanding your own heart and not getting angry over trivial matters, facing everything calmly. After finishing, Xiao Laozi said seriously also, Stinky kid, call me Dean. All right, master, does that mean I should either not get angry or just kill him, right? Xiao Jingdao, this is easy to understand. This old man is convinced. Is this not a fool? He is the top student in the college entrance examination, and this is all he can come up with. A brash man. But what angers him the most is when did he become a master? It is not like he just recited a few Buddhist aphorisms to him. Call me Dean, stinky kid, and regarding cultivating the heart, forget it, I can't explain it to you. First, I'll assign you a task aside from your daily martial arts practice. Go fishing for at least 5 hours each day. All right, Master Xiao, I will buy fishing gear right away. Call me Dean. Master. Lu Qingfeng turned and left. He thought to himself, humph. Still a dean, where is the demeanor of a dean? But do I, Lu Qingfeng, have to become a fisherman? It doesn't matter if fishing is not too difficult. I can just search for tutorials online later. P.S. These two chapters combine Qi refiners and national martial arts. This is the author's own understanding. I hope everyone does not criticize me. Returning to his residence. Lying on the bed, he constantly recalled Master Xiao's words. Combining them with his dream, he realized that Master Xiao might be right. Why is the realm of Tao Heart regarded as a legend? It's because people's minds are too restless, including those who practice martial arts. But how many practitioners remain calm? Most only possess the fierce gaze of a Vajra rather than the gentle demeanor of a Bodhisattva. So that's how it is. However, considering that he could pilot a mech right now, he felt a surge of excitement, instantly forgetting about cultivating his heart. But then he thought there isn't even a mech for him to pilot. As for buying one, don't be ridiculous, the Blue Star wouldn't sell one to you, and the Human Alliance wouldn't be able to acquire one either. It seems only Chaotic Star Systems might have them for sale, referring to private sellers. Damn, he almost forgot Yin University should have practical mech courses. He didn't ask Master Xiao about it, he decided to inquire next time. For now, he should focus on completing his task, as he had taken Master Xiao's words to heart. He decided to start with fishing, having heard that it could help calm one's mind. It could improve his temper, so he might as well give it a try. But first he needed to research some strategies. He opened his wristband and saw plenty of messages, all from old Lu and Mother Lu, asking if he had reported in and how things were going. He replied briefly. Then he looked up fishing strategies. He was startled when he discovered that fishing was no less complex than learning a mathematics formula. What? Fishing rods, lures, sea fishing, and even catching star beasts. He thought for a moment that Master Xiao seemed to be into fishing rods, so he began to look into how to fish with one. He learned about selecting fishing spots, preparing bait, and how to adjust the float. After studying float adjustment for half a day, he finally understood it. Having finished his research, he went out to buy fishing gear. By the riverbank, after Lu Qingfeng left, Xiao Jingdao returned to his fishing spot. After waiting for half a day, without a single bite, he exclaimed, "Damn, my fish." He smacked his thigh hard, recalling the fish that had escaped. He thought about Lu Qingfeng's expression. He felt a surge of frustration. That fish might have been the biggest he encountered this year. Losing the number 4-liter line was particularly vexing. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. If Lu Qingfeng were here, he would definitely have cursed him, asking if this was what it meant to cultivate the heart. Lu Qingfeng had left the Martial Arts Institute, and fortunately the intelligent driverless car wouldn't leave without a call. The map didn't show his location, but the car was still there. He planned to buy some fishing gear and also stock up on energy bars to avoid running out. Moreover, these supplies weren't sold at school. An hour later, he exited the campus and found a large supermarket to begin his shopping spree. He bought fishing rods of various sizes, bait, and tools, ensuring he had everything. Then it was energy bars, 10 days worth, $1,000 each, and he bought a big package of 1,000. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy more, but he feared wasting money on things he might not use. He filled his cart and returned directly to the Martial Arts Institute. With his fishing gear in hand, he strolled around the island. To be honest, the best spot was right next to Master Xiao, so he decided to sit beside him. Lu Qingfeng looked at the fuming Master Xiao and asked, "Master, get lost." Lu Qingfeng, "Did I just get shot?" "Forget it, he's an old man of several hundred years. Even if he could fight him, he was still a mentor and shouldn't resort to violence. I'll endure it." So he found a spot for himself, set the bait, adjusted the float, and prepared the bait all in one go. While waiting for the bait to settle, he decided to practice standing meditation. He had already experimented with standing and Tai Chi stances, starting by consuming an energy bar. He would eat another one every 2 adjustments of his stance. This way he wouldn't suddenly lose weight. The same applied to punching. He would punch a few times and eat one, maintaining his condition. This way he could cover up the matter of the ring. He couldn't hide from practicing martial arts forever, right? He had come to school, although he was the only one this year. Who knows what reckless newcomers might arrive next year. Perhaps even a whole group. There's no avoiding it, the island is just so big. As for the light from the ring, he had turned it off long ago. Holding an energy bar in his mouth, he began his standing meditation. A white mist began to spread around him. Master Xiao's expression turned serious. Then he became incredibly excited. He stammered, "Tai Chi Hunyuan stance." He forgot all about fishing, fixating intensely on Lu Qingfeng's every movement. He watched for a full 80 minutes, until Lu Qingfeng finished exhaling a thick breath that shot out like a stream. Master Xiao hurriedly approached, excitedly asking, "Were you practicing the Tai Chi Hunyuan stance just now? How did you know?" Lu Qingfeng thought, this old man knows his stuff. This is the genuine Tai Chi Hunyuan stance, not some fake. He had only mentioned practicing 8 extremes, fist and Tai Chi fist, without discussing stances. Is it truly the Tai Chi Hunyuan stance? The complete version? Master Xiao asked again. Yes. Is there a problem? No. None. Master Xiao suddenly sighed and turned back to his fishing spot. Lu Qingfeng, completely baffled. Master Xiao had lost all interest in fishing. His mind was in complete disarray. The Tai Chi Hunyuan stance actually has a complete inheritance in the world. What to do? Will Lu Qingfeng share it? If he asks directly, will the person comply? Traditional martial arts are generally not passed around carelessly. They are either family traditions or taught to disciples. He is the dean and he is a teacher. How does he even bring it up? He was struggling, thinking that after hundreds of years of effort, he believed Lu Qingfeng was just an ordinary stance practitioner. He never expected it to be the legendary Tai Chi Hunyuan stance that could lead to enlightenment and immortality. Would he really be willing to share something so precious? If an exchange is needed, what would he have to give? Would he be willing to trade? Master Xiao was torn within himself. Lu Qingfeng paid him no mind, finishing his stance and heading straight to the fishing spot. Uncertain about the fish situation, he proceeded to prepare the bait. The fishing master said to follow the expert's advice without fail. 9-meter fishing rod number 7, main line number 5-liter line. If he was going to fish, he aimed for big fish, small ones were beneath his notice. Before long, the float suddenly dipped. Lu Qingfeng's gaze sharpened. He lifted the rod to strike the fish. He was on target. Woo woo woo. The fishing line whistled as it was pulled. As a master of internal strength, reeling in fish was a piece of cake for him. Beside him, Master Xiao, who was lost in thought, was dumbfounded. Damn. Here he was trying to figure out how to ask for stances, and this kid was already reeling in a decent catch. Legendary beginner's buff. Seeing him catch a fish, his mind wandered back to the fish that had escaped, and how to bring it up. He grew even more agitated. This kid was his nemesis. For hundreds of years, his calm heart had been thrown into disarray in no time. Lu Qingfeng had no idea how tumultuous the old man's thoughts were. He felt exhilarated, so this was the charm of fishing. He was in love with it. As time passed, the fish lost its energy, and he prepared the landing net. It was a blue fish, or as soon as he lifted it, he knew its weight. 36 pounds. Not bad. On the first day, he could improve his meals. The lake water was so clear, the quality was top-notch, and the fish would surely be delicious. He carried the fish and made a circuit around Master Xiao, leaving Xiao Jingdao. So furious, he puffed his beard and glared. Lu Qingfeng was in high spirits. You drew a blank. I filled the basket. Exhilarating. Then Xiao Jingdao looked as if he had seen a ghost, dumbfounded. He stood there motionless. To his astonishment, Lu Qingfeng kept striking repeatedly, and great fish kept coming up. Even a novice's luck could not plausibly explain this, could it? This was unfair. Are these fish raised at your house? Evening fell. Lu Qingfeng reeled in his rod, lifted the creel, chose a plump grass carp to take, and released the rest. Master, I'm going back to cook. Are you planning to fish through the night? Xiao Jingdao snorted twice and ignored him. Lu shrugged and left with the fish. No sooner had Lu gone than Xiao Jingdao's eyes lit up. He moved into Lu's spot and resumed the vigil. Later, the scene shifted to the school kitchen. The one comfort was that the kitchen was well equipped with provisions and seasonings in plenty. He had always known how to cook, and his skills were quite decent. He set to work at once preparing poached fish fillets. For cultivating his heart, he resolved to spend every morning on the second floor reading the old man's compiled manuscripts and books. Afternoons would be for fishing, evenings for martial practice. He also realized that after transforming his energy, he must not be impatient. The more haste, the more mistakes. Progress had to be gradual. He needed to live an ordinary life and savor mundane pleasures. He worked quickly and had everything done within half an hour. The taste is wonderful. It's been so long since I had a proper meal. Lu Qingfeng wiped his mouth, contentedly tidied up, took an energy bar, and strolled around the island. He sought a good place to practice his forms. Before long, he found a large open ground behind the house and decided to make it his regular training spot. He began training and continued until deep into the night, then went straight to bed. No more late nights. The next morning, very early, a sharp knock at the door. Who's there? Me. Lu rubbed his eyes. He had been sleeping soundly, and besides Master Xiao, there was no one else. He opened the door and was startled. Xiao Jingdao's eyes were bloodshot and ringed with dark circles. Master, what is the matter? Why, oi? Lu stared in confusion. Why what? Why is it that when I sit in your spot, I still cannot catch any fish? Lu was dumbfounded. Oh, was this how an angler behaved? He began to doubt whether fishing really cultivated the heart. Could he be courting madness? The master's state looked worse than possession. Is this what serenity looks like? Master, keep your calm, keep your calm. If you cannot catch fish, perhaps you were too anxious and frightened them away. You scare them off? Xiao Jingdao considered that perhaps he had been too eager. Yet it felt uncanny. Last night should have been perfect for night fishing. He had checked the fishing app, the weather and the pressure were all ideal. How could there be no bites? Do what you must, and do not disturb me. I will go to the second floor to read. Remember, you are a teacher, a dean. Xiao Jingdao fell silent, then slapped his forehead. Of course. He was the dean and a mentor. How could he let fishing trouble his students? Wait, had he forgotten something? Never mind, he would go back to sleep for a while. He vowed never to fish at night again. It was too draining. Ahem. I just wanted to ask if you slept well last night, whether you were comfortable. Nothing more, I'm off. Saying that, he left in a guilty hurry. Lu Qingfeng thought to himself that he had never met such shamelessness. The old man's interruption had destroyed his sleep, so he washed and rose to begin the day. He stood through a round of Zhanzhuang, practiced several sets of forms, then made breakfast. After eating, he went upstairs to read. Truly, the manuscripts opened a new world before him. His understanding of national martial arts and the martial way deepened greatly. The records documented countless styles, though mostly folk methods lacking core principles. That did not prevent him from borrowing ideas. There were many popular essays about the legends of lianqi practitioners and tales of the wondrous aspects of martial cultivation. For example, Peng Zhu was said to have lived 800 years. How did he accomplish this? It was said he was a lianqi practitioner who cultivated his qi through dietary methods. This was strikingly similar to the method associated with his ring, replenishing energy through food and refining essence into qi. He read with rapt attention. Where he normally skimmed with perfect recall, today, he studied each line thoroughly. Sometimes he would go back and reread passages. So the martial way could be like this, or like that. He was particularly fascinated by the legend of Zhang Sanfeng. It was said that in youth Zhang Sanfeng had been violent and competitive, constantly testing himself in combat. Later he discovered that after the peak of transforming force, there was no further progress without cultivating the heart. He studied ancient lianqi practitioners, integrated yin and yang, the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams, and founded Taiji boxing. He then secluded himself for a century and attained transcendence. Where he went after ascension remained a mystery. Unconsciously, it was already noon. He stretched and went downstairs to cook. Then there was fishing. Evenings were for martial training. Life was exceedingly peaceful and satisfying. This was not university life so much as a retreat. He was delighted. Choosing this major had been the perfect decision. Best of all, Master Xiao did not seem to live here regularly. He went out in the morning and did not return for days. Quiet and serene, a week passed in this fashion. One early morning, Lu had just finished his forms and was about to cook. Master Xiao hurried back. "Oh, isn't this our master? What wind blew you here?" Lu teased, spooning his porridge. Xiao Jingdao felt a pang of embarrassment. As a teacher and dean, being absent for a week and leaving a student behind was thoughtless. But he had truly been attending to important matters. "Boy, call me dean." "Master." Xiao fell silent. He decided not to argue over titles and let it pass. Returning to the important matter, Xiao said, "Boy, would you like to pilot a mech?" The idea thrilled Lu Qingfeng at once. "Dean Xiao, would you like some porridge? Come, I'll serve you a bowl." Lu served the porridge and flattering asked, "Dean, when can I pilot a mech?" There was no resisting. Piloting a mech had always been his dream. Though he had not pressed the matter before having mentioned it now, he certainly wanted a chance to try. Well, let me think. Xiao Jingdao lifted his bowl and sipped slowly, then sampled the wild salad Lu had prepared that morning. He nodded. "Tastes good, boy, you have culinary skill." The old man held the upper hand in this exchange, and Lu bore it with patience. Lu looked at him expectantly until Xiao could no longer stand it, and tossed him a card. Go to the 3rd floor. There is a mech simulation training room. These past days I had a training mech designed to follow traditional martial arts. It is much smaller than a real mech. Also, it is connected to the All-Human Alliance network for online matches. Do not disgrace our National Martial Arts Institute. Show some spirit and aim for a ranking to bring honor to our school. Clutching the card, Lu Qingfeng abandoned his porridge, turned and hurried out toward the 3rd floor, adding in passing, "Remember to wash the dishes and tidy up." Xiao Jingdao fell silent for a moment, then muttered, "That boy. He'll make you pay, you'll see," shaking his head as a chuckle escaped him. They made their way up to the 3rd floor. The door on the 3rd floor was forged from a special metal. When the card was swiped, the door retracted to both sides and opened, revealing 12 pods inside. Each pod measured roughly 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. Operating rules were posted beside them. It felt a bit like an internet cafe for gamers, only far more advanced. Every pod was filled with nutrient fluid. He chose the one that looked most agreeable and began studying the rules. Upon entering a pod, the first step was to don the neural interface device. Press the green button, and the pod would close itself and initiate. The nutrient fluid provided effects for only a week. If it ran out, or if the nerves were injured, the link would sever automatically. Safe. Intelligent. Lu Qingfeng lay down, equipped the neural interface, and pressed the green button. The world spun, and he was drawn into a virtual realm. A vast screen rose before him, and a female voice intoned, "Welcome, Mecha Pilot. This is the Mecha Simulation Training Base." Scanning. Yanjing University, Guoshu Institute, Yining Traditional Martial Arts. Please select your mecha. The display shifted, and an imposing mecha appeared on the screen. Only one mecha. What kind of choice was that? Lu Qingfeng swiped and studied the machine from every angle. Technical data scrolled across the interface. Mecha name Dioyulo. Mecha grade level 4, Yining user training mecha. Height 15 meters. Thrust force 200,000 newtons. Gene chi multiplier 1. 5. Shield none. Weapons none. Lu Qingfeng thought to himself that this was a piece of junk. Aside from its height and kinetic specifications, he understood the gene chi multiplier by converting energy through the mecha and channeling Gene Chi through its frame. The Gene Chi's kinetic output could be scaled to newtons times 1. 5 times. It was similar in concept to Enung augmentations, though Enung often granted multipliers above twofold. His machine only offered 1. 5. Pathetic. Worse, it lacked an energy shield. One good Enung strike, and it would be nothing but scrap. Truly worthless. Still, he had no choice, so a mecha in hand was better than none. He selected it and climbed into the cockpit. System prompt mecha synchronization 100%. He flexed his fingers and limbs. The movements matched reality perfectly, without any resistance, the mecha mirroring him seamlessly. He even ran through a set of Gene Gang 8 forms. So this was a mecha. The screen shifted again, revealing combat modes, leaderboards, and rewards. He glanced at the combat modes. 1. Novice random match. 2. Ranked battles. 3. Custom room skirmish. There was also a spectate button. He had planned to watch, but it required a room number, so he tapped quick match instead. Just like a game simple enough. Junk mecha or not had crushed them. The countdown began and the match loaded swiftly. The scene blinked and he found himself in a vast arena. The opposing mecha looked momentarily stunned. No shield, no weapons, a pathetic machine. The system counted down once more. Lu Qingfeng paid it no mind, eyes locked on the foe. When the clock hit 0, he drove his mecha forward with speed. The opponent snapped back to attention, its long blade erupted in fierce flame. With a leftward sweep, it launched a fireball toward Lu Qingfeng. The fireball was enormous. If a real Enung fireball measured the size of a basketball, this one was as large as a laundry basket. Yet he sensed it before any visible hint of motion. He raised a hand and immediately discerned the enemy's intent, effortlessly evading the flaming projectile. The opponent shifted, watching the attack fail to connect. Both hands lifted the fiery greatsword and pressed the assault. This was Lu Qingfeng's first time employing the spirit of the Huajin technique in combat, and it felt like cheating. The opponent's intentions were laid bare to him. He flowed into Ba Ji Quan, and Detention slipping past the flaming blade to bind the enemy's arm. A central elbow strike, Gene Chi detonated. The shield shuddered and thinned in an instant. He kept pressing. Ba Ji Quan was a close-quarters art. When you advanced, he advanced. When you retreated, he closed the distance, clinging to you relentlessly. In a few strikes, the foe was dazed and unable to retaliate. With a thunderous blow, the shield shattered, and he finished with a brutal, decisive strike. KO flashed across the screen. Victory. The match exited the countdown, and shortly Lu Qingfeng was returned to the selection interface. Recalling the fight, he judged the mecha shields truly infuriating. His Gene Chi could not penetrate them. One had to break the shield first in order to harm the mecha, which was a headache. The opponents had seemed clumsy, stilted, and mechanical in their control aside from the raw potency of their Enung. They were fast, yet their movements were stiff and delayed. Even without Huajin techniques, he could have made them flee in chaos. How difficult could it be to beat such sluggish targets? He thought that if everyone were at this level, he'd take on 10 of them without trouble. He opened the leaderboard. First place, Tianzai Legion Destroyer Supreme, King 95, 27 points. Second, Mori Legion Savior Supreme, King 93, 66 points. Third, Beijixiang Legion Baodu Supreme, King 88, 88 points. Fourth, Feiying Legion Star Police Supreme, King 87, 99 points. Fifth and sixth were omitted. Seventh, Baihu Legion Time Assassin Supreme, King 77, 77 points. Scrolling through the list, he thought, isn't this just like game rankings? The mecha simulation training base existed mainly for level 4 to level 6 Enung users. As for level 7, don't be ridiculous, a level 7S would not train here. They were in a different tier. Lu Qingfeng knew the machines at the top were surely level 6 mechas. He himself was only a lowly level 4 Zaikalami. He checked his profile, Yenjing University, Dio Yolo, no rank. He would have to climb the ladder. Then he looked at the rewards. At a glance, Lu Qingfeng could not look away. Every prize was money. He was a born money lover, not afraid of having too much, only afraid of not having enough. He had been worried about idling away at Yenjing University Guoshu Institute, but here one could actually earn by rank. It felt fantastic. According to the Human Alliance, the rewards were as follows. For level 6 Enung users, the top 10 would receive either a selectable Scrade Enung formula or an equivalent cash reward. The strongest King rank reward, a class self-selected ability formula or Federation coins. Level 5 ability user. Top 10 reward 2 self-selected class ability formulas or money and receive a silver medal. Strongest King rewards class abilities or money and a bronze medal. Master a class, Diamond class, Platinum class. Level 4 ability user rewards. Top 10 3 self-selected class ability formulas or money and a gold medal. Strongest King 2 class skills, silver medal. Master 1 class, bronze medal. Diamond class, Platinum class, Gold class. Note the top 3 must receive gold, silver, and bronze medals. Ability formulas and money rewards require maintaining the rank for a month, while medal rewards are based on the final ranking at the end of the season. Lu Qingfeng also knows that obtaining medals is quite difficult. Human Alliance Contribution Medal represents supreme honor and status. Wearing the Medal 1 will earn respect wherever they go. For example, with a bronze medal, if he returns to Hangzhou, the government officials will immediately send someone to accompany him throughout, arranging everything perfectly for him. The mayor will personally receive you. This is the ultimate manifestation of social status. Moreover, with this medal, one can directly obtain a higher military rank upon entering the army, and promotions will be faster. But just looking at it makes it clear how hard it is to obtain. He is currently a level 4 mecha master. How can he compete with a group of level 5 and 6 masters? This difficulty can almost be described as exceedingly arduous. The simplest would still be to reach level 6 and secure a top 3 position. However, just looking at the scores of the top 3 makes it clear how fierce the competition is. Challenging a higher level is still too difficult. However, that is for others. Lu Qingfeng thought, what if they are all like the previous kind of silly goose? It might not be impossible to try. Thinking of this, he recalled being overly excited while piloting the mecha. There was a system prompt indicating a 100 fusion rate. The school had not taught this knowledge, but he had heard Master Xiao mention it. The fusion rate of spiritual ability users with mechas would be very high, making them natural mecha combatants. As for practitioners of national martial arts, after transforming their energy, their spirit remains intact, resulting in an even higher fusion rate. If this is the case, then the silly goose on the opposing side would imply a low fusion rate, right? At this moment, Proxima Centauri, Catastrophe Legion Mecha Combat Training Base. A young man walked out of the cabin looking bewildered. His eyes were vacant. He kept recalling how he had been overwhelmingly defeated by a mecha without a shield and weapons, being bombarded punch after punch. He had been utterly defenseless against the onslaught. Due to the random matching, he could not see the opponent's information. After watching the video, several times the opponent's fluid movements had easily overwhelmed him. So he couldn't understand. The opponent should be a spiritual ability user. However, he had never seen such a powerful one, even with high fusion. Every attack he launched missed completely, as if he were a 3-year-old child trying to hit a grown man with a torch. Utterly powerless. Lu Nantian, how did you come out of the cabin? Get back in. Have you finished training? Lu Nantian came to his senses, looked up to find it was the instructor, and promptly stood at attention, replying loudly, report instructor, I encountered a strange situation. I was beaten up by a mecha without a shield and weapons, so I can't understand it. What? Lu Nantian, how bad are you to get beaten by a mecha without a shield and weapons? You still have the nerve to say that. Show the video, it'll correct you. He quickly projected the video through his wristband. The video was very short, lasting only a few seconds. After excluding the countdown, the opponent's mecha moved extremely quickly, the actions flowing like water, exceptionally graceful. The instructor grew increasingly alarmed as he watched. What kind of divine operation is this? The mecha can perform such actions. He asked Lu Nantian to slow down and play the part of the 8 Extremes Fist's great entangling hand. After watching, he patted Lu Nantian's shoulder. You didn't lose unjustly. This is a super genius, a spiritual ability user with a high fusion rate. Keep training hard. With that, he walked out. Lu Nantian, wasn't he supposed to guide me? Since Lu Qingfeng already understood the rules of the ranking matches, he prepared to start ranking. He clicked on the ranked battle, directly starting to match opponents. Instant matchmaking. It seems that there are still quite a few people playing ranked battles due to the rich rewards. The screen flashed, arriving at the arena as the system began the countdown. The opponent's mecha held a composite alloy longsword in its left hand and a composite alloy shield in its right. Lu Qingfeng's expression became serious. 1 offense and 1 defense. This might be a spiritual ability user. It is well known that spiritual ability users, apart from piloting mechas, are not particularly strong in reality. As for the ability to manipulate objects in the void, unless you reach level 7, you simply cannot do it. In reality, you might just be a bit sharper-eyed. Your combat power is generally inadequate. However, piloting a mecha is different. If the fusion rate is high enough and you are flexible, then you are extremely strong. As soon as the countdown ended, the opponent launched several missiles flying towards him. Lu Qingfeng had already noticed that the missiles had locked onto him. He swiftly charged towards the opponent. The mecha's speed was rapid. The opponent seemed to anticipate his movement, swinging a sword at him, with a sword strike in front and missiles behind. He executed a sliding maneuver, slipping through the opponent's mecha's legs. The missiles whistled in pursuit. Boom. The opponent had brought this upon themselves, being pushed back a few steps. However, due to the energy shield, there was almost no effect. Nevertheless, Lu Qingfeng stood up, locked his arms around the opponent's head, and twisted, sending them crashing to the ground. He then began to pummel them relentlessly. In just a few strikes, the shield shattered, and the opponent transformed into a streak of white light and vanished. The opponent had hot weapons, but knocking them down was the most reasonable approach. However, hot weapons are quite useless in the mecha era, especially in outer space, where they are nearly ineffective. In reality, mechas can easily exceed the speed of sound. Hot weapons cannot hit, and with special energy shields, even if they do hit, it feels like a mere tickle. Conversely, cold weapons like composite alloy longswords are more lethal. You can imagine a 100-meter or even 1,000-meter steel monster that can fly through the sky wielding a specially forged alloy longsword dozens or hundreds of meters long, slicing through the night sky. This is the power of mechas. Congratulations, you have defeated the enemy. Score 10. After 9 more matches, you can achieve a successful ranking. Lu Qingfeng, without hesitation, initiated the ranked match again. His confidence had grown. Spiritual ability users are just that, they are not particularly clever and rather dull. Their reactions are not fast enough. Apart from the waiting time for ranking and the countdown, all opponents were resolved in a matter of seconds. He quickly completed 10 matches. Congratulations, you, the fisherman from Yinjing University, have successfully ranked. Current rank Silver 3. Keep it up. Lu Qingfeng was very happy to see that he had achieved 10 consecutive victories right from the start. It is known that this rank is quite hard to achieve. Winning a match gives 10 points, while losing deducts 10 to 15 points. The number of losses while practicing martial arts still affects the results. However, jumping to Silver 3 made him very happy. So he simply resumed fighting match after match. Reading could wait until the afternoon. Fishing to cultivate the heart. He no longer believed in such things. It could wait. Fishing paled beside the thrill of making money and honing mecha piloting. He kept queuing ranked matches without pause. Each tier required accumulating 100 victory points. Promotion matches were best of 3, and winning 2 would secure advancement. Thus, a dozen games could raise a minor rank. Major ranks required best of. Simple and straightforward, just like real competitive games. Only the mecha modeling was difficult. Yet after only 30 matches, the alarm began to sound. Beep. System notice nutrient solution, nearly depleted, please replenish. Lu Qingfeng. Wasn't it supposed to last 3 days? He reluctantly exited the mecha training bay. Opening the pod, he found the nutrient solution indeed dry. He rubbed his head. Could it be that the ring had done this again? He glanced at the ring on his hand. Just then Master Xiao walked in. Dean Xiao, the nutrient solution is gone. May I use another pod? Nonsense. 3 days worth, and you finished it this morning. Did you drink it? Aren't you afraid of overdoing it? Xiao Jingdao hurried over and saw it was truly empty. How long has it been? I only had breakfast and tidied the kitchenette, and you already used up a whole pod's nutrient solution. He sized up Lu Qingfeng and asked, do you know how precious this nutrient solution is? This is not the flimsy drink from games. This is a spirit-restoring nutrient solution. If you want to use others, forget it. Under normal rules, at your 4th level ability standard, you are allotted at most 2 pods per month. For other new recruits, 1 pod can last an entire month. You used it up in under an hour. Figure it out yourself. Lu Qingfeng felt awkward. He suspected the ring was to blame. He also wondered if it was his own doing. Perhaps his frequent use of instantaneous power sensing and one-shot finishes was draining his spirit too rapidly, thus consuming the nutrient solution faster. Dean, I'm the only student here. Look, there are 12 pods. Won't the nutrient solution spoil if left and used for long? No. If left unopened, its shelf life is 100 years. I'm the only student here now. I'll make use of what you have. Let me use them. I'm really enjoying this. Oh, enjoying it. How many matches have you won? Are you sure you're not enjoying being beaten? Xiao Jingdao scoffed, knowing full well the mecha's model was far from complete due to time constraints. What are you talking about? Lost. Beaten. Old Xiao, I'm telling you, I didn't lose a single match. Xiao looked incredulous and sneered. Kid, don't brag without proof. Your first time piloting a mecha and you never lost a match. He knew this mecha lacked shields and ranged weapons. Thinking you'd win with that. Dream on. If he hadn't wanted to temper the boy's arrogance and let him suffer a little, he would have waited until the mecha was finished before letting him in. Don't believe me? Then watch the footage. Lu Qingfeng activated his wristband and projected his battle video. Fine. Watch then. Xiao Jingdao thought to himself that watching the boy get thrashed would cheer him up. 10 minutes later, he stared at Lu as if he had seen a ghost. Why are you staring at me like that? Lu stepped back wary. I'm telling you, Master Xiao, stay calm. Don't be impulsive. It's only a few wins. Tell me, what is your fusion degree? Xiao suddenly asked seriously. Fusion degree? 100%. The system said so. What did you say? Really? Xiao was stunned half in disbelief. Do I gain anything by lying? You wouldn't even let me use the nutrient solution. What's this all about? Xiao Jingdao burst into manic laughter. It's actually true, it's true. I wasn't wrong. You're the ones who misjudged him. Lu Qingfeng. Could the old man have lost his mind again? Lu Qingfeng, from today onward use them as you please, ha. But perhaps wait before queuing for ranked. It'll push them to finish your mecha more properly. You really mean I can use them freely? Of course, use them. Our academy has only you as a student. If not for you, then who? You promise? No backing out. Also, this mecha is fine as it is. It's quite handy. You'll continue. With that, Lu opened another pod and climbed in. Xiao was left standing, the corner of his mouth lifting into a faint smile. He thought those old fellows were truly wrong this time. They had misjudged him. 100% fusion, unprecedented. He imagined how formidable Lu Qingfeng would be if he piloted a mecha across the stars. To foresee the enemy and command a mecha with perfect freedom, virtually invincible. He sat and waited to see how long the boy would take to burn through the nutrient solutions. Sure enough, in under an hour he emerged again. Seeing old Xiao still there, Lu paid him no mind and slipped into another pod. He had already reached gold 2 undefeated. The opponents were all clueless. If not for the money, he would have found it boring. He played another dozen matches, almost all ending in one-shot kills within seconds. He left his opponents dumbfounded. Soon he arrived at the Platinum promotion match and won 2 straight. The final match, win this and head reach Platinum and claim a class hetero ability formula as reward. It was absurdly valuable. Converted to cash, it would be a handsome sum. Excitement surged and the match began. This time it took a while, 10 agonizing minutes, before the arena loaded. The countdown began. Lu noticed the opponent's mecha was much larger. His own stood 15 meters tall, a 4th level mecha. The enemy's was at least 30 meters, a 5th level mecha. Bear in mind these were training mechs deliberately scaled down. In reality, mechs were no less than 100 meters. After all, what could a tensimeter machine do in the starry void? Scratch a warship. Lu grew serious. A 4th level could be shattered by 10 solid blows. A 5th level would likely require dozens or more. The opponent hesitated. No shields or weapons on that 4th level mech. A gift. He had been losing heavily recently. Had the system handed him an easy win? 4th level or not, it was a small Kalami model. As the countdown ended, the enemy waved his hand, and a towering wave materialized, surging toward Lu Qingfeng's fisherman mech. He then quickly raised a long blade, water flowed, and spun around it, slicing with such force that the air itself vacated. With water-type ability amplifying it, the blade became even more lethal. Lu's eyes narrowed. He slipped around the great wave and closed the distance at speed. To him, the opponent appeared slow and awkward, unable to exploit the mech's mobility. As he neared, Lu grabbed the foe's sword arm, used a Taiji leverage technique to throw him over the shoulder. Big size meant nothing once you were on the ground. Boom! The enemy slammed into the ground. Lu raised his fist and struck. A torrent of force exploded outward. The opponent was stunned, only reacting as his shield began to crack. Size was decisive, raw power on another level. After a flip, Lu stepped back, knowing he could not pin him indefinitely, and seized the moment while the opponent had not yet risen. Baji fist. Iron Mountain strike. Boom! The opponent fell again under a flurry of blows. Pop! The shield shattered, and within a few strikes the foe dissolved into white light and vanished. Congratulations, Fisher from Yenjing University, you have been promoted to the Platinum rank. Beep beep beep. System alert, the nutrient solution has run out. Please exit the pod promptly to avoid unnecessary harm. Lu Qingfeng helplessly opened the pod. No more nutrient solution. He no longer doubted the ring. It must have been due to the rapid consumption by the divine. No more nutrient solution again. Upon seeing the pod open, Xiao Jingdao frowned and asked, "You can't blame me, it's probably because the divine consumption is too fast. How effective is this nutrient solution anyway?" Lu Qingfeng shrugged his shoulders. Xiao Jingdao frowned, stroking his chin and muttering, "Something's off. Very off." Suddenly he slapped his thigh. I got it. A complete divine force consumes faster when anticipating the enemy. Yes. It should be just like that. Lu Qingfeng nodded and entered another pod while saying, "Director, you figure out a solution, I will continue." Xiao Jingdao waved his hand, opened his wristband, and made a call. "Old Wang, give me some of that high-concentration nutrient solution." "No way. This stuff is specially for king level and above mecha masters. What do you want it for?" "Don't worry about what I need it for. Are you going to give it or not?" "No." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely sure." Xiao Jingdao suddenly chuckled, and old Wang in the video felt a chill run down his spine. "So you won't give it, huh?" He'll just have a chat with Old Li later. You've been neighbors for hundreds of years, haven't you?" 300 years ago. Fine. He'll send it to Yanda, consider it done. You can still bring up events from hundreds of years ago, come on. Hanging up the call, Xiao Jingdao wore a mischievous smile. He thought him. Although this kid claims he doesn't want shields or weapons, I can't not give them to him. What if he encounters a master? Students. It seems like no one has ever received a medal at school, right? This must surprise them, right? Won't my martial arts academy take off then? To those old fellows who have looked down on me for hundreds of years, just wait. You'll be begging me to send your family members to the martial arts academy. Just thinking about it is thrilling. What was it called again? 300 years in the east, 300 years in the west. Don't underestimate the elderly. The more I think about it, the happier I get, so I quickly called to urge them to finish the mecha for Fisher. At noon, Lu Qingfeng emerged from the last pod. He felt frustrated. Not because he lost, but because his opponents were getting stronger. His divine energy was depleting faster. In the end, he ran out of nutrient solution after just 5 matches. It was over in minutes. However, he had already reached the diamond rank, and he was matched with mostly level 5 experts. He couldn't even encounter level 4 anymore. He even faced a level 6 mecha that was 60 meters tall. However, the opponent was even more of a fool. Aside from being relatively resistant to blows, he landed over 200 punches in the same spot before breaking through the opponent's energy shield. Other areas were simply too rigid. They were even inferior to many level 4 mechas he had encountered. He planned to seriously catch up on his knowledge about mechas. He happened to see Xiao Jingdao standing by the window grinning at the lake. He quietly approached. Cough, cough. Xiao, director, what's so funny? Xiao Jingdao was startled and replied impatiently, You. Kid, can't you make some noise while walking? I know you can walk without leaving a trace in the snow. That's impressive, but why show off? Isn't it because I thought you were looking at something interesting now? There's nothing interesting. Don't you have any nutrient solution left? Lu Qingfeng shrugged. It's gone. Then you'll have to wait a few days. I've got some good stuff for you that will arrive in a few days, just right for those people over there to finish building your mecha model. Good stuff? Lu Qingfeng was a bit curious. What good stuff? You'll know when the time comes. By the way, kid, it's noon and hurry up and cook. Since I've consumed so much of my nutrient solution, you should at least show some gratitude, right? Lu Qingfeng nodded. It was just a meal, so he decided to make it, and he still had some questions to ask him later. Before long, Lu Qingfeng prepared 2 dishes and a soup. You kid, your cooking skills are quite good. At such a young age, besides practicing martial arts, you also cook well. That's something, Xiao Jingdao said while eating. I'm still the top scorer in the college entrance examination. It's not just something, it's a lot of things. Xiao Jingdao, without martial arts, could you have become the top scorer? You can fool others, but don't try to fool me. Lu Qingfeng felt a bit embarrassed. He had been thinking about the mecha issue, so he straightforwardly asked, Director, I know about the mecha's compatibility. Generally, what is the compatibility level for ability users? I feel like their operations are very rigid. Hearing Lu Qingfeng ask this question, Xiao Jingdao put down his bowl and chopsticks and replied seriously, Good question. I was planning to give you a mecha science class this afternoon, but since you asked now, I'll explain it now. Mechas are the greatest technological invention of the new era, bar none. Even battleships cannot compare. Initially, the mechas we built were very heavy and were designed to deal with enemy battleships. As everyone knows, whether it's nuclear weapons or thermal weapons, in the vastness of space, in a vacuum environment, they have almost no power. Laser weapons are powerful, but low in power. They can't penetrate the shields of battleships. High-powered ones consume too much energy and have prolonged charging times. Laser energy weapons cannot be guided. They move in a straight line. By the time you charge up, the enemy has long since run away, so during that time battleships were invincible in space. They could only hit you, you couldn't hurt them. This led to the later development of mechas, huge mechas equipped with superalloy battle blades, which could ignore energy shields and cause damage to space battleships with a single strike. Initially, mechas were operated by 2 people because one person could easily suffer a mental breakdown, and they had to be in sync, otherwise the operation would become distorted. Wait. Lu Qingfeng suddenly interrupted Xiao Jingdao. You said the superalloy battle blade can ignore the energy shield of the battleship, directly damaging the battleship itself. Right. That's right. Is there a problem? Of course there is. Our martial artists' chi and the powers of ability users aren't they considered energy materials? They belong to that category. What's wrong? Xiao Jingdao suddenly understood Lu Qingfeng's concern and burst into laughter. Kid, you don't understand this. Do you know why psychic ability users can become the gods of mechas? Psychic ability users without substantial abilities, why can they roam the star seas? It's precisely because energy materials are not very useful in the star sea. For example, in a vacuum state, how can you unleash your powers? Without external mediums, your abilities will be greatly diminished. But once you reach a planet, that's different. Attribute abilities controlling mechas are incomparable to psychic abilities. Therefore, some psychic ability mechas are equipped with thermal weapons, while attribute ability mechas do not need them, because in reality, using mechas to control abilities far exceeds thermal weapons in power. Of course, this is the most remarkable aspect of warriors. Even in the vastness of the starry sky, a warrior can wield their vital energy, as it requires no medium. The warrior themselves is the greatest medium. You are puzzled about why it's difficult to break the opponent's shield at the mech training base, right? It's because your mech lacks weapons. Using your fists will definitely not work, and if you use vital energy with your fists, it cannot penetrate an energy shield. However, if it's a superalloy long sword, it would be entirely different. Do you know what a superalloy longsword is? Lu Qingfeng shook his head, as this was a blind spot in his knowledge regarding mechs. High school would not teach you this, and there are no tutorials online. It's too core. The original alloy longsword could not conduct energy, and was still formidable, but later it was discovered that adding a special metal, which we call vibranium, could change everything. This metal is extremely precious, and was discovered on a special planet in the Andromeda Galaxy. After adding vibranium, it became the current superalloy longsword, which not only can conduct energy, but also ignores energy shields, making the sword even sharper. Isn't that impressive? Of course, some have tried to make thermal weapons from vibranium, but it didn't work. Vibranium is too rare. The Human Alliance has discovered no more than 10 tons, making it an incredibly precious strategic resource. A superalloy battle sword can conduct energy with just a few dozen grams. Thus, the most expensive part of a mech is its weapon, not the mech itself. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng understood and also desired a weapon. What about when he becomes a level 6 ability user? Wouldn't that mean he could wreak havoc? And what about level 7? It seems he doesn't yet know the specifics about level 7, but it should involve something distinctly different. He recalled that they hadn't discussed the compatibility yet, so he continued to ask Dean. What about the compatibility? You haven't mentioned it yet. What are you in such a hurry for? I'm thirsty. Kid, if you need something from me, call me Dean. Otherwise, just call me Master. Xiao Jingdao glared at him. Lu Qingfeng was not embarrassed at all. Oh, everyone was the same, who could blame whom? But he still poured a glass of water for him obediently. Let's continue. Xiao Jingdao took a sip of water and continued. I was just discussing how the original mech required 2 people with minds in sync to operate until one day a psychic ability user discovered he could easily control a mech alone. From that moment on, scientists discovered something called mech compatibility. In simple terms, it's about how well the mech and the mech warrior can merge. For example, you have 100 compatibility. Since you have enough nerve, it's fine to tell you that 100 mech compatibility is unprecedented. Lu Qingfeng blinked. Am I that impressive? Have I broken another record? Have I become a pioneer? Ha ha ha. Surely I will be recorded in history, my name, remembered forever, bringing glory to my family. For my old man, for my mother, to earn great face. Xiao Jingdao glanced at him and continued, don't get too cocky. I initially guessed that a warrior's mech compatibility would exceed that of a psychic ability user because the complete divine. But a new problem arose concerning the nutrient solution. Don't you think it depletes too quickly? You know how valuable the nutrient solution for repairing the divine is. I fear that you will go bankrupt from piloting a mech. Wait a minute. Dean, this nutrient solution, even if needed later, won't it be provided by the Human Alliance or the Great Xia? After all, I'm fighting for humanity in the Starry Seas. I can't just be the one footing the bill, can I? You're right, normally that's how it is. The mechs are provided by the Human Alliance, and since you're fighting for humanity, the supplies should naturally be handled by the official channels. However, Xiao Jingdao chuckled. You know, powerful battle mech warriors, once they achieve a certain level of merit, can retire and join the reserve forces, and the mech will belong to them. At that point, can you afford to maintain it on your own? Unless you never plan to retire, but that's impossible, because being a mech warrior is too arduous and dangerous. How is it arduous? How is it dangerous? Lu Qingfeng became tense upon hearing this. His mother is out in the starry sky. How can he not be anxious? Because mech warriors are too versatile, they must battle in the starry sky, facing various enemy warships. They also have to fight on planets confronting all kinds of races, monsters, and harsh environments, making the combat extremely brutal. Thus, mech warriors are in desperate need of reinforcements, yet they are constantly replenished. But for humanitarian reasons, some who have gained enough merit will be allowed to retire and join the reserve forces. Sighing at this point, Xiao Jingdao said, the situation in the starry sky is becoming increasingly complex. In chaotic star systems, intelligent humans are beginning to ally with alien races. Their intention to eradicate humanity never ceases. Kid, when you go to the starry sky in the future, always remember this: those who are not of our race must have different intentions. Lu Qingfeng nodded, but remained worried. All right, I won't talk about these distant matters. Just remember, our peace at home comes from countless heroes who fight and bleed on the front lines, desperately earning it. Lu Qingfeng nodded. The school had emphasized this, and he understood. The starry sky is filled with various races, and war is inevitable for survival. Humanity has surely sacrificed many ancestors to achieve the peace we have today. Let's continue discussing the mech compatibility. A warrior achieving 100 compatibility is something I did not foresee. We predict that if mech compatibility reaches 100, then you are the mech, and the mech is you, allowing for complete control. Such mech warriors are incredibly terrifying. Do you know what the highest known mech compatibility is for humanity? Lu Qingfeng shook his head. It's the newly established Disaster Legion, with the Legion commander and his disaster mech achieving a compatibility of 72. This is currently the highest known compatibility for humanity's mechs. The average compatibility for ordinary psychic ability users with their mechs is around 60. For attribute ability users, they only need to reach level 4, with a compatibility of 30 to control a mech independently. Most attribute ability users have low compatibility. They primarily rely on their attribute abilities in combat, with the highest, the Emperor of Flame, having a mech compatibility of only 68. Ordinary attribute ability users spend their lives hovering around a compatibility of 50. Don't underestimate this compatibility. Even a 1% difference can be significant, and at critical moments you might not react in time and could be countered. Lu Qingfeng nodded. Of course, he understood that a small error could lead to devastating consequences. The original mechs were probably of that kind. Friends who haven't seen it can go and watch the movie. You saw them at the mecha training base. Don't they seem especially clumsy in their operation? Lu Qingfeng nodded. Not merely clumsy, they were positively rustic, like dim-witted geese. Do you know the mechas at the training base have been greatly simplified? Real mechas would be far harder to operate. After all, even the smallest mecha reaches 100 meters in height and weighs over 3,000 tons. To pilot such a behemoth and make it nimble is an arduous endeavor. Moreover, you don't know that only by reaching the diamond tier at this training base can one apply for a real mecha, and even then allocation is not guaranteed. Your win rate matters too. Only above 65% can you apply for mecha assignment, and that requires joining the military. Alternatively, you could sign with a consortium or serve as a family mercenary, but I wouldn't recommend that. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. Family? Consortium? He had no interest. His dream was to enlist, fight across the stars, and expand humanity's frontiers. His idol was Hui Tsubing of the Han, the champion marquis in the histories who swept away the Xiongnu court road to the Han Sea and was granted the fief of Langjuxu. All right, that's enough for today. Train your national martial art diligently. Strive to enter the Baodan realm within 4 years. Then join the army, and you'll be assigned superior mecha. Xiao Jingdao finished and rose to leave. Don't forget to wash the dishes and tidy up. Lu Qingfeng. This old rascal. I cook and I wash up too. Fine, fine. Consider it payment for his lessons. Huh. Him at school, isn't that his duty? After tidying the kitchen, he called his mother at once. Xiaofeng. Do you miss your mother? Lu's mother, clad in uniform, laughed with heroic poise. She was genuinely delighted that her son had called on his own. Mom. Today the teacher said mecha combatants are dangerous in the stars. I'm a little worried about you. Lu Qingfeng said bluntly. No need to mince words with his own mother. Nonsense. Your mother is a king-level mecha combatant attached to one of Daxia's foremost ancient elite corps, the Zhuge Legion. What danger could there be? If there's danger, it's from those aliens. And those damned synthetic intelligences. Enough. I won't dwell on it. What you need to know is that your mother is safe. How are things lately? Getting used to Yanda. You look thinner again. Eat better. Don't be stingy with money. And stop, Mom, listen. I'm thin because of training. Just take care of yourself. Old Lu and I are waiting for you. All right, I'll hang up now. After hanging up, he began to worry anew. Though her nagging was vexing, he missed her fiercely. After the call, he went straight upstairs to study martial arts, were his principal pursuit. He hurried to enter the Baodan realm. Perhaps controlling a mecha would be easier, and even the drain on his spirit lessened. After all, the union of qi and blood forms the Baodan, sealing essence qi and spirit from leakage. Lacking nutrient solution, he had not queued ranked matches for days, and instead resumed steady training. On the 4th day, old Xiao burst onto the 2nd floor, clutching a metal box. Kid, come, your good things are here, ha. What is it? Lu Qingfeng closed his book. Come on. We're going to the 3rd floor. Xiao Jingdao thought a moment, then hauled him along. On the 3rd floor, they opened the door. Old Xiao set the box on the floor. A touch of a bracelet opened it. Inside lay 4 long green bars. Xiao Jingdao picked one up and asked, do you know what this is, eh? Lu Qingfeng shook his head. He truly did not. This is a nutrient block used by king-level mecha pilots. These belong in a mecha's nutrition chamber meant for their use. To give them to us is an extravagant waste. Kid, a single one of these is worth tens of millions. Lu Qingfeng clicked his tongue. It was absurdly expensive. With this, consumption won't be quick. Take it, use it. Xiao Jingdao handed him the entire box, 4 pieces worth 40 million. Lu Qingfeng stared, rendered speechless by old Xiao's generosity. So generous. This was 40 million, not 4,000. He was moved to it, felt genuine. Thank you, Dean Xiao. Kid, no need for thanks. Remember to put the nutrient block into the nutrient trough. It will dissolve by itself. At this concentration, 1 block should last you a while. Use it sparingly. And the angler mecha has been perfected. Go show Yanda's might, and bring me back a bronze medal. That's worth more than thanks. I'm off. Old Xiao said, waved, and left. Watching old Xiao's retreating back, Lu Qingfeng thought inwardly, a bronze medal has never been my goal. With a real weapon, it'll make them know what cruelty truly is. Those who are not true masters of force transformation do not know how terrifying such masters can be. He stowed the energy block and began at once. He lay into the pod and pressed the green button. The scene shifted and he entered the training base. The mecha was indeed fully restored. An energy shield shimmered around him. In his hand was a 12-meter alloy longsword. He swung it a few times. It felt wholly natural. Fist before weapon. A weapon is an extension of one's limbs. Once the fists are honed, weapon use is not difficult. He began queued matches. Diamond tier opponents typically piloted mechas of level 5 or higher. Soon he entered the arena. 10, 9, 8. 1. Swish. Lu Qingfeng closed rapidly and slashed. Boom. The opponent's mecha was instantly destroyed, cleaved in two by a single stroke. KO. The opponent must have been stunned. Bolstered by K-Force, Lu Qingfeng's speed and power were formidable. He continued queuing and continued to annihilate foes, steamrolling his way onward. Before long, he reached the master promotion match and stepped into the arena. A 60-meter mecha stood opposite, a level 6 frame. He had faced them before. Their strength exceeded his. Their defenses were greater, they were faster, and their blades were longer. But they were nothing more than lumbering oafs. Why fear? As the countdown ended, he lunged. His 15-meter small mecha looked fragile against the 60-meter colossus. Yet smallness brought agility. The opponent could not land a single proper blow, while he himself took several strikes. Swish. Crack. A leg was cut through after 3 blows and finally snapped. Rendered a cripple, he could fight no longer and was ultimately decapitated with a single stroke. Battles continued. After 3 rounds. Congratulations, you have been promoted to the master tier. Maintain it, and you will receive a bronze medal. Upon entering the master's domain, he was met almost exclusively by 6th-level mechas. Even 5th-level ones were a rare sight. Lu Qingfeng battled his way through, continuously pushing upward. He didn't check the time and had no idea how long had passed. Beep, beep, beep. System notification: insufficient nutrient solution. Please exit the capsule. Lu Qingfeng. What again? He felt a bit frustrated. He recalled not having used it for long. Checking his score, master 32, 33 points. Perfect victory, not a single loss. Moreover, he had almost annihilated his opponents, slaying gods and Buddha alike. Exiting the capsule, Lu Qingfeng looked around only to realize it was the dead of night. This proved that he had been playing for at least 10 hours straight. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he prepared to go downstairs to practice boxing. The next morning, after completing his morning tasks, he continued towards the 3rd-floor mecha training room. He took out the second nutrient block side and placed it inside. This thing costs 10 million and only lasts for about 10 hours. No good. I still have 2 blocks, and I must reach 1st place before using the last block to secure my rank. As for whether he could take 1st place, he never doubted it. A bunch of dimwits, what was there to fear? He noted that the lowest score among the top 10 was 7,000 points. Entering the top 200 would secure the strongest king rank. The lowest score for 200th place was 5,000 points. He currently had 3,233 points, with a score of 10 points per match. As long as the matchmaking time was quick, it wouldn't take him long. He now felt that the mecha training held no meaning for him. His physical agility in reality mirrored that of the mecha. Thus for him, it was better to practice martial arts earnestly. He entered the capsule and continued. In the evening, he received another notification about insufficient nutrient solution. Lu Qingfeng glanced at his score. Supreme King 66 points. He was now ranked 49th. He stepped out of the capsule. Lu Qingfeng exhaled a breath of stale air. Tomorrow he could aim for 1st place. Little did he know the mecha training bases of various military factions were already in chaos. In the depths of the starry sky on a certain planet at the Qinglong Legion base. Give me an hour, I want information on this person. Report, Legion Commander. According to the laws of the Human Federation, the military cannot access local civilian data without government approval. Then call Yanjing University. This talent must join my Qinglong Legion. Yes. Old Fong. What kind of person is this angler? With a 4th-level mecha, he's rampaging through the mecha training base. The man addressed as Old Fong was a middle-aged man. He lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Old Du, to be honest, I don't know either, but it's from our great Xia's Yanjing University, so it should be fine. Has Yan University ever produced anything less than a monster? Old Du nodded, opening his wristband to project an image. Every time I watch his battle videos, I feel like all our years of training have gone to waste. Is this what genius looks like? No. It's a monster, a true monster, the strongest monster in history. Old Fong focused intently for a moment, the ash from his cigarette burning down before he regained his senses and extinguished it. His mecha integration rate definitely exceeds 85, possibly even higher, but without a reference we cannot know for sure. Right now our 4 ancient legions desperately need fresh blood. We must secure this talent. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Report Legion Commander Political Commissar, the Mecha Combat Academy of Yin University states that there is no such person. The two men exchanged glances. Who answered the call? The call was answered by the instruction department of the Mecha Academy. Understood. The Legion commander waved his hand, and the guard saluted before turning to leave. Old Fong, it seems that Huangfu Wuwei has hidden this person quite well. Let's personally give him a call. Sure. After saying this, Old Du opened his wristband and dialed the number. It was quickly connected, and a middle-aged man appeared on the video looking spirited. Du Qinglong, what's the matter that has you a Grand Legion commander calling me? Huangfu Wuwei, don't play dumb with me. I'm sure I'm not the only one calling you today, right? I don't believe that other legions, families, or consortiums haven't called you. You Old Du still act the same as stop joking. You're here for that angler too, right? If I told you I really don't know this person, would you believe me? Stop blowing smoke. You mean to say you don't know someone from Yin University? You don't want to keep him for your family's consortium, do you? Let me tell you that's impossible. You Old Du. Forget it, it's pointless talking to you lot. I'm telling you right now I don't know who this angler is either. We're looking for him as well, believe it or not. After saying this, he hung up the phone. In the Mecha Academy of Yin University, in the dean's office, Huangfu Wuwei rubbed his temples. He felt a severe headache. It was late at night and he was supposed to finish work, but the phone hadn't stopped ringing. All inquiries about a person called Angler. He wanted to know too. After checking his Mecha Academy records, he found no trace of this person. Suddenly a thought struck him and he murmured, no way. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He stood up, began pacing, and muttered to himself as he walked. Should it be? Shouldn't it be? Forget it, why not just go check it out? It's been a while since I've seen that old fellow Xiao Jingdao, oh, it would be nice to visit him. Resolute, he went downstairs and jumped into a car. To the National Martial Arts Institute. Searching for the map, search failed. Please manually input the address. Damn, I forgot this cursed place doesn't have a map. So he opened his wristband and shared the map information. The car headed towards the National Martial Arts Institute. After about an hour, he arrived at his destination. This cursed place is really far away. Huangfu Wuwei grumbled as he looked at the pitch-black National Martial Arts Institute. Suddenly, he heard a whistling sound of immense energy coming from behind the building. Curious, he slowly walked over. From a distance, he saw a shadow in the darkness practicing some strange boxing technique. The young man moved with an unusual rhythm, slow at first, but suddenly unleashed a flurry of quick punches. The sound of fists pierced the air, creating sonic booms. What is this? He suddenly had a bad feeling. Could it be that old fellow Xiao Jingdao has succeeded? Master Xiao, it's pointless to sneak a peek at me practicing boxing late at night. The youth suddenly stopped and spoke to him. What keen intuition, they were over 100 meters apart, yet it was still nighttime. But he seemed to think of himself as Xiao Jingdao. Ahem, young friend, I am not Xiao Jingdao. Lu Qingfeng felt a bit embarrassed for mistaking him. He had long sensed someone approaching, but felt no malice, so he let it be. Thinking it was the old man Xiao, he was surprised to find it wasn't. He walked over to see who it was. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a middle-aged man. He had seen this person's photograph while visiting Yin University. The president of the Mecha Academy, Huangfu Wuwei. I have met President Huangfu. You know me? I have seen your photo. Huangfu Wuwei nodded and asked, were you practicing martial arts just now? Yes, this is the Martial Arts Institute. What else would we practice? Lu Qingfeng looked at him in confusion. Wasn't Huangfu Wuwei supposed to be a smart president? How could he not understand such a simple question? Huangfu Wuwei thought to himself, this kid is quite the rebel. He must be the one. Rebels can be good. That old fellow Xiao Jingdao is probably in for a tough time. Where is President Xiao? I have something to discuss with him. I don't know. After saying that, Lu Qingfeng walked toward his residence. Huangfu Wuwei was speechless. This young man certainly had a personality. He then opened his wristband and called Xiao Jingdao. Knowing he was fishing by the lake, he headed over. Before long, he arrived at the lakeside. Old fellow, you've been fishing for hundreds of years. Don't you ever get tired of it? Xiao Jingdao turned to glance at him and scoffed. Have you grown tired of eating rice for hundreds of years? Huangfu Wuwei was momentarily speechless. Indeed, the kind of president one has reflects upon the kind of students they produce. All right, stop standing there foolishly. Speak up. What brings you here so late, my esteemed president? Huangfu Wuwei chuckled and squatted down. Old fellow, my old buddy, I have a question for you. Have you submitted a model of a mecha called Fishing Guy to the upper management for the Martial Arts Institute at the mecha training base? Don't. Look at you, then look at me. How do I look like an old buddy? You look so young. I look like an old man just by glancing at me. Huangfu Wuwei. This old man is still the same. Cough. I had no choice. I wish I could be as carefree as you, so at ease. Sigh. Is that mecha from your Martial Arts Institute? Xiao Jingdao turned his head and looked at him seriously, asking, do you really want to know? Huangfu Wuwei nodded. I do. Then let our Martial Arts Institute become independent, truly establishing our own system. This was a thorn in Xiao Jingdao's heart. Although the Martial Arts Institute was established, it was still under the Mecha Academy. Without genuine independence, Xiao Jingdao believed the martial arts department was just the martial arts department and the mecha department was just the mecha department. Although both involved piloting mechas, the processes and methods of cultivation were entirely different. Old Xiao, that's not a decision I can make, you'll have to consult the principal. Besides, although the Martial Arts Institute is under the Mecha Academy, I haven't interfered with you or imposed restrictions. It's just a matter of reputation. Oh, why are you being so petty? Hearing this, Xiao Jingdao became even angrier. Huangfu Wuwei, you were the one who opposed the establishment of the Martial Arts Institute the most back then. It's just a matter of reputation. Oh, what do you know? Reputation is the greatest wealth. We educate and teach. If we lose our reputation, what use is there for anything? Moreover, I have fought for so many years for the Martial Arts Institute. It took me hundreds of years to establish it with my own funds. You forced it to be placed under your Mecha Academy back then. Now you dare to say I am petty. Is the Huangfu family really that shameless? Huangfu Wuwei was not angry. After a moment of silence, he said, Old Xiao, you are always so stubborn. Think about it. With just you alone, do you think you could establish a department at Yin University? If it weren't for the Mecha Academy, borrowing a bit of clout, the Martial Arts Institute wouldn't stand a chance. In the future, you can be independent just like now. The opportunity has come. Xiao Jingdao sighed. He actually knew this, but he felt uncomfortable inside. However, upon hearing about the opportunity for independence, he quickly asked, what opportunity? Huangfu Wuwei smiled. The fishing guy mecha. That was my doing. Upon hearing him admit it, Huangfu Wuwei became excited. He had seen the battle videos. It was simply too overpowered. He couldn't imagine how much mecha fusion capability it would take to operate a mecha like that with such fluidity. That unique student. The top scorer of the college entrance examination from Jianyu province, Lu Qingfeng. Xiao Jingdao nodded. He was a bit curious about what they needed that kid for. Suddenly his heart skipped a beat. Could it be? No way. What do you need him for? You don't know? Should I know? All right. It seems that this old man Xiao really didn't know. He opened his wristband and activated the projection. A battle video of Lu Qingfeng played. Xiao Jingdao looked and was shocked to see Lu Qingfeng battling against a level 6 mecha. What rank was that kid? He wasn't really at the master level, was he? In the video, Lu Qingfeng swiftly defeated the opposing level 6 mecha with grace. Then Huangfu Wuwei opened the rankings again. The prominent score stirred Xiao Jingdao's heart. Rank 49, strongest champion, 6,666 points. He quickly stood up and rushed toward the courtyard. Old Xiao, where are you going? To find that kid. Huangfu Wuwei hurriedly followed. Soon they arrived at Lu Qingfeng's door and knocked a few times. Coming. Lu Qingfeng was slightly annoyed. He was just about to sleep. Why were they bothering him in the middle of the night? He opened the door to see Old Xiao followed by President Huangfu. President Xiao, President Huangfu, is there something you need? I want to ask you, what rank are you at now? Xiao Jingdao asked impatiently. Champion, why? Don't disturb my rest. Tomorrow I'll bring back a first-place trophy, so you don't say I'm wasting your nutrient solution. Xiao Jingdao. Huangfu Wuwei. First place. They were a bit excited. No one had ever achieved first place in the academy. If he truly secured first place, then Yin University, as the top human alliance academy, would be unshakable. Can you really take first place? Just wait. He'll arrange it. Then you should rest well. Okay. After saying that, Lu Qingfeng closed the door and went back to rest, leaving the two of them staring at each other. Can he really take first place? I think it's not a big problem. This kid may seem like a reckless fool, but he's quite reliable when he speaks. Huangfu Wuwei was extremely excited. Lu Qingfeng was still nominally a part of the Mecha Academy. The Martial Arts Institute was still under his authority. He wasn't disbelieving that they could take first place. After watching the video, it seemed almost certain. He was just uncertain in his heart. Now that he had found the person, he was considering how to respond to the leaders of the various military factions. It was a troubling issue. Moreover, the most crucial thing was that martial arts had indeed been developed by Xiao Jingdao. Old Xiao, congratulations. After so many years, you finally realized your dream. I sincerely apologize for having looked down on martial arts back then. Xiao Jingdao felt a burning sensation on his face. He clearly understood that Lu Qingfeng's success had nothing to do with him. He was merely picking up the ready-made results. To this day, he still hadn't thought of a reasonable way to get Lu Qingfeng to share his skills. However, he was quite pleased to hear the old fellow Huangfu Wuwei apologize. Where is it? Where is it? Ahem, I want to say it's all that kid's own doing, but has nothing to do with me. Do you believe it? Really? Xiao Jingdao nodded. You also know that I have researched traditional martial arts for many years, but the core methods have long been lost. I am merely a theoretical scholar. At this point, Xiao Jingdao couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. Lu Qingfeng is like someone who comes to school with skills of what I can teach him is only some basic theories and a little insignificant help. Therefore, I consider myself quite lucky to have encountered him as my first student. Huangfu Wuwei frowned upon hearing this. He also thought of the negative aspects. Since Lu Qingfeng brought his skills to school, it meant that the core part of traditional martial arts was only mastered by him. It was not something the school could replicate or promote, and it all depended on Lu Qingfeng's mood and disposition. But this kid was a thorny character. He was hard to deal with. Old Xiao, have you talked to him? To make some contributions for the human alliance. You want me to morally coerce my own student? Xiao Jingdao glared at him. Ahem. Old Xiao, don't be so agitated. I'm just stating the facts. If traditional martial arts are so powerful once mastered, then it should be promoted widely. Let the name of traditional martial arts spread across the Star Sea. Wouldn't it be better if you talked to him about this? Huangfu Wuwei. He is a student. Promoting it means taking on disciples and passing on skills. Are you planning to have him establish a school here? I have no objections to that. Huangfu Wuwei held his forehead. He was also troubled. What era was this to establish a school? If he dared to suggest that, the principal would surely squash him. Thus the two exchanged glances and sighed in unison. Xiao Jingdao said, Huangfu, what if you suggested to Lu Qingfeng that he becomes a lecturer, no, a professor, and then apply for a lifetime achievement award from the Human Alliance? Would he pass on his knowledge then? Are you joking? Huangfu Wuwei was taken aback. How could I be joking? At Yin University, who isn't an old fellow over 100 years old with profound knowledge or a retired soldier from the battlefield? He's just a young kid. How could he be a professor? Xiao Jingdao scoffed. You know better than I do who qualifies as a professor at Yin University. Huangfu Wuwei. There's no priority in the Tao. The capable come first. At age and honor have become our stumbling blocks. Let me ask you, besides him, who else can be a professor in traditional martial arts? Find someone stronger than him. And, do you know what his mecha fusion rate is? What is it? Huangfu Wuwei asked reflexively. 100. I tell you, it's 100, an unprecedented achievement. 100 years from now, if the Human Alliance deploys an army of 10,000 mechas like this, can you imagine? They could easily annihilate intelligent beings, striking fear into all races. We could become the absolute overlord of the Chaotic Star region. You know what the Chaotic Star region entails, right? Impossible. A 100 mecha fusion rate. How could it reach 100? Theoretically, the highest is only 98. Huangfu Wuwei was stunned. He found it hard to believe. Are you scared? Otherwise, why do you think he can crush opponents effortlessly? He has been undefeated and has risen to the top ranks, so do you still think he is not qualified? Huangfu Wuwei. Times have changed. Xiao Jingdao felt a bit smug, fearing that 100 fusion rate had shocked him. Huangfu Wuwei remained silent for a moment and said, all right, even if what you said is correct, he can be a professor, but the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Human Alliance will probably be quite difficult. There are only a handful of people who have received that award. How could we apply? Xiao Jingdao sighed. So up until now, I still don't know how to tell this kid that the methods to attain immortality could genuinely change the martial arts of all humanity. Isn't a Lifetime Achievement Award justified? Huangfu Wuwei was silent for a long time and finally patted Xiao Jingdao on the shoulder. Once Lu Qingfeng secures first place, we'll go find the principal. After saying that, he didn't wait for his answer and turned to leave. Xiao Jingdao was left in deep thought. It seemed that Huangfu Wuwei had made up his mind. But even so, it would still be quite difficult. The next day, after a good night's sleep, Lu Qingfeng had a hearty breakfast, stood for a while in practice, and threw a few punches. He went straight to the third floor. After placing the third nutrient solution, he entered the pod and directly began ranking. What he didn't know was that as soon as he entered the mecha training base, many people started to observe him through special permissions. He practiced martial arts for dozens of rounds, pushing through effortlessly. He reached 7,000 points. He was currently ranked 11th. In the next ranking, the screen shifted. A mecha wielding dual daggers appeared before him. Lu Qingfeng glanced and recognized this was the one ranked 7th. The time assassin from the White Tiger Legion. He had actually made it to 7th place. As the countdown ended, the opponent immediately blinked and charged at him, daggers slicing through the air. Such incredible speed. However, Lu Qingfeng had anticipated it. He dodged with a small sidestep. With a swift strike, he cut into the opponent's calf. Sparks flew, but due to the difference in mecha quality, his single strike couldn't sever the opponent's mecha. It would take 3 strikes to cut off a leg. Stepping on the 8 trigrams, he spun and maneuvered, ensuring his strikes never missed. The opponent had no way to retaliate. What could he do? Even if he were a psychic, it wouldn't help. In mere seconds, it was over. The time assassin fell. Those observing were stunned. The mecha could be operated this way. Watching a video is fundamentally less shocking than experiencing a live broadcast. Is that it? First place is secured. I told you it wouldn't matter who comes. Lu Qingfeng continued his ranking, and he won consecutively again. His score soared. Soon he saw a familiar figure. The Star Police from the Flying Eagle Legion appeared, holding a shield in one hand and a knife in the other. Almost all of the top 10 were psychics. This indicated the advantage of psychics operating mechas. But unfortunately, he ran into Lu Qingfeng. He couldn't hold out for even 10 seconds. They fought until 3 in the afternoon. Lu Qingfeng's score reached 93-55. He ranked third. However, everyone knew that first place was merely a matter of time for him. Report to the instructor, I want to meet him. I know I can't win, but I want to see just how strong he is. Go ahead, go ahead. Experience this monster. Oh, just don't lose confidence if you get beaten down. Lu Qingfeng did not indulge them. Whoever stepped up would be soundly beaten. Everyone pondered a single question. It was not whether they could beat him, but who could endure 10 seconds beneath his hand without losing. No one lasted longer than 10 seconds. Every strike found its mark. Who could withstand that? The training hall of the Mecha Institute at Yenjing University. Huangfu Wuwei could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming that they had truly taken first place. I'm not blind, right? Let's go. Go. The two of them hurried downstairs and drove toward Yenjing University's central administrative building. Soon they arrived outside a modest office and knocked. They entered together and called Principal Chun. He answered, inviting them to sit. Principal Chun glanced at them, then returned his concentrated attention to the old office computer, as if studying something intently. Huangfu Wuwei and Xiao Jingdao exchanged a look and sat obediently. After a long moment, Principal Chun removed his glasses and rose to walk toward the sofa. They stood as well. He waved them over and said they should sit. Even if they had not come, he would have sought them out. Principal Chun complained that as Dean Wuwei had caused everyone to come to him, all lamenting in a contest of miseries just to get that thing. Huangfu Wuwei hurriedly answered Jiayu Lao, glancing at Xiao Jingdao. Principal Chun laughed, saying Jiayu Lao was a fine name for a mech and showed taste. Huangfu Wuwei was speechless. Xiao Jingdao dryly observed that great minds think alike. Principal Chun said, Jingdao, this must be your student. He remembered the recent big news. Lu Qingfeng, was it not? They confirmed it. He was the top scorer in Jiangsu province's college entrance exam. His cancer had failed to progress, which was likely due to practicing Guoshu. Principal Chun nodded. Hearing this, Principal Chun said he roughly understood their intent and asked whether they had consulted the student and whether he had any requests. Xiao Jingdao shook his head. Principal Chun warned that martial methods were too precious and that those who practiced Guoshu were traditionally possessive. He feared the student might refuse, making matters difficult later. Principal Chun snapped at them, calling them foolish and scaring the two into flinching. How could they know the student's mind without asking him? He chided them for studying Guoshu for so many years, yet failing to inquire, and added that he had read their Guoshu research report. Young Lu should have reached the Huajin Zhongshe realm, had he not. They confirmed. Principal Chun marveled that such a young Huajin Zhongshe could not possibly be narrow-minded. He advised them to first ask about the student's needs. As long as the requests were not excessive, he could agree and help arrange them. This old man still had some influence. They pledged to do so. Principal Chun added, Wuwei, send those people away and tell them that young Lu is only a freshman. I tell them not to be so impatient, sniffing about like dogs for filth every day. Huangfu Wuwei perspired and agreed. Principal Chun waved them off. The two left with respect, and once outside they both exhaled in relief. Huangfu Wuwei remarked that Principal Chun remained ever so clever and mighty. He looked at Xiao Jingdao with a thoughtful expression. Wuwei teased that Xiao Jingdao must have coined the name Jiayu Lao on purpose, since Principal Chun loved fishing. Yi Xiao had deliberately played the angle. They laughed, calling it a small stratagem. Well done, old Xiao, you had Principal Chun in your pocket. Now think about how you will approach that youngster. They both grumbled that the other would still have to face those jerks. With a proud huff, each went his separate way. First place, Yenjing University, Jiayu Lao Supreme Victor, 10086 points. Lu Qingfeng glanced at the score with satisfaction and stepped out of the pod. From now on, he only needed to maintain first place. There was no need to fight from dawn until dusk and waste so much time. As evening fell, Lu Qingfeng checked and found little food left. He took his gear to the lakeside and sat for a while and managed to catch a grass carp. He returned straight away, planning to happily cook Sichuan-style boiled fish fillets that night. He had just finished preparing the meal when Xiao Jingdao walked in. You scamp, boiled fish fillets. My favorite, he said, pinching a piece of fish and eating it. Lu Qingfeng scolded him for hygiene and told him to wash his hands and use chopsticks and to serve his own rice. Then he began to serve the food. Xiao Jingdao hurriedly ladled rice and joined him. The two devoured the meal in a storm. He'll wash the dishes and tidy up, then I'm off to train, Xiao said. Wait, Lu Qingfeng said, turning to the hesitant old man. If you have something to say it straight, no dawdling. Ahem. Qingfeng. The manner in which he called made Lu Qingfeng shiver. What is it? Xiao Jingdao drew a deep breath and, speaking cautiously, asked whether Lu Qingfeng could teach the method by which he practiced Guoshu. Lu Qingfeng frowned. It was not that he was unwilling. His grandfather in dreams had warned that martial arts should not be casually transmitted, especially to those with impure hearts regardless of talent. Seeing his frown and fearing a misunderstanding, Xiao Jingdao quickly explained that it was not merely personal desire. He had seen how formidable a mech paired with Guoshu could be. Their Guoshu Institute had been more for show, and he had originally planned a few forms and to recruit some students to test them. But upon seeing that Lu possessed a genuine practice, he had the nerve to ask. Of course, he said, name your price. He would never expect it for free. Lu Qingfeng was relieved he had entered on the strength of his art, otherwise he might have been cheated. After all, in this day and age, if one clung to old possessiveness, Guoshu might truly vanish. He was not worried others might surpass him. After all, he had a ring to augment him, who could truly overtake him. In his dream, he had taken over 20 years to reach Huajin, even as a prodigy. He had never considered teaching before, thinking Guoshu unremarkable and that passing it on might harm people. Now that Guoshu could bear fruit, he was willing to teach. His path would not be solitary. There were advantages as well, and seeing old Xiao's eagerness, he could extract a fair price without trouble. Teaching might not be impossible, he said. Lu Qingfeng stroked his chin. Really? Xiao Jingdao became excited. If there was a true method, the Guoshu Institute would finally be legitimate. Don't rush. You may propose any conditions. You can put forward your terms first. I'll apply for them, though I cannot promise approval. The old man, spotting the faintest sign of assent, immediately began his ingratiating routine, as if all his years of Tai Chi had been in vain if he did not use them now. Catching himself in the habit, Xiao Jingdao chided himself, and then said to him, you propose the terms, and I'll arrange things. Once it's settled, you will teach. Sound good? Lu Qingfeng grinned, and replied that was more like it. Lu Qingfeng pondered for quite some time, only to realize that he seemed to have no real demands. It seemed that besides money, there was nothing else he desired. Oh right, energy bars, star beast meat, and his mother's safety. Xiao Jingdao watched Lu Qingfeng with a furrowed brow, feeling quite nervous, afraid that Lu Qingfeng might propose some strange demands that they could not fulfill. I want someone to be safe. Can you do that? Who? My mother. It seems she is serving in the Zhuge Legion, named Yu Shengyan. My first request is for my mother's safety. Nothing must happen to her. Is that possible? After finishing his request, Lu Qingfeng looked at the old man Xiao with eager anticipation, knowing that this request might be difficult for him to handle. Xiao Jingdao turned to leave and made a call to the principal. Principal, student Lu Qingfeng has put forth his first request, which is the safety of his mother, who is serving in the Zhuge Legion and is named Yu Shengyan. Understood. Wait for my news. After hanging up, 5 full minutes passed before the principal called back, looking at Xiao Jingdao with a face full of astonishment. Are you sure that student Lu Qingfeng's request is to protect his mother Yu Shengyan's safety? Yes, principal, that's exactly what he told me. Jingdao, a peak level 7 royal level psychic, the Flame Phoenix King of the Zhuge Legion, Yu Shengyan. Who do you expect to protect her? She is more likely to protect others herself. I'll ask him to change his condition. Is Lu Qingfeng's mother that powerful? If nothing goes wrong, she will reach level 8 within 2 years. She is extraordinarily gifted. Hiss. Principal, both this mother and son are that terrifying. Stop hissing. Global warming is not due to you. Let student Lu Qingfeng change his condition. This one cannot be fulfilled. All right, principal. After hanging up, Xiao Jingdao returned to the kitchen looking troubled and said, Qingfeng, you are putting me in a difficult position. How am I making things difficult for you? Lu Qingfeng asked with confusion. Your mother is a peak level 7 psychic known as the Flame Phoenix King. Who do you expect to protect her? She is more likely to protect others. Is level 7 very strong in the cosmos? Lu Qingfeng only knew that level 7 was strong, but he did not know its status in the cosmos. Xiao Jingdao looked at him suspiciously and asked, don't you know? Should I know? Hasn't your mother ever told you? Lu Qingfeng shook his head. A peak level 7 psychic is a top-tier powerhouse in any faction. Not bullying others is already considered good. So will there be any danger? Strength is one thing, but danger is another. As a son, it is his duty to protect his mother. Let me put it this way, besides that one incident with the Intelligent Rebellion where many high-level psychics sacrificed themselves, and when we established ourselves in the chaotic star system, we also lost many. Most of the time, level 7 and above psychics do not face accidents, and the performance of royal-level mechas is beyond your imagination. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng understood that as long as there were no large-scale battles, the probability of royal-level experts sacrificing themselves was relatively low. With this in mind, he felt much more at ease. Top experts are indeed hard to protect. Qingfeng, please change your request. Can I retain some permissions? I'll use them when needed later. I only need 2 permissions. Also, I can provide the methods for Ba Ji and Ma Bu to you first. As for Tai Chi, let's discuss it when someone enters the dark strength stage. Finally, what I want to say is I can provide the methods, but if the person learning them has questionable character, I absolutely cannot teach them. This is Lu Qingfeng's bottom line as well as his grandfather's bottom line in his dreams. He must follow this. A martial artist must come from the heart. As for the permissions he wished to retain, it was because the energy bars he was using were readily available. He also had enough wealth to discuss further when needed, especially regarding Star Beast meat. He heard that there are no channels for things that cannot be bought. It would be better to keep them for now. He also knew that old Xiao was just a messenger and his influence was not that vast. Let me ask, but the conditions must not be outrageous, all right? So he went out to make another call, and the principal directly agreed. He even sent him a copy of the agreement. The agreement clearly stated that Lu Qingfeng would submit the correct methods for practicing Ma Bu and Ba Ji. His two requests could be made at any time, but they could not be excessively outrageous or illegal. It bore the official seal of Yin University and the personal seal of the principal. Holding the agreement, Xiao Jingdao let out a sigh of relief and quickly found Lu Qingfeng. Qingfeng, take a look at the agreement. If everything is fine, please sign it. The wristband projected the agreement. Lu Qingfeng took a look and found nothing wrong. He was just about to sign. Xiao Jingdao looked hesitant. Lu Qingfeng, should we try to negotiate for something more? He always felt that Lu Qingfeng was a bit disadvantaged, feeling guilty for taking advantage of him. No need. After Lu Qingfeng finished speaking, he quickly tapped his wristband to complete the signing. What he wanted was very simple: enough resources for his martial arts practice and the safety of his parents. He swiftly organized the methods for practicing Ma Bu and Ba Ji, sent them to Xiao Jingdao, and reiterated his warning. Old Xiao, remember, national martial arts are lethal techniques and must not be taught to those with corrupt intentions. Kid, I'm the dean. Do you think I wouldn't know? In this era of rampant psychics, there's been no issue, so rest assured I'm aware. Lu Qingfeng. Damn, this old fellow calls him Qingfeng before signing, but calls him kid after the agreement. Too lazy to bother with this old man, he went to train. Xiao Jingdao looked at the martial arts summary as if he had found a treasure. His hands trembled with excitement. So that's how it is. I knew it was missing a key element in the breathing method. A brilliant light shone in his previously murky eyes. The breathing method of the Pre-Qin Qi practitioners has been improved and integrated into the stance training. It's simply miraculous. This is the wisdom of the ancients. Stance generates qi and the fist communicates with qi. Good, good, good. He studied it for a long time before putting away the wristband. His expression turned somewhat melancholic as he sighed. What a pity. I still don't know if it will come in time. After saying that, he disappeared into the night. 3 days later, in the conference room of Yin University, many influential figures in the education sector sat here. Chun Qianshan, the principal of Yin University, was not only the principal, but also the deputy minister of the Ministry of Education of the Great Xia. At this moment, Xiao Jingdao walked towards the podium step by step. He had a solemn expression, his eyes filled with determination. He had been on this stage many times, but each time he was met with ridicule and disdain. Today was the day he would prove himself. To prove that he was not wrong, to prove that his centuries-long persistence was justified. He would become a witness and pioneer of national martial arts and the path of martial arts. For humanity, for the Great Xia to establish the true foundation of eternal life. Even if it means walking through fire and water, it is worth any sacrifice. The crowd looked at him no longer with disdain, as before, but filled with admiration and respect. Respected leaders. Esteemed seniors in the education field. Colleagues, hello. Before I begin my report, please take a look at the projection. Saying this, he projected the battle video of the fishing man mech. Although everyone here had seen it before. Watching it again, they still felt an immense shock. The mech could be operated like this, as if it were a living being. The mech could truly come alive. The national martial arts could bestow new life upon the mech. What would be the result when the cosmic war machine gains life? Then it would be a true deity. After finishing the video, he clicked again. A line of text appeared on the screen. Let the mech become the true deity of the starry sky. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, the theoretical maximum for mech fusion is 98. Yet in reality, our superhumans cannot even reach 80. A slight deviation can lead to catastrophic failure. Even a 1-point difference in fusion could cause irreversible consequences. Yet today, practitioners of national martial arts can break through the original limits of mechs to achieve 100. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in disbelief. This operation is impressive, but breaking through the original limits of mechs. Isn't this a joke? At that moment, someone stood up to ask, Professor Xiao, do you have specific data? It's not that we don't believe, it's just too unbelievable. Xiao Jingdao smirked, knowing that most would surely be skeptical. He himself had once doubted. Had he not confirmed through authorization that Lu Qingfeng's fusion rate was 100, he would not have dared to say such bold words today. This colleague asks a good question. Those who do not believe, please raise your hands. Swish. Most of the audience raised their hands. Xiao Jingdao was even more pleased. He wanted them to doubt, otherwise how could he show off? He clicked on his wristband again and detailed data about the Fishing Man mech appeared on the screen. Mech name Fishing Man. Mech level 4, training mech height 15 meters, energy 2 newtons, enhancement Chi 1. 5 shields, yes weapons, alloy longsword pilot, from Yinjing University, National Martial Arts Institute fusion, rate 100. What a... Really? The scene erupted into chaos again. Xiao Jingdao smiled widely. The slaps to the face were delightfully satisfying. These were all big shots in the education sector, and their quality was relatively high. They were just shocked. The eyes of the crowd changed, staring at Xiao Jingdao with burning intensity. They wanted to know why the fusion rate could be so high. Is national martial arts truly that miraculous? It's not that they don't believe, but after 1,000 years of skepticism, to suddenly be told today that national martial arts is indeed real, anyone would find it hard to accept. Only Xiao Jingdao, this stubborn fool, has persisted for hundreds of years. He still continues, and today, he can be considered successful. Esteemed seniors and colleagues, do you see? This is real, or why could it be so? Xiao Jingdao clicked on his wristband again, displaying the first stage of national martial arts training. I have long said that humanity itself is the most powerful. Developing the hidden potential of the human body is the future. I know that saying this now, everyone still won't believe. 100 years from now, when we look back, we will understand. We are all descendants of the great Xia, with a history spanning thousands of years. Do you really think that the existence of Qi cultivators and national martial arts is fabricated by the ancients? No, I have always believed they are real, and I have published many papers, but they fell into obscurity. People thought I was old-fashioned, still researching those scams. As he said this, he felt a pang of emotion, recalling the years of misunderstanding and mockery from others. Were it not for his years of savings and credentials, it would have been a problem for him to remain at Yanda University. He took a deep breath and continued, I apologize, everyone, I digressed. Please look at the screen. This is the first stage of national martial arts training Mingjing. Once achieved, one can have keen hearing and sight, and an extraordinary memory. Everyone knows about the top scorer in the college entrance examination from Jiangyu province, who became the top scorer in a month. Why? It's because of national martial arts. Hearing this, someone quickly became agitated. He excitedly asked, is this true? Professor Xiao? Indeed. Once again the scene erupted in an uproar. Keen hearing and sight and extraordinary memory. How many researchers yearn for such abilities? With these, wouldn't research progress more quickly? But everyone, do not get excited. National martial arts is not like cancer transformation, where everyone can participate. National martial arts requires significant qualifications. Those without the aptitude will find it difficult to cultivate qi and achieve keen hearing and sight. Hence, this is also the greatest drawback of national martial arts. The crowd felt a bit regretful. No wonder it was so exceptional. It turns out there are conditions. After saying this, Xiao Jingdao continued to turn to the next page. Dark qi. This is the second realm of national martial arts. At this stage, the qi gains penetrating power, permeating the internal organs, capable of enhancing the body, comparable to those in the first, second, or third stage of cancer transformation. Of course, the lifespan is only comparable to that of a first-stage cancer patient. Hearing this, some began to shake their heads. A lifespan, the greatest drawback appeared. If one cannot attain immortality, what's the point of practicing this? At this moment, someone asked, Professor Xiao, can cancer patients practice national martial arts? Will there be a conflict? I don't know. There should be a conflict. The top scorer in the college entrance examination, who failed cancer transformation, might have been due to practicing national martial arts. The crowd felt disappointed again, but rather than causing a commotion, they quietly awaited his continued explanation. He turned to the next page. Transformation Qi, also known as the Master Realm. What does Master mean? It means that the essence, energy, and spirit are complete. The student piloting the Fishing Man mech is a master-level martial artist. As we all know, psychic superhumans are called natural mech pilots. They are very powerful, but their spirit is incomplete. The spirit of a master-level martial artist is complete, allowing them to achieve a 100 fusion rate. As the crowd reached the end, they found no new realms. Someone asked, are there any updated realms? If it's just like this, the master-level martial artist seems to be just that. In reality, they can at most rival a level 6 mech combatant, but our clan's strongest warriors are all above level 7. The crowd nodded. Indeed, this alone is insufficient to prove the power of national martial arts. It can be used, but its utility is not great. There are, but no one has reached it yet. However, I believe someone will reach it. The ultimate martial artist will certainly be able to be reborn through blood, discarding the mech to become a true deity. Xiao Jingdao said this with utmost conviction. This is his persistence and the career he has worked for his entire life, and his belief in living. The scene was very quiet. Some believed while others doubted. Xiao Jingdao was not in a hurry. He thought to himself, just wait, the martial path has only revealed a glimpse of its iceberg. When it truly surfaces, that moment will be something to behold. Everyone would go crazy for it, cheering loudly. However, he also understood that some things could not be explained too deeply. Those who had not cultivated national martial arts would never truly understand. The more they talked, the more they would feel it was mystical, the more they would feel it was fake. All right, now that Jingdao has finished speaking, does anyone have any questions? An elderly man sitting in the middle spoke. Seeing that no one spoke for a long while, he opened his mouth again. This time, my personal opinion is in favor of establishing a true national martial arts institute at Yin University. I invite everyone here to come and understand what national martial arts is all about. Now that we roughly understand, let's disperse the meeting. After saying this, he stood up and left, followed by the other two elderly men on the podium. On the other side, in a small conference room, Comrade Qinshan, the National Martial Arts Institute must be established, but before we have results, it is not advisable to let the influence spread. You must learn from the lessons of the past. Understood, Minister Liu. He certainly knew that Minister Liu was referring to the previous incident when the National Martial Arts Institute was established, which caused a stir in public opinion. Fortunately, Lu Qingfeng had a strong mental fortitude. If it had been someone else, not to mention enrolling in the National Martial Arts Institute, they would probably have mental issues. By then, Yin University would become the target of public criticism. Let's leave it at that for today. After finishing, he left in advance. Old Shun, remember to reserve a spot for me at the National Martial Arts Institute. Another deputy minister smiled and spoke. Old Shun, well, but it must meet the qualifications. You heard, practicing this national martial arts requires certain qualifications. Don't worry. If they don't meet the qualifications, it's not an issue. The meeting dispersed, and Chun Qianshan rubbed his head with 11 spots. He believed many would soon come to contact him. There was no helping it. This was a common flaw of humanity. Upon returning to Yin University, he immediately called for Xiao Jingdao. Jingdao, those 11 spots are very precious. You must hold on to your original intention. Don't sell favors this year. We can discuss it next year. Don't worry. Principal, many have already approached me, but I didn't agree to any. The National Martial Arts Institute is my hard work over hundreds of years. I will never accept those who lack the qualifications. Let's not open the map for now. Keep it quiet. Let's wait until we have results. For now, we need to keep a low profile. We can be ostentatious once we succeed. At this point, Qin Qianshan suddenly smiled. In the end, congratulations, Jingdao, your long-standing wish is finally about to come true. Teacher, Xiao Jingdao suddenly burst into tears. Alas, this child of mine. Teacher, thank you. If it weren't for your protection all these years, I would have long since been unable to stay at Yin University. It's not solely my doing. I have reviewed all your theories. In truth, I know that this martial path may very well be real, but Jingdao, it's difficult to go against the tide. Teacher, all right, call me principal at school. I'm old now, acting like a child. Go and busy yourself, and if you need anything, come to me. All right. Leaving the principal's office, Xiao Jingdao looked up at the sun in the sky. The gentle breeze of early autumn blew, and he smiled. Xiao Yoji, I'm going to your National Martial Arts Institute the day after tomorrow to test my martial arts qualifications. Do you know what martial arts qualifications are? What did you say? Lu Qingfeng, who was preparing to sleep, suddenly became agitated. At this hour of the night, the scariest thing was that Shun Qinshuan was coming to the National Martial Arts Institute. You're coming to the National Martial Arts Institute to test your qualifications. What's going on? I don't know. Someone in my family asked me to come test, so I came. But what exactly are these qualifications? If I said I didn't know, would you believe me? He really didn't know how to test the qualifications. Perhaps old Xiao knew. After all, he had studied national martial arts for many years. In his dreams, he was an absolute martial arts fanatic. His grandfather hadn't taught him anything before passing away. If you don't know, you don't know. You're not allowed to hide from me tomorrow, otherwise you'll regret it. No, I won't, definitely not. It would be strange if he didn't. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qingfeng thought, qualification testing. Could it be that the National Martial Arts Institute is recruiting new members so soon? Well, he just hoped that others wouldn't come to bother him. As for the rest, he couldn't be bothered. The next morning, his door was knocked loudly. Lu Qingfeng got up and opened the door, shooting Xiao Jingdao a murderous look. Master, disturbing my sweet dreams so early in the morning, are you drunk? Ahem. I have something to inform you. The National Martial Arts Institute is recruiting new members. I know, so what? What does that have to do with me? We're short-handed. Just take a look. No time, Lu Qingfeng said, and was about to close the door. Pay me. I won't work for free. How much? Damn, you brat, really no fun. How about 1,000 a day for cooperating with the test? Not doing it. No time. Is he treating me like a beggar? Then you name a price. 1 bottle of nutrient solution. Xiao Jingdao was left dumbfounded. This kid really dared to ask. But there was no helping it. Who told the National Martial Arts Institute to only have 2 people? Let him register and test himself. He should be able to manage. After all, in the end, it would just be a matter of having the principal reimburse him for it. He shouldn't lack for this. All right. Lu Qingfeng. He just agreed. He casually said it, not really wanting to go. What's wrong? Still feeling it was too little? If not going, then forget it. Go, go, go. My dear principal. Don't you go making breakfast. All right. 10 million after all, it's something not easily bought. This was a good thing. He needed to maintain his rank. 1 bottle wouldn't be enough. In these days, everyone's scores were rising. He had to go and play for a while every 2 days. For the gold medal and the money worth 3 types of S abilities, he was fighting hard. Making breakfast, the 2 sat across from each other drinking porridge. Principal, are we going to fill all the spots for the new recruitment this time? Xiao Jingdao nodded. There are only 12 spots in total, so we must fill them. Besides you, we just need to recruit 11 more. They're all students from Yin University anyway, so it's just a matter of switching departments. It's a simple matter. Suddenly, Lu Qingfeng remembered how to test the qualifications and asked, how exactly is this qualification tested? Is it through bone palpation or something else? Martial arts training is different from other things but requires extremely high innate talent. Otherwise, it will only waste time and youth. Lu Qingfeng nodded slightly. How should we conduct the perseverance and character tests? He truly did not know how to test those. I am also considering how to handle this. The perseverance test is manageable. I can bring a pressure machine tomorrow. But the character test, that is something to think about carefully. A test paper. That's a joke. Using a machine. Even more absurd. Since the intelligent crisis, the precious old land of Blue Star has no longer allowed the existence of advanced intelligent beings. What about conducting background checks? Lu Qingfeng suggested. Sounds good. Let's do it this way. First, we will filter the basic qualifications and then conduct background checks. Let's have Yin University handle this. It's settled. After saying that, Xiao Jingdao hurriedly ran off. Lu Qingfeng was speechless. Damn, cooking and washing dishes again. That old fellow is quite sly. At this moment, the Yin University forum was already buzzing with activity. Someone had leaked the news. The mysterious National Martial Arts Institute of Yin University is recruiting. The poster had also unexpectedly received this information. Our Yin University's most mysterious National Martial Arts Institute is recruiting, and only 11 slots are available, making them highly coveted. Moreover, the application process is quite challenging. Is the National Martial Arts Institute for real? Yin University indeed lives up to its name. The quality and critical thinking of its students are far from the chaotic comments of society. I wonder if it's true. If it is, then the National Martial Arts Institute might actually have something worthwhile. I heard about it too. Within Yin University, the transfer spots are particularly precious. It's said that even connections won't work. You need to pass qualification tests. Then it proves that the National Martial Arts Institute is indeed promising. Perhaps there are things we don't know about. Let's let the National Martial Arts Institute fly for a while longer. Whether it's true or not, we will know when the recruitment starts next year. Right now, it's probably still in the experimental stage. I remember that top scorer in the college entrance examination, Lu Qingfeng. Does anyone know him? He was the first student of the National Martial Arts Institute. Asking him would clarify everything. As comments piled up, many approached the issue rationally. However, the post was soon deleted, and others discovered that whenever the words National Martial Arts Institute appeared, the post wouldn't go through. Thus, everyone became even more convinced of the matter. The next morning, Lu Qingfeng woke up early. There was no choice. As a worker, he was just an emotionless worker today. After preparing breakfast and eating well, he went straight to the yard where a massive machine was placed. According to Xiao Jingdao, this machine was capable of releasing powerful mental pressure used for cultivating the mental strength of superhumans. When people come in, he'll test each one, and you just need to register them. Take it slow, no rush, but be sure to register in detail. Got it. I know. You've said it several times already this early in the morning. Registering is the simplest part. You're the one with the complicated testing. Lu Qingfeng said impatiently. This old man Xiao was too nervous, babbling on for a whole morning. It's just a test. Cough, cough. It's just that I'm worried you might forget. Why don't you go out and take a look? Is anyone coming? Look at what time it is, Xiao, old man. You're overly anxious, aren't you? Why are you nervous about recruiting? If anyone should be nervous, it should be them. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Jingdao coughed a few times, his face slightly flushed. Who can understand him? Worrying about gains and losses, fearing to greet people, while also fearing that no one would show up. Let me tell you, Master Xiao, calm your heart. Your heart is in turmoil. Treat it with a calm mind. Do you see the distant lake? Why is it so tranquil? Xiao Jingdao. This kid is hinting at him. All right. I know that your years of hard work are about to bear fruit, but you must maintain a calm mind. Don't mess it up and recruit a bunch of fools. Go on, go on. I still have confidence in this. Oh, I will never recruit unqualified people into the National Martial Arts Institute. Let's hope so, Lu Qingfeng casually said while sitting at the table. As time passed, it was already 9 o'clock. Lu Qingfeng began to hear the sound of footsteps coming in one after another. They're here. Xiao Jingdao stood up, as well, his expression turning serious. A group of people stood outside the door, seeing the sign indicating to enter for the test. They crossed through the main gate past the shadow wall and entered the yard. Lu Qingfeng glanced over. There were 9 people, 6 males and 3 females, and at a glance it was obvious they belonged to the same family. Their appearances were somewhat similar, influenced by genetics. A noticeably younger person respectfully addressed Xiao Jingdao, saying, "Greetings, Director Xiao. We are here for the test." "Good. You must be from the Lu family. Please wait here for a bit until everyone arrives." "Yes, Director Xiao." They consciously stood aside, quietly not speaking. They all looked at Lu Qingfeng, who was sitting behind a table with curious eyes. This was the legendary failed Mutation, now the senior brother of the National Martial Arts Institute. Soon waves of people arrived one after another. Just then they gathered a total of 15 people from prominent families, nearly every family sending about 10 individuals. Lu Qingfeng counted, there were a total of 147 people. There were also 2 familiar faces. Ishun Qinshuan could be overlooked, but there was one person who surprised him greatly. That person winked at him when she arrived. Indeed, it was the infamous master of extinction, Huangfu Sinyu. He found it particularly strange, wasn't it said that they were only recruiting college students? What on earth was Huangfu Sinyu doing here? In his impression, most students believed she was at least in her 30s. Now someone told him she was a student of Yin University. Even if she was a college student, wasn't the internship period 2 years? She had been their homeroom teacher for 3 years. Of course, all the attendees also looked at Lu Qingfeng with curious eyes. This was the legendary senior brother of the National Martial Arts Institute. Upon arriving, they were repeatedly reminded by their families not to underestimate Lu Qingfeng of the National Martial Arts Institute. They said his future might be limitless and advised to build good relationships without creating animosity. Even those with many daughters in the family had other thoughts to convey. Meanwhile, the female tyrant Shin Qinshuan was staring at him with wide eyes. Lu Qingfeng, however, was indifferent, casually observing this group of so-called science. To be fair, in terms of appearance, the boys were handsome and the girls were beautiful. Their demeanor was also exceptional. The boys were all gentle and refined, while the girls appeared graceful and virtuous. Lu Qingfeng thought scions of prominent families, those who can attend Yin University, are not ordinary people, dragons among men and phoenixes among women. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Xiao Jingdao stood up and spoke. "Students, before you came, your elders must have briefed you right." Everyone nodded. "Our National Martial Arts Institute's first batch of recruitment will admit 11 students, but practicing martial arts places great importance on qualifications. Otherwise, it will only waste time and hinder your future. Therefore, before the tests, I must state the harsh facts first. Firstly, practicing national martial arts may conflict with cancer transformation. All of you are the chosen ones of cancer transformation, and this is something you must understand. Secondly, practicing national martial arts may require a significant amount of time, perhaps 10 years, 20 years, or even longer, to see results, which is far less efficient than cancer transformation. You all practice family martial arts, and with cancer transformation you can reach level 4 after graduating from university. Therefore, I remind you again that the National Martial Arts Institute is not as good as you might imagine. The risks are substantial. Lastly, I want to say that we all choose each other and are mutually responsible." The crowd remained quiet. Xiao Jingdao nodded, as his elders must have informed them before. They were just here to give it a try. Whether they would stay or not was still uncertain. However, he must clarify this. It is his bottom line and principle. "Does anyone have any questions?" Everyone shook their heads. "Since there are no questions, please line up properly, starting from the first row on the left and come one by one. Those who qualify can register over there." After speaking, he pointed to Lu Qingfeng. "Those who do not qualify may leave at any time." Everyone understood this as well. The crowd began to step forward voluntarily without any dramatic scenes. Everyone was quite conscientious, a group of chosen ones with high quality. The first to be tested were still members of the Lu family. Xiao Jingdao examined their wrists as if taking a pulse, closing his eyes. After a few seconds, he would announce the results. Among the 9 from the Lu family, only one was qualified. The unqualified ones were not disheartened. Instead, they were a bit pleased to be unqualified. The one who qualified looked somewhat gloomy. Lu Qingfeng registered him. Lu Nanfeng, a third-year student at Yin University's Information College, qualified. With good aptitude, aged 21. Soon the second batch of tests began with people from the Northern Sima family. 2 of them qualified. The third batch was from the Central Plains Ji family. This surprised Lu Qingfeng, as out of 11, 6 actually qualified. Moreover, 2 of them were excellent. According to Xiao Jingdao, qualifications are currently classified into 3 levels: average, good, and excellent. Finally, perseverance is the key factor for additional points. The 4th batch was from the Central Plains Jiang family. Out of 9, 4 qualified. The 5th batch was the Huangfu family. 3 qualified, including Huangfu Xinyu. Huangfu Xinyu graduated from Yin University's Teachers College with excellent qualifications, age 26. Lu Qingfeng was astonished. The legendary exterminator was 26 years old and still here. He didn't quite understand why she graduated, yet still came here. Then he quickly saw someone even more astonishing. Zhang Wei, an advisor from Yin University's finance department, with good qualifications, aged 31. Chen Han, a lecturer at Yin University's Information College, with excellent qualifications, age 36. This was the oldest. Due to cancer transformation, it was hard to judge age. Xiao Jingdao seemed to have known this all along, and was not surprised at all. Soon it was the turn of the Shun family. Shun Qianxuan arrogantly glared at Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng pretended not to see and proceeded to register. Shun Qianxuan from Yin University's Battleship Command Academy, a freshman, excellent, aged 18. At the end of the tests, a woman left a deep impression on him. Songhai Yuming from Yin University's Mecha Combat Academy, a third-year student, excellent, aged 21. Why? Because when Xiao Jingdao tested her, his expression changed. Lu Qingfeng could tell that her qualifications were extraordinary. This woman, like her name Yuming, was as cold as the moon. As time passed, the crowd divided into 2 groups. In total, only 45 people qualified. Most were still unqualified. The excellent ones were even fewer, only 14. Looking at the 2 groups, Xiao Jingdao sighed. He said, "Students, the first round of testing is complete. We will now proceed to the second round of testing, which is the pressure test. National martial arts require unparalleled willpower. The martial way is difficult, harder than ascending to the heavens. Besides talent, it also requires strong perseverance. This machine, I believe, everyone is familiar with. Qualified students stand in front of the machine and endure for 10 minutes to qualify. Every additional minute thereafter is a significant step." Everyone indicated they understood and lined up in a row. This machine will not reduce the pressure for those in the back, just because those in front feel it more. The mental pressure within a certain range is the same for all. Time quickly passed, and after 5 minutes some could no longer endure. After 10 minutes, only 7 people remained. Surprisingly, these 7 had very firm willpower. Sweating profusely, they still held on. Especially that 36-year-old lecturer Chen Han. His legs were clearly trembling, yet he persisted. As time went by, the 7 gradually could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. At 12 minutes, only 4 remained. Shun Qianxuan, Huangfu Xinyu, Chen Han, and Songhai Yuming. At 13 minutes, Shun Qianxuan could no longer hold on. She collapsed, and immediately people from the Shun family came to carry her out. Then it was Huangfu Xinyu's turn, the legendary exterminator, who was drenched in sweat, looking pale, yet stubbornly enduring. He glanced at the still trembling Chen Han, who was as pale as a ghost, and at Songhai Yuming, who seemed unaffected. As time passed, Xiao Jingdao sighed and proactively turned off the machine. At 15 minutes, none of the 3 had collapsed. Except for Songhai Yuming, the other 2 might suffer from continuing. "Students, the test is over. You may all return and wait for further notice." The crowd quickly dispersed. Only the female demon remained. Pale-faced, she sat there grinning at him, her thoughts unknown. Lu Qingfeng suddenly felt a pang of sympathy and walked over with a bottle of water. "Have some water. Why do you need to compete with them? Once 10 minutes are up, you can just leave." She snatched the water, easily unscrewed the cap, and gulped it down. "I just want to see my own perseverance. Look, I'm still fine. However, that sister Yuming is truly terrifying. I felt like I was about to die, yet she showed no reaction." Lu Qingfeng nodded. Songhai Yuming was too cold. "You call her sister. Do you know her?" "Of course. You know, everyone here today is from prominent families, the 15 great families of Daxia. From the southwest, our Shun family, the Lian family, and the Songhai family are all in the same circle." Lu Qingfeng nodded, understanding. Just like the Yu family, Huangfu family, and Li family, 3 families sharing one martial art, the same principle. Also, Sister Yuming is quite famous at Yin University. You must know that. Should I know? You really don't know. I don't care about outside matters. My heart is solely focused on practicing national martial arts, okay? Okay. Just as Shun Qianxuan was about to drink water, she sprayed Lu Qingfeng's face with it. Lu Qingfeng. Haha, I just remembered a picture, I'm sorry. Shun Qianxuan casually wiped his face a few times. Go away, go away. Lu Qingfeng couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He had never had a smooth experience with her. Alright, let's get serious. Sister Yuming is a psychic and has already reached level 3 cancer transformation in her 3rd year, a genius among geniuses, the campus belle of the Mecha Combat Academy, and a well-known ice queen at Yin University. Many people say she might reach level 9 cancer transformation and become the 2nd immortal. What do you think? Is she famous or not? That is impressive, so why did she come here to be tested? Oh, and Qianxu and Huangfu Xinyu. Why did they come as well along with a counselor and a lecturer? This is extreme. Did you not notice? Has this she-demon changed her temperament? Like Huangfu Xinyu, does she like to speak in paired lines? Seeing Lu Qingfeng a little displeased, Shen Qianxuan continued, the older ones are our clan's disciples without any peculiar mutation. For example, teacher Huangfu, your homeroom teacher who studies education, and Zhang Wei, the information college lecturer. Their futures are limited, so they are precisely the ones most eager to come to the Guoshu Institute. That is also what our family thinks. As for us, the family does not recommend coming here. But if only those people come, and we do not, that would be too perfunctory and would anger Dean Xiao to no end. As for Sister Minghua, I do not know either. Only then did Lu Qingfeng understand. These winding clan tactics really have a set of their own. They make use of the useless ones who failed their mutation. Quite a crafty scheme. Qianxuan, since when did you become so clever? Go to hell. Shen Qianxuan, almost moved to strike, then thought she probably could not win. She suddenly felt a little wronged. When will she be able to beat this fellow? Watching the somewhat sullen Shen Qianxuan, Lu Qingfeng found it amusing. Her expression had returned to normal. Knowing the clan's intent, he felt reassured. Come on, I'll treat you to lunch today, Shueju fish. Saying that, he grabbed Shen Qianxuan and ran toward the riverbank. Lu Brat, where are you going? Xiao Jingdao was looking over his form when he suddenly saw him running off with the girl who had stayed behind. Off to cultivate your heart. Wow, youth is wonderful. By the river they set their fishing gear down. Xiao Liuzi, didn't you tell Dean Xiao you were cultivating your heart? What is this for? Cultivating the heart. His assigned task is to fish. When we catch one, I'll make Shueju fish for you. See, the brother is being good to you. Do not be too moved. We have been brothers for years, though you used to bully me. I am magnanimous. After saying that, Lu Qingfeng even patted his chest. Shen Qianxuan. She truly wanted to kick this blockhead youth into the river. He quickly prepared the bait, sat down, and cast the rod. But this time the fish seemed to shun him. For a whole hour the float did not move. He glanced at Shen Qianxuan. She sat quietly staring into the distance, thoughts unknown. Damn, the plan failed. What is going on with these fish? Could this she-demon really be my nemesis? Another hour passed. Shen Qianxuan suddenly said, Xiao Liuzi, are you any good? It is noon. Where are the fish? You do it, you go. They'll do it. Shen Qianxuan shoved him aside, cast the rod, and with a 9-meter pole, she only managed to cast 5 meters. Lu Qingfeng laughed aloud. Shen Qianxuan turned and glared at him. Immediately his laughter died. The float had gone under. Reel in, he urged. Oh. Shen Qianxuan pulled hard. The rod bent into a great bow. It's on. She was exhilarated. Fishing was unexpectedly thrilling. The line sang as it was drawn taut. Before long the fish tired, and Lu Qingfeng hurriedly netted it. A hefty grass carp weighing more than 10 jin. He slapped the fish with his hand. Why did you hit it? Worthless fish. Shen Qianxuan. Ha, you could not catch a fish, and took your anger out on it, right? Lu Qingfeng did not bother to answer. Carrying the fish, he walked back. He intended to turn the damned fish into Shueju fish. He scolded it for refusing his bait. Shen Qianxuan followed, her face blossoming with a smile. Before long lunch was ready. As if drawn by the aroma, Xiao Jingdao walked in, and seeing the large basin of Shueju fish, his mouth nearly watered. Fragrant. He was about to hasten to serve himself, then remembered the young girl. Ahem. Lu, student lad, serve a bowl of rice. Lu Qingfeng gave him a dismissive look and ignored him. Trying to show off here, eating my food and preening before my brother. No way. Shen Qianxuan looked at Lu Qingfeng and then at Xiao Jingdao, about to serve him. Old man Xiao, serve yourself. You will have to wash up later. Qianxuan is the guest. Lu Qingfeng would not indulge the old man. Ahem. Kid, can you not give a little face? Shen Qianxuan is my childhood friend, my playmate. Master Xiao, the head of the Guoshu Institute, but fond of cultivating the heart, Lu Qingfeng offered by way of introduction. Greetings, Dean. Hello. Xiao Jingdao of course remembered her, a top 4 presence, good aptitude, strong, well, pretty, and lively. The pearl of the Shen family. The three then prepared the meal together. After eating, Lu Qingfeng shepherded Shen Qianxuan away. Qianxuan, remember your dream is to be the commander of a great warship. Humph. You are afraid I will join the Guoshu Institute. Ahem. I am afraid of jeopardizing your future, Lu Qingfeng said with a smile. Seeing his insolent smile, an enraged Shen Qianxuan kicked him and turned to leave. Lu Qingfeng exhaled in relief. At last he had sent her off. She had wasted several of his hours. If she really came here, where would he find time for other things? Although she was no longer a sheedman, she had certainly become clingy. Calling every few days is a bother. Back in the courtyard the phone rang. Lu Qingfeng checked the contact name, Miju Shirtai. Lu Qingfeng wondered why she was calling. He answered. On the screen the woman with long straight black hair no longer looked as before. She smiled at Lu Qingfeng. Huangfu, teacher. I am no longer a teacher. Seeing Lu Qingfeng's puzzlement, Huang Fu Xinyu said your cohort was the one I interned with, and it will be my last. I do not intend to be a teacher anymore. Oh, fine, her quitting was none of his concern. Lu Qingfeng, you are not still blaming me, are you? No. No. Lu Qingfeng thought otherwise. The reason for the call was to ask, is Guoshu really that miraculous? Lu Qingfeng was surprised. It seemed Huang Fu Xinyu was genuinely tempted by Guoshu. Which aspect do you mean by miraculous? Sharper hearing and sight, 100% mech integration, even blood drip rebirth to become a true god. That is what Dean Xiao said, right? Lu Qingfeng nodded. Master Xiao often spoke of such things. To be honest, the first two are true for now, but the road beyond requires exploration, and I do not know the specifics. Lu Qingfeng spoke plainly. I understand, thank you. Perhaps one day you will be my senior brother. Huang Fu Xinyu suddenly winked, and then hung up. Lu Qingfeng. Have I become Miju Shitai's senior brother? No, strictly speaking, I am the master. It was I who taught the cultivation method. Well, isn't that a complete reversal? Returning to the small courtyard, Xiao Jingdao sat behind the table he had used in the morning, continuing to look at the documents. Seeing Lu Qingfeng return, he waved his hand. Lu kid, come here. What for? I expect overtime pay for extra work. Lu Qingfeng walked over. Xiao Jingdao shot him an annoyed glance and said, take a look at these 7 individuals. They are all exceptional, especially this girl from the Shanghai family. Her flexibility and vitality make her a natural martial artist. You don't really think they will all come to you. There's a policy from above and countermeasures below. Don't you know? Xiao Jingdao sighed. Of course I know. This time my only goal is to hope that the girl from the Huangfu family and Chen Han will stay. As for the others, the hope is slim. Lu Qingfeng nodded as he knew that Huangfu Xinyu would likely come. Chen Han was so persistent he must have his own story, so he should come too. Their background checks were also quite simple. It all depended on whether Xiao Jingdao accepted them. What a pity for the girl from the Shanghai family. If she could come, I am confident I could have her enter the bright strength in 3 months and the hidden strength in 6 months. Is that true? Lu Qingfeng was somewhat skeptical. How much time did he spend in his dreams? Do you think it's still the same as back then? Songhai Yuming had undergone cancer transformation 3 times. Her physical quality was already very high, and coupled with her talent, refining essence in a qi would be quick. Lu Qingfeng suddenly realized. Right, this is not the past back then. She hadn't undergone cancer transformation, and her physical quality was quite ordinary. You have to start by tempering your body to ensure your qi and blood are abundant. Then refine the qi and blood into strength, forming bright strength. With sufficient qi and blood, martial arts can indeed advance by leaps and bounds. Then wouldn't higher-level cancer transformations be even easier to practice? Shouldn't you give it a try? Xiao Jingdao glared at him. Do you want me to die earlier? Practicing martial arts requires youth. Cancer cells allow us to live longer and improve our bodies, but they also cause more severe blockages in the meridians. After 50, it becomes unsuitable for martial arts. In a lifetime, one might never enter hidden strength, and it might even shorten the lifespan originally extended by cancer transformation. I estimate that practicing strength might greatly kill cancer cells. For example, if I were to practice, I might fall to a level 5 cancer transformation. I am already over 500 years old this year. Doesn't that mean I would die earlier? Lu Qingfeng felt a bit awkward. He truly didn't know this. It seems his failed cancer transformation was indeed caused by the qi within his body. That Songhai Yuming is a psychic only 21 years old and has undergone 3 cancer transformations. Don't even think about her being a true prodigy, as she must have lost her mind to come to our National Martial Arts Institute. I know it's a bit of a pity. So did this recruitment plan fail? Can't even fill 11 spots. Lu Qingfeng felt a bit pleased. Fewer people meant fewer issues, allowing him to quietly carry out his daily tasks. Xiao Jingdao shook his head. It's not that I'm afraid of not filling the spots. In a few days, I will visit the Xuanwu Legion on our Blue Star's mainland. They invited me to go and test the remaining military output. All right, do as you wish to take your time. I'm busy. Looking at Lu Qingfeng's retreating figure, Xiao Jingdao sighed and called Chen Qianshan. Principal, the testing hasn't been ideal. If we can't fill the spots, I want to go to the Xuanwu Legion to recruit the remaining people. In the video, Chen Qianshan was silent for a while. Jingdao, I know you are dissatisfied with the aristocratic families. This is unavoidable. When facing new things, they cannot present their best disciples, abandoning their bright futures to practice a newly emerged martial art. Principal, I understand. If Yin University conducts large-scale enrollment, it might have a considerable impact. I'm not against you going to the Xuanwu Legion to recruit people. I'm just telling you not to have too many prejudices against the aristocratic families. I got it, Principal. Since you agree, you'll go to the Xuanwu Legion once the results come out tomorrow. Good. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Jingdao smiled wryly. How could one not have prejudices against aristocratic families? But the principal is also from an aristocratic family. Over the years, the aristocratic families have held so many resources. In the military, the government, where is there no shadow of the aristocracy? The next day, early in the morning, Lu Qingfeng's door was knocked loudly. He angrily opened the door. Old Xiao, why are you making a fuss so early in the morning? She agreed. She agreed. Xiao Jingdao said excitedly. What the hell did she agree to? Songhai Yuming actually agreed to come to the National Martial Arts Institute. She really is willing to come. What the heck? Lu Qingfeng also found it unbelievable. I can't figure out why, but am genuinely happy she can come. Happy? You can be happy by yourself. Why are you making a scene here so early in the morning? Lu Qingfeng responded weakly. It's just us here, so I had to share it with you. I've shared it, now go do what you need to do. Ahem. Xiao Jingdao hesitated. What do you want to do? Lu Qingfeng looked at him warily. That Qingfeng. No way. I refuse. Lu Qingfeng felt goosebumps and refused without hesitation. A nutrient solution. Just say it, what's the matter? Xiao Jingdao looked at him disdainfully. You little rascal truly won't stop until you see the rabbit. Hey, race the thing, I need to go to the Xuanwu Legion for a few days. If they come to report, could you help look after them? A few days? That requires extra pay. Lu Qingfeng turned his face sideways. Like it or not. Deal. Looking at Xiao Jingdao's retreating figure, Lu Qingfeng smiled. He didn't sleep any longer. He went directly to the empty space behind the courtyard, standing still and practicing boxing. During this time, his qi and blood were growing rapidly. This so-called Dan strength still eluded him. After morning practice, he washed up and headed to the kitchen. Just as he was about to enter the kitchen, Senior brother. Hello. Lu Qingfeng heard that nightmarish voice and nearly lost his soul. He turned around to see Huangfu Xinyu entering the courtyard with luggage. He thought to himself, what the heck, she's not my homeroom teacher now, what am I afraid of? It seems that during the 3 years of high school, this woman gave him quite a nightmare. Cough. Teacher Huangfu. Just go find a room in the backyard. After saying that, he directly entered the kitchen. Oh, why should he take care of anything? He just needed to point out the room's location. As for anything else, he couldn't be bothered. The world is vast, but the greatest concern is food. Humming a tune, he cooked porridge. Is anyone here? Lu Qingfeng peeked in and saw Chen Han. He pointed towards the backyard. Go find a room in the backyard yourself. Thank you. Chen Han smiled and went directly to the backyard. Lu Qingfeng served the porridge at the dining table. He took a sniff of the porridge. It smelled really good. He poured himself a bowl. Just as he was about to eat, a figure stood in the doorway blocking the light. Excuse me, how do I report in? A cold voice rang out, and Lu Qingfeng looked up to see Songhai Yuming. Just go inside and find a room yourself. After saying that, he ignored her and continued to drink porridge and eat side dishes. Thank you. She turned and left. Everyone has gathered. Others probably feel the same way. Of course there are some who want to come, but old man Xiao does not want them. In his words, the first batch must have at least excellent qualifications. Below that, it's better to have none than to have poor quality. Otherwise, if their results do not improve in the short term, the National Martial Arts Academy will struggle to have a future. Oh, senior brother sneaking away to drink porridge by yourself without calling me. Huangfu Xinyu peeked out and said with a smile. Her smile was warm, but to Lu Qingfeng it felt anything but warm. Lu Qingfeng ignored her. Huangfu Xinyu, however, seemed unfazed, directly grabbing a bowl and serving herself a portion. Lu Qingfeng was somewhat speechless. He had not noticed how thick-skinned this girl was. Hey, remember to wash the dishes. After finishing his meal, Lu Qingfeng left, glad to have someone to do the dishes, as he hated washing dishes. He went straight to the second floor and began his day of study. However, this time Lu Qingfeng had miscalculated. He had only studied for about an hour when 3 figures appeared at the second floor entrance. Classmate Lu. Hello. Lu Qingfeng looked up, feeling a bit overwhelmed. But then he thought of a nutrient solution. He smiled and said, hello. My name is Chen Han. Thank you for your help this morning. We have some questions we'd like to ask you, classmate Lu. Go ahead. The 3 sat down opposite him. Classmate Lu has already reached the Huajin stage, right? If it's convenient, could you tell us how long you've been practicing? Lu Qingfeng frowned. Although their question was quite normal and polite, he couldn't help but feel some aversion to it. When he had the ring artifact, could he even tell them? After thinking for a moment, he casually replied, 2 years. This was a relatively good answer. Weren't they just curious about how long it takes to see results in martial arts? 2 years is neither long nor short. They probably estimated that they could reach the dark strength stage quickly, but the Huajin stage was uncertain, especially for Chen Han, who was older. Thank you, classmate Lu, for clarifying. You're welcome. They would see each other often, and he really didn't want to create any unpleasantness. Classmate Lu, can we read the books here? Songhai Yuming suddenly asked. Of course, just don't damage them. This is old man Xiao's. The director's lifelong effort. Great. After saying this, she stood up to look for books. Classmate Lu. Stop. Lu Qingfeng interrupted her. There are treasures in books and beauty within them. If you have questions, you can wait for Director Xiao to return or read the books. All right. Chen Han was not angry. He smiled and got up to look for books. As for Huang Fu Xinyu, she had no objections and picked up a book to read. The second floor fell silent again. Only the sound of turning pages could be heard. At noon, to prove that he was not feeling guilty about the nutrient solution, Lu Qingfeng took the initiative to invite the three of them to lunch. Of course, his favorite spicy boiled fish slices were not available. It was all ordinary dishes. Classmate Lu, isn't there a chef here? Do we have to cook for ourselves? Chen Han had wanted to ask this question since the morning, but held it in until now. That's how it is for now. You can ask Director Xiao. I actually think it's fine for now. But senior brother Lu, you must be troubled. Huang Fu Xinyu said with a smile. Lu Qingfeng quickly shook his head. Having 1 or 2 people was fine, as it didn't matter to him, and he could eat alone. However, when there were many people, that could be troublesome. Huang Fu Xinyu seemed to recall something and continued, this seems to be a problem too. It wastes senior brother Lu's time. Let's ask Director Xiao later. Chen Han said as well. Lu Qingfeng did not respond. Too many people make it complicated, and the more they talked, the more troublesome it became. Song Haiyuming, on the other hand, focused on eating without saying a word. She ate quickly and quietly. In the afternoon, Lu Qingfeng went fishing, and they did not follow him, staying on the second floor reading instead. In the evening, Lu Qingfeng cooked another meal. Preparing food for 4 people clearly took much more time. He kept complaining about old man Xiao in his heart. If it weren't for the nutrient solution, he wouldn't care about anyone. After eating, Lu Qingfeng went to practice martial arts behind the director's office. On the second floor, the three of them looked out of the window at Lu Qingfeng, who was standing still, their eyes flickering. They had no idea what he was thinking. Lu Qingfeng noticed them too, but it didn't matter. They would see each other often, and there was no need to hide. Huang Fu, classmate. What is he practicing? Huang Fu Xinyu shook her head. I don't know. It's the Taiji Hunyuan stance. Suddenly, Tsang Haiyuming chimed in. Chen Han looked at her in surprise. How does Tsang Hai, classmate, know? It's in the book. It seems so, but it's different from what's in the book. Huang Fu Xinyu added. I heard that Director Xiao's martial arts were all exchanged from classmate Lu. Did the principal tell you? Chen Han did not continue Huang Fu Xinyu's topic, but instead said blood rebirth. Becoming a true divinity, do you believe it? I believe. Song Haiyuming suddenly spoke again. The two were taken aback, looking at Song Haiyuming. They never understood why the proud daughter of heaven like her would come here, giving up her hopes for eternal life to learn the uncertain martial arts. Why? Huang Fu Xinyu was also quite curious and somewhat worried. But she had no choice for her freedom. She could only choose to come to the National Martial Arts Academy. Song Haiyuming did not answer her. In the darkness, her eyes held a bright light. The three once again watched Lu Qingfeng standing in stance in silence. In order to prevent others from discovering that he was constantly eating energy bars, Lu Qingfeng always took advantage of drinking water to swallow them down. 3 days later, a large vehicle arrived at the gate of the National Martial Arts Academy. Xiao Jingdao got out of the car. 8 tall young men followed one after another. As soon as they got out of the car, they quickly lined up automatically. There was also a middle-aged couple. Xiao Jingdao led them into the National Martial Arts Academy. In the cafeteria, the 4 were having lunch when they heard the commotion and all poked their heads out to see. Lu Qingfeng looked at the middle-aged couple and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Last night, he had called old man Xiao, who said he would bring a couple over today to cook and clean. These 3 days had truly been exhausting for him. Cooking for one was completely different from cooking for 4. Lu Qingfeng, you take Xiao Ma and the others to get familiar with the kitchen. Sure. This time Lu Qingfeng was very enthusiastic. After all, they were chefs, so they would definitely be polite to him. Uncle Ma, Aunt Ma, follow me. After introducing them, he led them to the room next to the kitchen. There were 2 decent-sized rooms, one for old man Xiao and one for the kitchen staff, just right. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. Just as they settled in, the bell, which had never rung in the National Martial Arts Academy, suddenly rang. Lu Qingfeng followed the sound of the bell to the first floor, where everyone was coming in one after another to find their seats. He also found a place to sit down. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingdao strode towards the podium with high spirits. Students, today marks the first official day of classes at our National Martial Arts Institute. He paused, glancing at Lu Qingfeng in the back, and continued, from now on, except for Lu Qingfeng, everyone else must come here for class at 9 a.m. every day for a week. The crowd remained silent, especially the 8 in the front row who sat upright and still. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng stood up and left, thinking that the class would likely be about theoretical knowledge. Then they would teach the true practice of Baji Quan and the horse stance. He could learn the theory much faster by reading than by attending classes. He directly headed to the second floor. Skip the lecture, how refreshing. At noon, Lu Qingfeng saw them all standing in horse stance in the courtyard. They moved like galloping warhorses, rising and falling. Lu Qingfeng nodded. Old Xiao had some skills. and taught well. He went straight to the cafeteria and started serving himself through the window. The food was excellent. Seeing him, Aunt Ma smiled warmly and served him a lot of good food without trembling her hands. Just as he finished eating, the others rushed into the cafeteria like starving ghosts. As Lu Qingfeng exited the cafeteria, old Xiao called out to him. What is it? I still need to meditate. Ahem, the horse stance instruction is going well, right? Xiao Jingdao asked somewhat nervously. No, it's taught very well. Xiao Jingdao instantly became confident, waving his hand grandly. Then you go, Lu Qingfeng. Seeing him flaunt. In the evening, Lu Qingfeng returned with a fish and saw them practicing Baji Quan again. After watching for a while, he nodded at old Xiao. Xiao Jingdao understood and grinned. Time passed quickly like this. In the year 1227, December 31 ST. Late at night, in the third-floor mecha training room, Xiao Jingdao was waiting. As time gradually passed, the clock struck midnight, marking the beginning of 1228. The hatch of the pod opened, and Lu Qingfeng stepped out. How is it confirmed? Lu Qingfeng nodded. Really? Damn. Old Xiao, could there be an accident? How many points did I pull in second place? Great. Wonderful. The gold medal that carries significant weight. Every year's gold medal is like a predetermined outcome awarded by major legions. This year, it was surprisingly won by our Yin University, and it was our National Martial Arts Institute that received it. The system notified me to go to the Blue Star Ocean Center, the Human Alliance headquarters, to collect it along with 3 Shrank optional abilities. I'm considering exchanging them for money. Recently, money consumption has accelerated significantly. He had been using energy bars worth 10,000 for 2 months. His vitality should have been fully replenished by now, but strangely, it kept improving. He estimated that his physical condition was no less than that of a level 5 cancer variant. However, he couldn't feel the urge to condense the golden core, which made him a bit anxious. Xiao Jingdao nodded. The path of martial arts is much more challenging than cancer mutation, and the demand for resources is exceptionally high. He also noticed the 11 students. Their appetites had greatly increased, and they needed to consume a large amount of high-energy food. They had to eat multiple meals a day, otherwise they wouldn't be able to endure. With all 11 students entering the Ming internal strength phase, their food intake increased terrifyingly. Indeed, all 11 had attained this phase. The least among them was Songhai Moonlight. She was a level 3 cancer variant, while the others were all level 4. Thus, the Ming and an internal strength phases posed no difficulty for them. Their physical prowess combined with scientific training methods would far exceed that of ancient practitioners and lead to rapid improvement. After all, the conditions were favorable. I plan to go collect it the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow. Xiao Jingdao thought for a moment and said, how about a week later? The school will definitely send someone to accompany you, and I will go as well. It's a tremendous honor. Lu Qingfeng pondered for a moment and nodded. He directly returned to his dormitory to rest. The next morning, Lu Qingfeng's wristband beeped incessantly. He opened the wristband to find a pile of messages. Then the phone rang immediately. It was a video call with 3 people from Lu's mom. Hubby Xiao Phone, Happy New Year. Wife, Happy New Year. Mom, Happy New Year. Mom, where are you? Lu Qingfeng's sharp eyes caught sight of a massive mountain behind Lu's mom, which was covered in bright red trees. On a special planet, you little brat, are you trying to lecture me? Have you grown wings? By the way, has the gold medal been confirmed? That's a must. I'll go to collect it from the Human Alliance in a week. Lu Qingfeng, feeling a bit smug, had long since laid everything out with old Lu and Lu's mom. Hubby, what do you think? Should we practice some martial arts with Xiao Feng? Exactly, old Lu, let's practice together. You're a level 1 cancer variant, and it won't affect anything. You won't become ugly and might even look more handsome. You little brat, old man, you've started practicing already, just the progress is a bit slow. It's fine, after all, there's plenty of time, practice slowly. Lu Qingfeng sighed inwardly. It seemed old Lu's martial arts talent was quite poor. The 3 chatted about family matters for a while. After hanging up, Lu Qingfeng's phone rang again. He thought it was the female demon, but unexpectedly, it was Mo Xiaoyu, whom he hadn't contacted for a while. After a semester, Mo Xiaoyu initially called often, but gradually the calls became fewer. Eventually, there were only messages of greetings left. They hadn't spoken for half a month. Hello, Lu Qingfeng, Happy New Year. Xiaoyu, Happy New Year. Today I made plans with Qinshuan to go shopping. Are you going to join us? He was about to decline when he remembered it was New Year. So he said sure. Then it settled. She seemed quite happy and hung up the phone. Lu Qingfeng seldom took the initiative to call Qinshuan. He informed her that he was also going shopping. As a result, she scolded Lu Qingfeng. She said that when Mo Xiaoyu invited him, he would come out, but when she invited him, he had something else to do. Lu Qingfeng felt quite embarrassed. He directly got up, and as he left his room, the others were also getting out of bed one after another. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Everyone greeted each other amiably. Where there are people, there is a community. On the surface, everything seemed harmonious, But who could truly articulate the underlying issues? Especially among the later 8 people. It started well, but gradually the sense of camaraderie diminished. They were all young, they understood what they understood. With many wolves and few sheep, even if the meat might seem indifferent to them, the allure of it was too strong. They couldn't help but think about food. So, Lu Qingfeng couldn't be bothered to watch their antics, and old Xiao had been feeling quite a headache lately. For martial artists, the day's plan lies in the morning. This saying was told to him by his grandfather in a dream, which Lu Qingfeng remembered clearly. As for why, he still didn't know. Facing the heavy snow, he arrived at an open area covered in white snow. He stood in place. After standing, he immediately began practicing Tai Chi. Snowflakes swirled around, dancing around Lu Qingfeng. Before long, a massive snowball appeared in his arms. Huh! He let out a loud shout, sending the snowball soaring into the sky, where it exploded and transformed into snowflakes that danced in the wind. Lu Qingfeng stared blankly at the falling snowflakes. He seemed to have understood something. He sat down on the ground and closed his eyes. Snow drifted down and settled upon him, and in a short while the heavy snowfall had turned him into a still pale snowman. Within him, chi and blood churned like a surging river. His chest heaved violently, emitting a sound like distant muffled thunder. Thud, boom, thud. The sound was enormous. Those in the front courtyard heard it, and were instantly overcome by a stifling sensation. Xiao Jingdao's eyes brightened. He signaled and was the first to rush up to the second floor. The others followed and looked down to see Lu Qingfeng sitting in the snow, frozen like a statue. His chest continued to emit that thunderous muffled roar. "Dean, what is he doing?" someone whispered. "Yin and yang in harmony. Only then does thunder appear." Lu Qingfeng has groped toward the method of Baodan. The group fell silent, astonished and eager. The snow on Lu Qingfeng's body suddenly and rapidly melted away, revealing his true face. The water from the melted snow evaporated as if by sorcery. Snowflakes still danced across the sky, but none dared to fall upon him. "What is this?" someone asked at the sight of the miraculous scene. "A pity, just one step short. This is the external manifestation of qi and blood. Rain cannot wet it, snow cannot alight upon it." In truth, Xiao Jingdao was even more shocked. His understanding of Baodan had been only conjecture. All of it had been theory, or whether it was correct he could not say. Lu Qingfeng, however, had been experimenting in practice, and it turned out Baodan required this particular method. On Lu Qingfeng's side, his expression suddenly changed. He withdrew his qi and blood inward. A chill ran through him, a dread that entering Baodan might invite a calamity. Only by passing it could one truly enter the Baodan realm. The trial of the inner demon. One misstep, and a person might be rendered a fool. If the divine were to be annihilated, would he not be reduced to an empty shell? He rose, expelled a coarse breath, shook his head, and headed toward the small courtyard. At the threshold, Xiao Jingdao pulled him into his chamber. "Young man, have you entered Baodan?" "No." Lu Qingfeng shook his head. "Do you know how we felt when we watched you this morning?" How?" "Like a deity." Lu Qingfeng stared in puzzlement. "A sense of suppressed life, dear. Do you understand?" Lu shook his head. He did not understand such concepts. "The thunder in your chest imposed a suppression upon everyone's level of existence. We all felt stifled. Can you tell me how you achieved it?" Xiao asked. Lu Qingfeng did not intend to hide anything. He thought for a moment and began. "The sensation is abstruse. I'll try to describe it. When I practiced my fists, I watched a snowball spun by Taiji Jingqi soar into the sky and scatter. At that instant, I seemed to glimpse the mysteries of life formation and destruction. I then envisioned the sun and moon reflecting one another. I wondered whether yin and yang must also harmonize within the body. So I circulated the Taiji force accordingly, creating a yin-yang momentum, and then my qi and blood suddenly surged. A bowed-in posture formed, but in the end it failed." "Why?" Xiao pressed hurriedly. "Cultivating the heart." "You're not teasing me." Lu Qingfeng said earnestly. "Old Xiao, this is true. There is an inner demon tribulation. Only by crossing it can one enter Baodan. The formation of Baodan by qi and blood needs the divine's blessing, and for the divine to bless the qi and blood, one must first pass the inner demon tribulation. I can feel that if one crosses the inner demon tribulation, the divine's potency will amplify greatly, and only then can it bless the qi and blood." Xiao Jingdao frowned, bowed his head, and murmured, "It truly requires crossing a tribulation. Crossing the tribulation." Seeing him so, Lu Qingfeng comforted him. "Old Xiao, I also sensed it vaguely, but I lacked the confidence to attempt the crossing. Your conjecture was right. Martial cultivation demands the cultivation of the heart." "Of course I understand." Xiao lifted his head and sighed. "I simply did not expect that one must truly pass an inner demon tribulation. The way of martial cultivation is arduous. No wonder the momentary formation of the bowed-in posture from your qi and blood made us feel that suppression of the life, dear." Yet Xiao's excitement soon returned. If life tier has shifted, does that not prove an elevation in the level of existence? Perhaps the ancient texts were truthful after all. Blood drop rebirths. Lu Qingfeng thought the notion absurd. In this day and age, to claim a single drop of blood could recreate a former person seemed ridiculous. Science would tell you that such a thing is not the original person, at best a clone. And cloning is absolutely forbidden within the human alliance. Right? Have you considered why the divine would wish to bless or merge with qi and blood? Lu shook his head. After the divine blesses the qi and blood essence, qi and spirit become a trinity. If cultivated to the utmost, might a single drop of blood contain your divine? Would that not imply the possibility of rebirth? Lu Qingfeng's mouth opened at the thought. Phrased that way, it suddenly seemed plausible. By modern scientific logic, if one's DNA could carry memory of the self, that would suggest a form of immortality. Xiao Jingdao grew animated again. Most importantly, you have demonstrated that after attempting Bao Dan, the life tier differs a lifespan could increase dramatically. Lu Qingfeng nodded in agreement. He had felt it. If one could truly accomplish Bao Dan lifespan, might well surpass 200, perhaps far greater, and perhaps without aging. Enough for now. Think it over. I must be off, but it's the new year, and I have an engagement. We'll speak tonight. Xiao waved him away. Lu went out to wash and eat breakfast. In the dining hall, everyone watched him with curiosity. They harbored no ill will toward Lu Qingfeng. Rather, they regarded him with a blend of respect and distance, as if he cared only for cultivation. He was especially averse to fuss. Lu, classmate. Lu looked up to see Chen Han. Yes. I wanted to ask about the sound you made this morning. Asked the dean. Besides, you're asking too soon. Wait until you refine your force and well talk. Lu spoke loudly, and everyone heard. Thank you, Lu, classmate. He cast a glance at where they were all seated in the hall. He nearly laughed aloud. The gossip was amusing. Except for Chen Han, two of the group sat near Huangfu Xinyu, while two awkwardly sat by Canghai Yueming. The remaining four did not involve themselves. Lu indulged a small moment of curiosity. Miju still attracted attention. When she was not teaching, she was undeniably charming. Her smile was especially warm. As for Canghai Yueming, winter had made her seem even colder. After finishing breakfast, Lu left the Martial Arts Institute. He hailed a taxi and headed toward the school gate. All the while he pondered how to pass the tribulation. He thought long and hard. The inner demon was the person and things he cared for most. Material things mattered little. The heart was troubled primarily by people. The ones he cared for most were Lao Lu and Lu Ma. Everyone else he felt mattered less than himself. It was not mere selfishness. His thoughts simply were such. Yet parents remained too important. To abandon them was impossible. He could not do it. Still, since he could not forsake them, he resolved to fortify his own mind and spirit all the more. When he reached the school gate, the two girls, just by entering university, already seemed like women. They had not arrived yet. He had messaged them before setting out. So he could only wait. Passers-by, teachers, and students regarded him with strange looks. Only when he glanced downward did realization dawn. He was astonishingly still in short sleeves, while a heavy feather-like snow fell in the northern winter. Even powerful altered beings, when not employing their abilities, still dread bitter cold and scorching heat. He had been careless. Would others think him mad? Yet he truly did not feel the cold. On the contrary, the snowflakes settling on his skin felt exquisitely pleasant. After a while, the two women arrived together. Lu Qingfeng, aren't you cold wearing so little? Mo Xiaoyu hurried over and opened an umbrella over his head. He doesn't feel the cold. Thick-skinned. Ahem. Am not cold. Let's go. You two dawdled too long. He glanced at them. Oh, both had put on makeup. No wonder. They said women took forever to leave. He suddenly felt nostalgic for high school. People changed, and so did they. The three of them hailed a car and drove toward the bustling center of Yanjing. Shopping. Lu Qingfeng found it more exhausting than martial training. The two girls, however, were electrified with excitement. At noon, they chose a hot pot restaurant. Xiao Yozi. Lu Qingfeng was focused on eating. After a whole morning on his feet, he needed to replenish his strength. Standing meditation had been easier than this. Why was he being called? Winter break is almost here. What are your plans? Do nothing. Mo Xiaoyu burst into laughter. Lu Qingfeng shot her a look. She covered her mouth in surprise. Shun Qianxuan, annoyed, kicked him under the table. You ass, kicking someone. Humph. She huffed, turning away in mock petulance. Lu Qingfeng, are you going home for the break? Mo Xiaoyu asked the same. I don't know, it's still early, why rush? He had no real intention of going home. What was the point? Hide in the park to train. There was no freedom like at school. As for old Lu, he could visit the moon if he pleased, or meet for the spring festival. That would suffice. Xiaoyu and I have been discussing it. We're planning an interstellar trip. She said. Go ahead. He replied, casually skewering a slice of tripe. Shun Qianxuan fumed inwardly. Did he not know she wanted him to join? Must she say it outright? The silence thickened around the table. Mo Xiaoyu spoke again. Lu Qingfeng. If you have nothing to do during the break, do you want to come with us? Travel. I really don't have time. He refused without hesitation. Hearing his refusal, the two fell quiet and continued eating their hot pot in small restrained bites. I won't be joining you this afternoon. I've things to do. Lu Qingfeng wiped his mouth and said so. He had finished eating. It was time to return and study matters of heart cultivation. Fishing was unreliable. He had to devise another method. Seeing no objection, he took their silence for consent, rose to pay the bill, and left. To steal a little time together was a rare kindness among friends. He was at a critical juncture and could not afford to squander moments. He hurried to the second floor to consult books on cultivating the heart. As for old Xiao, though he had catalogued the volumes, age had blurred his memory of their contents. The moment Lu Qingfeng departed, the scene shifted. Shen Qiangxin's eyes reddened, tears fell in a soft patter. Qinshuan, don't cry, he is just like this. Mo Xiaoyu wrapped an arm around her and tried to comfort her. She thought, I like that simple dull boy, yet fate is so cruel. You say, we're at university now, why is he still like this? I don't know, Mo sighed softly. Perhaps we are not particularly important to him. Shun Qinshuan lifted her head, a complex look directed at her childhood confidant. Mo Xiaoyu broke the silence. Qinshuan, maybe we should let go. Love is not our only path. Mo nodded without argument. Let's go back. Lu Qingfeng returned to the Guoshu Institute and without delay raced to the second floor. Just as he was about to search the shelves, Xiao Jingdao followed him up. Kid, why the rush? He asked. None of your concern. Go keep an eye on them or they won't have any heart for training, Lu snapped. I never expected this. Young people and their loves. Hard to control. None of my concern. I'm looking for something. Find what? They'll help you. He thought for a moment. After all, Xiao had shelved the books, perhaps he would know where to find them. Anything on cultivating the heart, any formulas or manuals. I need references. Xiao Jingdao rifled through the shelves and produced a yellowed tome. He handed it over. This is a Taoist Jingxin Ju, quieting the heart technique. I tried it before, it seemed of little use. You can study it yourself. Understood. Keep an eye on them then. Damn you, kid. Always use things and then toss them aside. Do me a favor. What favor? Tell me, and he'll see. Seeing him help find the book, Xiao thought he might assist. After you left today, I told them it's fine to court a girl, but at the very least you must be stronger than her suitor. That was my message. Lu Qingfeng widened his eyes. What the hell? Xiao, old man, you're dragging me into this. Xiao explained, I had no other recourse. A few of them have their minds elsewhere and disrupt Yu Ming and Xianyu. They've complained to me many times. I've spoken to those lads repeatedly, but nothing changed. Desperate times call for desperate measures to spur them on. He sighed theatrically, quoting an old line about love that made Lu silently incredulous, an elderly man still waxing poetic about romance. I don't want to meddle, but help me once. Only once, Xiao said, his tone unusually low. Lu Qingfeng hesitated, but his heart softened. All right. How do you want me to handle it? Beat them up. More or less, but not too far, Xiao replied. Fine. If it had been earlier, I might have left well enough alone, or if I acted they wouldn't die, but might be crippled. Guoshu was not about killing for show. He was not joking. Dark force, Anjin, was not necessarily stronger than manifest force, Mingjin. When either Anjin or Mingjin strikes, it is delivered with full intent. Only Huajin, the harmonizing force, can best both Anjin and Mingjin. But at the same level, one must still unleash everything, such as Guoshu. Either don't intervene, for a simple sparring is difficult, unless one is overwhelmingly superior. Come on, take me downstairs. Once I have set them straight, I have other matters to attend to. Xiao Jingdao walked ahead, followed closely by Lu Qingfeng. They arrived at the courtyard. Xiao Jingdao clapped his hands. Everyone came to a halt. Gather. Everyone quickly formed a line. Wang Peng Qinyun, Zhao Hao Qian Zihua stepped forward. The four stepped out. Everyone knows the situation in the courtyard. Young people and their romantic entanglements. You are all adults, I can't interfere, but influencing others is quite detrimental. Therefore, I've established a rule. If you can defeat him, I won't interfere with you. You can use your special abilities or martial arts. After saying this, he pointed at Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng held a yellowed book with an indifferent expression. What a joke! He would definitely show this group of novices some style. A glint of excitement flashed in the eyes of the four staring at Lu Qingfeng. Xiao Din is right. If he defeats me, he won't care about you anymore. Are you working together or individually? Xiao Jingdao was a bit anxious. This kid wasn't following the script. He shouldn't underestimate the situation. The four exchanged glances filled with joy. Since they're looking for trouble, then no mercy will be shown. They weren't afraid of a unknown fight. Moreover, in a group fight, they were elites among the Xuanwu army. All of them were level 4 cancer transformants and Mingjing martial artists. Even if you are a Huajing expert, as Xiao Din said, their physical quality is about the same as level 4. They also had special abilities. Go out and fight. Just don't break anything here, Lu Qingfeng said, and walked out with his hands behind his back, walking silently through the snow. Everyone followed him outside to an open area. The four quickly took their positions, not feeling ashamed of the group fight. There's a saying in the army, as long as you can win, the means don't matter. A unknown fight is foolish behavior. What strong techniques? Winning is what makes you strong. Against foreign races, talking about fairness is pointless. Survival is the only fairness that matters. The four acted swiftly, one wielding fire abilities, one earth abilities, and two metal abilities. They all summoned their manifested weapons. Lu Qingfeng shook his head, finally understanding why Xiao Jingdao wanted to teach them a lesson himself. It turned out to be another group that believed martial artists were a waste of time, preferring their abilities. Without hesitation, he vanished from the center. Bang! A palm struck the fire ability user before the others could attack. Stepping on the bagua, he shifted positions again, striking palm after palm with ease. In less than 2 seconds, all four lay on the ground like defeated dogs. Lu Qingfeng stood there holding the book in his right hand, hands behind his back, left hand slightly lowered, like an immortal standing in the snow. Exuding an air of superiority, Lu Qingfeng complained, a bunch of rookies, do they even know what absolute suppression means? In his eyes, these people were all flaws, slow and flashy. Those watching, including Xiao Jingdao, were utterly shocked. So abnormal. I seem to be no match for him either, right? Is he equivalent to a peak level 6? Does that mean he is at the peak of level 6? The others stared at him intently. A real man keeps his word. After saying this, Lu Qingfeng left, internally complaining, do they even know what it means to be half a step into the golden core? It's true. Half a step is one thing, but reaching full Huajing is another. Just a day ago, he wasn't this strong, but after this morning, his vitality had short-term reached the golden core level, and in that instant, his vitality surged. He realized that the difference between reaching the golden core and Huajing was like clouds and mud. And the difference between Huajing and Anjing Mingjing was again like clouds and mud. Everyone watched his retreating figure. Dean, Lu, you are so strong, Shinhan said. He suddenly felt very much looking forward to national martial arts. Although he never slacked off, he still felt uncertain inside. However, after witnessing Lu Qingfeng's prowess today, he gained confidence. At the age of 19, his combat power rivaled that of a level 6 ability user. If he piloted a mech, he would be invincible against anything below king level. What does this imply? Dean, will we be able to become like senior brother Lu in the future? Huang Fuxinyu also asked. She thought if she were that strong, she would be free. This former student of hers had become unfathomable, immensely powerful. You guys have only seen the tip of the iceberg. Xiao Jingdao stroked his beard and said pretentiously. He had no choice. He was merely a theorist, not a practitioner. Otherwise, he would have stepped in himself. No need to invite Lu Qingfeng. Surely he wouldn't use his abilities to fight against students, would he? That would be ridiculous. The other four helped the fallen ones up. In national martial arts, you are just at the first stage, merely Mingjing. Do not think that being here out of compulsion will hinder your future prospects. You are all exceptionally talented individuals. Do not let external factors disturb your hearts. I know young people love is mutual, but being overly clingy is not good. It will affect others. If you continue like this, I will send you back. Hearing Xiao Jingdao's words, they felt a bit ashamed. Yes, Dean. Cough, cough. As long as you understand, take them back to rest. He turned to the other three. Why didn't you let Lu Qingfeng demonstrate? The gap is too large. I was afraid you would aim too high. Moreover, you should all know that the techniques are taught by him. Strictly speaking, he is your master. The ancients emphasized the master-disciple relationship, but now it doesn't matter. You all should self-motivate. After saying this, Xiao Jingdao left. Who knows how much pressure he felt inside? Facing new things, achieving quick results was indeed very difficult. After Lu Qingfeng returned, he directly went back to his room, locked the door, and silenced his wristband. He opened a book to read. The Tranquil Heart Technique, although Xiao Jingdao said it was useless. But for him, Lu Qingfeng had already experimented with several martial arts from different books. He found that as long as he altered certain aspects, it was still effective. One channel opens, and it connects to 100 channels. Xiao Jingdao was not a martial artist. He didn't understand the normal. Ice cold for eternity. Calm the heart and mind, look towards my singular spirit. Merge the mind and spirit, let the qi follow the mind. As the time passed, unknowingly his mind became clearer. Stopping the horse stance, Lu Qingfeng's eyes shone with brilliance. It was indeed useful. It wasn't that the ancient texts were useless, but that he hadn't mastered the method to use them. Looking out the window, the snow had stopped. The sunset radiated brilliant rays of light. He opened the door, ready to eat. He stood in the Taiji Hunyuan stance and began practicing Taiji. One step into the golden core. Upon arriving at the dining hall, he found that the 8 were nowhere to be seen. Not knowing where they had gone, Lu Qingfeng grabbed his meal and casually found a place to sit. Just as he took a few bites of his food, Huang Fuxinyu sat down across from him with her tray. She softly called out, "Master." Lu Qingfeng was suddenly struck by a tingling sensation as if electric currents coursed through him. What a delightful feeling. What was it like to be called master by his former homeroom teacher? Just 2 words. So exhilarating. Ahem. Xinyu, what is it? Huangfu Xinyu shot him a glance, clearly annoyed. Director Xiao said that all the cultivation methods were passed down by you. Although you only transmitted the teachings without resolving questions, you can still be called master, so I'm just addressing you as such. However, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng immediately understood her intention, as she wanted to seek guidance, and he had no objections. After all, she was his homeroom teacher for 3 years. There were still bonds of affection. Really? That's wonderful. Her eyes seemed to light up, and she smiled as she said, "Master Qingfeng. Thank you. And by the way, you look very handsome today." Lu Qingfeng looked at her in confusion, then suddenly realized she must be referring to 2 of the 4 people. However, being complimented by a woman, especially a beauty, was still quite pleasing. "You're too polite." Director Xiao asked for my help. Then the 2 of them reminisced about amusing stories from high school. As they chatted, both of them began to laugh. "Master Qingfeng, I won't disturb you any longer. I'm going to practice martial arts now." With that, Huangfu Xinyu winked and walked off with a lively step, tray in hand. Wow, another little title added. She was indeed different today. However, he quickly brushed it aside. What mattered was entering the pill embryo stage. After finishing his meal, Lu Qingfeng swiftly headed to the yard behind and began standing meditation. Tai Chi mixed element stance. He continuously recited the clear heart technique in his mind. His head became clearer and his internal energy surged, rushing towards his mind. He could clearly feel his spirit growing stronger. Repeatedly standing in meditation, energy continuously generated within him until he felt a slight pressure at his temples. Only then did he stop. He quickly transitioned into Tai Chi, performing it over and over, stirring up a flurry of snowflakes that glimmered in the moonlight. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. At that moment, the moonlight seemed to shine brighter. Lu Qingfeng immediately halted his movements and quickly swallowed a few energy bars. Then he swiftly sat down on the snowy ground. His internal energy flowed rapidly, harmonizing with his blood, which also began to circulate faster. His vitality surged like a roaring river. Blood belongs to Yang while energy belongs to Yin. The balance of Yin and Yang formed a massive circle. Boom! A tremendous rumble echoed from the ground. His spirit quickly descended, plunging into the vast circle, swiftly balancing them. As the thunder faded, Lu Qingfeng suddenly experienced a vision. Inside a vast manor, his mother was pregnant and his father was holding her hand. It felt like they were marching towards execution, stepping forward one by one. The scene flickered. He saw his mother kneeling on the ground, her forehead bleeding, crying out, "Dad, it's all my daughter's fault. Don't blame him. Please spare him. A child cannot grow up without a father." In the vision, a blurred figure was gripping his father, lifting him high. "Lu Guoping, you have ruined a prodigy of the Yu family. You deserve to die." His father's face turned pale, breathing rapidly, nearly unable to hold on. Suddenly, his mother charged forward, desperately trying to grab the blurred figure. After a long moment, the figure sighed. "Lu Guoping, unless you let Yinner's child bear the Yu surname, never step into the Yu family again." With that, he threw his father outside, and his mother cried out as she followed. His father coughed up blood, his eyes filled with hatred as he watched his mother approach, her face smeared with blood, filled with endless regret. Then he fainted. The scene flickered again, showing his mother pregnant, carrying his father, slowly walking out of the manor. Watching this scene, Lu Qingfeng's eyes turned red. He realized that the blurred figure was his step-uncle Yu Zhenhua. Just wait. One day he would go to the Yu family and help his father and mother seek justice. The scene flickered once more. In the endless starry sky, a spaceship was traveling. 2 girls were chatting cheerfully. "Xiaoyu, we are about to reach Flower Sea Star. I've heard this planet is filled with beautiful flower seas." "Yes. Just thinking about it is so beautiful. It's a pity that Xiaolu didn't come with us," Shun Qianxuan said, suddenly feeling a bit down. Suddenly, the spaceship shook violently. "Alert! Attention passengers, we have encountered an asteroid field. Please fasten your seatbelts and do not panic." The shaking of the spaceship intensified. "Qianxuan, are we going to die?" "Xiaoyu, we won't. I still have things to say to that blockhead. Oh, we won't die." The scene flickered again, and a massive asteroid was hurtling towards the spaceship. "It's an illusion. This is an illusion. Damn, this is an illusion." Lu Qingfeng's eyes turned red. In an instant, the spaceship shattered into countless fragments, and that voice echoed in his mind. "I still have things I want to say to him." Lu Qingfeng suddenly felt a numbness. "It's an illusion. This is fake. I'm transcending the tribulation." The scene flickered again. Outside a gigantic crimson planet, an endless warship stretched across the void. Surrounding the battleship were countless mechanical warriors and drones firing various lasers at some red monsters. Countless massive crimson steel beasts charged from the planet, relentlessly attacking the battleship. The battleship's shield shook incessantly. Deploy mechas, deploy mechas. Fire Rockstar abnormal intel. The massive hatch opened and mechas surged out from the battleship. Finally, an enormous mech emerged. Lu Qingfeng recognized it immediately. It was his mother. The mech rushed towards the monsters of Fire Rockstar. The steel beasts were sliced open like watermelons, scattering across the starry sky. Suddenly, several gigantic battleships appeared in the distant void. They revealed massive cannon barrels, emitting a purple glow like bloodthirsty monsters. Retreat. There's an ambush. The battleship issued a dangerous signal. Zila. Lightning flashed, and several enormous beams of light streaked through the starry sky. The drones and mechanical warriors disintegrated like ice and snow, instantly vaporizing. Some mechas were also instantly melted. A giant beam of light shot towards the largest mech. Zizizizi. The energy shield on the mech kept melting. Then several more lasers shot in. They hit the crimson mech. This is an illusion. It's an illusion or it can't be true. Mom must be fine. That massive mech, a kilometer long, was hit by several beams of light. The energy shield vanished completely. More lasers shot in, sealing all routes of retreat for the mech. Run, Mom. Although Lu Qingfeng knew it was fake, he still shouted desperately. Boom. The mech melted away into the endless starry sky. Lu Qingfeng noticed that the battleships bore a few special characters. AI. Fake. It's all an illusion. I'm transcending the tribulation, transcending the tribulation. His eyes turned red and his spirit felt somewhat unstable. The circle formed by his vitality trembled violently. Suddenly he felt a chill in his hand, a coldness penetrating through his entire body. Such a mere illusion. Thinks it can disturb my heart. Get lost. The scene shattered. Lu Qingfeng opened his eyes, gasping for breath. He immediately raised his hand to glance at his ring. He knew it was this that saved his life. He was aware of how dangerous it had been. Even knowing it was fake, his mind still hadn't stabilized. Lu Qingfeng stood up and glanced around, astonished to find that there was not a single patch of snow within 10 meters. It must have been evaporated by his own vitality. He clenched his fist, causing a sound of air bursting. The vitality continued to circulate, enhancing his physical condition. A wave of hunger surged once more. He quickly devoured a dozen energy bars in succession. After a while, the hunger returned again. This is bad. The law of conservation of energy. Those 10,000 energy bars are wasted. He hastily controlled the flow of his vitality with his mind, and the hunger gradually subsided. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to practice martial arts until he found new energy food. He also couldn't transport vitality to strengthen himself. Back in his room, he checked the time. It was already 4 a.m. His wristband showed several missed calls, all from Shun Qianxuan. Thinking of Shun Qianxuan, did she really appear in the illusion? Moreover, according to the order of fantasy, Lu's face was surprisingly less important than Shun Qianxuan's life. Her words kept replaying in his mind. I still have things to say to that wooden block. Am I the wooden block? Yet recalling that scene, he felt a pang of pain. Strangely compelled, he made a phone call. It was answered almost instantly. You're still awake, he said awkwardly, noticing Shun Qianxuan looking somewhat haggard on the video. I called you several times tonight, but you didn't answer. I couldn't sleep. I was practicing martial arts. I know. Then both fell silent. After a while, Shun Qianxuan spoke up. Xiaoyozi, I want to ask you something. Go ahead. Does Xiaoyu like you? Lu Qingfeng suddenly felt an urge to lie. But after thinking about it, since Mo Xiaoyu confessed to him, that should count. He nodded. I see. You should get some rest. With that, he hung up the phone. Lu Qingfeng was left bewildered. It was almost 5 o'clock. How could he sleep? He felt that Shun Qianxuan was particularly strange today. What did she want to tell him in the illusion? Of course he believed it was an illusion, but wait. He suddenly thought it might not be an illusion. Could it be a warning? After all, illusions arise from things one has encountered or fears in their heart. 2 things were yet to happen in the future. And the segment with old Lu and Lu Ma he had never witnessed. Why would it appear in his illusion? Thus he hurriedly called Lu Ma. It was connected quickly. Xiaofeng, it should be around 5 o'clock there. Why aren't you sleeping? Mom. I miss you. Lu Ma sounded a bit sad. I miss you too. Mom. Have you all had any action recently going to a place called Fire Rockstar? Lu Ma was silent for a moment before exclaiming in surprise, How did you know? Lu Qingfeng's heart trembled. It was real. It was indeed true. He quickly said, Mom. Listen to me. Don't go. It's a trap. A trap. Don't go. Xiaofeng, what nonsense are you talking? Who told you about our operation? Lu Ma was puzzled. This was classified information, impossible to leak out. How could her son know? Mom. Do you believe me? I was warned in a dream. I dreamed about your operation, ambushed and wiped out. Lu Ma frowned, still somewhat skeptical. It was too bizarre. Of course, if Lu Qingfeng had told her about the inner demon tribulation, she would have found it even more fantastical. Mom. Check carefully, could the intel be faulty and the ships lying in ambush have AI markings? He was a bit anxious. Upon hearing this, Lu Ma's expression changed instantly. She said seriously, "Understood, Xiao Feng, I will heed your words, let's leave it at that." After hanging up, Lu Qingfeng sighed in relief. The moment AI was mentioned, Lu Ma's face changed. It seemed that this time they were indeed behind it. Then he began to worry again. Shen Xianxuan and Mo Xiaoyu absolutely could not go on a trip. How could he keep them from going? However, there was still enough time. The winter break started on the 21 SD, and it was only the 2nd now. He decided to visit the Battleship Command Academy tomorrow to see Shen Xianxuan in person. She had come to the National Martial Arts Institute many times, yet he hadn't visited her even once. He truly felt guilty. Also, was this inner demon tribulation really a disaster? Unable to sleep, he got up and opened the door heading to the front yard. Bang, bang, bang. Each time it was that old geezer knocking on his door. Today, it was my turn to knock on his. One word. Satisfying. Who is it? Xiao Jingdao opened the door with a displeased expression. Is it only allowed for you to knock on my door? Can I knock on yours? Seeing it was Lu Qingfeng, Xiao Jingdao felt helpless. Come in. Lu Qingfeng casually found a place to sit and surveyed his room. It was quite tidy with a workbench and many old books. There was also a pile of drafts. He couldn't tell what they were written about. He certainly resembled a true scholar. Speak. What's going on with you? Don't tell me you just came to knock on my door for fun. Xiao Jingdao poured himself a glass of water, watching Lu Qingfeng while drinking. Suddenly he set down the cup and said excitedly, "Wait. Did you advance?" Lu Qingfeng looked at him in surprise. "Good eye. You noticed that, eh? What good eye? Anyone can tell." Xiao Jingdao grabbed a stool and sat closer to him, examining him closely. "What are you doing? Damn, I like girls. What are you talking about? Don't you feel the pressure of life?" Lu Qingfeng. "What the hell? Also, if you can't feel it yourself, only those who see you in person will have that feeling. Enough with the cryptic talk. I have important questions." Xiao Jingdao hurriedly ran to get paper and a pen. Lu Qingfeng was somewhat speechless, but he truly admired Xiao Jingdao's professional attitude. "Go ahead. I think what you have to say today might be very important. I'm afraid I won't remember, so I plan to write it down. I don't trust electronic devices." Lu Qingfeng nodded. "Didn't I tell you about the inner demon tribulation? I've crossed it. But I discovered that this tribulation is not fake. It involves things that happened in the past or will happen in the future. And these events are significant matters concerning the people closest to you." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. I've confirmed this myself." After jotting it down, Xiao Jingdao took a book and searched for a while. Found it. Lu Qingfeng leaned over to take a look. "Look, I recorded this before. It states that when Qi refiners transcend tribulations, it says that after tribulations comes rebirth." Xiao Jingdao was somewhat excited. "It proves we were not wrong. After transcending the tribulation, rebirth is the meaning. We always thought it was some sort of reward." "Old Xiao, where's the reward?" "I think the inner demon tribulation after crossing is more about warning the future." Xiao Jingdao nodded. "Indeed.